Chapter 1. Returning to the past life. 5 years into the apocalypse, the discharge of nuclear wastewater has been ongoing for over a decade. X safe base. Everyone held their breath, watching as a detained girl was sent towards the terrifying zombie territory. The leader of their base would trade this girl for precious freshwater resources and a rare 6-month truce. The base leader, the head of the Xiao family, held all the resources and military might of the base. But at the same time, he was also the girl's biological father. In the face of humanity and survival, sacrificing an unloved daughter was nothing unusual, perfectly normal. Even her biological father doesn't care. What use is it for us to care? We might as well wait patiently for our share of supplies. Exactly. My family hasn't had clean water in ages. The young lady of the Xiao family is worth dying for. A few people exchanged smiles. Their eyes flickered with greedy and ruthless light. Xiao Qingyu had just opened her eyes and happened to have a deep gaze with a pair of rolling white eyes. What is this? She remembered that she was just about to meet her followers, showing them the latest dark magic she had practiced. But then an accident occurred, and before she could handle it, she ended up in this hellish place. And there was a filthy thing in front of her covered in blue and rotting, emitting a foul smell. It looked like a species called zombie that wasn't this thing extinct 100 years ago. Xiao Qingyu expressed that she had a serious cleanliness obsession and that filthy thing should not come near her. Otherwise, one would die a miserable death. Just as she was about to chant a spell to use dark magic to repel the creature, she found her mouth sealed. Xiao Qingyu looked speechless. Not only that, but she also discovered that she was tied up tightly to Why did Sister Qingyu wake up at this time? A delicate voice with a hint of crying came from behind. Wah. It's all Linner's fault for not wanting to give Sister too much anesthetic before setting off. When she sacrifices to the Zombie King later, Sister will suffer in human pain. It's all my fault. Did you hear that? Xiao Qingyu didn't even need to turn around to know what that voice belonged to. This naive girl, who thinks of herself as kind and pure like a white lotus, had been seen through too many times in her domain. At the same time, various images suddenly flashed in Xiao Qingyu's mind. Indeed, they were scenes from her past life. Xiao Qingyu sneered. Moreover, in her past life, she was a weakling living a very suffocating life, unloved at home, cheated on in love, and personally delivered to the zombies by her father for trade. Before the disaster struck, if it were her current self, she would never obediently swallow this disgusting anger. After recalling her past life memories, Xiao Qingyu coldly glared at the white lotus girl who was crying in the arms of the scumbag several miles away. If she recalled correctly, this should be her half-sister from her past life, Xiao Zhiling. Unlike her own miserable and suffocating life, Xiao Zhiling had a script akin to a beloved female protagonist. Not only did she have a loving father and mother, but even her boyfriend from her past life loved her. Having received all the favoritism, Xiao Zhiling particularly enjoyed pretending to be weak and kind, earning great respect and gratitude from the people at the base. Because they couldn't get any benefits from her, the base people never regarded the young lady of the Xiao family as a true young lady and had no respect for her at all. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, they were naturally very willing to sacrifice a useless talent like her to exchange for useful supplies and safety. Xiao Qingyu's eyes glinted slightly, revealing a trace of murderous intent. This time, she had returned to life. She wanted to see just how much these heartless fools could hurt her. Linner, this is not your fault. This is your father's decision, and it has nothing to do with you. On the opposite side of the ocean, the base leader and head of the Xiao family, Xiao Leitang, was softly comforting his most cherished second daughter. In her memories, he had never been this gentle and patient with her. However, Xiao Qingyu sneered her current self looked down on this worthless display of gentleness. As long as she became strong, they would all become ants crawling beneath her feet. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the world live streaming system. I am your exclusive live streaming assistant, Xiao Qi. Suddenly, a playful and slightly exaggerated electronic voice sounded in her ears. Xiao Qingyu frowned. What does the world live streaming system mean? She also noticed that while Xiao Qi was speaking, everything around her seemed to have pressed the pause button. The zombies that had just been clawing and gnashing their teeth in front of her were now frozen in place, mouths agape, hands raised, staring blankly with lifeless eyes. Several miles away, Xiao Zhiling was still crying in the scumbag's arms, and Xiao Leitang seemed to be trying to comfort her. Even the vast crowd behind them was frozen in cheers and other actions. In short, everything around her was at a standstill. including herself, Xiao Qi. Now let me explain the specific rules of this live streaming system. Xiao Qi, you will randomly enter different worlds' live streaming rooms, where tasks will be randomly issued. You need to complete the tasks within the specified time to receive rewards. Xiao Qi, the difficulty of the tasks will be adjusted according to the popularity of the live streaming room and the background of the world. You just need to complete the tasks excellently as required. Xiao Qi, special statement. The rewards you receive in the live streaming room can be directly exchanged for physical items for use. Xiao Qingyu frowned. Live streaming. That term hadn't been heard in a long time. So, this means she must complete tasks to gain rewards and usable supplies to become strong, survive in this world, and retaliate. But in her memories, her past self hadn't bound any kind of world live streaming system. Could it be that because she was reborn, everything had new turn? Xiao Qi. The first live streaming task is about to begin. World background. Another world. Task content. Defeat the zombie king. Task difficulty. 4 stars. Task time. Within 10 minutes. After hearing the initial task, Xiao Qingyu's brows furrowed even deeper. Another world? Isn't that her original world? Also, she was now just a weak woman with no strength to tie a chicken. How could she defeat the zombie king within 10 minutes? Xiao Qi. The live streaming room has been successfully connected, and the first live streaming task is about to begin. Xiao Qi. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Chapter 2. Defeating the Zombie King. The last 2 seconds. Xiao Qingyu quickly calmed her emotions and accepted reality. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She believed she would never die at the hands of these inferior zombies. Even if it was the Zombie King in front of her, it was merely a stepping stone for her, Xiao Qingyu, to rise up and look down on everyone. Xiao Qi. 1. The task officially begins, timing 10 minutes. As the electronic voice fell, a giant screen appeared in front of Xiao Qingyu. Like looking into a mirror, the image displayed was that of herself tied up. So this is the world live streaming system that Xiao Qi mentioned? Xiao Qingyu didn't have time to think much, nor to carefully observe the situation in the live broadcast room. When a roar suddenly rang in her ears, along with an unbearable stench, the mission began, the stillness ended, and the zombie king in front of her regained its mobility. It opened its foul mouth and lunged at Xiao Qingyu. Fortunately, she dodged in time and aimed a powerful kick at the zombie king's head. TSK, she forgot that the force is mutual. As Xiao Qingyu landed, the calf connected to her ankle had already turned purple. She remembered that the weakness of zombies was their heads. Attacking elsewhere was useless, so she had to find the right moment and use enough strength to have a chance to defeat the zombie king in front of her. Unfortunately, her body in her previous life was simply too weak. Her strength and constitution were nothing compared to her otherworldly self. The only thing she could commend was that she was frail and light, with a bit more agility. Qingyu, as her name suggests. Perhaps in the eyes of the Xiao family, she was just an inconsequential existence, as light as a feather. But in this life, she would undoubtedly become a shadow they could not ignore or escape. Haha. The zombie king staggered a few steps after being kicked in the head, almost kneeling down. But just as Xiao Qingyu feared, her power was insufficient. That strike posed no lethal danger to the zombie king. Moreover, it would only enrage the creature and make it attack her more fiercely. Tisk. Xiao Qingyu glanced at the ropes binding her wrists and upper limbs, then at the sharp stones beside the zombie king. She had to free herself first. Aha. After the zombie king steadied itself, it indeed turned its head aggressively and charged at Xiao Qingyu, as expected of the strongest among zombies. Its movements were not slow at all, and it was incredibly strong. Xiao Qingyu nimbly dodged again, making her way to the stones, and quickly used the sharp edge to cut the ropes, regaining her freedom. Just as she broke free, the zombie king was thoroughly enraged and let out 2 loud howls. In the next second, Xiao Qingyu saw 2 zombies staggering towards her from who knows where. Were they summoned because it was embarrassed after being toyed with by her? Xiao Qingyu looked up at the time on the screen. 3 minutes had already passed. Not much time was left for her to complete the mission, but now she lacked strength and was in a passive state, only able to dodge for the time being. How could she possibly take down the zombie king with 1 hit? To catch the thief, first catch the king if she dealt with the zombie king. The remaining 2 minions would be no problem. Just as Xiao Qingyu was pondering what tool she could use to help her achieve her goal, a noisy voice rang in her ears. Point 111. In this day and age, can you even live stream? while fighting a small zombie. 222, judging by the background, it should be Blue Star, right? People there don't really know dark magic, and they don't have much ability. The streamer looks so thin and weak, she's probably going to get her head blown off next, right? 333. Whoa, please don't jinx it. It's hard to find a streamer. Don't let her die so quickly. Hang in there, streamer. They'll send you gifts. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Qingyu heard some strange noises, akin to flowers and grass being blown by the wind. While pondering, her peripheral vision caught sight of a dark blue arm swinging towards her. Damn, these 3 zombies really coordinated well. The space was small, and she couldn't dodge for long. Xiao Qingyu quickly evaded, but the next moment, she almost got bitten on the calf by the zombie king. Whoosh! That was a close call that ate tea that moment. She could finally steal a glance at the big screen. It turned out someone had sent her a flower gift, which explained the strange sound. Upon closer inspection, she found that the flower being gifted was the 5-mai flower, which could interfere with the senses in another world. Xiao Qingyu felt a surge of joy, because she remembered that Xiao Qi had mentioned that gifts sent in the live broadcast room could be exchanged for reality. Sure enough, in the next second, 3 5-mai flowers appeared in her hands. Xiao Qingyu smiled, thinking that even heaven was helping her. The 3 zombies let out a simultaneous roar and charged towards the girl side by side. The towering zombies took up more than half of the space when standing together. Unless she could fly, there was no way for her to dodge. Xiao Qingyu tightened her grip on the 3 flowers, squeezed out their juice, and concealed it in her palm. She silently calculated the time and distance in her mind. As the zombies closed in. Coming within a few meters of her, she quickly poured the juice from the 3 flowers onto their heads with all her might. In her escape, Xiao Qingyu accidentally got her clothes torn by the zombie king's claws. Fortunately, her skin was unscathed, otherwise she would risk infection and be assimilated into a grotesque zombie. Behind her, the zombies that had been doused in the 5-mai flower juice swayed unsteadily, having lost their senses and moving aimlessly. The zombie king was slightly better off, but the other 2 zombies accidentally collided with each other, thinking the other was an enemy, and began to tear each other apart. In the end, they both fell off the edge and into the ocean, never to emerge again. With the 2 minions taken care of, the zombie king was a tougher opponent, but as long as it lost its senses, it meant she could toy with it. Xiao Qingyu gained confidence and stole a glance at the time 3 minutes remaining. She had to act quickly. Having lost its sense of direction and the smell it relied on most, the zombie king was both angry and anxious after howling to the sky. Its body actually doubled in size. It immediately occupied almost half of the ground. 111. Has this zombie mutated? What will the streamer do? Can she still win? 222. I think the streamer's skills and brains are quite good. She even knows how to use the 5-mai flower. She should be able to win against just 1 zombie. I bet 50 cents she can win. 333. Adding 1. I'll bet 50 cents she wins. What a crowd that loves to watch the fun. While dodging, Xiao Qingyu searched for the right opportunity. She aimed to deliver the most lethal blow to the zombie king. A glance out of the corner of her eye, there it was. With the zombie king's scream, the entire live broadcast room erupted, and the number of viewers online soared past 10,000.111. What the heck, did you all see that? How did she blow the zombie's head off? 222. I don't know, the teacher never taught us. 333. Didn't you all see clearly? She used some corrosive plant to obliterate the zombie's head. The noise in the live broadcast room echoed in her ears. Xiao Qingyu was exhausted, leaning against the stone and taking deep breaths. Xiao Qi, 10 minutes are up. Xiao Qi, congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the zombie king and completing the mission. Chapter 3, have you seen it? The zombie king becomes my underling completed. Xiao Qingyu closed her eyes, taking a brief rest for a few seconds. The intense evasion and extreme mental tension had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, she had memorized the terrain and the stones, flowers, and plants in her surroundings during the earlier evasion process. It was not just mindless dodging, but part of a plan. Xiao Qingyu discovered flowers and plants hidden among the stones, which seemed familiar. She knew they were corrosive. Moreover, when she picked the flowers and gently pressed them to extract the juice, the burning sensation in her fingertips confirmed her suspicions. The pain from the corrosion on her fingers was unbearable. After all, the fingers are connected to the heart. However, Xiao Qingyu gritted her teeth and endured it. She collected as many similar flowers and plants as possible, enduring the corrosive effects to extract their juice. In the end, she aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie king's head. 111. The streamer is amazing, brave, and resourceful, and can endure so much. She can actually withstand the corrosive juice of the plants. 222. I want to send the streamer lots of gifts. 333. I'm joining in too. I'll follow the streamer. I'll be the oldest fan from now on. A flurry of gift sounds filled Xiao Qingyu's ears. She looked up at the big screen and discovered that the gifts everyone was sending were materials for making black potions and black pills. A strong sense of familiarity and warmth washed over her. No wonder it's another world. It feels like home. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but smile with a sense of comfort and nostalgia. 111. Wow, the streamer smiled at us. So pretty. 222. I agree. Just now the streamer was jumping around, and I couldn't see her clearly. But now she looks really good, although she has a gentle appearance. Her aura is that of a capable queen. Queen? Xiao Qingyu's smile deepened. She liked this title, right? She suddenly remembered that Xiao Qingyu told her what the reward for completing the task was yet. Right? Live assistant Xiao Qi, are you listening? Xiao Qi. Honorable host. I am here. Focusing her thoughts, she could actually communicate with the system through her mind. Xiao Qingyu asked her doubts. Xiao Qi. Receiving task rewards. Reception complete. Xiao Qi. Congratulations, host. You have received a space storage bag. You can store all the resources you obtain in the future in this bag, taking them out as needed. As the electronic voice fell, a beautifully patterned bag appeared in Xiao Qingyu's hand. It was quite small and could be hung on her waist as a decoration. However, it didn't seem necessary. Xiao Qingyu felt slightly dissatisfied. For a task with a difficulty rating of 4 stars, was the reward just a storage bag? Xiao Qi. Host. Don't be discouraged. Future tasks and rewards will be more abundant. Xiao Qi. The rewards obtained in a live stream have been converted into physical items and placed in your space storage bag. Xiao Qi. The live stream task is over. The broadcast will end soon. A gentle reminder that you can appropriately converse with the viewers and fans in a live stream. And thank those who send gifts with words or gestures, which will have beneficial effects like doubling rewards. Xiao Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. That is true. The funds the viewers used to send gifts didn't just come from nowhere. Additionally, she could defeat the zombie king thanks to their encouragement and rewards, which inspired her. She indeed should express her gratitude. Thank you, friends. I will continue to work hard and not let you down. I, Xiao Qingyu, vow here that I will never forgive, nor let go of those who have bullied me. Not a single one. Xiao Qingyu concentrated, sincerely thanking the people in the live stream with her mind. At the same time, it was also a motivation for herself to make plans and set goals for the future. Experiencing life again, she could truly understand the taste of unfair treatment and betrayal. She clenched her fists, and the flames of hatred and unwillingness in her eyes grew stronger. 111. Wow, I don't want to be moved, but she called me a friend. Just for this word friend, I'll definitely support you when you stream next time. 222. Go, go, go. Streamer, I believe you can crush those minions underfoot. 333. Evil people will get their comeuppance, and the streamer will be greatly blessed. I'm telling you. Looking at these people in the live stream who were strangers to her but trusted and encouraged her. The usually cold-hearted and solitary Xiao Qingyu felt tears welling up in her eyes. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Xiao Qi, the live stream has ended. I will notify the host before the next live stream task begins. If you have any questions that need help, you can call me anytime with your thoughts. Xiao Qingyu watched as the big screen in the sky disappeared. The first hurried task was a success. Next, she needed to think about survival. Because she glanced at the storage bag earlier, it was filled with materials from the live stream rewards. There was no place to hide, nor food to fill her stomach, and no clothing for warmth and shelter. The flat ground she was on was small, surrounded by the sea, and the previously mentioned resources were non-existent, just stones and flowers. Xiao Qingyu now had a question. If the zombie-esque territory was only this big, surrounded by the ocean, then where did those 2 zombies that helped the zombie king come from? She walked to the edge of the flat ground and looked down, a thought forming in her mind. She hadn't had time to check closely while dodging before. It turned out this was not an ordinary flat ground, but a small peak over 10 meters high. It was just that the top was flat. Xiao Qingyu speculated that those zombies might be hiding inside the mountain, separated from the continent where humans live by the ocean. This indicated that there might be a special passage beneath this peak leading directly to the continent. Thus, the two zombies would not be able to return after falling into the ocean. So, zombies came to the continent through this special channel, causing trouble for the people there, which is why they chose to sacrifice themselves for fresh water and temporary safety. After figuring this out, Xiao Qingyu sneered in contempt. She glanced at the zombie king lying on the ground, whose fingers seemed to still be moving. Since he was completely dead, it would be better to keep him as her subordinate. The sky darkened. Xiao Qingyu finally finished making her satisfactory black pills using the simple pot built from stones. Then, she stuffed the black pill into the zombie king's mouth, wiping her hands in disgust afterward. The next second, the zombie king was revived. Unlike the fierce and terrifying figure before, his eyes had less white now, looking somewhat more intelligent. "Can you hear me?" Xiao Qingyu asked tentatively. "Huh," the zombie king exclaimed, then knelt on one knee, displaying a loyal posture. It seemed her black pill had worked. From now on, the imposing zombie king would be Xiao Qingyu's underling. Chapter 4, Discovering a New Land. The only, two minor shortcomings were. First, this zombie king could only make incoherent sounds and couldn't understand her words. Secondly, she had a severe obsession with cleanliness and naturally disliked having a dirty, smelly underling. The space was limited, so once she found a suitable place and gathered more materials, she could make more black pills with different effects. The one she just made could control the minds of living beings. Although the zombie king lacked a brain, heart, and lineage, being able to become a king meant it was stronger than other zombies in certain aspects. Besides being large, fast, and strong, it also had a certain level of thinking, could summon and organize its subordinates, and devise some strategies. Although its thinking was weak compared to humans, it was already a significant breakthrough for zombies. From now on, you will be my follower. There is only one requirement for being my follower, which is to unconditionally obey my commands. If you understand, nod your head. Xiao Qingyu tested the zombie king's comprehension ability. After all, if it couldn't understand her, it had to be able to understand her commands. The zombie king nodded. It seems it can understand, so she felt relieved. Let me give you a name for easier communication. Since you're called the zombie king, I will call you Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, do you like this name? If you do, nod your head. If you don't like it, well, I'm sorry. There is no option for not liking it. In the other world, Xiao Qingyu had many exotic beasts and mounts, and she named them in a way that was easy to remember. Simply put, she was bad at naming. The zombie king seemed to be taken aback for a moment, then nodded. It seems it wasn't particularly satisfied with the name Xiao Wang, but it couldn't refuse either. Well, it looks like it has remembered its own rules, so it is quite clever. Xiao Qingyu thought that if Xiao Wang behaved well, perhaps in the future she could consider installing a fake brain for it. Xiao Wang, where do you zombies usually rest? Point me in the direction. This tone was a command. The zombie king didn't hesitate at all, coming to the edge of the flat ground and pointing downward. As she expected, these zombies lived inside the mountain. Now take me over there. Just as the zombie king came over and crouched down to carry Xiao Qingyu on its back, it was stopped. Wait a minute. Looking at its decaying body that still emitted a foul smell, Xiao Qingyu found it hard to get over her mental block. Moreover, she still didn't know how many zombies were inside the mountain. They weren't her followers and could pose a danger with their aggression. When we go to your territory, can you ensure that your subordinates will submit to me, right? Ordinary zombies have no thinking ability, so giving them black pills would be useless. However, capturing the king first would make her feel more secure with the zombie king around. The zombie king was indeed clever, knowing to nod without her saying anything. That's good. Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath and ultimately chose to sit on the zombie king's shoulder. Enduring for a moment leads to calm waters. Once settled, she poked the zombie king's only clean spot, its smooth head signaling that it could move. Upon receiving the command, the zombie king jumped straight down from the edge and swiftly turned to enter a very hidden cave. This was quite an unreasonable setup, but Xiao Qingyu thought to herself, what hadn't she seen in the other world? Originally, she was going to get down, but after weighing the pros and cons, She chose to continue sitting on the zombie king's shoulder. Besides being cool, it also saved her energy from walking. Xiao Qingyu felt she should find a mount that had to be good-looking and love cleanliness. Once inside the cave, it was pitch dark and she could see nothing. All she could smell was the stench of rotting flesh. Xiao Qingyu frowned and quickly covered her mouth and nose. This place was absolutely unsuitable for a normal person like her, especially a cleanliness freak. Huh! Just as she was contemplating, the zombie king suddenly shouted. The originally dark cave was suddenly illuminated, and upon closer inspection, it was the glow from the crystals above the cave. With the light, Xiao Qingyu could see the situation inside the cave. Although the entrance was small and hidden, the cave contained a vast space that accommodated at least tens of thousands of zombies. Moreover, these zombies were not afraid of light and could split and reproduce endlessly. Right in front of Xiao Qingyu, several zombies had just completed splitting, going from 4 to 8. At this rate, if no intervention or control was applied, she feared that one day, Earth would be overrun by these stinky creatures. No, that definitely wouldn't happen. Even in the other world, it was still the witches and other beings that held dominion. However, sensing Xiao Qingyu's presence, they began to stir, swaying towards her, thinking she was food brought by their king and wanting a share. The zombie king shouted angrily, raising its foot and smashing it down hard on the ground. The cave immediately trembled, and the zombies were stunned, stopping in their tracks. The zombie king shouted a few more times, seemingly instructing them that from now on, they should respect the woman on its shoulder. She is their queen. That night, the zombie king cleared a clean spot for Xiao Qingyu to rest. The other zombies all retreated to a safe distance from her and closed their eyes to rest. The crystals above also dimmed, and there was no sound of breathing. Zombies do not breathe. It was eerily quiet. The fatigue of the day soon led Xiao Qingyu into a deep sleep. Scenes from when she first arrived floated in her mind, being tied to a giant rock at the mountaintop, while her so-called family watched her joke from a distance on another continent. They must have used some device to amplify their voices, which is why she could clearly hear their gossip about their warm home. And when the zombie king began to act against her, those voices disappeared, and those people seemed to leave. Were they afraid of seeing her die due to their decision and couldn't sleep well at night? Xiao Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes, curling her lips into a strange smile. Since I can't sleep, you culprits shouldn't expect to sleep well either. Xiao Wang, take me to the continent now, quickly. I can't wait to see the shocked and fearful faces of the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, on the way to the continent, she discovered a very treasure-like new land. Chapter 5, giving the Xiao family a great gift. This was largely thanks to the Zombie King, because zombies actually do not need rest, and they should really enjoy moving around at night. But who would have thought the Zombie King? Yes, Xiao Wang has already become Xiao Qingyu's little brother. Of course, it had to work hard and be at her beck and call at all times. Moreover, the cave where these zombies resided was in a geographically advantageous location, making it impossible for ordinary people or ships to approach and difficult to find this place. Inside, it was even more extraordinary. The shining crystals above were top-notch materials that could be used to make any black pills. The dark walls, after being struck by the zombies' claws, revealed to be some kind of odorless combustible material. Additionally, some plants inside the cave were also famous and precious herbs. Xiao Qingyu, of course, had to scavenge them all into her storage space. No matter if they could be used or not, she would pack them all and take them away. Xiao Wang, are there any other treasures here? If so, take me to find them directly. Xiao Qingyu thought that she definitely couldn't go to the Xiao family empty-handed. No matter how powerful a witch was, she was still a mortal with a physical body. No matter how strong black magic was, it couldn't possibly withstand powerful physical attacks, right? Without live, streaming tasks, and unable to obtain sufficient rewards and abilities, she now had to scavenge more materials to support herself for a trip to the Xiao family and return unharmed. Roar! The Zombie King shouted and half-squatted down, signaling Xiao Qingyu to sit on its shoulder. It was going to take its master to that magical place, the underwater tunnel. Xiao Qingyu was stunned by the sight before her. This place was in a hidden part of the cave. When she first walked in, it was pitch black and the journey was very long. Only as they neared the exit could she vaguely see some light. The sea should be very dark, but with diamonds and jewels illuminating the way, she could see the surroundings clearly. It was a long and wide glass tunnel. Inside the tunnel were various rare treasures that could only be seen in ancient books. Outside the tunnel were various ancient deep-sea creatures recorded in history. And there are many mutated creatures affected by nuclear wastewater. Truly, heaven is helping me. Xiao Qingyu's personality is somewhat queen-like and aloof. However, she's also a bit greedy, perhaps because of her past experiences of having meals at irregular intervals, which makes her enjoy the state of abundance without worries now. So, of course, she would store as much as she could in her storage space. After packing everything, Xiao Qingyu yawned. "Little Wang, let us continue on our journey." Xiao Qingyu sat back on the zombie king's shoulder, as if riding on a flat escalator, moving forward while admiring the underwater scenery on both sides. She felt a strange sense of panic when she saw those odd creatures sleeping with their eyes closed. She seemed to foresee that one day soon, these creatures would awaken from the depths of the sea and come to the mainland through this mysterious tunnel, bringing unimaginable disasters to the continent and the people living there. Just as Xiao Qingyu was contemplating how to protect herself at that time, the zombie king let out a roar. It turned out that something was blocking their path. The light ahead was clearly much dimmer than before, indicating that they were nearing the end of the tunnel. "What is it?" Xiao Qingyu focused her gaze and was shocked to see a hydra. Seeing such a rare creature that only existed in another world, Xiao Qingyu felt as if she saw a relative. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this hydra didn't look very authentic. It wasn't very large and had just grown 9 heads, which were also of varying sizes. It seemed to be a venomous snake mutated by nuclear wastewater. Not only had it grown so many heads, but it could also survive at the bottom of the sea and had now awakened peacefully. Xiao Qingyu glanced at the hydra's eyes and then at the various strange creatures outside the tunnel that were still in slumber. One awakening meant that other creatures would gradually awaken as well. They could enter the mainland through the underwater tunnel, just as she had previously speculated. Therefore, the gradual awakening of these mutated creatures was not a good thing and could not be prevented. The zombie king looked as if it was facing a great enemy. But since its master did not speak, it could not act on its own. "Little Wang, can you beat it? If you can, nod your head. If you can't, shake your head. Don't force it." Xiao Qingyu was a bit worried. After all, they were both products of nuclear wastewater. One was highly venomous, and the other could reproduce endlessly. Who was stronger was truly hard to say. The zombie king was also uncertain, so it neither nodded nor shook its head. "Okay, I understand. Just hold on for a moment." Just then, the hydra suddenly launched an attack on them. The zombie king reacted quickly, but its large size made it unable to dodge in time, and it was bitten on the back of the hand. The zombie king roared, shaking the entire tunnel. Fortunately, Xiao Qingyu covered her ears in time. Otherwise, her eardrums would have shattered. "Little Wang, are you immune to its poison?" She saw the enraged zombie king had already grabbed the hydra, trying to crush it. The zombie king nodded. "Good." Xiao Qingyu's eyes lit up even more. She felt that aside from its ugly appearance and foul smell, this little brother had no other flaws. While they were talking, that snake suddenly split into several smaller snakes and fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace. "It can do that?" Xiao Qingyu glanced at the smallest single-headed venomous snake that was almost being choked to death by the zombie king and quickly called to stop it. Then, she took out a black pill. "Let us continue on our way. We need to deliver a great gift to the Xiao family quickly, on the continent, at the safe base." On a quiet night, the servant responsible for guarding the Xiao family's gate was disturbed by some noise and couldn't sleep. Upon finding the source of the disturbance, he was terrified and screamed at the top of his lungs. Miss you. You're still alive?" "Xiao family. What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The head of the Kai family, Xiao Leitang, frowned tightly, clearly not believing such an absurd thing. Even if she really hadn't died, a weak and helpless girl. This was completely impossible. Chapter 6. Everyone, kneel and apologize. I'm sure. Head of the family. This is the footage captured by the surveillance. It really is the young lady. The servant who claimed to have discovered Xiao Qingyu. Now, with a bruised face and eyes full of panic, presented the electronic device in his hand. Although his bruises were not caused by the young lady, But rather from tripping several times in fear and surprise, he didn't dare to say that to anyone, as it would be too embarrassing. He simply blamed it all on the young lady. After all, a living person coming back to life was indeed terrifying. If it were someone else, they might have even wet their pants. Xiao Leitang took the electronic device and examined it carefully. Initially, he was filled with doubts and disbelief. But once he saw the person on the screen and recognized that incredibly clear and familiar face, Xiao Leitang's eyes widened, almost dropping the electronic device. It was just too similar. No, this is clearly, still not daring to believe it. He took another look. Just as Xiao Leitang was about to confirm again, a scream came from the distant villa. If he remembered correctly, the source of the voice was precisely his daughter, Xiao Zhiling's residence. Quick! Gather all the forces to protect the young lady. Yes, in the second young lady's bedroom, Xiao Qingyu was sitting next to a huge floor-to-ceiling window, the bright moonlight spilling over her. She seemed like a fairy just descended from the heavens, sacred, inviolable, and exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. At this moment, Xiao Zhiling, curled up in a corner under the covers, trembling in fear, felt it deeply. But she quickly changed her mind. In her eyes, Xiao Qingyu had never been a sacred and noble person. She should be trampled underfoot. If it weren't for this woman, her father and brother Xinhe would only have eyes for her. Looking at Xiao Qingyu's delicate face, the more plain it was, the more it highlighted her beauty. Without makeup, she found it hard to compete. In addition to her appearance, this woman had an exceptional memory. Where would she have a place to stand then? No, now is not the time to compare or think about these things. Xiao Zhiling stared at Xiao Qingyu in both fear and anger, probing her to see whether she was dead or alive and why she had suddenly appeared here. What's wrong, my dear sister? Aren't you happy to see your sister? Xiao Qingyu waved her hand and greeted her dear sister. You are not my sister. My sister has already left. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be her and appearing here? What is your purpose? As expected of Xiao Zhiling, no matter who the other party was, whether human or ghost, she could pretend to be this weak and helpless and boldly question and slander. In an apocalypse like this, could weakness really become a life-saving disguise? Unless one was a parasitic plant growing on external objects, like a vampire, using the host for protection while draining its nutrients to grow stronger. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but think of this type of plant from another world. I am your sister, Zhiling. Don't you remember your sister? You forgot that I fainted after drinking the soup laced with the soul-stirring drug you personally prepared, and was then taken away to be a bargaining chip for the zombie king? Xiao Qingyu lightly leaped into Xiao Zhiling's bedroom, slowly approaching her. No, you can't be her. You must be a ghost. She is already. Zhiling, take a closer look. I have a shadow. How could I be a ghost? Xiao Zhiling was even more surprised. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, feeling completely at a loss for how to handle the situation for the first time. As Xiao Qingyu approached, Xiao Zhiling gripped the weapon in her hand, ready to fight. Whether it was a person or a ghost, she would not let them continue to live. Xiao Qingyu naturally sensed Xiao Zhiling's small movements. You killed me in my past life, and now you want to kill me a second time? Fine, let's see if you have that ability. Xiao Qingyu curled her lips into a sneer, both contemptuous and playful. She continued to walk forward, and just as she was about to reach Xiao Zhiling, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. It was the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Leitang, and Xiao Zhiling's fiancé, her ex-boyfriend from her past life, Lin Xinhao, who had arrived just in time. They both still cared for Xiao Zhiling as always. Boom! Before Xiao Qingyu could say anything, a small rocket propelled toward her feet. In the blink of an eye, the wall behind her was blown apart with a large hole. Tsk. Fortunately, she dodged quickly. Otherwise, that hole would have appeared on her body. Xiao Qingyu did not expect that her biological father in her past life would be so ruthless toward her. In her memories, he was biased and often ignored her, but he would never allow her to be harmed or even die. As for sending her to trade with the zombie king, it was a joint scheme and trap set by Xiao Zhiling and Lin Xinhao. It seemed that Xiao Leitang was also a complete enemy now. Since he was an enemy, even though she shared his blood, she would not show mercy. Demon, hurry up and leave the Xiao family, leave this world. Xiao Leitang aimed his weapon at Xiao Qingyu again, ready to fire a second round. Let's see then whether your weapon is faster or my nails are quicker." As she spoke, Xiao Qingyu had already reached Xiao Jilin's side, grabbing her slender neck with one hand. The ordinary nails suddenly began to grow longer. Not only did they grow, but they also became extremely sharp. With a slight movement, her nails sliced through the woman's fair and delicate neck, blood flowing out as if it were about to spill. This action scared Xiao Leitang and Lin Xinhao half to death, especially Xiao Leitang, who immediately threw his weapon aside, indicating that he would no longer attack, allowing Xiao Qingyu to bypass Xiao Jilin. "That is your biological sister." "Huh, is this what a biological sister is like? Stealing her sister's boyfriend and plotting against her with that dog man, then lying that it was her sister's own choice to become the zombie king's sacrifice after drugging her?" Xiao Qingyu said a few more words, and her nails dug deeper into Xiao Jilin's neck. Sister, I was wrong. Please spare me." Xiao Jilin was now too afraid to breathe. She felt that if she moved even a little, those nails would pierce her throat immediately. "I don't quite like this attitude of admitting mistakes. So what do you want?" Xiao Leitang said impatiently. "Very simple. All of you, kneel down and apologize to me." Chapter 7. No tears until the coffin appears. Xiao Qingyu observed the change in the expressions of the two men. The beloved daughter and woman were in critical danger. Yet these two men still couldn't let go of their so-called face and dignity. Ha ha! When they humiliated her, I didn't care about her reputation or life. Did they ever consider her face and dignity? Xiao Qingyu increased the pressure in her hand, her nails directly slicing through Xiao Jilin's neck, blood gushing out. "Ah, Dad? Brother Xinhao, please, save me." Hearing the cry for help from his beloved, Lin Xinhao's expression showed some wavering. He clenched his fists and turned to test his future father-in-law's attitude. But Xiao Leitang remained unyielding, exuding an air of authority, showing no signs of softening. Lin Xinhao gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt down. "Qingyu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have deceived you. I shouldn't have played both sides. It's all my fault. Lin is innocent. You two are sisters. Whatever grievances you have, come at me to spare Lin." Seeing Lin Xinhao kneel and apologize, tears immediately streamed down Xiao Jilin's face. "Brother Xinhao, such a deep and affectionate scene. It's truly pitiful for this pair of star-crossed lovers. Should I play a fitting song for you and find some audience to applaud?" Xiao Qingyu mocked. Seeing her so unyielding, Xiao Jilin felt both angry and afraid. "Sister, are you really going to make our father kneel? He is our biological father. No matter how much you hate me, you can't force him like this. Are you still that filial and kind sister?" Great, another act beginning, trying to morally bind her. Xiao Qingyu had heard enough of this kind of rhetoric in her past life, her ears nearly calloused. "I've made myself very clear. Everyone kneels and apologizes, and not one less. Oh, and Xiao Jilin, you're no exception. Not only do you have to kneel and apologize, but you also need to bow and make amends." "What?" Xiao Jilin exclaimed in shock. "How can you do this?" Before she could finish, Xiao Leitang roared in anger, shaking the ceiling. Xiao Qingyu smiled contemptuously, quietly watching the other party. "Do you think the safe base and the Xiao family are places you can come and go as you please? Is this a place for you to act recklessly? Want me to kneel and apologize? That is absolutely impossible for hundreds of years." Xiao Leitang was so resolute not just because he loved his pride and would never bow to a girl who seemed defenseless. It was also because he had the entire Xiao family and the military power of the base backing him up. However, even with such powerful military might, they still feared the zombies, which were hard to eliminate and infinitely proliferating creatures. If they weren't afraid, they wouldn't risk their daughter's life to exchange for peace. Did the father think about how his daughter could easily come here? To put it bluntly, if you have enough strength to resist, does that mean I don't? Xiao Qingyu smiled as she raised a pitch-black pill. "This is a good thing, but unfortunately, there aren't many of them." Seeing her completely unafraid, Xiao Leitang was taken aback that she even pulled out a weapon. "Is it a smoke bomb, a small bomb, or poison? What are you trying to do?" He scolded harshly, trying to intimidate Xiao Qingyu into stopping. "Don't be afraid, this is a good thing. It doesn't need to be ingested. It just needs to be exposed to the air to take effect. I initially wanted to give you a chance to repent, but unfortunately, aside from Lin Xinhao, no one appreciated it. If you don't appreciate it, then I have no face to keep. After her words, Xiao Qingyu quickly threw the black pill to the ground, and the surroundings were instantly enveloped in thick smoke. Xiao Jilin felt an unknown great force pulling her away. She hurriedly cried out for help, but before she could shout a few words, she could no longer speak. Linea, Linlin, when the smoke dissipated, the original positions of Xiao Qingyu and Xiao Jilin were already empty. Damn it, it really was a smoke bomb. She must have taken Linner as a hostage to escape from the Xiao family. Once she leaves, who knows what more outrageous demand she might make when they meet again. Xiao Leiting was extremely angry inside. Lin Xinhao was about to cry out of anxiety. Useless thing. Besides this appearance, what else is there to attract people? Yet both of his daughters fell for this guy's genes. For a moment, Xiao Leiting thought, if he had cleaned up Lin Xinhao earlier, would his two daughters not have turned against each other, and things wouldn't have escalated to this point? But what he did not know was that with Xiao Jilin's nearly twisted mindset, even without Lin Xinhao, there would be Wang Xinhao, Lu Xinhao, and others. And the person who caused Xiao Qingyu's current state was not just those two. The father can hardly escape his guilt, and there are others coldly watching, waiting to feast on the blood bonds. None will escape. With her abilities, she shouldn't be able to run too far. Orders were given to seal off the base, allowing no entry or exit. Absolutely no suspicious person can be allowed to leave. Xiao Leiting took out his walkie-talkie, and with a command, the outside was instantly lit up, with sounds of heightened alert everywhere. Naturally, Lin Xinhai, who had just been reprimanded, dared not refute and hurriedly ran out the door. Useless, Xiao Leiting scornfully cursed. On the other side, Xiao Qingyu brought Xiao Jiling to the woods inside the base. It seemed that the materials were still insufficient. The teleportation pill couldn't support two people going to a farther place. Indeed, that was not a smoke bomb at all, but a teleportation black pill similar to the magic door. This was also the reason Xiao Qingyu could easily enter the Xiao family. The materials used were those shiny stones from the zombie's residence, and their functions were far from limited. Just as she was thinking, Xiao Jiling struggled and spat out the rag from her mouth. You dare to kidnap me? Father and brother Xinhai will definitely gather all their forces. And when that time comes, it will be your death. Be sensible and let me go quickly. Don't be foolish and end up regretting it. Xiao Qingyu looked down, coldly staring at her. Oh, really? I think the ones who don't shed tears until they see the coffin are you, right? This statement directly left Xiao Jiling dumbfounded. You dare to be so arrogant on the Xiao family's territory? Who gave you the courage? Of course, it's myself. Xiao Qingyu took out a snake from her pocket and let it crawl up her arm to wrap around Xiao Jiling's neck several times. This was one of the avatars of the Hydra captured by the Zombie King, now serving her. Xiao Qingyu thought to herself, once she finished her business with the Xiao family, she would find a piece of feng shui treasure land to make her residence, where she could safely make black pills and cultivate her dark magic. In a world plagued by beasts and zombies, how could one survive without real skills? What do you want? Xiao Jiling, raised in luxury, was no different from a spoiled young master. She was most afraid of creatures like snakes and mice. At this moment, a terrifyingly patterned snake, flicking its tongue, coiled around her neck, ice-cold and creepy. If she weren't afraid of being insulted or killed by Xiao Qingyu after fainting, she would definitely roll her eyes. Very simple. I want you to shut up. If you keep yelling, disturbing me and affecting my mood, this snake will immediately crawl into your mouth and devour your internal organs. Xiao Qingyu said in a nonchalant tone, successfully scaring Xiao Jiling into silence, no longer daring to say a word. After all, it was a real snake crawling in her mouth. Just thinking about it made her want to puke. If you had listened earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer this old sin. Seeing Xiao Jiling obediently shut her mouth, Xiao Qingyu thought her ears would finally be at peace. Remembering something, she added, remember, you can only speak when I need you to. I don't want to repeat myself. Understand? Not if you understand. Hearing words that sounded no different from training a dog, Xiao Jiling was so furious she could almost explode. But the poisonous snake on her neck was glaring at her, so she could only swallow her anger. I understand. To save her own life, Xiao Jiling lowered her proud head. At the same time, she secretly cursed everyone in her heart. Xiao Qingyu saw through Xiao Zhiling's little thoughts and couldn't be bothered with her, turning to observe her surroundings. So far, no one had discovered their whereabouts. It seemed that Xiao Leitang's proud base defense and monitoring system weren't all that great. Moreover, this kind of chip could be immune to other monitoring and infrared sensing devices. No wonder so much high-tech in the base couldn't detect their presence. But what about the positioning function? Xiao Qingyu looked at Xiao Zhiling with suspicion. Her own positioning chip had been removed before the sacrifice because Xiao Leitang thought she was doomed. Such a good thing couldn't be wasted as a burial item. But what about Xiao Zhiling? Her positioning chip wasn't on her wrist diamond chain. She must have secretly hidden it. Otherwise, how could Xiao Leitang and the others not have found them until now? Xiao Qingyu knew that Xiao Zhiling was not as harmless as she appeared. Instead, she had her own thoughts. She just hadn't expected that she would be so wary and resistant toward her father. I remember you know the route and the door lock code to the storage room. Now, take me there. What? Xiao Zhiling was shocked, but didn't dare to cry out loud, because the poisonous snake was still on her neck, flicking its tongue, glaring at her. Did you forget what I just told you? Hiss. As the girl's voice trailed off, the poisonous snake bared its fangs at Xiao Zhiling. Now, she didn't dare to question or resist any of Xiao Qingyu's commands. She immediately nodded, without hesitation. In front of her life, what storage room? Warehouse. She would even readily give Lin Xinhai to the other party. Isn't it just a man, a bit of supplies? Could those compare to her life? Let's go. After a while, they successfully reached the entrance of the storage room. Along the way, Xiao Qingyu used her memory and threats against Xiao Zhiling to successfully avoid all the paths with security and monitoring. Why did it have to be her leading the way? The answer was obvious, because of favoritism. Recalling her past life, Xiao Leitang stored most of the Xiao family supplies in a huge storage room, designing a very complex password with a strong security system inside. But for the internal members of the Xiao family, specifically Xiao Leitang and Xiao Zhiling, these security systems were merely decorations and wouldn't harm them at all. In her past life, she had been framed by the scheming Xiao Zhiling, accused of wanting to steal a large amount of supplies. But in fact, she didn't even know the address of the storage room or the unlocking code. Yet Xiao Leitang clearly knew this but still chose to favor Xiao Zhiling, locking her in a basement for reflection. During that time, she was only given unprocessed water, with not a single scrap of food visible. Xiao Qingyu closed her eyes. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhiling showed confusion and surprise. She wanted to ask what it meant, but the poisonous snake on her neck made her fear to speak. I want everything here, Xiao Qingyu said calmly, and then took out a storage space bag from her waist. As soon as the bag opened, everything in a vast storage room was swept away and automatically entered the space. That's right, everything. Xiao Zhiling's eyes widened, hardly believing what she was seeing, and even less believing that Xiao Qingyu was truly so ruthless and had such a big appetite. You. Xiao Qingyu glanced at her, smiling faintly. The phoenix eyes, with a hint of red at the corners, seemed to say, I took everything. Do you have any objections? Xiao Zhiling was so furious she couldn't catch her breath, and ended up rolling her eyes and fainting. Useless. But before leaving, the little poisonous snake dripped a drop of its venom into Xiao Zhiling's mouth. Xiao Qingyu watched, but did not stop it. After a while, Xiao Leitang found the fainted Xiao Zhiling, and then saw the empty storage room. He was utterly dumbfounded. All my supplies gone? Chapter 9. Building a home of her own. His clenched fists at his side tightened, the veins on the surface bulging. It was enough to prove how angry Xiao Leitang was at this moment. He even had thoughts of murder. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival of the fittest is the rule, and as the leader of a safe base, it's impossible not to have blood on your hands. Xiao Leitang suspected that Xiao Qingyu had kidnapped Xiao Zhiling and stolen all the supplies. He immediately ordered, chase her down. We must catch that damn girl. As soon as he finished speaking, much of Xiao Leitang's anger dissipated, and his rationality gradually returned. Wait a minute. She's just a girl. Even if she learned to use smoke bombs to confuse the senses and escape, how could she have stopped the chips and surveillance from locating her? But taking away all those supplies without a trace? After all, she's small and can hide. But how could she carry away so many things that would require several large trucks? Just as Xiao Leitang was filled with confusion, Lin Xinhao rushed over. Master, Miss Linlin has woken up. Liner is awake. The family doctor informed him that the second young lady was not seriously injured, with no wounds, just fainted from shock. It was all that unfilial girl's fault for daring to kidnap her own sister and threatening her into stealing. Once I catch her, I will make her pay a heavy price. Xiao Leiting angrily declared, then calmed down, approaching Xiao Zhiling's bedside and softly asking. What he wanted to clarify most was how that girl managed to take away the supplies. Could it be some magical space only found in TV dramas? Now that the apocalypse had come and he had seen zombies, it wouldn't be surprising if such a space did exist. If he could get his hands on that kind of magical space. A strange and excited smile appeared in Xiao Leiting's eyes. Dad, I'm sorry. Xiao Zhiling suddenly threw off the blanket and knelt on the ground, wanting to bow and apologize to him. What is going on? Xiao Leiting hurriedly helped Xiao Zhiling up, then encouraged her to tell him what had happened. Dad, you really don't blame me? Xiao Zhiling still felt a bit timid, knowing how terrible her actions were. How could he blame her when he was still feeling heartbroken? Good girl, just tell me. Okay. Seeing his daughter finally about to speak, Xiao Leiting's eyes lit up. Dad, it was me. I took all the supplies. What? This is impossible. How could you, a little girl, take so many supplies? What nonsense are you talking? Faced with her father's disbelief, Xiao Zhiling's emotions worsened, and she even felt a bit crazed, wanting to pounce on him. What I'm saying is true. Dad, you've always disliked that Xiao Qingyu, calling her the daughter of a shameless woman, not your own. But I was still jealous of everything she had. I should enjoy everything, including your love and the rights to those supplies. I thought these things would eventually be mine, so I put them all into a little pendant. Dad, you mustn't blame me. In fact, you should thank me. As Xiao Zhiling spoke, she suddenly laughed. If I hadn't taken everything, wouldn't Xiao Qingyu have gotten it for free? Ha ha, you're being outrageous. I see you've been scared out of your wits, saying such nonsense. Xiao Leiting was shocked by his daughter's madness and immediately called for a doctor to carefully examine her brain. Dad, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Don't treat me like Xiao Qingyu and drive your only biological daughter to death. Under the influence of venom, causing hallucinations and activating instincts. Xiao Zhiling was now as strong as an ox. Plus, the doctor was hesitant to use force for fear of hurting the precious young lady, so she easily broke free. The doctor was a man in his 30s who generally didn't like gossip. However, this was not ordinary gossip. This was the gossip of the leader of the base. The Xiao family. What? The eldest daughter of the Xiao family is not the biological daughter of the family head? The second young lady, who appears gentle and considerate in front of outsiders, is actually an ambitious shrew behind the scenes. My goodness, what a commotion! In my house. This could be talked about for days on end. Xiao Leiting naturally noticed the doctor's look of watching a show and felt a surge of anger. He said in a deep voice, "This is sinful. Someone, tie her up. First, gag her." After Xiao Zhiling was taken away, Xiao Leiting forcefully patted the doctor's shoulder, smiling kindly. You know what should be said and what shouldn't? What should be done and what shouldn't? I trust Dr. Wang knows this well. No need for further instructions. Of course, ahaha. I will definitely work hard to treat the second young lady. I will do my utmost. Talking to smart people is reassuring. In a certain open area, Xiao Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's really quiet here. It was also very desolate. There wasn't even a blade of grass within several miles, let alone people. Roar. This time, Xiao Qingyu didn't bring Xiao Wang to the Xiao family because she felt it wasn't the right time, and having only one Xiao Wang, even if it was powerful, would be easily outnumbered. She would have to consider Xiao Wang's life and death. To say something bluntly, Xiao Qingyu felt that Xiao Wang was a bit of a burden right now. But as her first sidekick, she wouldn't easily give it up. Now, she was just a few materials short of making that shape-changing black pill. The sky was about to brighten. First, let us see if there's any useful supplies. Have a good meal and plan to start working. Xiao Qingyu looked at the vast open space before her, revealing a determined smile. She wanted to build a house that belonged only to her here. Chapter 10. The second live streaming task when the storage space bag was opened. A virtual floating electronic screen popped up in front of her. It clearly labeled the names, quantities, attributes, uses, and so on of the contained supplies. A number 1 appeared below the square, with plus and minus signs on either side. Quite advanced. Food is complete, defense weapons are also complete. Iron minerals and herbs are all here. There's just not much freshwater, but that's fine. There's plenty in the cave over at Xiao Wang's side. After taking a look around, Xiao Qingyu was quite satisfied with these gains. However, she still hadn't built a house. Previously, she lived in a cave that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Completely natural, harmless, safe, and environmentally friendly. In this life, although she lived as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, her life wasn't too good, but it wasn't bad either. At least she and suffered from the harshness of wind and rain. If she had known this would be the case, she should have directly moved the entire storage room of the Xiao family over. Instead, she might as well find a cave to live in first. When she had time, she'd catch an architect, let him design it, erase his memory, and then let him go. Xiao Qingyu was decisive and fearless, but she also didn't want to harm innocent people. Let us leave it at that for now. Having a place to rest is enough. Xiao Wang, go look for any nearby caves that can shelter us. Remember, the space inside must be large, and there shouldn't be any other living creatures besides flowers and plants. If there are any, drive them away. The zombie king nodded and slowly left. After it left, Xiao Qingyu took out some pre-refined black potion from the storage space bag. She sprinkled it over this vast land. This way, the area would be marked by her, warning humans to stay away. Even animals, zombies, or other mutated creatures would not be able to step foot here without her permission. After finishing these tasks, Xiao Qingyu took out a few ready-to-eat canned goods from the space and had a hearty meal. It had been a long time since she had eaten such food. It tasted pretty good, but the texture definitely couldn't compare to fresh food. In her alternate world era, witches basically didn't need to eat. Occasionally, they would eat some fruits or potions, or catch a small beast that wasn't paying attention and roast it to eat. Fragrant and oily barbecued meat. Who wouldn't like it? Strange, I'm clearly not the kind of person who craves food. However, Xiao Qingyu quickly understood that in her previous life, under the manipulation of Xiao Zhiling, she often went hungry one moment and feasted the next. This body is probably only in its 20s, just the right age for growth and in need of nutrition. Xiao Zhiling, huh? Just as Xiao Qingyu finished speaking, a little black snake crawled slowly out of her sleeve. She almost forgot about this little guy. Why did you poison Xiao Zhiling? I didn't order you to do that. The little snake lowered its head, slowly flicking its tongue as if it was confessing to her. Everything has a spirit, except for mosquitoes, flies, and cockroaches. But Xiao Qingyu could use the black pill to command these creatures to do her bidding. It's fine, it shouldn't be deadly. Aside from possibly losing a limb, coughing up blood, or experiencing hallucinations and rambling, any of those situations would be enough to make that little white lotus suffer. It would also delay Xiao Leitang from coming to settle accounts with her. Good job, Little Poison. That's right, Little Poison is the name Xiao Qingyu gave. It's concise and to the point, much like Little King. The little snake immediately lifted its drooping head, and its tongue flicking speed and frequency became noticeably more cheerful. It seems that being praised made it very happy. By the way, Little Poison, drop a few drops of your venom for me. Xiao Qingyu took out a small bottle and placed it by the little snake's mouth. A few drops of dark, sinister venom slid down the bottle's body to the bottom. After securing it carefully, Xiao Qingyu decided to study what kind of effects this little snake's venom had. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Its size is really too big. When it walks forcefully, the ground seems to tremble a bit. Although the zombie king can't speak and has no expression, Xiao Qingyu sensed an air of unease from its somewhat disordered footsteps. It seems the search for a house isn't going very smoothly. What's wrong, Little King? Can't find a suitable cave? The zombie king shook its head. Xiao Qingyu continued to ask, so there's a suitable one, but you've encountered some trouble, right? The zombie king nodded. It seems there are some difficult creatures to drive away. Xiao Qingyu was a bit curious. Ordinary creatures should be scared off by such a terrifying giant as the zombie king. Even if they weren't scared off, it would be hard for them to have the power to make the zombie king flee in panic, right? Especially creatures that could live in caves are generally smaller animals. Even larger ones might just be tigers or bears. Could it be that there are wild men living in that cave? Or mutated creatures affected by nuclear waste? Let's go, Little King. Take me to meet that guy. At the cave entrance, before the person, snake, and zombie could get close, a horrifying roar echoed from inside. The warning and gunpowder-like meaning were quite clear. The creatures inside didn't want to be disturbed by living humans. "Hello, can you hear me? Don't be so fierce. Let's be friends and coexist peacefully, okay?" Xiao Qingyu said while casually walking inside, her pretty and delicate face full of smiles. This is called courtesy before force. Whether in the apocalypse or in another world, morality can only restrain those who have morals. Without a ruthless heart and stable ground, how can one get what they want? It must be said this cave is really big. The little king could easily enter. If possible, a 3-story villa could be built inside. Roar. A somewhat intimidating tiger's roar came from the depths of the cave. The massive sound wave shook the cave itself. A tiger? Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Her phoenix eyes fixed tightly on the dark area, waiting for the mutated tiger that wouldn't leave any room for negotiation and could intimidate the zombie king to show its true form. Just then, a jingling sound rang in her ear. Little 7, the interworld live broadcast system. The second task is about to begin. Chapter 11. This beastman doesn't follow the rules of martial arts. Xiao Qingyu looked around. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. Confirmed. Is the live broadcast happening now? Are the viewers in the live room supposed to judge based on this black screen and listen for sounds? Little 7. The background of this live broadcast is the beast world. Little 7. The content of this live broadcast task is to please the host to conquer the beastmen in the cave. Task difficulty: 3 stars. The beast world. How novel. Speaking of which, during the interworld era, she had seen half-human, half-beast creatures before. Is this task really 3-star difficulty? Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow. The difficulty doesn't seem high. It shouldn't be tricky. Moreover, she is no longer the defenseless weak woman she was at the beginning. She must have confidence. Just a beast man. Nothing to worry about. Little 7. The second interworld live broadcast is about to start. Please prepare adequately. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the cave suddenly seemed to be illuminated by a 1,000-watt light. Then, a huge virtual electronic screen appeared above the cave. Once this thing appears, all her words and actions will be broadcast live to another world. This time, there is no set time for the task. But in order to occupy this feng shui treasure land as soon as possible, Xiao Qingyu decided to make quick work of it. At this moment, the live broadcast room gradually became lively. The number of viewers skyrocketed to 4 digits in an instant, much better than the first live broadcast. Xiao Qingyu originally thought that the creatures in the beast world might be relatively idle, but accidentally glanced at the prominent titles in the live room. Taming the Wild Beastman. No wonder the comment section had a somewhat wild and outrageous vibe. 111. Wow, I want to see how it's tamed. 222. What a great name, a bit cheesy, but I love it. Take more shots. 333. You can't deny it. The host looks good. Really a top-notch female. I wonder what the male beastman looks like. So wild, funny face. Can't wait. 444. The one above is right. But why is there a stinky big guy following the host? Is he her pursuer or one of her husbands? If he is a husband, his taste is really not that great. The first few comments looked fine, but the latest long one made Xiao Qingyu frown. Previously, she had learned from ancient texts that in the beast world, there are more males than females, and competition among males is prevalent in marriage and other aspects. Some beast tribes practice monogamy, while others have polyandry. Although one should respect the rules of other worlds, Xiao Qingyu really wanted to scold them. If their appearance was unattractive, they could leave it to those in need of help. From where did they see that the little king, who was timid and couldn't even speak, was one of her husbands? Do they think that in the eyes of these beastmen, as long as there is one male and one female, there must be some relationship? At first, Xiao Qingyu was surprised that beastmen would also watch interworld live broadcasts, but then she thought about it. This world is originally full of strange shapes and forms, with everything. Perhaps that beast world is different from the primitive world that didn't even know about pots and pans. Having come to this realization, she still felt mentally exhausted. Life is not easy. Xiao Qingyu sighed, holding her forehead. 111. I heard a sound. Is that the wild beast man about to appear? 222. So excited. I think the host 1T have to exert much effort. This little appearance will surely tame that wild beast man perfectly. Taming by relying on looks? Xiao Qingyu frowned unhappily. Suddenly, clear footsteps echoed in front of her. With the light inside the cave, both sides could now see each other clearly. It was a strange creature. It had two heads, one of a tiger and one of a lion. The creature was massive, rivaling the height of the lying zombie king. Most importantly, this guy had a pair of eagle wings. This must be an orc, not a mutated monster from nuclear wastewater, right? It wasn't just Xiao Qingyu who was momentarily shocked. The live chat was buzzing with excitement, discussing this strange wild orc. 111. Wow, this thing is a bit too wild. ISNT it. 333. It's terrifying. The streamer is so small. How can she tame it? I heard these hybrid orcs have strange tempers. 444. To the commenter above, I've seen similar hybrid orcs before. They're either incredibly nice or extremely aggressive, and their combat power is off the charts. It's not an exaggeration to say they could wipe out an entire tribe if they wanted to. 555. I've read that hybrid orcs are infertile, so they generally don't get attracted to orcs of the opposite sex. But once they get angry, they can be deadly, regardless of gender. 666. Wow. That is too scary. The streamer is so pretty. I hope nothing happens to her. Combat power off the charts? Xiao Qingyu glanced at the strange-looking, fierce-looking creature she would temporarily call the lion-tiger-eagle beast. The system had said that the difficulty of this live broadcast task was only 3 stars. Although this lion-tiger-eagle beast was large, it wasn't bigger than the zombie king. Even if it had wings to fly, the cave wasn't tall enough for it to showcase its aerial combat skills. Besides, she had a little venomous snake. No matter how powerful this lion-tiger-eagle beast was, it couldn't possibly be immune to all poisons, right? That would be too overpowered. Roar. The zombie king sensed the threat emanating from the lion-tiger-eagle beast and immediately stepped forward, shielding its master behind it. The little venomous snake also quietly climbed up the zombie king's leg, reaching its neck to hide and observe, waiting for the right moment. If that lion-tiger-eagle beast dared to harm its master, it would rush over, bite its neck, and inject it with a full dose of poison. The little snake excitedly wagged its tail tip, clearly confident in its venom. With everything ready, it was just a matter of when a lion-tiger-eagle beast would attack to start the battle. Xiao Qingyu sat down on the ground, ready to concoct her black pills. If the beast didn't behave, one pill would surely make it obedient like a dog. As the lion-tiger-eagle beast made a sound, the live chat was once again lively. Some were worried about the streamer, while others were eager to see the show. Xiao Qingyu smiled slightly, waiting for her prey to take the bait. However, the development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Oh, beautiful female, my heart was captured at first sight. This orc has already surrendered before being tamed. ISNT that a bit against the rules of combat. Chapter 12. A bet with the lion-tiger-eagle beast, not just Xiao Qingyu. But the orcs in the live chat were also stunned. 111. Is this miraculous and absurd development for real? 222. Could be a performance for us? But it doesn't seem like it. I'm truly shocked. 333. Sisters, I just flipped through an ancient book and found out that this hybrid orc is actually a beauty lover. It likes good-looking orcs. No wonder it ISNT attacking. TSK, the marriage view in the beast world is hard to agree with. Xiao Qingyu sighed. She couldn't accept that she would be liked by a lion-tiger-eagle beast. My language is speechless. Moreover, Xiao Qingyu discovered something important. Since this lion-tiger-eagle beast had taken a liking to her, saying it was captured, in a sense, she had also tamed it, right? Why had she received any task completion notification yet? Indeed, a difficulty of 3 stars wasn't just a joke. Besides winning its heart, it had to submit physically as well. Beautiful female, why don't you want to meet me? Seeing Xiao Qingyu hiding behind the zombie king, silent and out of sight, the lion-tiger-eagle beast couldn't help but continue speaking, its tone filled with confusion and confidence in its own strength and appearance. You this big, clumsy husband, dirty and smelly, moving slowly, even fled when I threw stones at you. How can an orc like you, with no looks and no abilities, protect her? Why not follow me? I'm willing to share this cave with you. I'll hunt any ordinary beast you want to eat. The lion-tiger-eagle beast had some brains. knowing that the Zombie King's most vulnerable spot was its head. Unfortunately, it had a brain, but not much. Hearing such domineering words, Xiao Qingyu was speechless, almost wanted to laugh. Once, there was a guy who liked to say these greasy lines to her, and he was loyal and devoted. But later, he became one of the ingredients when Xiao Qingyu practiced black magic. The backstory was long and cliché. At that moment, the live chat became lively again. 111. It's so handsome and domineering. Streamer, please agree to it. It looks like it will treat you well. 222. Agreed, just for its looks and loyalty. I'm going to send gifts to the streamer. I'll give you the few cows and sheep I have stocked up. 333. I want it too. I have a lot of cabbages and carrots, since it's a rabbit orc. If the streamer doesn't mind, please accept them. What is going on? Xiao Qingyu glanced at the live chat. Sure enough, everyone started sending gifts, and they were all meat, vegetables, and some rare herbs. Quite generous. It seems she wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. But the premise is that she must complete the task to receive all the rewards in the live stream. Just as Xiao Qingyu was contemplating whether to reward herself with a barbecue after finishing, the lion, tiger, eagle, beast started causing a stir again. It thought the other party was reluctant to part with her husband, so it shamelessly declared war on the Zombie King. In the beast world, many beast tribes indeed have such rules. If several males are interested in a female, they can compete, and the winner gains the female's favor, a fair competition. Even if that female has a partner, if she is willing, she can engage in peaceful combat to choose her desired partner. Orcs and humans are fundamentally different. Thinking of the live broadcast task, Xiao Qingyu cleared her throat and finally spoke. Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll agree to be your partner. Just kidding. The lion, tiger, eagle, beast was overjoyed at these words, its voice brimming with excitement. You finally want to give me a chance? Ah, not really. Xiao Qingyu sneered inwardly. There is probably no one in the world who could enter her eyes, let alone a hybrid orc. Don't rush. I haven't mentioned the punishment if you lose. Immersed in the joy of potentially winning a partner's heart, the lion, tiger, eagle, beast didn't catch the disdain and indifference in Xiao Qingyu's tone. You say, I'll accept anything. If you lose, you'll obediently give up the cave and become my servant at my beck and call. As soon as the words fell, the live chat started buzzing again. 111. The streamer doesn't seem like it, looking so thin and weak, yet she's so domineering. 222. Go for it. I love watching competitive scenes like this. 333. Brothers and sisters, let us send gifts. The number of viewers in the live stream had skyrocketed to 5,000. No matter what creature, no matter which world, they couldn't escape the tendency to enjoy the excitement. Do you dare to agree? If it weren't for the sake of the live broadcast effect, she would have acted long ago, wasting her efforts. Not agreeing is fine. If you're willing to give me a chance, I naturally have to agree. Beautiful female, please rest assured, I will definitely win. Even if I win, I will still obey your commands. Are all male creatures so fond of sweet talk? Xiao Qingyu gave the Zombie King a glance, signaling it to take action. Following the command, the Zombie King lifted its foot and was about to smash it down on the lion, tiger, eagle, beast, fully utilizing its size advantage. The little venomous snake also did its best to hide, waiting for the right moment. If the Zombie King couldn't win, it would jump in. The lion, tiger, eagle, beast had the markings of 3 different beasts, so it was 3 against 2, and they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Qingyu found a relatively safe spot, sat down, and quietly watched the battle. Having subordinates is great. She didn't even have to get her hands dirty. As expected, the cave's limited space would confine part of the strength of both the lion, tiger, eagle, beast and the Zombie King. Just as the lion, tiger, eagle, beast was pressing its advantage, flying towards the Zombie King's head with its sharp claws ready to strike. The little venomous snake quickly lunged forward, spraying its venom into the lion, tiger, eagle, beast's gaping mouth. Roar! The lion, tiger, eagle, beast's eyes widened. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes back and uncontrollably crashed its wings into the cave wall. Chapter 13. No worries about food and drink. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingyu's pupils dilated slightly. Indeed, it was quite spectacular. Now, she seemed to understand a bit why the viewers in the other world loved watching live streams so much. It was quite interesting. What a pity that she didn't have such fun things during her time in the other world. It could have helped pass the time. The live stream chat was filled with people cheering it on. Unfortunately, the lion, tiger, eagle beast was deeply poisoned and had already crashed into so many rocks. Completely exhausted and unable to lift its head, let alone stand up and fight again. 111. Is it going to fall down now, little brother? Get up. Your partner is going to fly away. 222. Boo-hoo, it hurts my heart. 333. What kind of beast tribe is this big guy? I can't tell at all. It's so powerful, and the black strips it sprays can actually release venom. 444. That's right, it was too fast. I couldn't see what it was at all. Can't see it. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the little venomous snake. It truly lived up to her expectations. Of course, the little king was also impressive. She would grill some skewers later to reward it. I, having lost, am willing to accept defeat and serve you as your servant at your command. After regaining its strength, the lion, tiger, eagle beast struggled to stand. It lowered its head, adopting a submissive posture. It's tamed. 222. Although you didn't win, you've gained the chance to stay by the hostess side. As long as you put in the effort, there's no corner you can't pry loose. Keep it up. Cough. This perspective shouldn't be learned. 333. Regardless, the host is still impressive, having tamed this wild beast person both inside and out. Such a good-looking and powerful streamer. Let's shower her with gifts. 444. Let's do it. Xiao Qingyu saw her popularity increasing significantly. I wonder if this thing will have rewards? All right, from now on, you are my servant. Are you willing? The lion, tiger, eagle beast buried its head even lower, half kneeling. Master, I am completely loyal. Little 7, congratulations, host. The task of taming the beast person has been completed. Little 7, the host will receive a treasure book, and all the gift from the live stream will be converted into physical income in the storage space bag. Little 7, this live stream is about to end. Countdown. Tiny. A treasure book? What is that? Xiao Qingyu recalled her experience from the first live stream task and temporarily set this matter aside. She smiled and expressed her gratitude to the audience in the live stream, promising to present better content next time. Just as her words fell, the electronic voice of the live stream system, Little 7, also finished. The large screen above her head immediately disappeared. Xiao Qingyu put away her fake smile. Acting friendly was truly exhausting. She picked up the black pill in her hand and walked over to the lion, tiger, eagle beast. Eat this. As my servant, you cannot ask why. You must execute it immediately. The lion, tiger, eagle beast hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing this, it took the black pill and swallowed it. It was still confused as to why the beautiful female was suddenly so indifferent to it. However, as the pill went down, everything went dark and it could see nothing, let alone think. Hisses clearly, it didn't understand why its master, after going through so much trouble to subdue a servant, would immediately want to kill it. Why didn't she just let it finish off that big guy during the fight? It had thoughts that should not have arisen, so it needed to be eliminated. Xiao Qingyu extended her finger and gently stroked the little venomous snake's cold skin, her tone cold as she explained, as my subordinate, you can only be loyal. No other messy thoughts are allowed. If you are disloyal or detrimental to me, I will eliminate you without hesitation. The little venomous snake trembled upon hearing this. Clearly, it was one of the 9-headed snakes, the one with the most toxins. Yet now, it felt a different kind of dread, of fear stemming from the heart. This was the poison of the heart, and such a powerful person was its master. Good. Xiao Qingyu sensed the little venomous snake's fear and admiration, tapping its head with her fingertip. As long as it obeyed, she wouldn't casually kill it. After all, without them, everything would have to be done by her. And that would be exhausting. Not wanting to think about this anymore, Xiao Qingyu estimated that the effects of that black pill would take a while to wear off. Since it was quiet now, she might as well ask Little 7 some questions to clear up her doubts. Little 7, are you there? Little 7, I'm here. Dear host, how can I assist you? I want to ask, what is the function of the popularity value in the live stream? And what is that treasure book for? As she asked, Xiao Qingyu took out the treasure book from her storage space bag. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary, unremarkable book. Little 7, dear host, if the popularity value in the live stream reaches a certain level, it can trigger hidden tasks. Completing hidden tasks will yield hidden rewards. If hidden tasks cannot be completed, the next hidden task cannot be activated, and the popularity value will stagnate. Xiao Qingyu nodded. Hidden tasks, hidden rewards. Little 7. The purpose of the treasure book is that as long as the host can find anything you need inside, it can be turned into reality for your use. Initially, she thought a 3-star task reward wouldn't be too good, but upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu's eyes lit up. However, she continued to ask calmly, then, after these things become reality, can they be used permanently? Or is there a time limit? Little 7. Dear host, the items in the treasure book have a time limit. But not all. Each page will have annotations next to the content. Little 7. For items with limitations, the current time limit is 30 minutes. The duration can be extended through hidden rewards later on. So that is how it is. She thought it would at least last a day. But it turned out to be only half an hour. Xiao Qingyu nodded, then stopped communicating with Little 7 through her mind. She opened the treasure book and saw many things she needed inside. With this book, she would no longer have to worry about food and drink, nor about clothing and sustenance. After a while, the effects of the pill wore off, and the lion, tiger, eagle beast woke up. When it came to, its eyes were clear and bright, mixed with a hint of foolishness. Do you still remember who I am? Chapter 14. Abundant freshwater source, Xiao Qingyu asked. In fact, there was no need to test, as she was very confident in her black pill. This is in a previous life, just to be safe. The griffin beast stared at Xiao Qingyu for a while, then lowered its head and said, Respected master, I certainly remember you. I am your mount, absolutely loyal. At your service. Look, the medicine works well. Xiao Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. No matter what you were called before, from today on, you shall be called Little Knight, responsible for my travels. As always in naming style. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qingyu added, Besides that, you must ensure your fur is smooth and tidy. To reiterate, she has a cleanliness obsession. Little Knight obeys. The brainwashed griffin beast replied decisively, completely forgetting its previous thoughts. By the way, Little Knight, can you transform into a human form? Xiao Qingyu thought of another question. Beastmen are half beast, half human. They seem to have both beast and human forms. If this creature can turn into a human, it feels a bit off to have it as a mount. If she had known from the start, she wouldn't have insisted on it. The zombie king, once cleaned up, could also be accepted on her shoulder. Normally, beastmen can transform after turning 18 and engage in courtship and reproduction. But I am the offspring of 3 beast hybrids. Transforming into a human will be very difficult. The griffin beast paused and continued. 20 is a critical age. Either you can transform after turning 20, or you will never be able to. I see. Xiao Qingyu pondered. She guessed that the griffin beast must have already turned 18, and if it wasn't 20 yet, it would be soon, at most 2 years left. Master, if you need, I can give up the chance to transform into a human and stay by your side in beast form for life. The griffin beast guessed something from Xiao Qingyu's reaction and immediately expressed its stance. It is currently 18 years and 4 months old, and has a little over a year until the time to transform. This day is a choice for it. The master has said that to be her follower, one must be loyal and not question why, just do as told. If the master truly does not want it, it is willing to give up the chance to transform. Let's talk about it later. Xiao Qingyu felt a bit of headache. She felt like there was something weighing on her conscience. Perhaps it was one of the few remnants of her conscience. All right, let us set up the cave first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Xiao Qingyu took out many necessary items from the treasure book and directed the big guy and the griffin beast to move and arrange them. The little poisonous snake also wanted to help, but it was too small. It would be lucky not to get squished. After some effort, the originally empty cave underwent a big transformation. There was a carpet, a kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and even a dressing room. A magical barrier was also set up at the cave entrance to block insects and keep humans away, since it appeared as a mountain to humans and other creatures. Xiao Qingyu used to have a large dressing room filled with her favorite shawls, cloaks, witch outfits, various staffs, magic wands, and hats and jewelry. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, and she is no exception. As the strongest witch of the Otherworld era, her equipment must also be the strongest and most gorgeous. Although she hadn't done much, she just wanted to take a hot bath. She had only hurriedly washed her face at the Xiao family. The previous situation was urgent, but now that there were no trivial matters bothering her, she had to wash properly. However, fresh water is extremely scarce in the apocalypse. Even drinking is a problem, let alone bathing. The Xiao family was better off, but in other places, ordinary people could only shower and wash with simply treated nuclear-contaminated water. Over time, skin would be affected. How could she, with her cleanliness obsession, tolerate that? The treasure book was great for everything, except it didn't have water. Do you know where there's fresh water? Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Qingyu assigned tasks to her 3 subordinates. Little Night said it drank the water from a cave. But Xiao Qingyu saw that although the water was not polluted, it had many impurities and needed to be filtered before use. The treasure book did have filters, but they had a time limit. It would probably only filter enough water for 1 bath in half an hour, right? After washing, wouldn't it need to be rinsed again? As for the little poisonous snake, it shook its head, indicating it didn't drink much water and didn't know where to find any. It relied on eating leaves, fruits, or the juices from plant roots to replenish moisture. Roar. The zombie king started a gesture. It was clear it wanted to express something, but since it couldn't speak, its body language seemed urgent and clumsy. Xiao Qingyu sighed helplessly. Look at my memory, I forgot again. Little king, wait a moment. Anyway, it's been dirty for a while. It doesn't matter to wait a little longer. Xiao Qingyu instructed the griffin beast to chop some wood, start a fire, and set up her large black pot. She rummaged through her storage space and found the herbs she had received as rewards from the live broadcast. True to the beast world, rare herbs were even more plentiful than in the otherworld era. After selecting them, she added them all to the pot without a drop of water and simply boiled them down. The mixture turned thick and black, filling the cave with the unpleasant, pungent smell of the medicinal concoction. Xiao Qingyu used a wooden spoon to scoop out the nearly dried, sticky black medicinal liquid and placed it on a relatively smooth stone. Wearing gloves, she began to knead. Before long, a black medicinal pill was freshly made, still steaming. Eat. The zombie king didn't hesitate. It took it and swallowed it directly. Roar. The black medicinal pill took effect, and white smoke began to rise around the zombie king, as if its body was spontaneously combusting. Listening to its cries, Xiao Qingyu displayed an expectant smile. This was a transformative process. How could one succeed without enduring some hardship? Meanwhile, the little poisonous snake and the griffin beast trembled in fear at this scene. However, the smoke quickly dissipated and the transformed zombie king appeared before everyone. Its originally dark skin turned into a healthy wheat color. The foul smell dissipated, and its black hollow eyes became like those of an ordinary person. Its bulk magically shrank, and its clothes hung loosely on it. On the surface, the zombie king looked no different from an ordinary person, but it was essentially still a zombie, not needing food, drink, or rest. All right, now we can take us to find the fresh water source. The zombie king nodded. Yes, master. It actually could talk now. I know of a place with plenty of fresh water near the ocean. Chapter 15. The strange village with a mount. Traveling became convenient. Xiao Qingyu sat on the griffin beast's back, with the little poisonous snake coiled around her wrist, following the zombie king through the deserted forest. The apocalypse's impact on humanity was not just about food, clothing, and shelter, but also other aspects. For example, the drones, monitoring devices, and infrared sensors that used to fly overhead are now unable to function on a large scale. Except for inside safe bases, most disciples cannot achieve widespread monitoring. And there are even few people living outside, because outside, safety and resources cannot be guaranteed. While deep in thought, they had already reached their destination. This was the sea behind the cave. There were almost no people or other creatures. This sea should be part of the same area where the zombies lived. Xiao Qingyu had excellent eyesight, and with a telescope, she could clearly see a tall mountain standing in the middle of the distant ocean. Little king, is this the fresh water source you mentioned? Xiao Qingyu looked around and found no particularly clean water sources. This sea area was also dark and emitted an unpleasant odor of nuclear waste. No wonder no creatures could survive. After searching for a long time, she discovered something resembling a wellhead among several giant stones by the sea. Yes, master. The zombie king slowly walked over, glanced at the natural stone well formed by the surrounding stones, and nodded. It told Xiao Qingyu that it had been here a long time ago and had accidentally found this stone well, which contained clean water just like that inside the mountain. To avoid being discovered by humans, the stones around the well, taller than 2 people, were personally moved by it. Over the years, some of the stones had cracked, allowing Xiao Qingyu to see the hidden well inside. Now that the master needed it, the zombie king moved 2 large stones away without waiting for orders, making it convenient for the master to come and go freely. Well done. Xiao Qingyu walked over and saw that the water level in the well had risen to almost parallel with the wellhead. After so many years, no one had discovered it, and no one had occupied it. The water inside should be ample. She scooped some water from the well with a leaf, smelled it at her nose, and let the little poisonous snake take a sip. It was safe. Next, she had the zombie king scoop out a lot of water with a small bucket and put it into a container. All right, let's get to work. Xiao Qingyu took out her tools and directed the zombie king and the lion tiger eagle beast to operate, using a specially designed pipe. She connected the well to the shower, sanitation, and kitchen facilities in the cave. With 2 large subordinates helping, the work was completed quickly. Xiao Qingyu was reluctant to admit that she was hungry. The ordinary human body from her previous life just couldn't withstand such hardships, especially since she hadn't eaten anything for most of the day. Little Rider, Little Poison, are you hungry? She casually asked on the way back. Master, I'm not too hungry. Hiss. The little poisonous snake also wanted to speak, but couldn't, and the master didn't reward it with a pill that enabled it to talk. Whoa, not too hungry, but still hungry. Speak up if you have something to say in the future. Back in the cave, Xiao Qingyu took out various meats rewarded by the orcs from her storage bag and many seasonings from her treasure book. Cutting, deboning, marinating, skewering, lighting a fire, and grilling meat. She had the zombie king do the more laborious tasks, while she only copied sprinkling the seasonings, which was simple and easy work. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the cave. Originally not very hungry and not particularly fond of meat, the little poisonous snake began to drool. The zombie king had no sense of smell or taste and couldn't feel hunger. However, seeing such delicious barbecue, it couldn't help but stare. Eating is a basic need, truly. Even a creature couldn't escape the allure of food. Eat up, there's plenty. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand grandly, giving off a vibe of follow me, and you'll have meat to eat. After eating and drinking to their fill, they took a bath. The zombie king and the lion tiger eagle beast cleaned up, while the little poisonous snake washed the fruits with its non-toxic tail and served them to Xiao Qingyu one by one. Life was so comfortable. Outside, it was already bright, and Xiao Qingyu wondered if it was inappropriate to sleep at this time. As soon as she finished speaking, she denied it in her heart. Living a life. Comfort is what matters. No matter how high the sun rose, it would eventually set. What if the day and night were reversed? One still had to live through day after day. Forget it, sleep. The zombie king, who didn't need sleep, consciously came to the entrance and blocked the light from outside. Instantly, it felt like the cave had entered the night. Drowsiness surged over her like a flood. Xiao Qingyu lay down on the large bed she had carefully selected from the treasure book. The soft and comfortable mattress, quilt, and pillow gradually smoothed out the various emotions she had upon arriving in the apocalypse. Exhaustion, anger, fatigue, and so on. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. The lion tiger eagle beast lay on the ground nearby, half asleep and half awake. The little poisonous snake yawned, curled up by the pillow, and fell into a deep slumber. She didn't know how long she had slept. Xiao Qingyu opened her eyes in a daze. What time is it? The little poisonous snake immediately handed her the alarm clock from the bedside table. It's 4:27 in the afternoon. That nap was quite long and also very comfortable. It had been a long time since she had felt this relaxed. In just 2 short days, it felt like she had lived a lifetime. The torment. Xiao Qingyu entered the semi-enclosed changing room and changed into a witch outfit she had personally made. A burgundy long dress with a strapless design that perfectly showcased her beautiful collarbone. As for the cleavage, Xiao Qingyu had always disliked showing it, so she covered it up more securely. Although it was called a long dress, it wasn't overly long. Otherwise, movement would be inconvenient, especially if it dragged on the ground. It would get dirty, which would be such a pity and heartbreaking. Let's go for a stroll. After familiarizing herself with her outfit, Xiao Qingyu mounted her steed. To avoid drawing attention, she had the zombie king stay home to guard. She left the cave with the little poisonous snake and the little rider. The zombie king sat back at the cave entrance, watching them leave together. Not knowing how long they walked, Xiao Qingyu found that this area was indeed deserted, with no people around, let alone anything else. Hiss! The little poisonous snake looked up at her, seemingly asking, "Are we going to continue?" Continue. Finally, they saw a small village at the foot of the mountain. This village was really tiny, with only about 20 households. It also gave off a very strange feeling. Xiao Qingyu squinted her eyes. Let's go take a look. Chapter 16. What's terrifying is not the monsters, but the people upon reaching the village entrance. Xiao Qingyu let the little poisonous snake go ahead to scout. She suspected this was an abandoned village. After all, the village was far from the safe base managed by the Xiao family. And, in this world, anyone who wanted to survive would flock to the major safe bases that had weapons and resources. There were hardly any villages or towns left where people lived independently. After communicating with it, Xiao Qingyu learned that there were indeed people in this village, and almost every household had several members. However, as soon as dusk approached and the sun was about to set, people would hide in their homes and not come out. Now it was 5:40 in the afternoon, and the sunset was approaching, bringing in the darkness. Some frightening entities, unknown if they were human or ghost, were about to begin their nightly revelry. Hiss! Xiao Qingyu was deep in thought. She wasn't the type to meddle in others' business. But this village indeed gave off a vibe that kept strangers at bay while also drawing her in to explore. Why not go in for a walk? Perhaps I'll encounter some live streaming tasks or trigger hidden missions to gain hidden rewards. Xiao Qingyu now possessed the ability and materials to create black pills and black potions. She was eager to restore her black magic. With this power, she could ensure her safety and smooth sailing in the apocalypse. She was the strongest witch. Let us go in and see what monsters are inside. The little poisonous snake was clearly excited and eager for the excitement, showing enthusiasm from the very beginning. Now that it had the master's approval, its tail was wagging rapidly. Xiao Qingyu thought it shouldn't be a poisonous snake, but rather a little dog. If Little Poison were a dog, its tail would definitely be wagging vigorously. One person, one beast, and one snake quietly stepped into the village as night fell. Just as the little poisonous snake had said, it was pitch black inside, and no one dared to come out. The roads in the village were quite old, still dirt paths, and not paved with concrete. Xiao Qingyu was glad she had a steed. Otherwise, her newly changed shoes would have gotten dirty. The streetlights on both sides of the road were either broken or intentionally turned off. Every household's doors and windows were tightly shut with curtains drawn. Such caution and fear made the air feel filled with a strange scent. As they walked, they passed by a relatively small, old, and dilapidated house. This family had a dog. Don't ask her how she knew, because when they passed by, the dog let out an angry yet fearful growl. Dogs have keen noses and could definitely smell the unfamiliar scent on them early in the morning, feeling scared. After all, the little beast was a lion-tiger-eagle hybrid, naturally instilling a sense of oppression and fear in dogs. It was precisely because they reached the door that this loyal dog, worried about its owner's family being harmed, couldn't help but bark, trying to drive them away. Shoo! Shoo! Why are you barking? Be quiet, or do you want to die? However, the dog's good intentions were met with scolding from its owner. They tried to keep their voices down as much as possible, fearing that something might hear them. Although there was blame in their tone, there was more worry and fear. It was evident that there was really some monster in this village that devoured people without leaving bones. So interesting. Xiao Qingyu smiled and continued walking. She decided not to scare them anymore. The village was small, and they quickly walked through it all. Every household was in the same condition as that one. Doors and windows locked tight, curtains drawn, silent with not a sound, pitch dark with no light visible. But as Xiao Qingyu walked this way, she didn't find anything strange about the people or creatures. So, what exactly made the village so fearful and cautious? While she was pondering, the little beast suddenly raised its head and sniffed around. Master, I smell something very strange nearby. It's a bit like a human and a bit like a beast. Almost forgot, the lion-tiger-eagle hybrid had the bloodlines of 3 types of beastmen, with broader vision and a keener sense of smell. Xiao Qingyu quietly asked, "Is it a beastman like you?" If so, it was no wonder the ordinary people inside were so timid and terrified. Surprisingly, the little beast shook its head. I sniffed carefully, and it doesn't feel much like my kind. Then, let's keep an eye on the area and wait for that guy to reveal its true form. Xiao Qingyu didn't express her own speculation, but she was certain that the creature would not find their whereabouts. So, it would come out to cause trouble as usual. Feeling bold and at ease, after finding a hiding spot, Xiao Qingyu narrowed her eyes, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. About 10 minutes later, the back door of an inconspicuous house at the edge of the village quietly opened. A monster covered with various beastly organs stealthily took a long detour to the entrance of the village. At first glance, it looked like a huge monster with a cow's head, a fox's tail, and tiger-striped bear paws. But if one got closer and looked carefully or had a strong sense of observation and smell, they would know what it really was. Under Xiao Qingyu's watch, the monster swaggered down the village road. It knocked on the door on the east side, scratched a tree at the west side, and urinated blood on a nearby utility pole, as if deliberately leaving traces behind. In this way, the monster made a fuss near almost every household in the village, causing some destruction. Seeing this, the little beast quietly expressed its confusion. Is this guy making such a big commotion just to cause destruction? It seems a bit too idle, doesn't it? Master, I don't think there's anything worth watching now. It's just too idle. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyu chuckled. You haven't encountered such creatures enough. Today is just to open your eyes, so wait and see. Since the master had spoken, the lion-tiger-eagle hybrid could only continue to wait. They waited from night until almost dawn. The first house at the village entrance quietly opened its door and quickly placed something at the doorstep. Then, the remaining households followed suit. They skillfully cleaned up footprints and similar signs, took off specially made animal skins, and hid them somewhere, revealing their true selves as ordinary villagers. It turned out to be for supplies. Xiao Qingyu smiled. What made this village feel scared was never a monster, but a person who liked to play tricks. More terrifying than ghosts are people. Greedy people. Chapter 17. I have a plan to reveal the monster. Xiao Qingyu thought of the Earth star she read about in ancient books. At that time, there was no nuclear waste, no rampant waste of resources, and the world was still beautiful and peaceful. But some greedy people, for their own benefit, didn't hesitate to harm other compatriots and recklessly destroy nature. In the end, they faced backlash. The entire Earth star lost its former prosperity and beauty, entering a grayish apocalypse. Some civilizations and technologies regressed or even disappeared. Xiao Qingyu's eyes darkened, because she came from a future world, a different era where humanity was almost extinct. Only a small number of witches, hunters, knights, farmers, and so on survived on their own merits, with little conflict or interaction. The living environment and tools shifted from modernized machine information to ancient times. Green plants flourished. There were no electronic devices and no complicated jobs or relationships. In short, the apocalypse continued to degrade into a different world era. It was fate's arrangement, irreversible. She considered herself quite selfish. Few people are unselfish. It's just that her selfishness is different from those of others. How exactly? Xiao Qingyu couldn't say, nor did she want to explain much. She wanted to have the opportunity to make those selfish bastards who oppress defenseless women pay a painful price. However, after witnessing today, Xiao Qingyu found that there were still many ordinary people in the world, just like in her past life, who had suffered greatly. Perhaps heaven also pities these people. It hoped that someone could help these innocent people who were forced into harm. Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath and decided to investigate the situation. At this time, it was already bright. The household at the end of the village had moved the looted items somewhere. It seemed they were inside the house, possibly in some basement. Otherwise, today's events wouldn't be just once or twice. With supplies not being a pile or two, it would be hard to hide and easy to discover. Xiao Qingyu sent the little poisonous snake inside to find where the items were hidden, because it was small and agile. The little beast circled above to watch over this household. She had to act alone. Knowing her master had great skills, the two subordinates wouldn't worry too much. Moreover, the lion-tiger-eagle hybrid had a broad field of vision and good strength. If it noticed its master was in trouble, it would definitely find out and rush over in the first instance. After dividing the tasks, Xiao Qingyu found a rather shabby piece of clothing from her storage space. Initially, she thought about smearing some dirt on her face to pass for an ordinary villager. But she couldn't resist her obsessive cleanliness. Xiao Qingyu gave up, thinking that as long as she acted well, the exterior wasn't that important. In her past life, she naturally looked demure and charming. But she wasn't accustomed to pretending to be wronged or pitiful, nor would she insincerely say anything flattering or lie. Otherwise, what would be the point of having someone like Xiao Zhiling, that green tea? Arriving at the village entrance, some diligent families had already gotten up early. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu, they were shocked, but not overly exaggerated. This indicated that outsiders had come to this village before, but not very often. And such occurrences might happen only after a long time. Water, water. Xiao Qingyu showcased her acting skills. Her face was turned towards the sky, impossible to touch the ground. After fainting, not even half a minute later, she heard footsteps getting closer and closer. Oh dear, how did this child suddenly faint? What should we do? It was a kind-hearted person. Xiao Qingyu continued to pretend to be unconscious, waiting for the right moment. After all, there are a few phrases that have been passed down through the ages that say it well. In poor mountains and bad waters, there are crafty people. Pity the poor, for they must have something to be hated. She can help, but she cannot be a saint, blindly helping those who appear pitiful without understanding the reality. Just then, she gulped down some clean water. The taste was similar to the fresh water she found in the stone well, but not as sweet. There wasn't much purified water left at home, and she didn't know when this child would wake up. A middle-aged man said from a distance, "Even if there's not much left, we should first save her. Look at her, so thin and small, truly a pitiful child." A middle-aged woman nearby added, "It seems that water was what she fed to herself." Well, that's true. This child probably escaped from some other neglected place. It's a pity that the resources we have here are already scarce, and that monster is becoming greedier, truly pushing us poor people to the edge. Xiao Qingyu silently listened, taking these words to heart. For such scum that sacrifices others for gain, letting them live is a waste of air. Judging the time, Xiao Qingyu pretended to just wake up. "Where am I?" "Good child, you're awake," the middle-aged woman exclaimed, her face lighting up, and she kindly helped her sit up, propping her back with a pillow. "Child, you look to be about 17 or 18. Where did you come from? Did you encounter any danger on the way? If you need help, just say so. We will do our best to assist." The middle-aged man chimed in enthusiastically. Xiao Qingyu bit her lip, feigning a pitiful look. She spoke the words she had already prepared, while observing the couple's expressions, which alternated between surprise and sympathy. What a miserable child, quite similar to our situation. Both facing monster invasions. It's just a pity your village was destroyed. Our side probably won't last long either. Finding common ground, Xiao Qingyu began a chat with the couple. She claimed to have found the monster that harmed the village, which was actually the greedy village chief colluding with leaders from other bases to jointly plunder the village. This led them to suspect whether the monsters in their village were also man-made. But who could be the one pretending to be the monsters that attacked everyone? Xiao Qingyu smiled upon hearing this. This was exactly what she was waiting for. "Don't worry, uncle. I have a plan to make that monster reveal itself." Chapter 18. Catching turtles in a jar, just waiting to be caught. After some conversation, although the couple was a bit timid and hesitant, they ultimately decided to take a bold chance. Although it was highly likely that it was someone from their village, and everyone usually helped each other in times of difficulty. It was simply too much, knowing that resources in the village were scarce, and everyone was living frugally. How could someone take advantage of their familiarity with the villagers to act like a monster and extort unjust wealth? They disregarded their village relationships. Yet they expected these innocent people to hesitate and forgive. If they continued to be soft-hearted, they would eventually starve and be bullied to death. Seeing the couple so determined and enlightened, Xiao Qingyu felt satisfied. She was just afraid of encountering those who were overly concerned about feelings, even at their own expense, fearing to hurt others' sentiments. In the apocalypse, how much are feelings worth? Of course, one should have a conscience, but it shouldn't be spent on those who are heartless. After discussing, Xiao Qingyu decided to stay in this house for the time being and not go out. She was worried that the appearance of a stranger might arouse suspicion in that villagers acting mysteriously, making them wary of her. Throughout the day, The couple chatted with others outside, observing who might be the most suspicious. As night approached, the middle-aged woman intentionally mentioned that she had dug up a treasure in her backyard, which must be kept hidden from the monster. "Oh, you really dare to hide a treasure? Aren't you afraid that monster will come knocking at your door in the middle of the night to take revenge on you and old Lu?" One of the women said. "Yes, Xiao, that monster is cunning. It knows what good things each family has and will destroy your house if it can't get them. What if one day it gets angry and runs into your house to harm you?" Another woman of similar age spoke earnestly. But Xiao, the woman in question, looked unconcerned, even a bit smug. "I'm not afraid. If it really dares to come to my house, let it. If it can break my house, I wouldn't mind. Besides, I'm telling you all this because we are old sisters who chat and work together. That treasure is truly a rare item. With it, my family won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Who knows, we might even take this opportunity to move to a bigger independent town nearby. So, I must keep it safe and hidden." Hearing her speak, the surrounding women showed expressions of surprise and envy, moving in closer to ask what kind of treasure it was and what it looked like. Who wouldn't want to be free from worries about food and go to a better place with more supplies? Most importantly, who wouldn't want to escape the monster that plunders resources and bullies the people in the village? After saying this, Xiao waved her hand and hurriedly left the crowd, clearly in a rush to hide the treasure and not be discovered. This woman, what could she not share with us? It seems that this treasure must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would Xiao show it to us? Let us go. We can talk about it later. Although everyone was curious and a bit emotional, they quickly dispersed. Considering the night's events, only one person walked slowly towards the village's edge, clearly with something on her mind. "At home. How is it, wife?" Xiao poured herself a glass of water, calming down before speaking. "Oh, you wouldn't believe it. I'll just get straight to the point. The wife of old Wang at the end of the village, Jingce, has a problem." Sure enough, when villagers gossip, their insight is top-notch. At this moment, being a bit more observant can help uncover who has ulterior motives. Xiao Qingyu saw Aunt Xiao successfully discover the oddities at old Wang's house and continue to ask how it was odd. I think she usually likes to pry into what others have, acting very enthusiastic, but not doing anything practical. Now that I think about it, she is the most suspicious. After hearing this, old Lu had a look of realization. So that is how it is. Now that you mention it, I do have a bit of an impression. Old Wang at the end of the village fell ill a while ago and hardly leaves the house. Because of his strange temper, people don't often visit. Only his wife, Jingce, appears warm and maintains relationships with everyone. Aunt Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, I remember old Wang was particularly tall, almost like he had giantism. He must be over 2 meters tall, and he suddenly fell ill and stayed in bed just when that monster suddenly appeared in our village. With this, the couple was stunned. They realized that they had been deceived by a pair of villagers for over a year. It was simply unbelievable, an outrageous deception. Xiao Qingyu timely reminded them. The couple nodded and then prepared for the night's events. Everything was ready, just waiting to catch the turtle in the jar. The fish was about to be hooked. At night, old Wang, who should have been bedridden, wore specially made animal skins and wobbled around from the back door to the village entrance. First, he pretended to cause some destruction at each household, occasionally howling to scare those hiding inside. Then he arrived at old Lu's door, remembering what his wife said. A glimmer of shrewdness and disdain flashed in old Wang's eyes. In this village, whatever treasure there is, it will ultimately fall into his hands. How dare old Lu's family hide a treasure from him? He thought this family must be tired of living. Old Wang raised his leg and kicked the door hard. Most of the doors in the village were wooden, and with enough strength, they could be kicked open. Dressed in his fur coat, old Wang swaggered in, turning the yard upside down. But unfortunately, he couldn't find the so-called treasure no matter what. How strange. Where could it be hidden? It couldn't possibly be that they also had a basement like me, right? Old Wang was puzzled. I don't believe it. After turning your yard upside down like this, you won't just hand over the treasure. With this thought, old Wang left the Lu family. He didn't notice that while rummaging through things, the fur on his leg had caught onto something. As he moved, a long, thin, almost invisible thread was pulled out. Chapter 19. You are our God when it was time for each household to come out and offer supplies. Someone heard the noise from the Liu family and couldn't help but feel worried. The neighbor, old Li's wife, placed her things down and quietly went to the Liu family's door, thinking to offer some comforting words, only to find that the entire family was missing. It was truly terrifying. Could it be that they angered the monster and were taken away? Or had they been eaten clean, with not even a bone left? Thinking of this, old Li's wife felt a chill in her heart, nearly fainting from fear. After hearing old Li's wife's speculation and seeing the Liu family's messy yard, the other person also sat down on the ground in fright. After all, they usually chatted and worked together, and, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Most of the villagers were simple and harmonious in their interactions. If a couple was truly eaten by a monster, what would they do? But it was a monster. If they could fight it, they would have resisted long ago, just as they were at a loss. A weak cry for help came from the Liu family. Although it sounded somewhat unfamiliar, the two women immediately rushed in to save someone. Seeing a young and beautiful girl, they were even more astonished. "Aunties, please help Aunt May and Uncle Liu." Xiao Qingyu's voice successfully caught the attention of those outside who were curious but afraid of wasting time, considering that they might also be in danger. Everyone rushed in to inquire about the situation. Unable to escape, Jade could only pretend to smile and go along with it, hoping to find an opportunity to slip away. Meanwhile, she was very anxious. Could it be that her husband, unable to find the treasure, was so angry that he kidnapped or even killed the Liu couple? No, they had clearly agreed at the beginning to seek wealth without harming lives. It's not that they had a conscience, but the consequences of killing were too severe. Bodies are not as easy to handle as supplies. Sooner or later, they would be discovered. If the villagers found out they killed someone and realized that the monster was a disguise of theirs, they would definitely die a terrible death, with their reputation buried underground. The more Jade thought about it, the more troubled she became. She absolutely could not let such a thing happen. But as she turned her head, she discovered that the Liu family's main door had somehow been locked. How would she leave now? Turning her head again, Xiao Qingyu had already used her silver tongue and innocent beauty to convince everyone, and they believed her without a doubt. As they chatted, someone surprisingly noticed a glowing thread on the ground. Originally invisible, the thread became more apparent as the sun was about to rise. Under the sunlight, it refracted a brilliant glow. I remember, this thread must be from Aunt May's clothing. Look, it extends all the way outside. If we follow this thread, can we find them? Xiao Qingyu's words received a lot of agreement, but some people still had concerns. They feared running into the monster that came out to collect things. What if they were also killed? Oh, aunties, if we don't encounter them, will we not face the risk of being killed in the future? We are many and strong. Everyone can grab a weapon and take a few torches. It is well known that wild beasts fear fire. Even zombies will not pose a live threat as long as their heads are burned. In any case, as long as we muster our courage and work together, we can scare that monster away. This is a rare opportunity. We might even find the monster's lair by following this thread. It won't be so easy next time. Once these words were spoken, those who were hesitant gradually became determined. Jade saw that things were not going well and secretly slipped to the wall, trying to climb over, but suddenly her ankle hurt, as if something had bitten her. The next second, she blacked out and fell to the ground. What's wrong with old Wang's wife? Has she fainted from fright? Oh dear, she's also a poor thing. Why not just take her to old Liu's house? Otherwise, if something happens, her husband will have no one to take care of him. After some discussion, everyone carried Jade into the house. Then they took their farming tools, props, and various torches, marching forward with great momentum, following that glowing thread. Xiao Qingyu looked up and exchanged glances with the beast-shaped surveillance drone in the sky. Knowing that things were developing as she had anticipated, she revealed a smile. They were now collectively heading towards the end of the village, completely unaware that old Wang had already rested and put on his fur coat again, preparing to go out to collect supplies. Thinking of that scene, Xiao Qingyu felt extremely pleased. The joy of watching from the sidelines was indeed intoxicating. As expected, things unfolded just as Xiao Qingyu had predicted. The villagers walked along and noticed something was off. Isn't this the end of the village, old Wang's house? Did we take a wrong turn? How could the monster be at old Wang's house? Could it be that old Wang has also been killed? It shouldn't be. Old Wang's wife, Jade, was still out gathering supplies, and she even came over to listen to Xiao talk. If the monster really killed Old Wang, it should have happened around the same time as the incident with the Liu family. How could Jade have the time and mood to prepare supplies? Everyone was extremely puzzled. At that moment, someone discovered that the thread had not reached its end, so they mustered their courage to continue searching. As a result, they arrived at the back door of Old Wang's house, and a strong person forcefully opened the door, revealing a giant stone leading to the basement. Although breaking into a private residence was not good, life was at stake, and they had no choice but to do so. It was strange. Old Wang's house actually had a basement. When they saw the pile of supplies inside, the entire village was dumbfounded. All the things we offered to the monster are here in Old Wang's basement. You're here. At this moment, the voices of Old Liu and Aunt Mei came from the corner. They explained the situation to the villagers and stated that it was Xiao Qingyu's idea that helped everyone. So that's how it is. Xiao, you saved the lives of our entire village. You are our god. Chapter 20. Expelling them from the village as they spoke. A few overly emotional villagers fainted directly. Several others remained silent, but had tears streaming down their faces. The village chief was a simple-looking old man, and he exaggeratedly wanted to kneel down to thank Xiao Qingyu. If it weren't for her, their village would have continued to be deceived and exploited. Over time, the village would collapse, and the people would perish. To them, Xiao Qingyu had truly saved the lives of the entire village. She was like a deity descending from heaven, leading them away from suffering. No need, please get up. Xiao Qingyu helped the village chief up. Normally, she wouldn't do this, but acting requires full commitment. In the eyes of these villagers, she was a soft-hearted, gentle, ordinary girl. Meanwhile, Old Wang, draped in his fur coat, puffed and panted as he arrived at the village entrance. From the first house onward, the doorsteps of 5 or 6 houses were empty. Had they all learned from the Liu family and decided to rebel against the monster? Not only that, but Old Wang also discovered another strange thing. Most of the village's doors were wide open, and it seemed like no one was inside. It was really strange. Old Wang felt a bit gloomy and sensed a slight unease. However, his arrogance led him to believe that after all this time without being exposed, today and in the future, it would be impossible for him to be found out. Perhaps the villagers had collectively been poisoned and were unconscious at home. Sigh. Unable to obtain supplies, Old Wang was somewhat reluctant to give up. But dawn was about to break, and when the villagers woke up and saw him, it would be a hassle. As he was approaching Old Liu's house, he couldn't help but feel itchy thinking about the treasure he hadn't found. Torn between decisions. The treasure wouldn't run away, but if he was discovered, it would be disastrous. As he was about to reach his own back door, his unease grew stronger. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps and shouts from behind. Old Wang turned around in confusion and saw his wife, her face filled with terror. What did that mean? What are you saying, wife? The wind was too strong, and he couldn't hear clearly. Old Wang squinted his eyes, waiting for his wife to run over so they could discuss the strange happenings of the day. But his wife suddenly froze in place, her eyes wide open, as if there was something truly monstrous behind him. Old Wang scoffed. The monster that had frightened the villagers for so long was just a disguise. What real monster could there be? But his wife's expression didn't seem fake at all. Just as Old Wang was filled with confusion, he heard an incredibly familiar cough from behind. Old Wang widened his eyes and slowly turned around. When he saw that all the villagers were standing behind him, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. At the forefront was the village head. That cough had come from him, meant to make Old Wang turn around and be caught red-handed, experiencing the taste of being collectively deceived and having the truth exposed. At this point, Old Wang still refused to admit it and was about to run. But with so many people, the strength in numbers surrounded him with farming tools equipped with knives and forks. With weapons drawn, Old Wang had no way out. Seeing this, Fei Tsue worried that the angered villagers might really harm Old Wang, so she immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. She hoped that everyone could consider their shared village and let Old Wang go for the sake of past friendships. But as soon as she said this, the villagers were displeased. How dare you mention considering the village and past friendships? When you two work together to deceive the entire village, exploit the entire village, and intimidate the entire village, Why didn't you think of considering the village and past friendships? In other words, you two are truly heartless. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? We've been kind to your family, helping out whenever we could because of your special circumstances, and in the end, you bullied us to this extent. Isn't it true? How long has it been since our children had a decent meal? Whenever they're asked something good, it all goes into your greedy pockets. Honestly, I really want to chop you two heartless pests into pieces. Looking at the furious villagers, who were in no mood to back down, Feitsue and Old Wong felt both ashamed and fearful. Especially Feitsue, perhaps out of sheer terror, or perhaps because the effects of the snake's venom from before hadn't completely worn off, she fainted straight to the ground. Some soft-hearted women instinctively wanted to help her, but when they thought about how the couple always pretended to be weak and pitiful, only to be cruel and malicious behind the scenes, and how they enjoyed it. Really, thinking back, they were so foolish. Instead of wasting time pitying others, they should have taken better care of themselves. Seeing his wife faint, Old Wong finally took off his animal skin disguise, revealing his true self. Trembling, he apologized to everyone, seeking atonement. But everyone's anger was too great. They didn't want to give him a way out. The village head took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Although Old Wong and his wife's ambitions were great, they were still cowardly. They had hoarded so many supplies, all hidden in the basement, and had hardly used any of it. After all, the village was this small, and what each household contributed was just oil, rice, firewood, salt, cloth, meat, and so on. If they had changed into new clothes or cooked more meat, the neighbors would have definitely noticed. To avoid drawing attention and to continue plundering more supplies, Old Wong and his wife had hardly used the things they stored in the basement. As a result, some good grains had gone moldy from lack of ventilation and use. What a pity. The village head instructed everyone to go to the basement and take out what could be used, with each family claiming their share. The usable items from Old Wong's house would also be distributed to those villagers who had suffered greater losses. As for the couple, in the past when the village had fewer people, everyone was united and friendly. To maintain this atmosphere, the village head had established village rules. No matter what happened, they should work together to solve it, avoid conflicts as much as possible, and never resort to violence. But now, there was no choice but to take action against the couple. They had been unkind, so they couldn't blame others for being unjust. If today's events went unpunished, who knows if someone else might try to imitate them in the future. Their village wouldn't be able to continue to exist. Old Wong, Feitsue, you two should take care of yourselves. After saying this, the village head left with his hands behind his back, his steps heavy. This meant that they were to be driven out of the village. From now on, whether they lived or died, it would have nothing to do with the village. Chapter 21. They really found a treasure. Old Wong was stunned. He had thought the village head would let the villagers beat him up to vent their anger. But he didn't expect to be directly chased away. This was even more painful than killing him. After all, they had lived in this village for a long time. Although they weren't affluent, they had lived safely and steadily. Leaving meant facing various survival issues and possibly being killed by wild beasts or zombies, even if they were lucky enough to reach the nearest safe base alive. Without money for taxes or rent, how could they expect to be let in? Now, the few large safe bases were like ancient feudal lords, claiming the bases as their territory, and there could be disputes or even wars between them. If he was mistaken for someone from another base and a conflict arose, he could be shot dead. No matter what, as long as he left the village, it would definitely be a miserable fate. Please, village head, give me a way to survive, even if you break my other leg. Don't drive me out of the village. In the face of Old Wong's desperate pleas, the village head remained unmoved and continued to walk forward. The other villagers also said nothing, ignoring his pitiful display. TCH, now you know how to cry? Before, the little meat we had was all taken by you. My elderly family member wanted to eat some braised meat before passing, but couldn't have it, dying with regrets. At that time, we even cried to your wife Feitsue about this. Looking back, it's really disgusting. One of the ants angrily cursed. Following this, others also expressed their dissatisfaction. It seemed that this time, there was no way out. Old Wong dejectedly lowered his head, contemplating the end of his life. Self-inflicted. Cannot live. Hiding among the crowd, watching the drama quietly, Xiao Qingyu thought to herself. Old Wang and Fei Cui were expelled from the village at noon. The village head even sent people to follow them, ordering them to reinforce the protective barriers around the village and seal off Old Wang's house. At night, every household had their doors wide open, hanging red lanterns and setting off firecrackers, celebrating their liberation from the monster's oppression. Even the village's cats and dogs dared to boldly walk the streets at night, barking freely. This matter really depended on Xiao Xiao. There is no need to say much in gratitude. All feelings are in the wine. I drink, and everyone is free to do as they please. The village head led the toast to Xiao Qingyu in thanks. When the others saw this, they also raised their glasses to express their gratitude. Xiao Qingyu's cup was filled with juice, but she actually preferred drinking alcohol that could hold her liquor well, never getting drunk no matter how much she drank. As the saying goes, one should go all out in acting. Moreover, the taste of the juice was quite nice. After eating, there were fruits to enjoy, and they danced and sang around the bonfire. It was just so joyful. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Sometimes people are really hard to read. Some individuals are just good-hearted, while others have hearts as dark as if they had been soaked in ink. There were too few humans from other worlds which, while reducing many disputes, also meant a lack of sincerity and warmth in human relationships. TSK. Xiao Qingyu lowered her head and forcibly cleared the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She was human now, and it was normal to have emotions and desires. But she didn't want too many feelings, as they could sometimes hinder her. Hey, have you noticed that a few people seem to be missing from this celebration? After finishing the dance, several women pulled Xiao Qingyu together to chat. One of the women looked around and suddenly expressed her confusion. Another woman looked around as well and nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems the missing ones are the strongest and most capable men in the village. I remember that Xiao Tu from the village chief's family isn't here. He once single-handedly fought a wild boar. Single-handedly fought a wild boar? Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow. This guy has some skills. Indeed, there are also a few young men who usually handle the butchering of pigs and sheep during the new year, and they are also nowhere to be found. Just as the women were puzzled, a smaller boy squeezed in. He was a relative of the village chief named Mao. Mao, do you know where your brother Xiao Tu and the others went? The woman who first expressed confusion asked. I know, but brother Xiao Tu told me not to say. Mao said innocently. Oh, stubborn child, here, have some candy. You tell us, and we promise not to spread it. All right. Brother Xiao Tu and the others couldn't stand it anymore, so they let Uncle Wang and the others go, and called on some strong guys to teach Uncle Wang a lesson. I wanted to go too, but Brother Xiao Tu said I was too skinny and weak. I also heard them say something about my age being small, and that if I saw something red at night, I would be scared and wouldn't be able to sleep. Hearing this, the women were astonished. She planned to leave tonight, during her 2 days at Lu's house. The food was decent, and she experienced the local customs, but the accommodation and bathing were lacking. Forget it. With such conditions, she couldn't be too picky. After returning, Xiao Mei discussed what Mao had said with old Lu. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was deeply concerning. Logically, with so many young men going out for revenge, the adults at home must know about it, yet they kept it hidden, especially the village chief. Xiao Tu was a child. This left only one possibility. It was tacitly approved by the village chief and some others. After all, the village chief said that old Wang and his wife had left the village, and whether they lived or died was no longer anyone's concern. Many people had suffered because of old Wang's monster, and in this time of scarce resources, there had even been tragic incidents of family separation. The resentment in everyone's hearts surely needed an outlet. But with so many people involved, it seemed that old Wang and his wife were unlikely to survive. In 1,000 words, it could only be summed up as they deserved it. Xiao Qingyu bid farewell to the Lu couple. Upon hearing she was leaving, the couple was very surprised and tried hard to persuade her to stay. Although their village wasn't particularly affluent, it was quite safe due to its geographical advantages. It was much better than Xiao Qingyu, a weak woman, wandering alone outside. But Xiao Qingyu was very determined. Old Lu could only ask her to wait a moment, and then went to the yard to find something. It was a very fine jade. At first glance, it was worth a lot. Although in the apocalypse, no one was crazy about the prices of decorations like jade and gems anymore, as resources and strength took precedence. However, Some gemstones still had their uses. Xiao Qingyu didn't expect that the lie she had woven to set up a trap would turn out to be true, and they had actually found a treasure. Chapter 22. Not enemies, not together. It was found in the fields. Without the scheming old Wang, the village no longer had to worry about losing things. Now that Xiao Qingyu was leaving, the couple discussed and decided to give her the jade as a parting gift and a token of their gratitude. Faced with their warm intentions, Xiao Qingyu was a bit surprised. It wasn't an act. It was genuine surprise. After all, for ordinary people, this thing was a rare treasure for a lifetime. Just like that, they gave it to her. Good child, just accept it. As I said, if it weren't for you, Uncle Lu and I would have eventually been exploited to death, unable to rest in peace our entire lives. You should take this gift and think about it. Ever since you came, we really dug up a treasure. It means this treasure is fated to be with you. You are a blessed child. Aunt Xiao Mei packed the jade in a box and stuffed it into Xiao Qingyu's arms. Yes, Xiao. This treasure looks very similar to the energy or that was heavily rewarded by the safety base before. Perhaps you can take it to the safety base, claim the reward, rent a place, find a job, and live a better and safer life in the future. You are our benefactor and such a young child. As long as you live well and happily, we will be at ease. Looking at the couple's sincere and kind faces, Xiao Qingyu was momentarily speechless. In her memories, her past life had never experienced the feeling of being cared for by elders. In this other world, it was even less likely, because her witch was nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, with the sky as her father and the earth as her mother. She had lived there in solitude for nearly 100 years. All right, it's getting late, and if we delay any longer, the night will be even deeper. No matter how reluctant, it was time to say goodbye. Although they hadn't spent much time together, old Lu and his wife had no children, and in their hearts, they had already regarded Xiao Qingyu as their own family. Let us leave it at that. The night is deep and the road slippery. Please take care of yourselves. If fate allows, we can meet again in the future. Xiao Qingyu waved goodbye to the couple and turned to disappear into the endless darkness. Good child. I hope you have smooth sailing in the future, free from illness and disaster. Just a few steps after old Lu and his wife turned around, a huge shadow flew across the sky. But because it was already dark, they didn't pay much attention, and even if they did, it was hard to see what that thing really was. Master, the little rider crouched down, making it convenient for Xiao Qingyu to sit. Let us go. Flying into the air, Xiao Qingyu opened the box and carefully examined the beautiful jade inside. According to old Lu and the others, some resources in the apocalypse were very rare. The circulating currency in a market was no longer the old coins or paper money. Instead, it was unified gold and silver. In other words, it was similar to ancient times. Prices had risen. 1 gram of silver was roughly equivalent to 10 yuan, and 1 gram of gold was 700, equivalent to 7 grams of silver. In the safety base, the common people's lives weren't too great because they didn't have much money, and the resources they could get were also limited. Typically, they could only buy flour, vegetables, and meat was scarce, with seafood almost completely banned. The only reason was the pollution from nuclear wastewater. Resources were scarce, and the market was hardly circulating. They had to rely on distribution from the base. Even if there were sales, the prices were very high. A small piece of pork might cost several grams of silver, and a piece of beef could sell for the high price of 1 gram of gold. Xiao Qingyu believed that the people living in some safety bases were even worse off than the recently mentioned Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village was self-sufficient, had a favorable geographical position, and still had enough fresh vegetables and rice to eat. As for meat, they raised a small number of pigs, sheep, and cows, and would slaughter some to eat on worthy celebratory days. As for the safety base, the Xiao family is one of the largest and most resource-rich bases in Huagua. Yet it also exploits the common people like that unscrupulous old Wang. The citizens, unable to obtain supplies and fearing the threat of zombies, harbor hatred towards the Xiao family. Therefore, when the Xiao family decided to select the former self for sacrifice, they wholeheartedly supported it. Firstly, there were benefits to be gained, and secondly, the infighting among the Xiao family members would provide some satisfaction. Why not? Even if the poor girl being sacrificed was not much better off than they were, Who cares? Her surname is Xiao. After all, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. No matter how miserable her life is, she must be better off than them. Most people think this way. In the face of selfishness, very few are truly noble and magnanimous. Xiao Qingyu smiled coldly and stopped thinking further. She now knew that jade could be exchanged for gold to purchase items. Most importantly, it was also an important currency for exchanging other energy resources. Many things in the apocalypse require energy. Currently, energy is as scarce as supplies, and various bases are trying every means to find it. They discovered something magical and important: high-quality jade distributed in different places, even in places you would least expect, is hard to find intentionally. It can only be discovered by chance, like a willow tree growing from an unintentional cutting. With this item, one can find sources of energy nearby. Additionally, a mountain rich in energy was discovered on the border of Huagua. Strangely, no matter what tools they used, even nuclear weapons, they could not make the mountain reveal any gaps for easier collection. So after this news spread, various bases began to buy or search for this type of jade at high prices. It seemed that heaven was unwilling to let humanity go extinct and specially arrange for such a treasure-laden mountain. If so, holding the jade was equivalent to having a key to explore the truth. Unless one was out of their mind, they would think of giving such a treasure to some ridiculous base. Xiao Qingyu's storage bag contained all the supplies secretly hoarded by the Xiao family. She had almost everything she wanted. This was merely the Xiao family's stash, not the entire base of supplies. If she were to empty it all out, wouldn't that cause chaos? Exchanging jade for money or supplies would be too wasteful. So it would be better to explore the secrets of that mountain. However, the next day, she encountered the Xiao family on the road. Truly, one does not meet without a grudge. Damn it. Chapter 23. I just love seeing you unable to fight back, seeing Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Leitang was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. Ever since that brat moved all the resources from his secret storage room, he immediately ordered a full-scale manhunt. They were to capture her alive. However, he didn't expect that either his men were too incompetent or Xiao Qingyu had found an exceptionally good hiding place. Over half a week passed with not a single lead. With autumn approaching, they needed to stockpile various energies, or it would be tough in winter. After thinking it over, Xiao Leitang ordered Lin Xinhai and Xiao Zhiling to stay home and guard. He sent the group that was looking for Xiao Qingyu to continue searching. He personally led a team to the border to gather energy. Coincidentally, the day before yesterday, someone had presented a blood-red gem, which was one of the gems made by their ancestors that could open the mountain's key collection. Thus, Xiao Leitang set off with the red gem. Halfway there, he found a patch of grassland and let everyone rest for a while. To his surprise, he found the long-sought Xiao Qingyu. Not only that, but the girl was also accompanied by a creature that was half tiger, half lion, with a pair of eagle wings. And she was riding on the back of that monster? What are you doing here? Xiao Leitang frowned, his tone filled with questioning and anger. But Xiao Qingyu didn't want to pay him any mind and urged her mount to move forward. How annoying, she muttered under her breath. Clearly, she had come here to rest too, and didn't he expect to run in a Xiao Leitang's group? From the formation and route, it was evident that their destination was also the energy-rich mountain at the border. Xiao Leitang's team had quite a few members, around 20 to 30 people, armed with plenty of weapons. Even though she had her skills, as well as her little mount and the zombie king for protection, in such an open area, it was easy to be outnumbered. Xiao Qingyu mainly didn't want to waste her breath on them. The zombie king didn't need to rest and was sent ahead to scout. If she had known, she wouldn't have let him go. Scaring this group of bullies face-to-face would also be nice. Stop. Seeing that Xiao Qingyu ignored him, Xiao Leitang was furious, his beard bristling, and he immediately ordered his men to speed up and chase after her. A sticky dog-skin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. As Xiao Qingyu's words fell, her mount spread its wings and soared into the air with a swoosh. Once unfolded, the massive wings flapped vigorously, creating quite a wind, like a propeller. As they got closer, the wind's resistance made Xiao Leitang's vehicle unable to move forward. After a hard time, the vehicle could continue, but when he looked up, there was no sign of the girl or the creature. Damn it! Just like that, he watched as that brat and the monster ran away. and he didn't know when he would encounter them next. Xiao Leitang was furious and regretted it immensely. Next time, he would definitely do something about it. Let us keep moving and speed up. Whenever Xiao Leitang saw Xiao Qingyu, he felt that nothing good would happen. Who told this girl to have such a bad temper and dare to defy him? Moreover, she seemed to possess many unresolved mysteries. For instance, the tool that could hold all supplies, the ability to move freely in the Xiao family without being discovered after escaping, and that monster. TSK, seeing her smug expression, as if to say, I can't fight you, and there's nothing you can do about it, made Xiao Leitang want to kill someone. But he didn't know how powerful Xiao Qingyu had become now, or if she was cooperating with any monsters. Just to be safe, he couldn't let his guard down. As Xiao Leitang's words fell, the subordinates behind him began to complain. Master, we've been marching nonstop for almost a day now. We just said we'd rest, and it hasn't even been a few minutes. Can't we rest a bit longer? Yes, Master. If we rest well, we can have more energy to continue and gather more energy for you. Shut up. Xiao Leitang roared angrily, and his subordinates immediately fell silent, not daring to complain further. If you keep babbling and delay my important matters, don't expect to get more resources for winter. Follow my orders. Set off. Everyone looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and continued forward. They knew that Xiao Leitang was venting his anger on them because he couldn't find his daughter. Life is not easy. They had thought about rebelling, but all the supplies in the base were managed by Xiao Leitang, and many of the weapons were modified by him. Not only could they not harm him, but they could also end up in trouble themselves. It was not worth the loss. Thus, everyone could only complain in their hearts. No matter how much their feet and legs hurt, they had to bear with it. At this moment, Xiao Qingyu was flying in the air, quietly observing Xiao Leitang and his group. She only knew that the energy mountain was on the border. She had arrived here through half inquiries and half guesses. She really didn't know how to proceed faster on the road ahead. Just right, Xiao Leitang, this big fool, provided a living map. She could follow him first and then use her aerial vantage to find a closer and more convenient route. Get ahead of the Xiao family. Thinking of Xiao Leitang's frustrated and helpless expression when he saw her again, Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but laugh in her heart. He deserved it. Roar. Not far away, the zombie king stood atop a giant pine tree, waving its arms to greet them. Fortunately, the tree was large enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to support the zombie king's hefty frame. Xiao Qingyu felt sorry for the ancient tree and immediately had the little mount fly over to meet the zombie king. Master, after taking the black pill earlier, the zombie king's physique shrank a bit, from its original 4 or 5 meters down to 2 meters. It could also speak human language now. It told Xiao Qingyu that not far ahead was a large water area, which could only be crossed by boat. Without the zombie king, Xiao Qingyu could easily fly over with her mount, Little Poison. Although the lion tiger eagle beast was also large enough to carry 2 people on its back. The key was that the zombie king was equivalent to 2. Then let's just build a boat. It's not a difficult task, Xiao Qingyu said casually. Thank you, Master. You don't mind me being in the way and dragging you down. The zombie king, after all, was a zombie, and having not spoken for so long, it sounded a bit like a beginner when it spoke human language. Xiao Qingyu nodded. I can understand. It's already impressive that it can express itself so coherently. Let us go and build the boat. Chapter 24. 1. Energy? Beg me. Coincidentally, they were currently in a forest. The path from the grassland to here was not straightforward. But once they got out, they would all reach the water area. Wait a moment. Xiao Qingyu flipped through her treasure book. Good news, there's a ready-made, very luxurious ship in the book. Bad news, there was a big red limit sign next to the ship, and there was a small note stating that this item has a usage time limit of 10 minutes. So it means it will disappear shortly after being taken out, and we'll all sink, right? Xiao Qingyu sighed helplessly and continued searching, finally finding a detailed blueprint for making a boat. This one had no time limit and was very detailed, outlining what tools and materials were needed and the steps to assemble it. Looking at the contents of her storage bag, Xiao Qingyu realized she had everything. There was even wood. With so many trees around, she could use a few at random. Although the blueprint looked somewhat complex, Xiao Qingyu was very clever and easily understood and memorized it. Let's get to work. She took out the tools and materials and arranged them in order. Then she had the Zombie King get a few trees and use a saw to cut the necessary parts. They were going to make a small boat that was half electric and half manual, capable of holding 5 or 6 people. Making it too large would make it too conspicuous on the water. Xiao Qingyu knew that it wasn't just the Xiao family that coveted the energy mountain. There were other safe base teams as well. Even if there were conflicts between these safe bases, they usually pretended to coexist peacefully, especially in front of the energy mountain. Because it had the necessary key to enter the mountain, others couldn't rush in. In the face of huge energy interests, some safe bases would cooperate, sharing a gem or two to extend the time for entering the mountain cave to collect energy. Those who formed teams alone, like her, would easily become targets for those safe bases. They could very likely be eliminated as practice by those who had formed cooperative relationships, outnumbered, especially against teams with powerful weapons. Xiao Qingyu felt a momentary worry. It wasn't that she was afraid of those guys. She just didn't want them to block her path. After all, if it really came to a fight with a command from the Zombie King, countless zombies would be at her disposal. At that time, the ones fleeing in a panic would definitely not be her. Master, it's done. Looking at the somewhat rough and ugly boat before her, but safe and sturdy. Xiao Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you all worked hard. It's not hard. How could it be hard to serve the master? The Zombie King and the Lion Tiger Eagle Beast both replied. Xiao Qingyu smiled, glancing at her watch. It was 2:40 in the afternoon. Making a small boat took over an hour. The Xiao family's team should be arriving at the water's edge soon, right? After a simple meal, Xiao Qingyu led them onto the boat. In addition to the electric device, they also had a physical mechanism. The Zombie King didn't feel tired. Its 2 arms moving the oars like a perpetual motion machine. The Lion Tiger Eagle Beast spread its huge wings, flapping quickly along the direction of the wind, increasing the speed of the boat propelled by the waves. With their combined strength, the boat quickly moved from the water's edge to the center of the water area. Seeing them both able to use their strengths to help the master, the little poisonous snake that had initially coiled around Xiao Qingyu's hand became somewhat displeased. Hissing a few times, it wanted to wrap its tail around the oars to help the boat move forward. Although Xiao Qingyu understood its desire to help, it wasn't necessary. She lifted the little poisonous snake and placed it back on her wrist. Save your strength, you'll need it later. Hearing this, the little poisonous snake calmed down. Because they had planned ahead, they didn't encounter any other safe base teams on the water, and they reached the shore ahead of schedule. However, during this time, Xiao Qingyu noticed something strange. In the middle of the water area, there was a fist-sized whirlpool. The Lion Tiger Eagle Beast discovered it while flying in the sky to find the fastest way out. It said the whirlpool was very eerie. No one dared to approach the area with a radius of 3 to 4 meters around it, presumably fearing being sucked in. But their most important task now was to head to the energy mountain, so Xiao Qingyu didn't think much about the whirlpool. Once all the boats had left the water, the whirlpool quietly expanded, and a monster with a fish head and a human body emerged from it. Its pair of pale, dead fish eyes was fixed intently on the retreating boat fleet. After traveling for 3 or 4 days, they finally reached the border of the energy mountain. Xiao Qingyu sat on the back of the Lion Tiger Eagle Beast and flew around the mountain to get a preliminary understanding of its external condition. The mountain was very large and tall, with an altitude of several thousand meters. Fortunately, she had taken the black pill in advance. Otherwise, flying at that height would definitely lead to oxygen deprivation and difficulty breathing. Once back on the ground, Xiao Qingyu found the groove where various gems needed to be placed to open the entrance to the cave. As soon as she placed them, there was a sudden massive movement beneath her feet. Following that, the tall mountain in front of her seemed to be split in half by something, revealing an opening nearly 6 meters high that could accommodate 5 or 6 people at once. This must be the entrance to the energy mountain. Without thinking much, Xiao Qingyu led the Zombie King, the Lion Tiger Eagle Beast, and the little poisonous snake inside. Just as they stepped in, the opening disappeared without a trace, not even a crack remaining. Additionally, Xiao Qingyu noticed that there was also a huge screen in the sky inside the mountain. However, this screen was made up of leaves of different colors. The base color was green, the part in the middle that displayed numbers was red, and the part showing symbols was yellow. After careful observation, Xiao Qingyu discovered its secret. It turned out to be a timer. Once the energy mountain was opened, the time to enter the mountain was 2 hours. Every minute that passed, the numbers on the natural screen would change. So that is how it is. 2 hours is enough time for her to do a lot of things. Xiao Qingyu smiled. When Xiao Leitang arrived at the energy mountain, ready to collect energy, he was told that the energy inside was temporarily exhausted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as Xiao Leitang finished shouting, he heard, "Want energy? Kneel down and beg me." Chapter 25. The Fishman Monster's Request. It's her again. Xiao Leitang, recognizing the person, was almost driven to a heart attack out of anger. He couldn't understand how Xiao Qingyu managed to enter the energy mountain and nearly emptied all the energy inside, no matter how powerful he was. Without the support of the citizens and his subordinates, he was just a lone commander. So it wasn't that Xiao Leitang was afraid or had a guilty conscience, not wanting to lose the people's loyalty due to the lack of energy. Rather, he feared that if he lost the people's hearts, he would no longer enjoy the pleasure of being a prince. You want me to beg? Unless I'm dead. Stupid girl. I see you've allied with monsters or are possessed by them, right? I should have realized you were no longer human. Xiao Leitang said disdainfully. His subordinates, upon hearing this, displayed shock and fear. Possessed by monsters? No way. Is the Xiao family's eldest daughter now a monster? Will she lead those monsters to attack us? Everyone started to chatter anxiously. What are you all shouting about? Xiao Leitang shouted in anger again. Xiao Qingyu was currently hiding somewhere, engaging in dialogue with them. He was originally trying to figure out where that voice came from to locate the stubborn girl. But being interrupted by this group of fools who only knew how to eat without using their brains made all his efforts in vain. Master, we should hurry and leave. The recent detection results show that there is no more energy available for collection, and the next opportunity won't be for at least half a month. Without energy, the mountain will open its gates and close again in less than half an hour. If we don't leave now, we'll be finished. One person mustered the courage to whisper in Xiao Leitang's ear. Another person boldly added, "Yes, Master, we don't know where the young lady is hiding. What if she has allied with the zombies and mutated monsters to harm us here? We should escape quickly." Escape? As the head of the safe base, the patriarch of the Xiao family, and the nominal father of that troublesome girl, he had lived this long and had never uttered the word escape lightly, except during the zombie siege. Moreover, to face Xiao Qingyu, a girl, and say escape. Xiao Leitang clenched his fists. Their reactions and words fell into Xiao Qingyu's eyes and ears in the corner. He scared their own shadows. And there's one who is clearly wary, yet pretends to be profound and arrogant. She wasn't in a rush to kill Xiao Leitang right now, because even an old pig should be slowly carved to remove the fat before the grease is fried out. Wait until he becomes useless, loses everything he cares about the most, and then let him lose his most worthless life. As for those subordinates, she remembered that they often compared her to Xiao Zhiling. They were just a bunch of opportunistic, bullying sycophants. If possible, Xiao Qingyu really wanted to toss a fireball and blow up this energy mountain, letting this group quietly die here. But doing so would be overkill, losing more than gaining. The lives of a bunch of ants couldn't compare to a resource-rich energy mountain, right? Moreover, the energy mountain was so precious and mysterious. If Xiao Qingyu were to act, she would surely not escape death herself. So unless she was crazy, she wouldn't really think of blowing up the mountain. The mountain certainly couldn't be blown up, but a little interaction with them could still be done, right? Xiao Qingyu actually wanted to go out, but she had just finished collecting energy when the Xiao family entered the mountain with their team. Her own time to leave had already passed, so she could only wait for them to leave before following or leaving ahead of them. Boom! Just as Xiao Leitang opened his mouth, a rumbling sound came from above. Then, many stones of various sizes fell to the ground, and the ground seemed to tremble occasionally. It felt like the mountain was about to collapse. Xiao Leitang felt something was amiss because the energy mountain had existed for decades without any signs of collapse. Previously, there were specialized people who used explosives and nuclear weapons to try to open the energy mountain's gap, but to no avail. However, at this moment, everyone was already anxious due to Xiao Qingyu's current identity and strength. Now, with the earthquake and falling rocks, their already tense emotions finally snapped. They began to scream and flee. Help! I don't want to die yet. I have an elderly mother at home and a wife and children. Don't let me be buried alive in this mountain, or I'll die without a complete corpse. Looking at this group of cowards who seemed genuinely facing death, Xiao Qingyu was speechless. He looked up at the leaf-made screen that displayed the time until the mountain entrance would close. Only 12 minutes were left. They had a lot of people and many tools, and leaving would waste a lot of time. Forget it. Let us go now. If we don't leave, we'll really be trapped in this damn place. With Xiao Qingyu's command, everyone hurriedly ran toward the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyu and her subordinates took advantage of the chaos to leave the cave first. Even the previously slow-moving zombie king became much more agile after taking the black pill. Because of the quick movements and the tense atmosphere, everyone hardly noticed these scenes. Even if someone did see it, they would just think it was a hallucination caused by the stress. It's too scary. I can't die here. I must leave quickly. Most people had this mindset. Although the cave entrance wasn't small, with so many people wanting to leave quickly, they naturally became jammed together, blocking the entrance. This resulted in no one being able to successfully exit. Silently observing everything from the back, Xiao Qingyu felt both angry and speechless. Why were his subordinates so stupid? How did they pass through layers of selection to become the base's guard team? Everyone be quiet, and if anyone selfishly sneaks out, don't expect your family to have it easy after you leave. After all, holding so much energy, you'll be the center of attention wherever you go. Returning to that water area, they went to search for the stored boats, but they found that they couldn't locate them at all. Suddenly, a creature with a fish head and a human body approached. It claimed to seek their help. Chapter 26. The Battle of Wits with a Saber-Toothed Shark. What is a fishman monster? Unlike the beautiful mermaids from fairy tales with human bodies and fish tails and lovely singing voices, these creatures have a huge fish head. Although it is called a human body, it's more like the tail and fins of a fish have grown into limbs resembling human ones. It appears unable to walk on land and can only stand at the water's edge, needing to be in contact with water to maintain its standing and life. You say he wants to help, and you'll return our boats to us. But how do you know that just one boat can threaten me? Even without a boat, we could take a detour to leave here. After all, your waters aren't vast enough to occupy all the land, right? Xiao Qingyu said coldly. She disliked filth and especially disliked being threatened, especially in this situation where they were seeking help but acting so arrogantly. What is your identity, status, and attitude? Gurgle gurgle. Seeing that Xiao Qingyu was displeased, the fisherman monster became anxious, shaking its big fish head and chattering away. Although it was likely a mutated monster due to nuclear wastewater pollution, it could barely be considered beastman. In its half-beast, half-human state, the lion, tiger, and eagle beast could understand what it was saying and acted as a translator. Master, it says this is its first time communicating with a human who can understand it, and it has no experience, so it may have expressed itself poorly. Please forgive it for being rude. It hit our boats out of necessity because that matter was particularly urgent, which is why it took the risk to do so. After hearing this, Xiao Qingyu still maintained her expression. When faced with urgent matters, can one treat her poorly and threaten her for help? What kind of reasoning is that? Blah blah. Seeing Xiao Qingyu remain unperturbed, the fishman creature became anxious and started babbling again. Then, it pointed to the center of the water with its strange arm and clasped its hands together in a humble, pleading manner. Master, it said its kin are on the verge of extinction, and the situation is dire. If you are willing to help, it will offer you the treasure guarded by its kin. Treasure? Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar electronic voice suddenly came to her ear. Xiao Qi, dear host, the third live broadcast task is about to begin. Xiao Qingyu was speechless. Why did it pop up at this moment? Where has it been all this time? Ever since she came to her past life, half a month had passed, and only the first 2 days had 2 tasks at once. Until now, there hadn't been a single task in between. Just when she was about to find something to do, the system came running. Speak. A single word, concise and to the point. Xiao Qi, this time, the other world is still a beast world, and the live broadcast task is to outsmart a saber-toothed shark. Xiao Qi, the live broadcast room will open in 15 minutes. Please prepare yourself, host. 15 minutes is much better than the direct countdown of the previous 2 times. Wow. As expected of the apocalypse, even prehistoric creatures like saber-toothed sharks have emerged. And it specifically requires cunning. I mean, she can't just act recklessly, right? In other words, she can still play tricks, right? Xiao Qingyu initially formed a plan in her mind. But not knowing the specific situation, she still had to be cautious and keep a backup. Blah blah. The fisherman creature questioned her with a puzzled tone. The lionhawk beast was about to explain to Xiao Qingyu, but was stopped by a raised hand. Although she couldn't understand, she could tell from the tone. The fisherman creature must be asking her how she was considering it. Tell it that I agree to help. The lionhawk beast relayed this to the fisherman creature, which began to dance with joy. Master, it wants you to enter the water with it. Enter the water. Indeed. The fisherman creature lives in the water, and its kin must also be underwater. Have you ever thought that I am a human? Even if I have an astonishing lung capacity and can hold my breath, I cannot freely move underwater for long periods, unless I have a convenient oxygen tank and respirator. But where can I get such a thing now? It must be in the treasure book, but there's definitely a time limit. Just like the reason for deciding to make a boat before. I can't just sit in a boat for a short while and then, plop, fall into the river. I can't wear an oxygen tank down there either. Before long, plop, the oxygen runs out, and I sink to the bottom. Blah blah. The fisherman creature knocked its big fish head, as if just remembering this important reason. It magically handed Xiao Qingyu an exquisitely beautiful pearl that resembled clear water. This pearl was so pure, it looked like water had taken shape. If it weren't for the faint blue color, Xiao Qingyu would truly doubt her eyes. Blah blah. Master, it says this is the treasure guarded by their kin, a pearl that allows free breathing and movement underwater. It is made from the tears of many fishmen who died tragically from nuclear wastewater. The first part was fine, but the latter part made Xiao Qingyu's eyes seem to turn into a microscope, piercing through the various bacteria on the pearl. Her fists were about to clench. Such a treasure, how to use it? As long as it's not held in her mouth, she could barely accept anything else. Blah blah. Master, it says just holding it in your hand is enough. If you don't mind, swallowing this pearl will be even more effective. As soon as the lionhawk beast finished speaking, it received a strong reaction. Hold it. It's settled then. Swallowing it is impossible. Yes, she finds it very distasteful. Just like that, Xiao Qingyu held the pearl in her hand, changed into waterproof and convenient clothing in the grass, and then followed the fisherman creature into the water. There was no choice. Such a magical pearl was only one. In fact, the zombie king could also enter the water. It didn't need to breathe. However, it was too large and heavy, making it easy to sink to the bottom. Only the little poisonous snake could coil around Xiao Qingyu's wrist, sharing the pearl's protection with her, allowing them to breathe and move freely underwater. Thinking about finally being able to accompany her master independently and protect her safety made the little poisonous snake incredibly happy. Entering the water, Xiao Qingyu discovered the mystery within. The surface of the water was broad and clean, but inside it was filthy. There were many discarded items from humans, and some foul-smelling substances resembling excrement. Ugh! Xiao Qingyu now deeply regretted taking this task. Blah blah. Once in the water, with the pearl's blessing, Xiao Qingyu seemed to understand the fisherman creature's words. Kind-hearted human, thank you very much for your help. This pearl is a treasure our kin has guarded for generations, and it has many uses. Chapter 27. Sorry. It's really funny. This treasure not only allows humans to breathe and move freely underwater like us, but also enables you to walk at the bottom of the water by reducing buoyancy. Kind-hearted person, our pearl also has a protective shield-like function. This means there is an invisible protective barrier around you that other creatures or people cannot see, helping you avoid the filth in the water. And other creatures cannot easily approach you. I see. Xiao Qingyu nodded, thinking that these dirty things cannot get close to her, nor will they enter her respiratory tract and cause infection, and she wouldn't feel disgusted now. Her mood instantly improved. Kind-hearted person, ahead is the dwelling of our fishman kin. The fishman creature continued to move forward. Xiao Qingyu followed along. With this pearl, she could stand and walk freely at the bottom of the water, just like on land. During this time, the little poisonous snake kept its 2 round eyes open, observing the surroundings. Along the way, It briefly explained the crisis they faced and why they chose her as a helper. It turned out that the fisherman tribe was a general term for all freshwater fish that had mutated and developed limbs. They lived at the bottom of the water, guarding this magical, precious pearl for generations. It was said to be given to them by a glowing, intangible being, instructing them to protect it well. The pearl could help them survive in a polluted environment, allowing fishmen that could originally only live for a few months or a year or two to extend their lifespan. However, recently, the pollution of the water has become increasingly severe, and the pearl has gradually lost its original ability. The number of fishermen kin has decreased drastically. Just then, a huge prehistoric creature inexplicably appeared in the waters. It was the saber-toothed shark, which should have lived in the ocean but could appear in freshwater lakes on land. The saber-toothed shark was enormous, fast, had sharp teeth, and was also unafraid of the filth in the water. It has killed many fishermen kin and eyed the pearl greedily. For every fishman it devoured, it would ask them where the pearl was hidden. The fisherman creature was a descendant of the previous fisherman tribe leader and the younger sister of the current leader. But its brother was captured by the saber-toothed shark just last night, and his life or death was uncertain. Normally, when the saber-toothed shark eats fishmen, it would deliberately leave some remains at the scene to intimidate the remaining fishmen. But this time, it left nothing of her brother. So the fisherman creature believes that the saber-toothed shark kidnapped her brother, the current fisherman tribe leader, to force them to reveal the whereabouts of the pearl. Although we have developed limbs similar to yours, we are still different. We are not good at using tools and weapons, and our bodies are only protected by fragile fish scales. So we can't survive under the jaws of the saber-toothed shark at all. We can only pray for such a powerful creature like humans. Although water pollution is also caused by humans, I have always believed that there are both good and bad among them. Moreover, the situation is critical now. If my brother dies, the pearl will eventually be taken away by the saber-toothed shark, and our fisherman tribe will face extinction. The fisherman spoke urgently, and it was clear that it had no other choice but to ask a human for help. The reason for choosing me is that it found itself different from other humans and has strange creatures around. This proves her identity and that her abilities are extraordinary. If she can subdue such powerful creatures as the zombie king and griffin, she can certainly drive away the saber-toothed shark too. After listening, Xiao Qingyu nodded. This makes sense. Who wouldn't like the feeling of being praised vigorously by someone and being regarded as a savior? As they spoke, they arrived at the living area of the fisherman tribe. It was precisely the strange vortex in the middle of the water that Xiao Qingyu had felt was unusual before. You live here. Want to be swept away by the vortex? After holding back for a long time, Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but ask. The fisherman shook its head and replied, This vortex has no effect on our fisherman tribe, but it does affect other creatures outside the tribe. Of course, kind-hearted person, you hold the pearl, so it won't affect you. Oh, Xiao Qingyu found it a bit peculiar. Just as she was about to ask more, a powerful current suddenly surged from a distance, nearly knocking them over. After retreating a few steps, Xiao Qingyu and the fisherman steadied themselves at the bottom of the water. The fisherman pointed at the dark shadow ahead, trembling as it said, That is the saber-toothed shark. Xiao Qi, dear host, the third live broadcast task, outsmarting the saber-toothed shark, is about to begin. Countdown, 10 seconds, Xiao Qi. The Otherworld live broadcast room is being set up and will open soon. Countdown, 5 seconds. Finally, it has begun. Xiao Qingyu closed her eyes for a few seconds, and when she opened them again, a huge electronic screen had appeared ahead. This is the live broadcast room. 111. It's this anchor sister again. Great. There are exciting scenes to watch. 222. Wow. This time the live broadcast location is underwater. I need to gather all the mermaids to watch the broadcast. 333. The water quality is really bad. I feel sorry for the anchor for a second. 444. What is that black mass in front? It looks dirty. The anchor isn't living in sewage, right? Is it amphibious? As the dark room dissipated, a terrifying saber-toothed shark appeared before everyone. It had a body about the size of 10 griffins, with a pair of crimson eyes. Its mouth opened, revealing teeth like unsheathed swords, incredibly sharp. Even its fins were thin and sharp. Its speed of movement was very fast. Just a moment ago, it was still more than 10 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it was less than 3 meters away. Yet it stopped at this distance, seemingly wary and resistant to the vortex behind them. Xiao Qingyu speculated that this prehistoric creature from the deep sea might have appeared in the freshwater lake through the vortex. The current freshwater lake is not like before. It is filled with various impurities and wastewater. In a sense, it may have become a breeding ground for the saber-toothed shark to survive. Suddenly, the saber-toothed shark shouted at them. Its unexpected call surprised Xiao Qingyu. The mighty sea overlord actually sounded like a cow. Although the situation was critical, it was indeed quite funny. Xiao Qingyu lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Sorry, this was the first time she heard a shark make such a sound. Are you mocking me? Chapter 28. Didn't T say I couldn't T cheat, right? Oh, I didn't T expect this saber-toothed shark not only to make a cow sound, but also to talk. Xiao Qingyu thought for a moment. It should be the effect of this pearl. It is because of it that she can understand underwater animal speech. Although the fishman was very scared, it bravely rushed forward for the sake of its relatives. Xiao Qingyu did not rush to take action, but quietly observed the saber-toothed shark's words and actions. The system specifically instructed her to outsmart it. Otherwise, she would have taken a weapon from her storage bag and killed it the moment the saber-toothed shark appeared. At this moment, the live broadcast room was as lively as ever. Clearly, even though they were beastmen, they had never seen a saber-toothed shark. Therefore, everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing the appearance of the saber-toothed shark and worrying about whether the anchor could handle it. I should have said this many times, right? One hand gives the universal pearl, and the other still has fish. No negotiation. The saber-toothed shark shouted. The breath it exhaled polluted the surrounding water into black. Fortunately, there was the barrier of the pearl. Otherwise, Xiao Qingyu would have to inhale this dirty water through her nose and mouth. Just thinking about it made her cringe. You are bullying the fish too much. The pearl is impossible for you to have. It is a treasure that our fisherman tribe has guarded for generations. A gift from the gods. Why should you take it? The fisherman's entire fish head was trembling, showing how furious it was. I don't have time to waste with you. The saber-toothed shark flicked its tail, sending another wave of water that knocked them back a few steps. Huh! Hearing such arrogant words, Xiao Qingyu let out a disdainful laugh. She did not intentionally lower her voice. Therefore, the saber-toothed shark heard her sarcastic laughter and instantly flew into a rage. Who is it who is laughing? Me. Can't you see? Xiao Qingyu then noticed that although the saber-toothed shark's eyes looked terrifying, upon closer inspection, the distance between its eyes was quite large, and the surface of its eyes appeared somewhat blurry. Could it be that this saber-toothed shark was actually nearsighted? So it could only speak within a distance of 3 meters. Partly out of fear of that vortex, and partly because it was afraid of not being able to see clearly. How interesting. I thought I smelled the stench of a bipedal beast. The saber-toothed shark tentatively swam forward a few centimeters and vaguely saw that behind the fishman was actually a human. It was first taken aback, then expressed its disdain for humans. In its era, it seemed that there were such bipedal creatures on Earth, but it had not had much contact with them. Later, a mysterious power awakened it from the research facility. No longer would it have to endure being watched by people, being brushed and poked at, which was incredibly itchy. The heavily polluted marine environment made it very uncomfortable, and even the food that could be eaten had greatly decreased. So, the saber-toothed shark searched for food everywhere and was inadvertently swept into a vortex. It arrived in this water area, finding the fisherman's tribe. It wanted to kill one to fill its stomach. However, that fisherman, in order to save its life, revealed the treasure pearl that their tribe guarded. After learning that the pearl was in the hands of the tribe leader, the saber-toothed shark still ate that fisherman, not eating food that was right in front of it. Was it joking? In just a few days, it had already eaten nearly 10 fishmen. Finally, the saber-toothed shark caught the leader of the fisherman tribe, but was told that the pearl was no longer with them, and it would not tell it the location of the pearl, even if it died. In order to obtain the treasure and to force those fishmen holding the pearl to submit, the saber-toothed shark imprisoned the leader of the fisherman tribe. The recollection ended. Although in this water area, it was the strongest existence and had fishmen to eat almost every day, the saber-toothed shark still missed its ocean home. So this time, it came with its last bit of patience to obtain the treasure pearl. It just didn't expect that this fishman would actually find a bipedal beast, which was the very type of human it despised the most, to help and cheer. Heh, if it weren't for humans, how could its ocean home have become such a state? Either the fishman is desperately seeking a cure for its illness, or the cunning and greedy bipedal beast is deliberately allying with the fishman to seize the precious pearl. Regardless, anyone who obstructs me from getting that pearl must die. One comes, I kill one. Two come, I kill two. It's just a matter of opening my mouth. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted human flesh yet. As he spoke, the saber-toothed shark's eyes glowed with an unusually excited crimson. It looked quite terrifying. Xiao Qingyu's expression also gradually turned excited. After all, she had never killed a saber-toothed shark before. 111. Oh my, this saber-toothed shark's domineering atmosphere is simply thrilling. Come on, let us fight. 222. This is my first time seeing someone confront a saber-toothed shark. I definitely can't do it. Certain death. I hope the streamer can succeed. At least survival is important. 333. I agree with the above. For the sake of the live broadcast, there's no need to be so reckless. Survival is crucial. This is an ancient creature, the saber-toothed shark. Its combat power is very strong. 444. No need to say more. Let us give the streamer more attention. Send some gifts and support her. 555. Yes, I'm sending my entire live broadcast balance as a gift. 666. Me too. Xiao Qingyu saw that her live broadcast room's popularity had suddenly surged to over 8,000, about to break 10,000. She remembered asking System Xiao Qi before that the popularity in the live broadcast room could trigger hidden tasks. So far, she hadn't unlocked any hidden tasks. Could it be that reaching 10,000 is necessary? No more thinking. The current task is the priority. Xiao Qingyu smiled, extending her hand. A small black venomous snake crawled out of her sleeve, flicking its crimson tongue at the saber-toothed shark. Facing such a massive creature, the tiny snake showed no fear at all. The little snake thought, "Are you kidding? I'm a manifestation of the Hydra, carrying potent venom." Xiao Qingyu also revealed a dazzling smile. Who said I can't cheat, right? Step back. She was about to show off. Chapter 29. Poison. You're so poisonous, I ask you. What are you holding in your hand? That precious pearl is actually in your hands. Don't try to lie. I can see that green, sparkling thing clearly. The saber-toothed shark truly is nearsighted. It couldn't see Xiao Qingyu's specific appearance clearly, and, coupled with the poor water quality, it could only vaguely make out that she was a bipedal beast. Therefore, it couldn't see the small venomous snake, which was similar in color to Xiao Qingyu at all. It could only see that she had something glowing green in her hand. Since the fishman asked her for help, that must be the precious pearl. That's right. This saber-toothed shark is not only nearsighted, but also colorblind. How interesting. You mean this? Xiao Qingyu shook the small venomous snake in her hand and smiled. Indeed a treasure. If you have the capability, come and take it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qingyu effortlessly performed lightness skills underwater. Her swift movements left the saber-toothed shark dizzy, unable to locate where she was at all. How dare you mock me? The saber-toothed shark became furious, and the consequences were severe. It opened its massive mouth and swung its thick and hard tail, beginning indiscriminate attacks. Because of its size, the space was limited, so what if it couldn't see clearly? It could still bite something? When gods fight, mortals suffer. The fisherman wanted to help Xiao Qingyu, but knew its own strength. Going would only be a gift of fish heads and would hold back the good-hearted person. So it consciously ran to hide beside a distant rock. Fortunately, it had already warned its kin to hide. Otherwise, it would surely be killed by that huge tail. The fisherman silently prayed that this kind person could successfully escape and drive away the saber-toothed shark. Please don't say that. You haven't yet made me invest great effort or waste time mocking you. The saber-toothed shark became furious at these words. As a dignified ocean overlord, being reduced to a fossil and humiliated by humans was already bearable. But this is simply too much. In its rage, it began to bite wildly, and the speed and frequency of its tail swings increased. Unfortunately, it could only rely on sound and smell to locate its target. And with the protection of the pearl barrier, even if it accidentally made contact, it couldn't bite her. Moreover, Her speed was also very fast. One moment, it could hear and feel the person right in front of it, and the next second, she flashed to its gills. This left the shark baffled. 111. Is this the streamer strategy? Exhaust the saber-toothed shark first, then deliver a fatal blow? 222. Forget about the saber-toothed shark. With this speed, who can see clearly in the murky water? I'm getting dizzy just watching. 333. I think the streamer is very clever. She must be planning to outsmart it. That black snake will definitely come in handy. 444. The person above is right. I'm also waiting to see. Xiao Qingyu took the opportunity to interact with the beasts in the live broadcast room through her thoughts. Treasures, you are also very smart. Now let us see my operation. 222. Okay, sister. We are looking forward to your amazing moves. Xiao Qingyu smiled, easily dodging the saber-toothed shark's tail attack. Then, she quickly jumped onto the back of the saber-toothed shark, letting the little black snake bite into its flesh, injecting venom. However, the saber-toothed shark skin was too thick, and the little snake was already small, its teeth even smaller. To such a massive creature, the little snake's fangs were like a grain of sand in the water, unable to pierce its thick, tough skin. Similarly, because it was too small, the saber-toothed shark could sense that something was on its back, but couldn't feel that it was being bitten. Damn, you think you can bully me just because I don't have arms like you? Since you look down on me, you'll get a taste of what it feels like to have your guts tossed out. With that, the saber-toothed shark swung its tail even harder, its massive body shaking nonstop, trying to throw off whatever was on its back. But the person on its back clung on intentionally, so naturally it couldn't shake them off. After a while, the saber-toothed shark began to feel a bit tired. The intensity of its thrashing decreased significantly, just as it was contemplating whether its lack of food today was causing its stamina to lag. Suddenly, it felt a pain on its side. It seemed to be from the gills. Just as the saber-toothed shark was about to move, its head began to sway uncontrollably, as if something was controlling its nerves. What is your name? A shadow appeared before it. Blurry, it could not see clearly. It could only hear the other party's cold and decisive tone asking, I am called Saber-Toothed Shark. Tell me, where is the leader of the Fishman tribe confined? Xiao Qingyu nodded and continued to ask. Just as they took advantage of the saber-toothed shark's reduced thrashing, they moved closer to the gills. While on its back, Xiao Qingyu collected the little snake's venom in a small vial and took the chance to inject it in. The saber-toothed shark also breathed through that spot. Now, the venom could directly infect its entire system through the respiratory tract. 111. Poisoning now. 222. The streamer is so clever, so poisonous, so poisonous, so poisonous. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Qingyu initially discovered that the little snake's venom had effects such as inducing hallucinations, rage, and blood pollution. So far, she had mostly used the hallucination effect. But this time, Xiao Qingyu decided to do something different. Children make choices. She wanted all these effects. They should all appear in succession for it to be interesting. First, rage. My throat, my stomach, my head. What have you done to me? I'm really angry. I'm going to kill all of you, not letting one escape. The saber-toothed shark opened its mouth and cursed. It felt like there were tens of thousands of thorn-like things in its throat, constantly poking and prodding. It was extremely uncomfortable. In fact, the saber-toothed shark even started to use collisions to relieve the discomfort in its head and throat. Xiao Qingyu pulled the fishman monster aside to a safer spot, quietly watching the saber-toothed shark go mad. Next, the second one. Hallucination. After the saber-toothed shark crashed around for a while, it finally felt much better. It opened its eyes wide and saw a mysterious halo appear before it, and that precious pearl was right in the middle. I'm coming. Chapter 30, the first hidden mission, I must get you. The saber-toothed shark's red eyes emitted a greedy and insane light. It swayed its tail and quickly swam towards the halo in front of it. Good-hearted person, what has happened to this saber-toothed shark? Why is it swimming towards a whirlpool? It never used to approach that place easily. In the shadows, the fishman monster quietly asked Xiao Qingyu. It had talked to Xiao Qingyu before, but for some reason, it always got hurt and spat blood whenever it got close to the whirlpool. At the same time, it tried to stay away from the whirlpool to avoid inexplicably spitting blood and getting hurt. After all, there aren't many chances to watch a good show. The saber-toothed shark rushed to the whirlpool and its massive body was instantly sucked in. It was like throwing a shark toy into a washing machine. It spun around for a long time before being spat out. This cycle repeated 3 or 4 times, and the saber-toothed shark was already exhausted, with many wounds appearing on its body and black blood flowing out. Its blood was contaminated with venom. However, although this blood flowed out, it stuck to the skin and did not pollute the water source. The little venomous snake flicked its tongue. Its venom is not something that can be casually wasted. Xiao Qingyu understood the little snake's meaning and quietly assured the fisherman monster, "Don't worry, your water won't be poisoned. Even if there is poison with so much water, it will probably be diluted." As it reached the final step, its eyes became even more crimson. "What have you done to me?" Its voice was very low and hoarse, like an old yellow cow about to die. We haven't done anything." Xiao Qingyu smiled innocently, but there wasn't a trace of mirth in her beautiful phoenix eyes. It was very eerie and intimidating. "We just gave you something good to eat, so you can leave this world fully while experiencing various emotions." 111. Oh my goosebumps are up. Who understands? 222. I understand. It's a kind of chilling realization that disregards human life. 333. I have to say the host is amazing, brave, and resourceful. She can face the saber-toothed shark calmly. Many orcs here probably can't do that, right? 444. Hey, the previous comment is wrong. It's not that many can't do it, but none can do it, okay? The chat room was buzzing, and soon the popularity soared to over 9,800. It was about to break 10,000. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed shark's life was nearing its end. It still didn't know whether the scene before its eyes was real or not. Leaving this world fully, how is that possible? Its home has not yet returned to its previous cleanliness and beauty. With nothing, how can it be called complete? Summoning its last bit of strength, the saber-toothed shark questioned, "Who are you really? Are you in cahoots with those 2-legged beasts that destroy the environment? Fishman monster, aren't you afraid of being tricked by her? She's human, the culprit behind the deterioration of our home environment and the death and humiliation of many of our kind." After saying this, the saber-toothed shark spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The black blood was quickly swept away by the currents around the whirlpool. It seemed that after getting the answer, it had no strength left to continue living. No, that's not true. This kind-hearted person is different from those destructive humans. The fisherman monster was at a loss for words. After a long pause, it managed to say this. "Let me speak." Xiao Qingyu organized her thoughts. Her tone became slightly more serious than before. "I am just an ordinary person, as you can see and hear. If I were really in cahoots with those people, would the fisherman monster still risk letting me help? The degradation of your home is indeed caused by the greed of some humans. But when you say your kind has died and been humiliated, the fishmen you've killed these days, in a sense, are also your kind that depend on water to survive. But you should not kill innocent kin and take away the pearls they have guarded for generations for your own selfish interests. After all, isn't that another form of environmental destruction and killing and humiliating your own kind? Because before, she accepted the opportunity for rebirth given by the heavens. And besides seeking revenge on the evil people who bullied her in her past life, she also wanted to help those who suffer innocently like her. She understood that enjoying something comes with a price. It was to allow her to fully utilize her abilities to help other marine and freshwater creatures that depend on water for life. Unfortunately, the saber-toothed shark disappointed the expectations of heaven, not only failing to help those creatures, but also slaughtering the fishmen for its own desires. Although animals do not have the same sense of morality as humans, their predation is a perfectly normal instinct. But the fisherman monster is not like other ordinary creatures, and they are the guardians of the pearls. Therefore, the saber-toothed shark's actions triggered the displeasure of heaven. In fact, the saber-toothed shark is somewhat pitiful. Unfortunately, self-inflicted wounds cannot be lived through. The pitiful must have their hateful side. If heaven does not spare it, then there is nothing that can be done. After getting the answer, the saber-toothed shark closed its eyes and its body slowly sank. It was already dead. The corpse was pulled into the whirlpool. This was the first successful occurrence in so many days. At least it wouldn't have to stay in a cold, lifeless museum or laboratory anymore. Xiao Qingyu smiled with relief. Suddenly, an electronic voice sounded in her ear. "Xiao Qi, Congratulations, host. The popularity in the live broadcast room has successfully reached 10,000. And the hidden mission is about to begin. Chapter 31 Black Magic for Extracting Freshwater. Oh, Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow. A spark of interest ignited in her heart. After all, this was her first time starting a hidden mission, and she heard that completing hidden missions would also yield hidden rewards. Perhaps it could extend the usage time of those time-limited treasures in the treasure chest, which would be quite nice. What is it? She continued to communicate with the live broadcast system, Xiao Qi, using her thoughts. Xiao Qi. This hidden mission is to rescue the Fishman Monster Chieftain. The mission has been activated. Please complete it as soon as possible. The Fishman Monster Chieftain. I forgot about this. Xiao Qingyu was speechless. Because the only one who knew the whereabouts of the Fishman Monster Chieftain was the saber-toothed shark. But the saber-toothed shark was already dead and had been swept away by the whirlpool, not knowing where it would go. This is a bit tricky. 111. The host is really amazing. Actually poisoned the saber-toothed shark to death. Poison or poison. But those last words were simply heart-wrenching. I got goosebumps. 222. Indeed. I think the host is right. Not everyone is a bad person. The environment cannot be polluted by one or two people in a day or two. Just for us here, when facing some issues, if you have no status and rely only on yourself, you really can't stop it. 333. However, the environment really needs to be well protected. Look at how dirty this water is. The orcs living here are in big trouble. In the live stream, the orcs are chattering about Xiao Qingyu's earlier words. One particular comment stands out. Hey, upstairs, your remark reminded us. The saber-toothed shark is dead. So who knows the whereabouts of the Fishman tribe leader? Scary, seeing that they finally focused on this matter. Xiao Qingyu decided to interact with the audience in the live stream. She casually asked if anyone had any good ideas. After all, it doesn't hurt to ask. Don't rush. Host, let me think for a moment. Why not try using that orb? After all, the leader interacts with it the most. It must have some connection, right? Indeed, the orb. Xiao Qingyu's eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. What should I do if my brother is still missing? The Fishman monster suddenly realized the seriousness of the issue and began to cry helplessly at the whirlpool. It's too early to cry now. They still don't know if he is dead or alive, so why mourn prematurely? Wouldn't your brother be furious and not eat for 3 days if he knew about this? Xiao Qingyu looked at the orb in her hand and shared her thoughts with the Fishman monster. Would this work? The Fishman monster was a bit surprised. If it can work, wouldn't we know by trying? However, I need to earn your full trust first. Otherwise, if I take your orb and run away, that would be a grave sin. Although Xiao Qingyu wouldn't feel embarrassed or guilty, she still said this on purpose to test the Fishman monster's attitude. After all, if the other party doesn't trust her, they would hold a grudge against her later, blaming her. So why should she go through the trouble? Of course, the hidden quest still needs to be completed. This method is a bit risky, but Xiao Qingyu believes it will be effective soon. The Fishman monster nodded in agreement without hesitation. For some reason, Xiao Qingyu felt a sense of comfort in her heart. Perhaps it was the confidence and trust from someone else. This kind of experience is rare for her. So, with anticipation, she felt that once it was achieved, it would turn into comfort. Xiao Qingyu smiled, said to wait a moment, and then left the underwater to the surface. Even her hair was dry. Master, are you all right? Without needing to look, she could hear it. The one who spoke was the Lionhawk beast, who was quite eloquent. A bit clumsy, but very concise was the zombie king, Little Wong. Xiao Qingyu shook her head, indicating she was fine. However, Little Qi, you need to do something. I'm not sure if it's, insulting to you. She handed over the orb. She instructed Little Qi to remember the strongest scent within, which is the scent of the Fishman tribe leader. Then, she asked it to take the orb underwater and find a Fishman tribe leader. That's right. Xiao Qingyu's method was to use Little Qi, the Lionhawk beast's excellent sense of smell, to find the fish. In other words, treating it like a search and rescue dog. It was willing to serve its master wholeheartedly. The Lionhawk beast didn't feel offended at all. After all, it was true that it had a keen nose. Helping its master made it happy and proud. Xiao Qingyu placed the orb in a container and then hung it around the Lionhawk beast's neck. This made it easy for it to carry and to catch the scent of the orb. After doing all this, the Lionhawk beast went into the water. With the orb as protection, it could breathe and move freely. Relying on its excellent sense of smell and agile limbs, it quickly found the fisherman tribe leader, who was hidden among the water plants by the saber-toothed shark. Xiao Qingyu sat on the grass, which was covered with a blanket, watching the time. Half an hour. Not too fast, not too slow. After all, this water area is quite large. If it weren't polluted, it should be considered the largest freshwater lake on land, right? Just think of how much freshwater resources could be utilized. What a pity, what a pity, it's really a pity. Xiao Qingyu thought about how she used to practice black magic intensively, one of which was to extract the toxins or elements needed from concentrated liquids. Now that she thought about it, couldn't she use this black magic to repeatedly refine the remaining liquid and ultimately turn it into usable freshwater? Once this idea appeared in her mind, it spread like wildfire and took shape. She silently vowed to master her proud black magic as soon as possible. In this apocalyptic world, she would open countless hacks. Thank you, kind person. The fisherman monster appeared on the surface of the water with her brother, the fisherman tribe leader. The lionhawk beast also returned the orb to them. Benefactor, this is what you deserve. The fisherman tribe leader solemnly presented the orb to Xiao Qingyu as a token of gratitude. I have a question. Chapter 32. The secret protected by the fisherman tribe. If you give it to me, how will you continue to survive here? Xiao Qingyu remembered that the fisherman monster had said before that their entire fisherman tribe relied on the orb to live in the murky waters. If she took the orb away, wouldn't they go extinct? Actually, what we are really protecting is not the orb, but a secret. The fisherman tribe leader looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, and then said this in a low and serious voice. A secret? Xiao Qingyu and the fisherman monster both showed surprised expressions. Especially the fisherman monster. Clearly, it was hearing this for the first time. Brother, why don't we talk underwater? The fisherman tribe leader suggested. Okay, Xiao Qingyu readily agreed. Since she had the orb, the livestream task and hidden task were completed. The livestream room closed as soon as the fisherman tribe leader was found, and the countdown ended. The comments were praising Xiao Qingyu for her intelligence and her ability to utilize her surroundings. They were all envious of her having such strong and skilled followers. This time, the reward for completing the livestream task was a skill enhancement. She could choose to apply this skill to one of her followers, amplifying their strengths for her future use. After thinking it over, Xiao Qingyu decided to use it on Little Poison Snake. Because the completion of this task was largely thanks to Little Poison Snake's venom. After using the reward, Little Poison Snake could now speak human language, and its speed and venom concentration would be faster and stronger. Wow, thank you, Master. I can finally communicate like Little Wong and Little Chi. Little Poison Snake danced happily. From the sound, it seemed to be a soft and cute little girl. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but touch Little Poison Snake's smooth head with her fingertip. It felt slippery and cool. As for the reward from the hidden task, it was a limited product from the treasure book, increasing the usage time to an hour and a half. It was not easy. Next time, I'll give you both a boost too, Xiao Qingyu said to her remaining 2 followers. It's okay, Master. The 2 followers unexpectedly spoke in unison this time. Benefactor, please come with us. Okay. Xiao Qingyu let the zombie king and the lionhawk beast wait on the shore. Then, she took the orb and brought Little Poison Snake along to dive into the water with the fisherman monster and the fisherman tribe leader. They swam all the way to a large rock near the whirlpool and stopped. The fisherman tribe leader casually grabbed a small stone from the nearby tangled water plants and tapped it on a certain spot on the large rock. The next second, the large rock emitted a bright light, illuminating all of them. What is this? Just as Xiao Qingyu was about to ask, the fisherman monster interjected. Brother, isn't this the sunbathing we have to do every 2 days? The light is actually coming from this big rock. The fisherman tribe leader nodded. Then he began to explain. What they have guarded for generations is on the surface this precious pearl, but in reality, it is this plain, unremarkable large stone. In fact, the pearl was nurtured from this large stone. The previous leader, who resembled a deity, was informed by a beam of white light that the radiance within this large stone could protect the creatures in the water, ensuring they receive enough oxygen, water quality, sunlight, nutrients, and so on. It must be protected at all costs and cannot be taken away by anyone or any other creature. Otherwise, they would face extinction. Concerned about potential traitors within the tribe, the previous leader devised a plan. Every few days, he would gather everyone near the whirlpool, which was actually within the radiance of the large stone. He would tell them that during this time, sunlight could penetrate the impurities in the water and shine on the tribe members, bringing them strength and warmth. Fish generally have a short lifespan, typically 2 to 20 years. Especially in such water conditions, living 3 to 4 years is considered long-lived. Thus, the phrase guarding for generations is applicable. They have guarded the large stone, the whirlpool, and the precious pearl for generations, with each leader behaving similarly. Listening to this story, Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The previous leaders truly had foresight. The greatest fear is an internal traitor. Fortunately, past leaders did not disclose the secret of the large stone to all tribe members. Otherwise, in times of danger, there would always be some cowardly members willing to sell information to save themselves. Just like the fisherman who informed the saber-toothed shark about the pearl. To save his own life, he was willing to reveal the family's treasured secret, even specifically pointing out that the leader was the owner of the treasure. He successfully shifted the life-threatening issue onto the entire tribe and the leader who protected their safety. One must say, such a person is both foolish and wicked. It's understandable to want to save one's life in a difficult situation, but it is utterly unacceptable to risk the lives of the entire tribe to save the life of a single fisherman. The key point is, if the pearl were taken by the saber-toothed shark, this ignorant fisherman would also lose his life as a consequence. It would be a loss that outweighs the gain, and it would come at a great cost. Xiao Qingyu has a disdain for foolishness. She thought, if one of her subordinates were such a creature, they would be waiting to be made into fish head soup to change things up for everyone. Of course, she would never take such a foolish being as her subordinate. So, benefactor, if this pearl leaves the water, our fisherman tribe can still survive peacefully. You can take it with peace of mind. Additionally, as a token of gratitude, I have something else I would like to give you, and I hope you won't mind. Saying this, the leader of the fisherman tribe once again dove into the aquatic plants next to the large stone and pulled out the most vibrant and green aquatic plant. Based on my discovery, the water quality surrounding this plant is quite good, so it should have remarkable effects in purifying impurities and pollution. If the benefactor doesn't mind, please accept it. Oh, this is purification grass. Xiao Qingyu's eyes lit up. In her previous era, she had seen this kind of purification grass, and it was also one of the essential herbs for cultivating that refined black magic. She didn't expect it to be hidden in such an unremarkable water area. Among the aquatic plants, although there was only this one plant, if it were planted, it could yield more purification grass. How could she dislike it? She was thrilled to receive it. Xiao Qingyu accepted the purification grass without hesitation. The leader of the fisherman tribe was very pleased. He felt he had met someone knowledgeable and capable. Good-hearted person, if only the leader of the humans were you. He believed there was still a chance for this world to return to its original clean, beautiful, peaceful, and friendly state. This was the sentiment expressed by the leader of the fisherman tribe before Xiao Qingyu left the water. To let her become the leader of the humans? Chapter 33. You reap what you sow. However, this thought only briefly flashed through Xiao Qingyu's mind, like a feather gently brushing by, leaving no ripples. Mainly because she didn't want to think about it now. Although being adored by many, respected, and followed is quite nice, Xiao Qingyu preferred a bit more tranquility. After all, with more people, there would always be some troublemakers popping up. It is said that 3 women can create a drama, and 3 men can also stir up a storm. Xiao Qingyu didn't like cleaning up after others. The pearl and the purification grass were stored in her storage bag, and Xiao Qingyu sat on the back of the lion-tiger-eagle beast. She wanted to rest well and think about how to farm. 2 days later, Xiao Qingyu felt like she had come back to life. While out, she couldn't enjoy a hot shower or a good night's sleep. Finally back home, she could rest comfortably. After resting, Xiao Qingyu went to the previously marked vacant land. It was still a piece of fertile black soil rich in nutrients. Planting crops here should yield a good harvest, right? But looking at the bare ground, Xiao Qingyu, who had no farming experience, felt a bit troubled. If only there were a black magic spell that could directly plant crops and make them mature. A good thought to keep for future research. Master, perhaps I can try plowing the land. Seeing Xiao Qingyu's troubled expression, the lion-tiger-eagle beast volunteered. Its physique was indeed comparable to the large yellow cow that plowed in the village before, and it was even bigger and stronger. Can you do it? Xiao Qingyu asked. After all, the lion-tiger-eagle beast was still in its non-human form and probably wouldn't have ventured into areas where humans lived. However, it had monitored the village for 2 or 3 days from the sky, so it should have seen the yellow cow plowing the fields. I can give it a try. The lion-tiger-eagle beast replied earnestly. All right, I'm counting on you. Xiao Qingyu stepped aside to give the lion-tiger-eagle beast enough space. The zombie king also stood by, quietly observing how it plowed the land. An idea suddenly struck. Could also do this? It seemed quite simple. Master, I want to try too. After watching a few times, the zombie king stepped forward to Xiao Qingyu. Although its eyes were hollow, they now conveyed a sense of eager anticipation. With more hands to help plow the land, why not? Xiao Qingyu waved her hand, naturally agreeing for it to try as well. With the efforts of 2 large creatures, the land was plowed into what one would see in a village. Next, it was time to sow seeds. Xiao Qingyu flipped through her treasure book and indeed found the steps and precautions for planting. Great, let's get to work. Little Chi, you walk in front, step deeper, and make sure the distance between every 2 footprints is fixed. Little Wang, follow behind it, step lightly, and take your time. Don't rush. Place the seeds in the middle of the holes made by the footprints, then fill in the surrounding soil. It doesn't need to be too much. Xiao Qingyu directed them. The seeds included not only the purification grass, but also many other seeds obtained from the Beast World live broadcast, such as various vegetables and fruits. With fertile, quiet land and clean water sources, good terrain, and plenty of sunlight, along with her black potions and pills, she believed any seeds would yield excellent and bountiful results. As for the seeds of the purification grass, although the single plant was quite large, there weren't many seeds that could be extracted without damaging it. No matter. For such a miraculous treasure, quality is more important than quantity. After a half-day of hard work, this piece of land was filled with a variety of seeds, adequately watered and basked in sunlight, to prevent any humans or other creatures from coming to cause damage. While the zombie king and the lion-tiger-eagle beast were working, Xiao Qingyu didn't remain idle. She set up a large pot and began to brew the black pills and black potions. These things are better in abundance, especially a type of black potion that can make plants grow and bear fruit quickly without causing harm. You reap what you sow. Later, we will use them all. The little snake also helped Xiao Qingyu by using its tail to pass things, wrapping around a stick to stir in the pot. After making the black potion, they splashed it on the ground nearby to prevent others or creatures from approaching. Each person had 3 items, and they worked from day until the sun was about to set. It was hard work. Xiao Qingyu looked at the results in front of her. Although there were no fruits yet, there was a sense of satisfaction. Not hard for the master, her 3 subordinates replied in unison, especially the zombie king, which felt no hardship at all. If Xiao Qingyu had any other orders, it could immediately head out to cultivate more land. I'll take a shower first. You can eat without waiting for me. She took her time with the bath. After taking out enough food from her storage bag, she placed it in their designated food bowls. The lion, tiger, and eagle beast, as well as the little snake, could all eat raw meat, while the zombie king didn't need to eat it all. Even if it did, it could eat anything. So Xiao Qingyu directly prepared a lot of raw meat, as well as bread, water, etc. After working hard for so long, it was time to enjoy some good food. After finishing these tasks, Xiao Qingyu walked into her dedicated bathroom in the cave, filled it with warm water, and added the petals she had collected during the day and her homemade essential oils. She soaked comfortably for about an hour. Xiao Qingyu washed up, got dressed, and stepped outside. The lion, tiger, and eagle beast were guarding the door, and by then they had already finished eating, while the zombie king had cleaned the bowl conscientiously. Not bad. After a simple meal, Xiao Qingyu didn't idle around. She went out for a leisurely walk to digest. Then she started jogging. It was time for some exercise. Chapter 34. Failure is the mother of success. A few days passed. Xiao Qingyu watered her fields with the black potion daily, and, as expected, the plants grew quickly. Some of them, which absorbed more black potion, were already bearing fruit. The purification grass grew a bit slower, but that was understandable. Xiao Qingyu gathered some peanuts, apples, and other things that had already borne fruit. In the future, They could be kept as food for winter or for trading. She hadn't thought of what specifically to trade yet. Currently, she had many resources at hand, such as food, fresh water, energy, steel materials, weapons, etc. With so much wealth, Xiao Qingyu felt she could indeed establish her own safe base. However, managing so many people seemed too troublesome. What if an internal trader appeared and sold her out in times of danger? She decided to put that thought aside for now. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand and stored the fruit-bearing items in her storage bag. At noon, she cooked a pack of instant noodles for herself and had some fruit. Life was quite enjoyable. The next day, Xiao Qingyu slept until noon, had a quick bite, and went out to check if her purification grass had grown any more. The results proved that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Most of the surrounding plants had grown plenty of green leaves, and even some fruit trees had sprouts. Lush green leaves. However, that small patch of land where she planted the purification grass was still bare, not even a single seedling. It was truly strange. Xiao Qingyu furrowed her brows in confusion. She had frequently sprinkled the black potion on the purification grass seeds. How could there be no effect at all? Not believing in evil, she had the zombie king bring another bucket of black potion and poured it all over that piece of land. She decided to do nothing else today but watch it. Thus, Xiao Qingyu waited from day until night, but still, there was no change. During the day, to prove that her black potion wasn't ineffective, she had intentionally watered the nearby watermelon seedlings with a few scoops. By night, the purification grass was still bare, while the watermelon seedlings had already borne large, green watermelons. A gentle tap could crack the rind, revealing the sweet, red watermelon flesh inside. Just smelling it made it seem delicious. However, this comparison made the failure of the purification grass even more painful. Xiao Qingyu sighed helplessly. She comforted herself in her heart. It's okay. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Not everything can go smoothly. One must encounter some setbacks to achieve greater success. Come on, let us eat watermelon. Xiao Qingyu was not the type to put too much pressure on herself, engage in excessive internal conflict, or be self-reproachful. Some emotions come quickly and go just as fast. As long as it does not affect her interests and safety, it is not a big deal. Since it's not a big deal, there is no need to worry about it. It's not worth it. Xiao Qingyu gently pulled apart a watermelon and scooped out half to eat. Enjoying the night scenery and the gentle breeze, the sweet, juicy watermelon flesh filled her belly, and her mood improved considerably. Turning to look at her subordinates, the lion, tiger, and eagle beast were directly holding the remaining half of the watermelon, eating it elegantly. The zombie king was smashing watermelons with a fist, some of the pulp turning into juice. The little snake lay on the ground, slurping up the sweet watermelon juice from the grass. This is so delicious. I've never had such a tasty thing before. It was one of the Hydra's avatars, which had long hidden in the pitch-black deep sea. Usually, it survived by eating fish from the sea or treasures from the pipelines. Now that it was out of the ocean, following Xiao Qingyu meant it could have meat at every meal. Master, please drink. Seeing that the little snake liked to drink, the zombie king was a bit happy. Knowing Xiao Qingyu did not like dirt, it specially took a cup and placed it at the mouth of the watermelon. With one punch, watermelon juice sprayed everywhere, and a lot of it flowed into the cup. This way, it ended up with a cup full of sweet watermelon juice. Big guy, you're wasting too much. The little snake ran around, trying to open its mouth wide to drink the flying watermelon juice. Its tiny body was now puffed up. Yes, little king, although we're now food big shots, we still shouldn't waste. Wasting food and water is a shameful act. There is no need to talk about how much people could eat with what you waste. After all, those who should hear this are not ordinary people like them. But indeed, food should not be wasted. The zombie king nodded, obediently picking up the leftover watermelon scraps from the ground and swallowing them. It was not afraid of dirt and would not get sick. Its main feature was that it could eat and digest anything. That being said, Xiao Qingyu had an idea in her heart. Moreover, every profession has its specialization. No matter how powerful she was, she could not create something from nothing. So, she decided to find a rescuer. Baijia village, Xiao Qingyu initially planned to go straight in. However, she found that someone had been stationed at the village entrance, accompanied by a fierce and strong yellow dog. They were presumably there to prevent outsiders from entering the village. However, Xiao Qingyu is the great benefactor of the village. Her face has long been deeply etched in the hearts of every villager. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if she turned to ashes, they would still recognize her. Cough, that description might be a bit excessive. Just then, the person guarding the village was the village chief's son, Xiao Tuesday Miss Xiao. You're here. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu, Xiao Tu was very excited and happy, but also a bit worried. He had heard from Uncle Lu and the others before that Miss Xiao had left the village to seek refuge in a base. Among the several major bases now, few are good, although they are safer. If Miss Xiao has no background and can't pay taxes, she will definitely suffer. But Xiao Tu observed that Miss Xiao was dressed quite well, and her complexion looked good. She didn't seem like someone who had been bullied. The village has changed its name? When did that happen? Xiao Qingyu casually asked. At the same time, she noticed the look in Xiao Tu's eyes and couldn't help but smile. With countless resources and capable subordinates to protect her, she would not give those bases a chance to bully her. Chapter 35. Don't save the wild man by the road. Xiao Tu briefly explained the reason. After driving away Old Wang and Emerald from the village, to prevent such situations from happening again and better protect the village, they decided to tackle the issue at its source. That is, no more outsiders would be allowed in, and villagers would not be allowed to sneak out. With Old Wang as an example, the villagers were actually afraid to entertain such thoughts. Even if they had the intention, they no longer had the courage. So they had to guard against outsiders. Therefore, the village's name had to be changed because almost every household in the village had a unique surname. It was built by people who had lost their homes. The name 100 Family Village was born. Indeed, this name fits the situation of the village very well. Moreover, there had been changes at the village entrance. They had placed many thorns and large trees to obscure the view, making it hard for others to see that there was a village hidden here, while also preventing some beasts and insect from entering. Xiao Qingyu took a while to find the entrance of the village. This time, she had only brought Little Poison Snake with her. The lion-tiger eagle beast, not feeling at ease, chose to fly above, monitoring the village and protecting its master. The zombie king was still guarding the cave and that piece of land. Each had their own duties. Let's go. Miss Xiao, I'll take you to Uncle Lu's house. It's time for the shift change. It was definitely not enough for just one person to watch the village entrance from morning till night. They couldn't handle it. So they would take turns, usually with strong young men who were full of energy. All right, thank you. Xiao Qingyu came to 100 Family Village specifically to find Uncle Lu and his wife. They were planting experts in the village, and their home had many farming tools related to planting. During the 2 or 3 days she spent at their house, Xiao Qingyu often heard people asking Uncle Lu about crop issues. Specialization is key, and asking him about purification grass would definitely be the right choice. Lu's home. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu, both Old Lu and Xiao Mei showed surprised expressions. The next moment, they hurried over, asking her if she had encountered any difficulties. Clearly, both of them, like Xiao Tu, mistakenly thought that Xiao Qingyu had been bullied by the base and had come to them as a last resort. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Aunt Mei, I'm doing well. I brought you some things. Xiao Qingyu didn't say much, just displayed her new clothes. Then she handed over a bag. Inside were some meat and fruits, all fresh and rare. The implication was obvious. She was living well. Good, that's great. Aunt Mei sighed in relief, showing a relaxed and joyful smile. Child, you traveled such a long way. Is there something you need help with? Just say it. Old Lu still felt a bit uneasy. It's nothing serious. Uncle Lu, I just miss you too and came to see you. If I really had urgent matters, I wouldn't be able to meet and chat with you so easily and happily. Xiao Qingyu said with a smile. That's right. Old Lu, don't overthink it. Cool me. Let's go inside and chat slowly. Aunt Mei cheerfully linked her arm with Xiao Qingyu's. The few of them entered the house. After some small talk, Xiao Qingyu brought up the green plants that Old Lu was growing at home, and then casually mentioned her purification grass. I've never raised this type of plant, so I don't know much about it. I hope Uncle Lu can guide me. Saying this, she took out a few seeds from her pocket for Old Lu to examine. Old Lu looked closely and pointed out the problem. Xiao, this green plant of yours should live in water, right? Xiao Qingyu nodded. She had also tried to water the purification grass with enough clean water, but the results were still unsatisfactory. It's easy to handle. You just need to raise it in water, meaning you should put the seeds directly in water without any soil. Oh, and this water isn't pure water. You need to add nutrient solution. Luckily, I have some. It's nothing rare, take it all. After hearing old Lu's words, Xiao Qingyu suddenly understood. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Ha, don't rush to leave. Stay for a meal. Before leaving the village, old Lu and Aunt May personally escorted her to the village entrance. Seeing that no one was around, they quietly reminded Xiao Qingyu with a few words. Xiao, I heard that there have been disturbances at the safe base recently. It's one of the closest bases to us, and there are 2 other safe bases nearby. If you're over there, please pay attention to your safety. Disturbances? Xiao Qingyu had a rough idea in her mind. It seemed that there was a fire at home, and they had no time to care for her. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I'm not over there. I just prefer to stay at home and not go out, especially since I'm new here and don't know anyone. So I'm not very clear about things over there. The 2 safe bases are indeed close. Do you think it will affect us? After all, in this apocalypse, bases often fight over resources, and when that happens, it's only as common folks who get hurt. As soon as these words were spoken, Aunt May immediately showed a pained expression. She patted Xiao Qingyu's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Good child, we also heard it from the village chief. He went to an independent town to exchange some equipment the day before yesterday, and that's how he found out about this. Luckily, you're not over there, otherwise, you would really suffer. It seems that the turmoil caused by the internal strife is quite significant. That's right, Xiao. The village chief told us to minimize going out in the future and not get involved in these disputes between bases. You should also be more careful. As long as you stay safe at home, that's good enough. Also, don't forget to be aware of the situation. If there's danger, leave quickly. Come find us or go to another safe place. Either is fine. In this apocalypse, remember that life is the priority. Old Lu earnestly advised. Okay, Uncle Lu, I understand. After bidding farewell to the 2, Xiao Qingyu turned and left. As she faded out of the village's view, she looked up and saw the lion-tiger-eagle beast flying down to let her sit on its back. At that moment, a man's weak cry for help came from not far away. Xiao Qingyu frowned. How could there be someone here? Master, should we go take a look? The lion-tiger-eagle beast asked. No, let's not. After all, there is a saying, never save the wild man by the roadside. Chapter 36. Establish you as king otherwise. She wouldn't make a losing deal or lift a stone only to smash her own foot. Let's go. The lion-tiger-eagle beast nodded and spread its wings, flying upwards. After a dark shadow left, a small bag of items appeared at the spot. It was deliberately left by Xiao Qingyu. Don't get me wrong, she is not a saint, but she has a strong premonition that she cannot let this wild man die in vain. It's like a novel, where most characters appear for a reason. Xiao Qingyu rarely reads novels. In her previous otherworldly era, there were no such things. She only took a few books while scavenging for resources in the Xiao family because she wanted to learn more about this world. After all, her memories from her past life were still too few. The result was that half of the books were novels. No wonder Xiao Jilin loved to show off. She did it so well that she could deceive so many people. It turns out that besides her nature, she was also working hard to learn. Zombie kings, hydras, griffins, Baijia village, fishmen, monsters. Every creature encountered seemed to be a coincidence, as if it were destined by heaven. All she did was give that wild man some food and a few simple bandaging supplies. Whether he could survive outside depended on his own luck. Meanwhile, the man who had cried out weakly finally noticed the bag that had been deliberately left behind. He sniffed carefully. Was there a smell of food? The man quickly shook his head, as if trying to shake off this ridiculous thought. Then he curled his lips into a bitter smile. It seemed he was truly close to death, which is why he was having hallucinations. In the wilderness, how could there be a smell of food? Even if there was food, it should be him being regarded as food by something else. With this thought, the man's expression grew even worse. He covered his injured shoulder and staggered onward. He clearly remembered there was a village nearby. Why couldn't he find it after so long? If he didn't find it soon, he would bleed to death. He just happened to collapse next to the bag. It seemed like fate was at work. Just before his consciousness began to fade, the man gritted his teeth and opened the bag. When he saw the food and bandaging supplies inside, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But survival instincts made him stop overthinking, and he picked up the food to devour it hungrily. It was a sandwich, with vegetables and meat, replenishing protein and energy. He also used the bandaging supplies to awkwardly treat his shoulder. Leaning against a tree trunk, he breathed heavily. With food, his bleeding stopped, and his previously pale face gradually improved. Next, he needed to find a place to hide from those vicious guys pursuing him. After resting for a while, the man opened his eyes. His beautiful starry eyes were filled with determination. Lin Xingqian, you must live well. Master, why are you getting so much water? The little snake squatted beside the water tank, tilting its small head in confusion. To grow plants, Xiao Qingyu replied with a smile. She found several appropriately sized pieces of glass from her storage bag and then had the zombie king help her make them into a water tank. She filled it with spring water from the hose, ensuring not a speck of dirt got in. The nutrient solution that old Lu sent was also poured into the water tank, along with the purification grass and seeds soaked in it. If this method of cultivation proves effective, she would then add the growth-type black potion to speed up the purification grass. After clapping her hands, Xiao Qingyu turned around and went to take a bath. How is it? Moreover, the situation within the Xiao family is not peaceful. The second young lady's fiancé, Lin Xinhai, is the head of the safe base, and it seems that the grandson of the Lin family head is also going to rebel. What? When she heard the name Lin Xinhai, Xiao Qingyu felt a sting in her heart. TSK. In her past life, she had given her all to this scumbag, even risking her life for him. How foolish. If she didn't care for herself, how could she expect others to care for her? For a man, she sacrificed her dignity and life. No wonder others looked down on her. Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath. That sting might be a remnant of her past life as consciousness, and more so a reaction to her regrets and hatred towards her previous life. No matter what happened before, now she is herself. She will not allow any scum to oppress her. Continuing, Xiao Qingyu made herself a cup of tea to ease her mood after hearing about the scumbag. This tea was also sent by Uncle Lu and tasted pretty good. It wasn't too strong. It was light and refreshing. After calming her mood, a hint of mockery and amusement appeared on her face. She wanted to see how a hypocrite who relied on women to rise to power would rebel, and what gave him the courage. Could it be Xiao Zhiling? After all, this child's ambition is not small. Lin Xinhai and the heir of the base seem to have colluded to jointly seize control of two safe bases. The internal turmoil among the commoners of the safe base was the work of these two and the second young lady of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingyu's smile grew wider. The dog-eat-dog drama is simply too exciting. She loves to watch, and the more intense, the better. However, she had a doubt. Since the guy from the safe base is already the heir, why would he want to join forces with Xiao Zhiling and Lin Xinhai to seize control? Clearly, he could take over and gain control after the head of the Lin family passes away. There must be some hidden reasons behind this. Well done. Take a break for now and continue to gather information tomorrow. Okay, master. Xiao Qingyu looked at her teacup, her brows slightly furrowed. The future situation is bound to become ever-changing and more complex and interesting. Xiao family. Brother Xinhai, I advise you to make a firm decision soon. As long as you and the second young lady add fuel to the fire and seize the power of the Xiao family, I will immediately find a way to support you as the new family head. Become a new king of the safe base. Chapter 37. Meeting the wild man again. New king. Upon hearing this term, Lin Xinhai's hand holding the phone trembled. At the same time, his eyes shone with a myriad of emotions, worry, fear, and countless excitement and yearning. A king. Someone who was expelled from the Lin family and fell to the Xiao family. Relying on a woman to have a respectable identity and survive could actually become the king of the safe base. This feeling was simply exhilarating. It was something he had never dared to imagine before. However, adding fuel to the fire would surely make the flames burn even brighter. If Xiao Leitang noticed, he wouldn't even know how he died. After all, this person was very suspicious and had always disliked and distrusted him. Therefore, Xiao Leitang had never truly valued him, giving him any real power, nor would he give him a high or good position or status. In most people's eyes, he was nothing more than the fiancé of the second young lady of the Xiao family, a pretty face relying on his fiancé, to rise to power. utterly devoid of ability and dignity. Thinking of this, Lin Xinhai couldn't help but grit his teeth, tightening his fists, producing a crisp cracking sound. Huh. He was at least a tall and strong man. How could he have no dignity? How could he endure others' disdain and Xiao Leitang's insults? Huh. So this matter still needs to be carefully planned and executed with caution. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind. Having spent a long time together, Lin Xinhai immediately knew who the person was without needing to look or think much. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned around, his face radiating a warm smile. His eyes filled with affection. If one looked closely, they would find that beneath the smile lay a hidden hypocrisy. Indeed, the person before him was none other than Xiao Qingyu, the second young lady of the Xiao family, his fiancée Yi. This year, Xiao Qingyu was about to turn 20. While Lin Xinhai was 24, Xiao Qingyu was 21, and Xiao Leitang was 45. Remembering when he first met Xiao Qingyu, she was a vibrant 17. In order to smoothly enter the Xiao family and find a sufficiently protective big tree, Lin Xinhai meticulously planned a romantic first meeting, providing the love-struck Xiao Qingyu with enough fantasy and warmth. She, who was initially in a hostile relationship with the Xiao family, began to feel a sense of guilt for finally having someone to care for and redeem her, leading her to become utterly devoted to herself without any doubts. However, Xiao Qingyu did not know that from the very beginning, Lin Xin's thoughts and intentions were not focused on her. Of course, at that time, he was not so crazed as to suddenly take a liking to the 16-year-old Xiao Qingyu. He approached Xiao Qingyu because she was about to come of age, and her situation was special, making her an easy target. A little warmth would suffice. But the pampered Xiao Qingyu was different. She had seen all kinds of outstanding men. Thus, after a year or two, as Xiao Qingyu was about to come of age, Lin Xin had grown tired of being neglected while following Xiao Qingyu in the Xiao family. Therefore, he reached out to the second young lady, Xiao Qingyu. Through his performance and Xiao Qingyu's tendency to compete for the things that belonged to Xiao Qingyu, the two naturally ended up together. From that point on, Lin Xin also got what he wanted, but not everything. He was a very ambitious man. "Brother Xin, who are you calling?" Xiao Qingyu asked suspiciously. Lin Xin rarely made phone calls, especially sneaking in corners like now. "Lingling, I'm calling Ah-san, hoping he can help me find something to use as a gift for your birthday. I can't reveal the details. Otherwise, there won't be any surprise." "A gift, a surprise?" Xiao Qingyu smiled upon hearing this. She knew that this man was wholly hers, always thinking about her. Apart from his identity, Lin Xin's handsome appearance, gentle and considerate personality, and his attentive attitude towards her made them a perfect match, especially the thrill of taking something from Xiao Qingyu, which no other man could provide. Thinking of that woman, a trace of malice and disgust flashed across Xiao Qingyu's beautiful face. Speaking of which, she had everything and could completely ignore the existence of Xiao Qingyu, the unfavored daughter who was powerless and humiliated. But others didn't know that only Xiao Qingyu herself understood how her current status and importance in her father's heart came about. There were many secrets hidden within. Xiao Qingyu dared not think further because she would never admit that she had ever been jealous of Xiao Qingyu. That kind of person only deserved to be trampled underfoot. While her thoughts wandered, Lin Xin quietly observed her from the side. He guessed that Xiao Qingyu might be thinking about Xiao Qingyu again. Upon careful reflection, although Xiao Qingyu could satisfy many of her desires outside, such as resources, fame, and so on, it seemed that internally, Xiao Qingyu provided her with the most respect and affection. Of course, they had not been intimate. First, they were both still young, and second, he wanted to keep his innocence for Xiao Qingyu. The beloved second young lady would never want a tainted man. Lingling, how is the head of the family? Father is just like that. He was angered severely. He has always been proud, and now he has suffered so much humiliation from those lowly people. He must need some time to recuperate. Xiao Qingyu glanced at him. "Brother Xin, on my birthday, you will propose to my father, right?" "Of course." Lin Xin revealed a deep, affectionate smile. "You are my greatest love in this life, my only wife." 2 days later, Xiao Qingyu saw her purification grass seeds finally sprouting and growing, causing her heart to beat like a mother's. She felt gratified and joyful. After all, Results that were hard to come by were the most cherished and joyful. Let's go out and get some sunlight. Xiao Qingyu remembered that old Lu had said these aquatic plants needed sunlight to grow faster and better. She had been staying in the cave and hadn't gone out much these past couple of days. Only in the morning would she go for a run and exercise. Then listen to the news the lion, tiger, eagle, beast had gathered outside. The head of the Xiao family was ill and had suffered a serious illness. It was evident that he had been angered by those unruly subjects. It would be best if that guy died from anger. No. Xiao Qingyu smiled slightly. Dying just like that would be too easy for him. It's better to torture him slowly, eventually hitting the painful spots so that he dies in a very difficult and cruel manner. As she walked out, she unconsciously wandered back into the forest. Xiao Qingyu did not expect to encounter that wild man again. Now, he could no longer be called a wild man. Chapter 38. Falling at first sight, he had changed considerably. Thinking back to the first time she saw the wild man, he truly lived up to his name. He was dirty and ragged, with long hair messy enough to cover his face, making it hard to see his true appearance. He looked like an abandoned dog, curled up by the tree. The lion, tiger, eagle, beast had a keen nose and could tell he was a man a few years older than Xiao Qingyu. And he was quite tall, conservatively over 185 meters. Xiao Qingyu did not pay much attention to appearances. After all, looks wouldn't put food on the table. What mattered most was strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a zombie king as her subordinate. However, being good-looking and clean indeed scored major points in her first impression. The current wild man, although his hair hadn't been cut short, was tied up, giving off a kind of classical young master vibe. He wore ordinary clothes, had some stubble on his chin, yet gave off an air of nobility. In terms of looks, he was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Similarly, it was also because of the keen nose of the lion, tiger, eagle, beast that she could recognize that the handsome young man before her was the previously destitute wild man. She wondered how this guy had survived in the forest. Had he encountered kind-hearted people from the nearby village who temporarily took him in? But that shouldn't be the case. The village was very strict now, and they wouldn't easily let outsiders in. Just as Xiao Qingyu was curious about how the man had survived, an urgent male voice rang out. Be careful. Lin Xingqian was seeing Xiao Qingyu for the first time, yet he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. He wanted to leave. After all, seeing a beautiful woman in the wilderness was not a good thing. The forest often encountered fog, which could bring out many things, real or fake. Once one fell for it, when they came to, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, just as Lin Xingqian was about to leave, he noticed a half-lion, half-tiger creature with eagle wings appearing behind Xiao Qingyu. He had only known about the lion-tiger hybrids before. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre creature. It wasn't hard to guess that it had to have been mutated due to nuclear wastewater. Thus, Lin Xingqian didn't think much and kindly reminded Xiao Qingyu to be cautious. He then quickly jumped aside, seemingly stepping on some device. The next moment, a fist-sized object was hurled toward the lion, tiger, eagle, beast. At first, Xiao Qingyu did not dodge. She wanted to see how this wild man would handle the lion, tiger, eagle, beast behind her and how he would save her from danger. Unexpectedly, he had already set up a weapon there in advance. Fortunately, Xiao Qingyu reacted quickly and was agile enough to dodge early. Otherwise, that dirty unknown object would have hit her. She couldn't accept that. The lion, tiger, eagle, beast also reacted quickly, spreading its wings to fly up and easily evade the attack. After that object hit the ground, it seemed to turn into gunpowder, exploding with a considerable spark. The surrounding plants suffered as a result. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised because this action proved that the wild man before her was quite extraordinary. If possible, it would be nice to have a human-like attendant under my command. At this moment, Lin Xingqian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. First, he was shocked that the woman before him was so agile and showed no fear of the monster behind her. There seemed to be a strange master-servant dynamic between them. Secondly, the weapon he had crafted had never failed him in this forest before. Yet today, he had met his Waterloo. He also lost the few gunpowder eggs he had. The situation was becoming dire. If the person and the monster across from him were partners, his predicament would be even worse. Just as Lin Xingqian was torn between escaping alone or gritting his teeth to save Xiao Qingyu, the lion, tiger, eagle, beast began to move. It slowly approached the man and opened its huge mouth. Lin Xingchen stopped hesitating and ran. He also took Xiao Qingyu with him. But just as his hand touched the woman's arm, something suddenly lunged out and bit his finger. The next moment, Lin Xingchen's vision went dark and he fainted. Before losing consciousness, he heard the woman's pleasant yet cold voice, laced with a hint of amusement. Lin Xingchen woke up when he saw his surroundings and the creatures. He gasped in shock, but quickly regained his composure. It seemed his mental fortitude was quite good. "Hello," that melodious yet complex voice rang out. Lin Xingchen saw that the monsters parted to make way for the woman. He couldn't help but feel astonished and puzzled. How could a human coexist with monsters, venomous snakes, and zombies? Why didn't they kill him, but instead brought him to their cave? She had too many secrets. "The master is talking to you," the little venomous snake hissed. Dissatisfied, hearing a snake speak human language shocked Lin Xingchen, making it feel bizarre. But just as Xiao Qingyu thought, he was no ordinary person. He had skills, strategies, and courage. Perhaps he was the captain of a security team from Safe Base? "No rush. Let's eat something first." Xiao Qingyu smiled and raised her hand. The lion tiger eagle beast dropped a familiar bag at Lin Xingchen's feet, saying flatly, "Eat." Lin Xingchen raised an eyebrow in shock. This monster could also speak human language? "What are you looking at?" The zombie king spoke, instantly making Lin Xingchen question his life. Had he already died? Was everything in front of him an illusion? Wait. Lin Xingchen finally noticed the difference in the bag. Wasn't this the bag he had found before he almost died that day? At that time, he was scared but didn't think much of it. He used the bag to save his life. He was very grateful to the person who left the bag behind. No matter what, it had saved his life. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qingyu noticed the change in his expression and knew what he was thinking. She smiled slightly and turned to leave without saying a word. As she walked away, the monsters followed her. "Please wait." Lin Xingchen reached out to stop her. Xiao Qingyu ignored him and continued walking. Looking at her back, Lin Xingchen felt a feeling he couldn't quite describe, as if he had fallen for her at first sight. He lowered his head and tightly clutched the bag. Chapter 39. Lin Xingchen's decision. Xiao Qingyu's significance in Lin Xingchen's heart suddenly grew much larger. Not only was she his savior, but she was also a remarkable person with both looks and talent. She held many secrets, much like a brightly colored poisonous mushroom, knowing there was danger, yet still irresistibly drawn to explore and get closer to her. This feeling was new to him, both wonderful and intense. Lin Xingchen picked up the bag without any hesitation and headed straight for his target. "Hello, my name is Lin Xingchen." Xiao Qingyu smiled, but said nothing, quietly listening to his somewhat clumsy self-introduction. In his eyes, there seemed to be a vast sea of stars, always shimmering with the light of hope and yearning for the future. "Living the apocalypse, I wonder if that's good or bad. May I ask who you are?" Seeing that Xiao Qingyu was ignoring him, Lin Xingchen took a deep breath and mustered the courage to continue asking. "Let us get straight to the point. You were the one who left the bag with food and medicine in the forest that day, right?" Xiao Qingyu smiled, thinking that he was not foolish after all. Of course, she wouldn't waste her time pitying a useless fool. When she finally reacted to him, even if it was just a smile, Lin Xingchen felt very happy. I'm curious about how you survived. Living in an uninhabited forest, possibly with wild beasts lurking around. Relying solely on the contents of that small bag for several days must not have been easy." Xiao Qingyu stated this as a fact rather than a question. It seemed that not being honest would be too disrespectful and that he was not clear about his current situation. Lin Xingchen's gaze darkened as he organized his thoughts and truthfully recounted his experiences in the forest. "To be honest, I was once the vice captain of the security team at a safe base." The captain. He had indeed guessed correctly, but only half right. He was the vice captain, the one who worked the hardest but had no real status. Moreover, he was easily put in difficult situations, bearing the blame for others. Otherwise, with his abilities, how could he have come to survive in the wild like this? Additionally, I am the son of the head of the Lin family, the second oldest. Oh, there's that layer of identity too. Xiao Qingyu put away her smile, contemplating. In her memories from her past life, she recalled two safe bases of comparable strength, located quite close to each other. On the surface, they appeared peaceful, but behind the scenes, they often competed over various resources. For instance, they compared which safe base had a larger population, more resources per capita, more safety devices, and larger security teams, among other things. The Lin family had 3 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom were elite talents. However, there could only be one heir. The eldest was much older than the other children, and the head of the Lin family was not like Xiao Leitang. He was an old man who was probably over 60 now. The eldest was nearing 40 and had a nearly 17-year-old precious son, who was the only beloved grandson of the old head. Many speculated that the eldest would rely on this grandson to become the next head of the safe base. The second child was Lin Xingchen, who appeared to be around 27 or 28. The younger siblings were likely not much different from his. The third child had 2 daughters, but her husband seemed quite capable and adept at pleasing the eldest and his son, holding a good position in the family. The fourth child started as a young lady of the Lin family, age unknown, married, and had children. Strangely, she vanished after marrying, and she was also someone the Lin family could not mention. Currently, only the second and fifth children were unmarried. The fifth child was also a daughter, but perhaps because she was the last child of the most beloved wife, she was very cherished. In short, Lin Xingchen, as the middle child, did the hardest and most exhausting work but received neither the love nor status he deserved. Xiao Qingyu nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Lin Xingchen did not elaborate too much on his treatment within the Lin family, as it was evident without needing to be said. How could the second young master of the Lin family end up in a situation where he had to survive in the wilderness? Moreover, with so many days past, no one had come to look for him. Lin Xingchen's status in the Lin family was clearly illustrated. I was originally ordered to lead a small team along a back road to a safe base for energy cooperation. Since this matter couldn't be known by too many people, my team only consisted of 8 or 9 individuals. However, while passing through an uninhabited mountainous area, a sudden fog rolled in, and I lost contact with my team. I was then surrounded and beaten by several unknown individuals, drugged, and thrown into this forest to fend for myself. After being rescued by your kindness, I carefully reviewed the situation and guessed who sent those people after me. As she spoke, Lin Xingchen's voice trembled, seemingly shocked, angry, and somewhat disheartened by the revelation. Xiao Qingyu speculated that those who harmed Lin Xingchen must be close relatives. Only those who are closest can exploit your weaknesses and pain to harm you precisely. It's both heartbreaking and harmful. After all, even though Lin Xingchen was not very prominent in the Lin family, her outstanding abilities still made her a potential threat, a thorn in their side. She had to be eliminated to ensure their absolute inheritance rights. Or perhaps it was to showcase their authority and capabilities driven by vanity. Much like Xiao Jilin. Clearly, in her past life, she was not favored by her father and posed no threat to her. Yet she was still targeted and plotted against her demise. For such psychologically twisted individuals, any wrongdoing is reasonless. If a reason must be found, it would be the joy of bullying others that most aptly fits. Having finished speaking, Xiao Qingyu asked, "Now that you've said this, do you have any thoughts? Let us hear them." Xiao Qingyu was considering taking Lin Xingchen as a subordinate. However, to be her subordinate, besides capability, absolute loyalty was essential. If Lin Xingchen wavered between her and the Lin family and forgave them, she would ultimately be led to a tragic end again, which would surely implicate Xiao Qingyu as well. This was also why Xiao Qingyu disliked having human subordinates around her. They were more likely to hinder her than to help, dragging her down with their sympathy for others' fates, sharing in the bad luck. Foolish and pitiful. At present, I have only 2 thoughts, Lin Xingchen said, looking into Xiao Qingyu's eyes with a resolute tone. First, I want to live well. Second, Chapter 40. A thief's heart and a thief's courage. Xiao Qingyu raised an eyebrow, waiting for Lin Xingchen's next words. I want revenge. The man's eyes were firm, filled with anger and unwillingness. The grudge of being framed and nearly losing his life had to be avenged. In fact, Lin Xingchen had long sensed the jealousy and targeting from his brothers. He had often been framed at work, leading to blame from his father. However, his abilities were indeed outstanding, which allowed him to remain in the position of vice captain in the security team. The most severe incident occurred when Lin Xingchen was almost responsible for the deaths of several teammates he usually fought alongside. He often used the excuse of family to numb himself, persuading himself not to tear apart the face with them and ruin the harmony among relatives. But this time, Lin Xingchen was genuinely angry. He found the culprit, his elder brother's precious son, tied him up, and brought him before his father, the head of the Lin family. He presented evidence and pleaded with his father to act fairly, ensuring that his nephew received the punishment he deserved for the severe consequences of his prank. At first, his father was willing to investigate. But later, whether it was due to his nephew's pitiful cries or his elder brother's pleas, the elder Lin, having grown older, became more emotionally attached and less decisive than in his youth. Ultimately, the matter was suppressed and left unresolved. From then on, it became a thorn in Lin Xingchen's heart, one that could not be removed. At the same time, he became a thorn in his elder brother's family as well. Besides his abilities, his ruthlessness, lack of familial affection, and the elder's attitude towards Lin Xingchen were factors. Perhaps the elder Lin was not entirely confused and knew that among his children, only the second son resembled him in his youth. But after being biased for so long, even if he realized this point, it would not be easy to change his attitude and decisions. Perhaps as compensation, the elder Lin assigned Lin Xingchen a lucrative task. It was precisely because of this lucrative task that his elder brother's family felt their interests and unshakable inheritance rights were severely threatened. Therefore, they planned to use this to completely eliminate Lin Xingchen. Unfortunately, Lin Xingchen was lucky and met Xiao Qingyu. With his capabilities and tenacity, he survived. At that moment, his mindset underwent a significant change. Kai people are often bullied. In the apocalypse, nearly everyone is selfish and ruthless. He valued familial ties, but those relatives did not consider him a fellow kin. Therefore, he wanted revenge for all the humiliations he endured over the years, for his teammates who died unjustly without compensation or truth. Having determination is good. With hatred and a goal, there is motivation. Perhaps due to similar experiences, the two of them felt a sense of mutual sympathy. I am very grateful for the chance you gave me to survive. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is a rebirth. If you do not mind, I am willing to join your side, to work for you without hesitation. Lin Xingchen expressed his determination after sharing his story. He requested to be Xiao Qingyu's subordinate, not only to repay her kindness, but also for his own selfish reasons. He wanted to stay by her side, grow stronger, and facilitate his revenge in the future. Lin Xingchen had a strong premonition that Xiao Qingyu would definitely not be his enemy. If she truly stood on the Lin family's side as his enemy, there would be a case of misjudging people. Lin Xingchen clenched his fists, thinking that if that were the case, he would not hesitate to die immediately. He would repay her kindness in the next life. After all, he could not betray himself and the benefactor who saved him, becoming a weapon to kill himself and his wrong teammates, continuing to be a dishonorable tool of the Lin family. Xiao Qingyu quietly observed the subtle expressions on Lin Xingchen's face. Smart as she was, she could probably guess the turmoil and conflict in his heart. She understood, whether it was the Lin family or the Xiao family, they were ultimately just a group of superficially glamorous but internally more brutal and inhumane scum than zombies. All right, from now on, you will be my subordinate, my right-hand man. Together, we will take revenge for the injustices of the past. Xiao Qingyu raised her hand, extending it towards Lin Xingchen. It was not a gesture to shake hands, but rather to reveal the back of her hand. Lin Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, but immediately understood and knelt on one knee, reverently accepting that delicate, snow-white hand with both hands. He gently leaned his forehead against it. From this moment on, he, Lin Xingchen, will be Xiao Qingyu's subordinate, seeing her as his master. He vowed to protect her with his life. Meanwhile, Lin Xinhai was chatting with Xiao Zhilin and Xiao Leitang. Ever since the storage room and energy mountain were completely looted by Xiao Qingyu, Xiao Leitang's health had been declining day by day. It was evident that he was deeply angered. As the head of the Xiao family, he had always been a revered and respected figure. Yet, he repeatedly stumbled over his least favorite daughter. How ridiculous! Looking at his obedient and lovely second daughter, Xiao Leitang felt much better. However, he often recalled the day the storage room was emptied, when Xiao Zhilin seemed to be possessed. speaking such unfilial and disrespectful words to him. Although the doctor later explained that his second daughter had been poisoned and quickly treated, Xiao Leitang still felt bothered by it. Because Xiao Zhiling inadvertently revealed her dirty past that she was unwilling to acknowledge. A significant reason why he could maintain his position as the head of the Xiao family was due to Xiao Qingyu's mother. Regarding this woman, Xiao Leitang's feelings were hard to describe. He thought he should be jealous, even hate her, but without love, how could there be hate? However, for so long, his pride prevented him from admitting it. He didn't want to acknowledge it, nor did he want to think about these matters. It became a forbidden zone in Xiao Leitang's heart. Lin, tomorrow you'll be 20 years old. How do you want to celebrate? I'm fine with anything, Dad. Your health is the priority. Just keep it simple. As long as you can be with me, Lin will be very happy. Xiao Zhiling was very good at comforting people. Xiao Leitang smiled with satisfaction. Compared to the current mad dog-like Xiao Qingyu, he was most at ease with his second daughter. Although he was wary of Lin Xinhao's impure intentions, he knew he had the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage of a thief. However, he was mistaken. Chapter 41. The birthday party chaos. You're 20 now? You're an adult. But no matter how old you are, you'll always be the only princess in Dad's heart. So, of course, we have to celebrate grandly. Don't worry, Liner. I've already had people start preparing for this in the past few days, so I won't let you down because of any rush. Upon hearing Xiao Leitang's words, Xiao Zhiling was deeply touched. She walked over, affectionately linked her arm with her father's, and sweetly said, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you would be the one who loves me the most." Xiao Leitang smiled and gently patted his daughter's hand. At the same time, he subtly glanced at Lin Xinhao, who was smiling gently. After noticing the gaze from across the table, Lin Xinhao immediately smiled in a flattering manner at Xiao Leitang. The head of the family treats Lin so well. I see it and remember it in my heart. I will definitely treat Lin as well as you do. However, Xiao Leitang still did not give him a proper look, simply took a few bites, rinsed his mouth, wiped his mouth, and left under the pretext of needing rest. This is clearly humiliation. Lin Xinhao felt very displeased, but could not show it. After taking a deep breath, he stood up and walked to Xiao Zhiling's side, affectionately wrapping his arm around her shoulders, smiling as he watched Xiao Leitang leave. Don't overthink it, Xinhao. That has always been proud. Once you have a close relationship with the Lin family and gain actual power, he will definitely value and rely on you. After spending so long together, Xiao Zhiling had seen the grievances Lin Xinhao had endured. Even though he had hardly complained to her, she could sense it. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable over a long period of time with her father's attitude. People are double standards. Xiao Zhiling could feel this, but Lin Xinhao was the one she loved, while Xiao Qingyu was the one she disliked. Therefore, she would naturally feel sorry for her boyfriend. It's okay, Lin. I will work hard to earn the head's recognition and make him feel at ease handing you over to me, Lin Xinhao said decisively. I believe in you and will always support you. Xiao Zhiling happily nestled in Lin Xinhao's embrace. She understood the relationship between Lin Xinhao and the Lin family. Once, Lin Xinhao had no voice in the Lin family, but due to an opportunity, he came to the Xiao family. In Xiao Zhiling's eyes, he stayed for her. Recently, Lin Xinhao had also contacted the eldest grandson of the Lin family, claiming it was for cooperation to enhance the relationship between the two safe bases, with everyone benefiting from the cooperation. After all, they were family, and they would dominate the entire continent together. Xiao Zhiling not only knew this, but also secretly supported Lin Xinhao. Firstly, her boyfriend gaining power and status would bring her glory, and everyone would have to look up to her. Secondly, she had a greater ambition, which was to use the Lin family to strengthen the Xiao family. After all, Lin Xinhao had no significant emotional ties to the Lin family. Once their cooperation strengthened them, she could kick the Lin family aside. Their Xiao family would definitely be the largest and strongest safe base. In the end, a flash of shame and anger crossed Xiao Zhiling's eyes. She had not forgotten the incident when the Xiao family storeroom was ransacked, and Xiao Qingyu poisoned her, almost ruining her image and status in her father's eyes. Therefore, she wanted to combine the powerful forces of the two families and safe bases to take revenge on that ignorant dead woman. She, Xiao Zhiling, would always stand above Xiao Qingyu. making her live in her shadow for a lifetime. The birthday party. The jewel of the Xiao family, turning 20. The entire Xiao family decorated extensively, both inside and out. The style and color of the decorations were all pink, a princess theme, which Xiao Qingyu loved. In the Xiao family, Xiao Qingyu was indeed a princess. Qingyu, you look so beautiful today, just like you walked out a fairy tale. In the lounge, Xiao Qingyu was surrounded by girls of similar ages. The speaker was Luana. She was Xiao Qingyu's friend, and her father worked for Xiao Leitang as a small team leader. She usually liked to please Xiao Qingyu, so she often set obstacles for Xiao Qingyu both overtly and covertly. Such people love to bully the weak. Inna, you're wrong. Our Qingyu is beautiful every day. At this time, Mu spoke up. She was a relative from Xiao Qingyu's biological mother's side, a cousin. Because of the familial connection, Mu had a lot of say among Xiao Qingyu's circle of friends. Once Mu spoke, the other girls echoed in agreement. Oh, little Yujia, you are always so smart and perceptive. You wouldn't misunderstand my meaning, would you? I just wanted to say that our Qingyu is always beautiful. But today, in this princess dress, she is even more stunning. Even a true fairy would pale in comparison to Qingyu. Facing Muiwes veiled sarcasm, Luana did not lose any ground. She was eloquent and could flatter with precision. Among the many girls who liked to please Xiao Qingyu, Luana was undoubtedly the one who won her favor the most. After all, she was sweet-tongued and posed no threat, giving Xiao Qingyu a strong sense of satisfaction and a feeling of being on top. All right, if you keep praising me, I might feel embarrassed to go out later. Xiao Qingyu interjected at the right moment. Looking at her stunning reflection in the mirror, she felt an immense sense of pride and anticipation. Because today, the man she loved most, Xin Hao, was going to propose to her. This day would surely be recorded in history. She wanted to make it grand and beautiful, letting everyone witness her happiness and her power. Just as Xiao Qingyu was being supported by Mu Yu and Luana, preparing to make a dazzling appearance, suddenly. Not good. A woman rushed in a panic. Mu Yu immediately changed her expression, quickly walking to the woman and asking in a serious tone, "What happened? Do you not know where this is? How dare you make a scene in front of the Xiao family's young ladies' room? Also, don't you know what day it is today? How can you say it's bad? If you ruin this young lady's mood and good spirit, we will all suffer." Indeed, Mu Yu understood Xiao Qingyu and knew she appeared gentle and kind on the surface, but was very jealous deep down. If it weren't for her mother's prior warning, she might have been fooled by this little girl. What an ignorant person. You deserve to be a servant for life. I didn't want to, but it's really urgent. The woman trembled in fear from Mu Yu's stern tone. Speak. What exactly happened? Just now I saw a zombie in the young lady's back garden. Someone is planning to give Xiao Qingyu a big gift. Chapter 42. Let us fight. Let us fight. After all, they were sisters. How could she come empty-handed to congratulate her? Since Xiao Qingyu wants an unforgettable, star-studded luxurious birthday party as her good sister, she must help. The voice of the zombie king came to her ears. That's right, the zombie that just appeared in the maid's sight, is it? Xiao Qingyu thought of that scene, and a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Lin Xingchen beside her couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. A voice in the back of his mind told him not to provoke this woman, or the consequences would be exceptionally miserable. Of course, he is currently loyal to Xiao Qingyu, and if anyone provokes her, he will make that person exceptionally miserable as well. As the vice captain of the security team at the safe base, he is definitely not a saint, and the words kind-hearted have absolutely nothing to do with him. The only exception was his former family, but that is no longer the case, because they are unworthy. All right, master. The zombie king quickly retreated. In the past 2 days, Xiao Qingyu had researched many new black pills and black potions. One of them had the function of invisibility. Before retreating, the zombie king swallowed it and immediately disappeared from the sight of the few people. Only Xiao Qingyu could see it. Is everything else ready? It's ready. Let's go check out other places first. It is said that people from the Lin family will attend Xiao Qingyu's birthday party today. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Qingyu noticed the surprise, anger, and anticipation in Lin Xingchen's eyes. If he wants to use this opportunity to take revenge on the Lin family, It's not impossible. After waving the maid away and instructing her not to tell anyone, Mu Yu organized her emotions. She turned around and still wore a blooming smile as she supported Xiao Jilin's left arm. "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" Xiao Jilin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. That maid's sneaky and flustered behavior is indeed strange. Her intuition told her that Xiao Qingyu might use this birthday party to crush their Xiao family and herself. Ever since that girl went mad, her hatred towards herself is no less than her hatred for her. TSK, she absolutely cannot let that stinky woman ruin everything. Mu Yu smiled and lied, her face not flushing and her heart not racing. So she handled these matters and words with great skill, becoming proficient. Of course, she also dared not say something like, "I've already scolded the maid for you." After all, Xiao Jilin is the mistress of all the girls present. Everyone's parents work for the head of the Xiao family. Therefore, Mu Yu dared not help Xiao Jilin teach the servants a lesson. Only Xiao Jilin herself has the right to discipline her subordinates. If others help, it would be overstepping their bounds and show ambition. "I see." Xiao Jilin smiled and said nothing more. But she still felt suspicious inside. The family's servants have all undergone strict training, and even the slightest mistake would lead to severe punishment from her father or herself in secret. How could there be such a low-level mistake as misplacing something? Later, she would have to interrogate them thoroughly. Additionally, Xiao Jilin raised her hand and quietly instructed the intercom, which was like a decorative item for her appearance, to her father. She demanded to increase the security equipment and specifications for the birthday party and the Xiao family. There was no way around it. Her sense of unease was growing stronger. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all guests, relatives, and friends. Xiao Leiting stood in the center of the dance floor, holding a microphone with one hand. He sincerely thanked everyone for their birthday wishes for his youngest daughter. The time ahead is for everyone to enjoy. I hope everyone has fun and joy. I wish my Liner eternal happiness. The head of the Xiao family is known for his strictness. How long has it been since he spoke so kindly to everyone? It's merely to give his most beloved daughter some face. Everyone in the audience understood this principle and applauded, cheering. At the same time, they all envied Xiao Jilin and wanted to win the head's favor by pleasing her. The party quickly began. Xiao Jilin appeared in a princess dress, stunning everyone present. She wore a sweet and gentle smile, greeting everyone and expressing her gratitude. Then several servants pushed a 10-tier cake over. The cake, with a powdery appearance, resembled a castle and was exquisitely beautiful. Everyone present couldn't help but envy Xiao Jilin. In the resource-scarce apocalypse, she not only lived safely, but also lived in wealth and happiness. Such a cake could feed how many ordinary citizens in the base? However, most people present were also of some status. Even if someone considered ordinary people, they wouldn't be so foolish as to say it out loud. After all, their own interests are the most important. Xiao Jilin clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, made a wish, and blew out the candles. Then, everyone began to present her with gifts. Being treated like the moon among stars made Xiao Jilin incredibly happy. And Xiao Qingyu, hiding in the shadows, was also very happy. Because the more satisfied Xiao Jilin felt now, the more painful it would be later. Without comparison, how could there be hurt? Xiao Qingyu casually picked up a cherry from the table and took a bite. It was quite sweet. She looked like an inconsequential ordinary guest just there to join the birthday party. Lin Xingchen, disguised as a guest beside her, silently observed his surroundings. Finally, his eyes landed on Xiao Qingyu's red lips. Those lips, vibrant in color, full and beautiful, were already red, and under the contrast of the cherry, they appeared even more red and white, exuding charm. Lin Xingchen quickly lowered his head, afraid to look or think any further. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations rose from the crowd. It was not fear but surprise. It turned out that Lin Xinhai had appeared. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit matching Xiao Jilin's princess dress, holding pink roses and appearing with a gentle and affectionate look. It was obvious that he was preparing to propose. Very well, Xiao Jilin must feel like the happiest person in the world right now. Xiao Qingyu smiled. As a good sister, I will make you even happier. Xiao Qi, the live broadcast task for the Martian race world and the internal struggle of the wealthy, is now open. On the big screen, Everyone's enthusiasm was high. 111. Is this atmosphere going to cause trouble? 222. Fight, fight. Chapter 43. Ruined, all ruined. Long before Xiao Qingyu planned today as scheme, the live broadcast assistant Xiao Qi had appeared. It told Xiao Qingyu that a live broadcast task was about to start concerning the affairs of the wealthy. It seems that humans from Mars also enjoy watching drama and excitement. Xiao Qi didn't specify the details of the live broadcast task, but Xiao Qingyu could guess the general idea. If there is a task, then do the task. Today is Xiao Jilin's birthday, so she could take revenge while completing the task, killing two birds with one stone. Why not? After experiencing such a terrible life, one's heart cannot be so broad. Otherwise, wouldn't it become the saint they despise the most? Watching an enemy live comfortably and happily is simply tormenting and belittling oneself. Therefore, Xiao Qingyu came to the Xiao family and planned everything. With the black pills and black potions as support, entering the Xiao family was a piece of cake. 333. This is my first time seeing a wealthy family in the apocalypse. It's quite impressive. You can tell they usually oppress and exploit the common people, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. 444. The upstairs is right. They're lavishly squandering resources and human resources here, while how many ordinary people outside are freezing and starving to death. It's truly unbearable to watch. 555. I also think it's not a saintly heart. Since the Xiao family is responsible for the safe base, they should be accountable for the safety base. Enjoying life at home, disregarding the people outside, betraying the trust and support of the citizens of the safety base, will eventually lead to disaster. At the same time, she learned that the humans on Mars knew about her era and background. This made Xiao Qingyu feel inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if the planet she lived on, the environment she was in, was merely a plaything to be observed by humans on another planet. In the past, when she was doing live streaming tasks, she didn't feel this aversion. But this time, it suddenly arose and grew stronger. How strange. 111. Looking forward to the host's revenge. Let us shower her with gifts. 222. I always feel like the host is strong and confident. I believe she will definitely shock our brains and eyes later. 333. Go for it, host. I can't wait to see your performance, and I want to shower you with gifts. Showering gifts? Thinking about how the gifts in the live stream could be exchanged for real items, Xiao Qingyu quickly adjusted her mindset. Suppressing the discomfort was the most important thing right now. Completing the task and doing what she wanted. At this moment, Lin Xinho was kneeling on one knee before Xiao Jiling, saying sweet words. It was nothing more than the usual lines about first meetings, getting along, and moments of affection, meant to please the little girl. Finally, he got to the main point. Lin, from the first time I saw you, I was deeply moved. Since then, my heart has only raced for you, and my eyes can no longer accommodate any other woman. I know that saying I love you repeatedly is just talk. In the days to come, I will use my actions to express my true feelings. Please marry me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xinho magically produced a stunning diamond rose. The crowd erupted in cheers and teasing. Say yes. Say yes. Xiao Leitang, standing behind, did not step forward to stop it. No matter how much he disapproved of Lin Xinho, as a father, he accepted it for his daughter's happiness. However, everyone was not worried, because Xiao Leitang was not someone to be trifled with. If Lin Xinho dared to have ulterior motives toward Xiao Jiling, he would definitely meet a terrible end. At this moment, Xiao Jiling was touched and proud. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Brother Xinho, I do. After Xiao Jiling said this, the venue erupted into another wave of cheers. Seizing the atmosphere, Lin Xinho hurried to the castle cake. Ready to press the switch to reveal the ring he had meticulously prepared. A proposal scene without a ring was unthinkable. However, at the moment Lin Xinho confidently pressed the switch, a surprise unfolded. Xiao Qingyu was no longer on the sidelines, but stood at the front of the crowd. In the dance floor, slowly removing her cloak. As everyone recognized who she was, they were all shocked. Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Didn't she get sacrificed to the zombies? How is she still alive? Oh my God. Could she have turned into a zombie to seek revenge? How did she get in? No one was curious. No one cared. Listening to the unfriendly discussions around her, The smile on Xiao Qingyu's face grew stronger. Look, this is the price she paid to bring peace, to protect the living, to scare them to death, dragging them into a terrifying abyss. It's not innocent at all. When did she appear? What were you all doing? Why aren't you quickly getting her out? The moment Xiao Leitang saw Xiao Qingyu appear, his face turned ugly. Out of concern for his image, he couldn't lash out loudly and could only quietly instruct his subordinates to capture and get rid of this troublemaker girl. But Xiao Qingyu didn't give them that chance. Sister, brother-in-law, on your big day, how could I, as your sister, not offer the most sincere and heartfelt blessings? Enjoy. I bring you an extraordinary gift. After saying this, Xiao Qingyu vanished again. Just as everyone was about to discuss, suddenly, the 10-story castle cake exploded. A zombie covered in bruises appeared in front of everyone. Not only that, but this zombie's physique was growing larger, transforming from 2 or 3 meters tall into a nearly 10-meter giant zombie. Although the Xiao family's hall was built high enough, about 8 or 9 meters, it still felt small in front of the rampaging zombie king. It wore a specially made helmet on its head, easily piercing through the steel and concrete ceiling of the hall, protecting its most vulnerable head. The zombie king was likely to become an invincible presence in the eyes of the crowd. Oh, what is this? Is there really such a big zombie? After the initial shock, everyone became anxious and panicked. They screamed in horror, contrasting sharply with the earlier cheers of surprise, excitement, blessings, and envy. The zombie king began to swing its limbs, wreaking havoc in the meticulously arranged hall. Huge structures randomly crashed to the ground, and some who didn't manage to escape were crushed to death. Everyone screamed and fled like ants. The birthday banquet and proposal banquet that everyone had once envied were ruined, completely destroyed. Chapter 44. The dead girl still has 2 faces. Xiao Zhiling, who had unknowingly been pulled into hiding by Lin Xinho, was now in a daze. Looking at the ruins before her, her heart felt like it was shattering into pieces. Why? Why did they have to do this to her? Just a moment ago, she had been on cloud 9, surrounded by everyone, the happiest princess. Yet in the next moment, she had become a hunted dog, fleeing and being scolded by everyone. Just now, Xiao Zhiling heard several people speaking ill of her and the Xiao family. Some said they had really met with bad luck and should have known better than to attend any birthday banquet of the Xiao family. What was the point of giving gifts and facing the danger of being killed by zombies? Others said, didn't the Xiao family sacrifice their eldest daughter to the zombies before? How could there still be zombies coming? Especially such a large one. Could it be that they were just playing tricks on us? In reality, the eldest daughter was never sacrificed, which is why she has appeared, and the zombies are angry and coming for revenge. Others chimed in, yes, yes. It must be like that. The despicable Xiao family, treating our trust as if it were air. They're insincere, and now we are all caught up in being chased by zombies. Some even said, the cursed Xiao family. I don't think Xiao Zhiling is as gentle and kind as she seems. If her sister really died, would she still have the mood to hold a birthday banquet and accept her sister's ex-boyfriend's proposal? How shameless. They speculated that the eldest daughter of the Xiao family had already turned into a zombie, deliberately coming back for revenge. What is all this? The more Xiao Zhiling thought about it, the angrier she became. These opportunistic, selfish cowards. They were the ones who strongly supported the Xiao family sending someone to negotiate with the zombies. But now that something had happened, they all righteous indignation. Trying to distance themselves, right? Haha, there is no such thing as enjoying without paying the price. Could it be that Xiao Qingyu really turned into a zombie and is now taking revenge on us? Besides this thought, Xiao Zhiling could not come up with any other reason for Xiao Qingyu to become so powerful. Hearing Xiao Zhiling's words, Lin Xinho felt a wave of fear and goosebumps all over his body. No, it can't be Lin, don't think too much. The head of the family has already sent troops over. There is only one zombie. No matter how strong it is, what's the big deal? As the saying goes, a few cannot defeat many. We will definitely defeat it. Xiao Zhiling bit her lip, just about to say something, when suddenly something gripped her neck tightly. In the next moment, she was lifted into the air. Lin, on the ground. Lin Xinhua's eyes widened in fear and anger. He knew he should rush forward to save her, but he had never seen such a powerful, giant like Zombie King before. That day when he sent Xiao Qingyu to trade with the zombies, he was too far away to see the zombie leader clearly. Just a vague silhouette of a monster about 4 to 5 meters tall. This leader rarely came to land. It was probably busy arranging its troops in the mountains at the center of the ocean. So Lin Xinhua had no chance to witness the Zombie King in its berserk form. Such a terrifying creature could easily crush him with a single step. Lin Xinhua couldn't help but swallow hard. He loved wealth, power, and status. He also loved Xiao Zhilin, but he loved his one and only life even more. New River. Save me. Xiao Zhilin, held by the neck by the Zombie King and dangling in the air, was furious and terrified. The beautiful face that usually carried nobility and restraint was now filled with panic and fear. This cold-hearted person, who would harm her own sister, is also afraid. 111. What a splendid revenge. 222. The streamer is really ruthless, teaming up with zombies. Nice. It's refreshing to see the kind of zombie as the villain. When people's hearts turn dark, they can be much crueler than zombies. 333. I agree with the above. They are not good people at all, selfish and cowardly. Dying under the zombies' feet is too cheap for them. 444. I'm curious about what the zombie wants with Xiao Zhilin. It will definitely be more exciting next. Let's send some gifts. The popularity in the live broadcast room surged with the appearance of the Zombie King. It had already soared to nearly 30,000. The gifts they sent were all kinds, including roses, lollipops, cloud-piercing arrows, and luxury cruise ships. The people from Mars were quite generous. At this moment, Xiao Qingyu was sitting inside the Zombie King's helmet, looking down at the earth from a high place. Those who had previously looked down and discussed her and the Xiao family were now like tiny ants, easily crushed. No wonder they liked to climb to high places and would say and do anything against their conscience. The feeling was indeed delightful. You put Linner down quickly. Xiao Leitang shouted loudly through the speakers from inside the mecha vehicle, trying to communicate with the Zombie King. Just a moment ago, he had summoned the army and bombarded the zombies with various weapons. Unfortunately, its skin was special, and these weapons couldn't inflict fatal damage, unless they could hit the zombie's head in one strike. But now that the Zombie King had taken Xiao Zhilin hostage, they dared not act rashly. If they angered this guy or accidentally harmed Xiao Zhilin, the consequences would be unacceptable. Don't mind him. Let's go. Xiao Qingyu whispered to the Zombie King. The Zombie King didn't hesitate at all and directly took Xiao Zhilin away from the Xiao family, with her as a living shield. The Zombie King had a clear path ahead. Xiao Leitang's mecha vehicle and the escort team followed closely behind, always ready to act at a moment's notice. Xiao Qingyu, this zombie is you transformed, right? At this point, don't think you can deceive me anymore. You must understand what I'm saying. This zombie must be you. Otherwise, how could a creature with an empty mind be so clever, choosing to capture me as a shield? Xiao Zhilin was in so much pain for being grabbed by the neck. She couldn't help but question the giant zombie that held her. With the speculations of those people and the precise revenge from the Zombie King, Xiao Zhilin firmly believed that Xiao Qingyu had definitely been assimilated after being eaten by zombies. In the shadows, Xiao Qingyu sneered. What a fool. The Zombie King would not speak unless permitted, nor would it stop midway. Xiao Qingyu, put me down. If you put me down, I can persuade my father to spare your life. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. 111. TSK, TSK. She was so gentle and charming at the birthday party. That little girl has 2 faces. 222. Exactly. Xiao Zhilin was so gentle and cultured at the birthday party. But she is just a white lotus who loves to pretend to be weak. Behind people's backs, she insults, threatens, and bullies others. She has mastered the art of deception. 333. I suddenly thought of saying, I don't know if I should say it or not. 444. Let me guess. Do you want to say she secretly drinks and smokes? Ha. 555. That is hilarious. So fitting. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyu chuckled. Indeed fitting. Xiao Qingyu thought of something and turned to look at the virtual big screen that only she could see, interacting with them through her thoughts. Should I show the true face of such a two-faced fool more deeply to those who firmly believe in her? 111. Wow, just the thought is thrilling. We want to see it. 222. The streamer is truly beautiful. kind-hearted, and extraordinarily intelligent. She knows how to kill while also striking at the heart. 333, exactly, letting the White Lotus die so easily would be too cheap for her. What the White Lotus cares about most is her image and status. Now that they are ruined, it will definitely be more painful than killing her directly. With the support and cheers from the audience in the live broadcast room, Xiao Qingyu felt great. If in her previous life, she had even one person by her side supporting and encouraging her, even just comforting her, she wouldn't have lived so miserably. However, the facts proved that having someone to help was not as good as having strong personal strength. Strength, intelligence, and a strong spirit were the hard truths. Are you even listening to me? After shouting for too long, Xiao Jilin's voice was nearly hoarse. She usually took great care of herself and maintained her gentle image, hardly ever raising her voice. Today was indeed a special circumstance. For her life and to vent her frustration, Xiao Jilin couldn't help but shout. The zombie king still ignored her and continued to move forward. When passing through a dense forest, Xiao Leitang's escort team was limited in vision and movement and soon fell far behind. Moreover, this dense forest was a boundary between the safe base and another safe base. If they rashly entered, it could provoke serious discontent from the other side. Xiao Leitang was anxious and angry, but couldn't lose his composure. In this situation, if there was a conflict with the safe base, it would be even more difficult. Just this delay made him uncertain about what condition he would find Xiao Jilin in later. Xiao Leitang sighed deeply. Had he known, he should not have listened to the slanders of petty people and should not have been so ruthless as to send Xiao Qingyu to sacrifice to the zombies. Although her existence was a disgrace to him, she was still his daughter whom he had lived with for 20 years. She was also the only child of that woman. Xiao Leitang closed his eyes, feeling a mix of emotions, suffering greatly. On the other side, Xiao Jilin looked in terror at the monster holding her arm, soaring through the sky with the wings of an eagle, the head of a tiger, and the body of a lion. That monster, cough, are you also Xiao Qingyu? After pondering for a long time, Xiao Jilin hesitantly voiced her doubt. Other than this reasoning, she really couldn't understand why. After all, just a moment ago, she was in the hands of a zombie, and in the blink of an eye, the zombie had vanished, just as she was about to fall to the ground. Something suddenly grabbed her arms and pulled her into the air. The wind kept blowing past her ears, and Xiao Jilin gathered her courage to open her eyes, revealing the current situation. The lion-tiger-eagle beast looked down at her with disdain. It does not understand why the master does not just kill this woman directly or torture her slowly. Instead, he goes through the trouble of taking her to a certain place. However, it only needs to follow the master's arrangements and orders. Although the lion-tiger-eagle beast did not speak, Xiao Jilin still caught that hint of disdain in its eyes. The fear and unease in her heart immediately turned into anger. Good, you Xiao Qingyu. I knew it was you. What do you want? Do you want to die? You stubborn monster. Not only can you turn into a zombie, but you can also become this kind of monster. Ha ha. You trash do not deserve the love of father and brother Xinha. You only deserve to hide and live in humiliation, being scolded by everyone. Perhaps thinking that falling into Xiao Qingyu's hands would not end well. At worst, it would just be death. Therefore, Xiao Jilin completely went mad, saying whatever she wanted, not afraid at all. After all, it's death. But if she is going to die, she wants to take someone down with her. She wants to step on Xiao Qingyu fiercely, making her unable to escape the shadows she brought for the rest of her life. Roar! The lion-tiger-eagle beast finally couldn't hold back. Originally, the master had instructed it not to pay attention to whatever Xiao Jilin said or did, just to bring her to the destination alive. But how could it tolerate a lowly, foolish woman slandering its respected master like this? So, it increased the strength of its legs. Its sharp claws easily pierced through Xiao Jilin's delicate skin, blood flowing profusely. Feeling the pain, Xiao Jilin immediately shut her mouth and stopped talking. It wasn't that she was afraid, but that it hurt too much. Xiao Jilin had never suffered such pain and had hardly ever been injured to this extent. So, she quickly fainted. It was unclear whether from the pain or blood loss. The lion-tiger-eagle beast wouldn't consider these things. It only knew that its ears were finally quiet, and the master wouldn't be scolded anymore. After flying for a while, it successfully brought Xiao Qingyu to the destination, Energy Mountain. There were not many people here due to a temporary shortage of energy, but there were many electronic devices left over from the previous safe base, as well as internet access. Xiao Qingyu was placed in an open area with cameras set up nearby. When she hazily woke up, she was surprised to find Xiao Qingyu appearing before her in human form. "Xiao Qingyu, you bitch!" Thinking of the grievances she had suffered, Xiao Qingyu rushed forward regardless of her injuries. But she missed, and her arm hit the ground, causing her great pain. "Why do you hate me so much?" Xiao Qingyu remembered that she had once asked this question. Chapter 46. Xiao Qingyu's background. So, she asked again. In front of everyone using electronic devices, she asked. This was operated by Lin Shina. He was very capable and could make everyone using electronic devices see everything that was about to happen here with just a computer and some electronic devices. The computer and some special electronic devices were obtained by Xiao Qingyu from the treasure book. It could be used for an hour, once a day. There was still less than 40 minutes left. Revealing Xiao Qinyu's true self was more than enough. "Ha, you really can't let go of this question, can you?" Xiao Qingyu sneered. Anger and disgust temporarily made her forget the pain in her arm, and she just wanted to vent. She really hated Xiao Qingyu. If it were someone else, even if they angered her, Xiao Qingyu would calm down and pretend to be magnanimous and gentle. She didn't want to dirty her hands. But facing Xiao Qingyu, Xiao Qingyu could never control her fragile and sensitive heart, always easily erupting in rage, wanting to tear the other person to pieces. Moreover, she did not know that Xiao Qingyu had secretly set her up. Her own hideous and ugly true face would soon be revealed on Earthstar, at least within Huagua. "It's not that I can't let go. I'm just a bit curious," Xiao Qingyu said in a flat tone. "You clearly have everything, yet you care so much about someone who originally had nothing. I think what I have might be something you lack." Once, I was indeed very curious, but not anymore. Some of these words were from her past life, and some were from her present self. "Why?" Xiao Qingyu was taken aback. "There are not so many whys. I just feel that you don't deserve to waste my time." Xiao Qingyu truly was no longer curious. Knowing some things so clearly wouldn't change the suffering she had endured in the past, as long as her heart grew strong. Even if she couldn't find answers to these things, it could easily anger those foolish people who thought they could bind her by grasping these secrets. Xiao Qingyu wanted Xiao Qingyu to know how foolish it was for her to think she was keeping secrets about things that mattered to her. And Xiao Qingyu was not stupid. Seeing Xiao Qingyu smile without speaking, her eyes turned, and she quickly understood this reasoning. Since she hated Xiao Qingyu so much, how could she let this woman have her way? So, in her anger, Xiao Qinyu's IQ fluctuated wildly. She chose to spill out the words hidden in her heart. "Ha! Do you think I would continue to be deceived by you? You went through so much trouble to capture me, but didn't kill me right away, just to find out why my dad and I treated you that way?" Xiao Qingyu, what I hate most is your pitiful attitude, clearly wanting everything, yet stubbornly refusing to say it, pretending to be pitiful in the end. Do you want us all to be scolded by everyone? From the moment Xiao Qingyu started speaking, people across Huagua using electronic devices saw her hideous and terrifying face, and the hoarse, angry voice. As the daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Qingyu was quite well known. Therefore, some people who liked to pay attention to this aspect almost recognized that the crazy woman on the screen was the second miss of the Xiao family. It can't be fake, right? In the past, some safe bases used face-swapping technology to discredit the heads of safe bases. Discredit? I see that all crows under heaven are the same color. In the apocalypse, what truly kind and gentle young ladies exist? Have you forgotten the young lady of the Xiao family who was sacrificed? Good people get ridden by others. Good people get bullied. She should have reincarnated by now, right? For a moment, everyone was discussing vigorously. The most discussions were happening at the safe base. And at this moment, Xiao Leitang was nervously communicating with the head of the safe base, completely without the mood or time to look at these things. If he were to see his precious daughter exposed and how it would ruin the reputation of the Xiao family, he would know how he would feel or what expression he would have. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Xiao Qingyu's mouth. At this moment, the live streaming room also reached a climax, with the number of viewers soaring. Everyone was looking forward to what explosive news Xiao Jilin would reveal next. What kind of vulgar words she would say to ruin her image. There was still 20 minutes of usage time left for the electronic devices in the real world. Xiao Jilin did not disappoint everyone's expectations. She thought that since she was going to die anyway, she must make sure to discuss Xiao Qingyu before she died. She didn't want this woman to have it easy after turning into something neither human nor ghost. Do you know who your biological mother is? Xiao Jilin looked at Xiao Qingyu with a face full of mockery. The people watching the live stream held their breath, not wanting to miss a bit of the wealthy family's secrets. Most of those who could use electronic devices were prominent figures in various safe bases. They did not have to worry about supplies and survival, so they had the leisure to pay attention to these matters. Moreover, if the Xiao family really collapsed because of this, perhaps the safe base will become the new territory occupied by many safe bases and families. At that time, they would only enjoy more. It's obvious that you don't know, and you can't possibly know. Her self-awareness is quite comforting. After all, there isn't much time left. Because, you see, your father won't tell you, and everyone in the family who knows something has been executed for various reasons. You tell me, aren't you quite detestable? How many innocent people have died because of you, and you still have the nerve to pretend to be innocent every day? You say, how could those servants in the house possibly dare to treat you well? You and your worthless, foolish mother are nothing but a disaster-bringing jinx. Aha! As she spoke, Xiao Jilin threw her head back and laughed. The audience in the live stream room was furious, cursing Xiao Jilin for being shameless. 111. This Xiao Jilin really makes my teeth itch. If it weren't for the screen between us, I would spray her face with a Gatling gun. 222. Just a pretty face with a dark heart, and loves to reverse right and wrong. Clearly, it's your stupid dad who caused the servants' deaths. Why blame the streamer and her mother, the two victims? 333. Can a streamer please not let her keep ranting? My breasts are also breasts. Chapter 47. Your retribution is me. Xiao Qingyu extracted useful information from Xiao Jilin's words while interacting with the audience in the live stream room through her thoughts. 111. Good streamer, we will always believe in you and support you. 222. Streamer sister, you must not let them have good fruits. Bad fruits are also not acceptable. They don't deserve it. 333. Suddenly thought of a saying, every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. 444. I also thought of that upstairs. Not trying to argue, but I really want to say one thing. People like them, who do many bad things, whatever retribution they get is well-deserved. 555. Exactly. They wouldn't even be accepted in hell. Xiao Qingyu expressed her gratitude to the audience in the live stream room again, looking at the newly sent gifts. She also interacted appropriately. When she made these gestures, she had her back to Xiao Jilin, and she herself wouldn't appear in the electronic devices in the real world. Seeing Xiao Qingyu with her back to her and raising her arm, the usually arrogant Xiao Jilin assumed that Xiao Qingyu was definitely hurt by her words. She couldn't help but think that Xiao Qingyu was secretly wiping away tears. Humph, the fool who has always been under my thumb. Even if she mutated into a zombie or monster, what does it matter? As long as Xiao Qingyu is still that Xiao Qingyu, her heart hasn't changed, then she will never truly change, and I can easily hit her where it hurts, control her. Thus, Xiao Jilin planned to press her advantage. Xiao Qingyu, do you know why I say your mother is worthless? Saying such words means it's not a question, but a deliberate targeting and mockery. So, without waiting for Xiao Qingyu to react, Xiao Jilin immediately answered herself. Because your mother was the one who pounced on your father, you probably didn't know, right? Your mother used to be a young lady from a big family in another safe base. Good-looking, talented, created a lot of wealth and connections. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a strong woman of her time. Later, she fell in love with your father at first sight. And even if it meant severing ties with her family, she had to marry him. Unfortunately, she was really unlucky and foolish. Originally, there was supposed to be a wedding, but because she was pregnant with you and sneaked out, it couldn't be too big a deal, so the wedding was held. And almost no one except the Xiao family's servants knew of your mother's existence. In the end, your mother died in childbirth because of giving birth to you. A jinx. Xiao Jilin's words were full of information. Xiao Qingyu's expression finally showed some movement. So, Her mother was such a pitiful and foolish person. How could she be willing to leave her hometown and sever ties with her family for a man? What kind of good person could make the woman he loves do something like that? Xiao Qingyu felt that Xiao Leitang didn't truly love her mother at all. People often say that love is always accompanied by a sense of debt. No matter how much one does for the other, one will feel that the other deserves better and feel pity for them, working even harder to treat them well. There is also a saying that love extends to everything related to the loved one. If he truly loved his mother, then why did he neglect his own daughter? Therefore, Xiao Leitang's actions and attitude could not be considered love at all. On the contrary, his attention to Xiao Jilin could be described as meticulous and all-encompassing, which could be considered true love. Because he loved Xiao Jilin's mother very much, he also loved this daughter. Moreover, in Xiao Qingyu's impression, Xiao Leitang was very selfish and loved power. So it was not ruled out that he intentionally made his mother cut off her paths for him to serve him. And let us not forget that she and Xiao Jilin are only 1 year apart in age. This means that when her mother was giving birth, Xiao Leitang was already with Xiao Jilin's mother, even before her mother got pregnant. He could have already been with Xiao Jilin's mother or had known her for a long time. If that is the case, Xiao Qingyu frowned, feeling a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. It turns out that there are such brazen and shameless people in this world, who have no sense of face or conscience. They are simply worse than pigs and dogs, not even as good as beasts. Nature may still have true feelings and conscience, but they do not have it and do not deserve it. Master, there are 5 minutes left on the electronic device. The electronic voice of the treasure book popped up. Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath, determined to make it quick. My mother was wrong. Wrong for being deceived by Xiao Leitang, wrong for suffering so much in death, and, as a victim, she still has to be insulted and have the facts distorted by you vested interests. She coldly looked at Xiao Jilin. You say I'm a jinx. Say my mother is worthless and foolish. What about you, my sister? The two of us are only a year apart. Strictly speaking, I'm only 10 months older than you. Your mother hooked up with Xiao Leitang during my mother's childbirth or even pregnancy, and you once stole my boyfriend. You and your mother, how are you not the same kind of shameless? Desperately wanting what others don't want, treating the filthy thing as a treasure, and out of jealousy, slandering and humiliating the former. Is there really a reason in this world where bullies act as justice and victims are forever drowned in dirty water and can't turn over? Xiao Jilin's eyes widened gradually. She couldn't believe, was Xiao Qingyu going crazy? How could she say such a thing? Clearly, it was her Xiao Qingyu's fault. Yet she turned around and blamed herself? What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly your mother stole from me. Xiao Qingyu didn't give Xiao Jilin a chance to continue her rant. With a wave of her hand, a colorless and odorless powder was sprinkled, and in less than 2 seconds, Xiao Jilin collapsed to the ground. Just before she fell, the time for the electronic device was also up, and everyone's screens immediately went black. They began discussing the authenticity of the subsequent explosive news. It shouldn't be fake, right? The Xiao family's relationships are indeed complicated, and the things hidden are very deep. If it weren't for someone in the know, they couldn't have made up these words. What the second young lady of the Xiao family said couldn't possibly be false. She is the most credible person in the Xiao family besides the head of the family, whom everyone respects. However, if you think about it carefully, her words are really quite distorted. I also feel that how can a mother die in childbirth and blame her daughter for being a jinx? Why blame the child? That second young lady's mother also died not long after giving birth to her. Could it be that she is also a jinx? No need to say more. Chapter 48. So angry that I spit out black blood, Xiao Qingyu naturally didn't know what those people were thinking at that moment. But what they are thinking is not hard to guess. The electronic devices have failed, and she directly walked in front of Xiao Jilin. This woman has been poisoned by her own powder and is temporarily unconscious, but the pain she should feel is all there. As long as she doesn't wake her up, she won't be able to wake up. It's impossible to let a poisonous woman like Xiao Jilin die painlessly. Xiao Qingyu raised her foot and stepped on Xiao Jilin's right wrist. The pressure gradually increased. The calm expression on Xiao Jilin's face immediately changed. Her willow-like eyebrows furrowed tightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to scream in pain, but she couldn't make a sound due to the coma. Beads of sweat as big as beans kept rolling down her forehead. Xiao Qingyu's strength was great, and the sound of bones cracking could already be heard beneath her foot. No doubt, Xiao Zhiling's right hand was basically ruined. This was just the beginning. She would make this woman, who had always been so arrogant, gradually become the useless person she hated the most. As for why she chose to ruin the right hand first, Xiao Qingyu's gaze darkened. Xiao Zhiling had used that hand to slap her, push her down the stairs from behind, and even deliberately burned herself to slander her in front of her father. It could be said that it was her most effective tool for harming herself. Ruining it first was certainly not a loss. Moreover, only her wrist was ruined. Her fingers could still move. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and Xiao Qingyu has always liked to practice what she preaches. Take her away. She waved her hand, and the griffin immediately approached. It grabbed Xiao Zhiling's collar with its sharp teeth and flew up into the air, keeping its distance and trying not to touch her. It was evident how much the griffin despised Xiao Zhiling, as if it were carrying something dirtier than rotten flesh. Do you have any other electronic devices on you? After temporarily dealing with Xiao Zhiling, Xiao Qingyu wanted to use the electronic device to understand the current situation outside. Lin Xingchen, who was standing quietly nearby waiting for orders, stepped forward and handed over the electronic device he had taken from the Xiao family during the chaos. This device was similar to the mobile phones recorded in the past, but it was a bit larger and heavier. It had few entertainment functions and was mainly used for news updates, sending messages, making calls, and emergency distress signals. In critical moments, such as encountering danger, it could be thrown at the source of danger. As this electronic device had a feature that caused it to explode automatically if separated from a human for more than 5 minutes. It could completely be used as a self-defense bomb. Lin Xingchen took the electronic device without any issue because he was human, and the electronic device could detect that he was not a dangerous source as defined by the manufacturer, such as ferocious beasts, criminals on the wanted list, and the most feared zombies. The outside world was indeed in chaos. Looking at the trending news about the Xiao family, Xiao Qingyu was extremely satisfied. She had already delivered this gift. It was up to the Xiao family to handle it. Let's go. It's your stage soon. Thank you, Master. Thinking about appearing in front of the Lin family later, Lin Xingchen felt both nervous and excited. At this moment, Brother Wang, are you really telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you? Wang Fong smiled and waved his hand, looking helpless. How could I deceive you? Xiao family head. Your family's matters are already trending online. Your 2 daughters are each more troublesome than the last. It's pointless to say more. Seeing is believing. Wang Fong knew that Xiao Leitang was very suspicious and had been outdoors for a while, probably without time to pay attention to these matters. Looking at his most beloved daughter on the screen, Xiao Leitang felt mixed emotions. First, he saw the bloody scratches on Xiao Zhiling's arm and felt heartbroken. After raising this child for over 20 years, he had never let her suffer such a degree of harm. Then, he heard Xiao Zhiling's outrageous words, first shocked, then filled with anger and disbelief. What did this child hear, such fallacies? When did he merely exploit the Lin family? And how did he become dissatisfied with the Lin family because of Xiao Zhiling's mother? Most importantly, Xiao Zhiling's remarks, which disregarded the Xiao family's reputation, undoubtedly tore apart the Xiao family's facade, exposing it for all to see. Regardless of whether this live broadcast was orchestrated by Xiao Qingyu, the one speaking these words was undoubtedly his most beloved second daughter, Xiao Zhiling. Xiao Leitang clenched his fists. After all, the Xiao family was currently in a situation of internal and external troubles. The external threat was naturally the zombies and some malicious safe bases around. He wondered if they would take advantage of the chaos to attack and seek to swallow the safe bases. The internal trouble was Xiao Zhiling. She had been taken by monsters, and he didn't know if she was alive or dead. Moreover, she publicly spoke about the Xiao family scandals, ruining her own and the Xiao family's reputation. More importantly, if the Lin family found out, the more Xiao Leitang thought about it, the angrier and more anxious he became. Wang Fong, who was beside him, noticed the change in his expression. To be honest, he could easily tie up Xiao Leitang right now. Capturing the king first would allow him to merge with the 2 safe bases, significantly increasing his strength and resources. However, Wang Fong was still hesitant to take action. If he angered him, both sides would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Wang Fong thought to himself that he couldn't engage in a losing deal, so he was torn about whether to help. If Xiao Leitang regained power in the future, perhaps he could help him out of gratitude for today. After much consideration, Wang Fong tentatively spoke up. I say, Xiao family head, you don't need to worry too much. Who can know the truth behind these family secrets? Everyone's survival is a problem, and as time passes, it will surely be forgotten. Suddenly, poof. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 49, They Have Blood Ties. Xiao family head. His reaction genuinely frightened Wang Fong, causing his voice and hands to tremble. What if something really happened to Xiao Leitang on his own territory? Then the two safe bases would definitely go to war. Not only that, but what would others think of him if this matter spread outside? Other safe base leaders would probably also avoid trading or engaging in any activities with him, fearing they might die on his territory. Wang Fong immediately called for a doctor. No matter what, he had to save him. Just then, Xiao Leitang woke up and quickly waved his hand to stop Wang Fong. Thank you, Brother Wang. I was just a bit too anxious. Now that I've calmed down, I'm fine. Hearing him say this, Wang Fong felt much more at ease. After all, he didn't want to take the blame for nothing and provoke conflict between the bases. Out of politeness and face, Wang Fong still asked a few more concerned questions. Xiao Leitang firmly stated that he was fine. He then proposed a cooperation idea with the two safe bases. If Brother Wang is willing to cooperate with me, I am willing to provide you with advanced weapon technology support. Wouldn't it be better for us to cooperate for mutual benefit? In the past, Xiao Leitang would have looked down on cooperating with Wang Fong. Although Wang Fong was the head of safe base and it covered a large area, it was mostly agricultural and the climate was not very good. The plains were places easily invaded by zombies. Therefore, the safe base had few people and lacked advanced weapons, being a target that many safe bases disdained. The reason they did not invade this area was that they all tacitly regarded the safe base as the best place for food exchange and dealing with energy waste. Yes, even though everyone knew the reasons for the current apocalyptic situation, things still had to be dealt with. The cycle continues, with no end in sight. Finally, it's self-inflicted. If Brother Xiao is willing to extend an olive branch to me, I'm naturally very happy. Wang Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He smiled in a flattering manner and then asked about his biggest concern. I wonder what kind of plan Brother Xiao has. You also know that our safe base is different from other safe bases. I am willing but unable when it comes to overly complex matters. Xiao Leitang raised his hand and waved, signaling Wang Fong not to worry. He had a plan in mind, but due to the heavy losses the Xiao family suffered today, they had to act cautiously and think long-term. With the Wang family support, he no longer felt isolated and helpless. However, Xiao Leitang was somewhat worried that this matter had become too big, and the Lin family must know about it. If the Lin family's old man recalled past events, he wondered what kind of plans he would make regarding him. At the same time, many thoughts crossed Xiao Leitang's mind. In fact, he did not simply use Xiao Qingyu's mother. He actually loved her very much. It was only after some humiliating events that he was reluctant to admit that he became disheartened and developed a deep hatred for that woman, which extended to Xiao Qingyu as well. He had never spoken about these matters to anyone, so he was very curious about who told Xiao Zhiling those false facts, allowing her to say so much in front of the electronic device. The safe base, the Lin family. Bang! Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family, angrily threw his rosewood cane. It smashed heavily onto the ground, shattering into pieces. The nearby nanny trembled in fear. She didn't understand and dare not say much, cautiously walking over to pick up the cane and return it to the old gentleman. You can leave now. This sentence seemed like heavenly music at that moment, incredibly pleasant to hear. The nanny immediately nodded and fled as if afraid that the head of the Lin family would smash her head with the cane in just a few seconds. After the room regained its calm, Lin Feng pinched his sore nose and sighed repeatedly. Just as Xiao Leitang was worried, Lin Feng indeed watched the live broadcast. Hearing what Xiao Zhiling said, he was so angry that he almost fainted. This matter had happened many years ago, and it was impossible to completely forget it. Lin Xiao was his firstborn daughter, older than his current eldest son by a few years. However, After the scandal of eloping for love, Lin Feng had always claimed that his eldest daughter was the fourth child in the family and that she had disappeared after getting married. Yes, the young lady that Xiao Qingyu referred to was indeed the missing fourth miss of the Lin family, Lin Xingqian's elder sister, named Lin Xiao. Lin Xingqian and Xiao Qingyu had a blood relation. In terms of generation, Xiao Qingyu should still call him uncle. Who would have thought that the newly established master-servant relationship would turn into a familial bond? Even if that were the case, Xiao Qingyu would ensure that she would not call Lin Xingqian uncle. She did not need hypocritical and troublesome family members. The Xiao family was a perfect example. The two quickly fell deeply in love and could not extricate themselves. Moreover, his ambitions were grand. He wanted to gain powerful strength and backing to support himself in defeating the original head of the safe base and become the ruler himself. Thus, Lin Feng rejected Lin Xiao's request to further develop her relationship with Xiao Leitang. He still loved this eldest daughter very much. If he didn't care, he wouldn't consider so much for her, nor would he love deeply and hate intensely, unwilling to mention it for many years after Lin Xiao left. Because bringing it up would easily lead to memories, filling his heart with sadness and regret. Lin Feng did not expect that Lin Xiao would really sever ties with the family for a worthless brat. She even single-handedly built the safe base and the powerful Xiao family guard team. Over the years, Lin Feng minimized interactions with Xiao Leitang's side. Even if there had to be cooperation, he would send his eldest son. He thought that the two families would no longer intersect. Yet a child from the collateral branch who couldn't find good work in the Lin family actually ran to the Xiao family. He established romantic relationships with two young ladies from the Xiao family one after another. Now, the Xiao family's second young lady's life and death were unknown, and the events of that year were made public. Fortunately, she did not explicitly state who that young lady was. However, the truth would eventually come to light. Lin Feng did not want the past to be uncovered, nor did he want his once-loved eldest daughter to become the target of everyone's criticism. He firmly believed that his daughter was deceived. Chapter 50. Regaining dark magic. It must have been Xiao Leitang's nonsense that misled her. Thinking of what Xiao Qingyu said, Lin Feng was still very angry. How could his daughter possibly be the kind to destroy someone else's family? How could she be insulted by a little yellow-haired girl and called an unlucky burden? Even if Lin Xiao indeed made a mistake at that time, causing disappointment to him and his wife, it was not enough to be insulted like this. They, as parents, had never scolded like that. Now, to be honest, Lin Feng felt quite sorry for his daughter Lin Xiao. Even if she was used, she couldn't even find peace in death. Giving birth is already a brush with death for women. No matter how advanced technology is, complications can always occur. The child that Lin Xiao desperately gave birth to, in the eyes of others, was a star that took her mother's life. If Lin Xiao knew, how heartbroken she would be. Xiao Qingyu. Lin Feng's gaze darkened a little. Previously, the news he received clearly stated that Lin Xiao died during childbirth, and that the child also died in the womb. When he learned of Lin Xiao and the child's deaths, he became disheartened and completely ceased to pay attention to the Xiao family. He never expected that Xiao Leitang had deceived him again. His granddaughter not only did not die, but was living in the Xiao family under such conditions. Unloved by her father, neglected by her mother, and bullied by her stepmother, sister, and servants. How could this be tolerated? If he didn't explode in anger, the Xiao family would probably really think that the Lin family members were easy to bully. Lin Feng calmed his mood and leaned on his cane, walking to the cabinet where the landline phone was placed. Go, find Lin Xingqian for me. The person on the other end of the phone stammered and could not say a complete sentence. Lin Feng frowned, and suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Previously, there was a tricky situation. The project his second son was responsible for fell through, resulting in heavy losses. The resources that went missing at the border are one thing. It turned out that almost none of the team following his second son survived. They said the captain ran away with the resources and cruelly killed everyone on the team, hiding among the dead to narrowly escape. Faced with such an explanation, Lin Feng clearly did not believe it much. Even though he usually did not care about this son, he still had basic trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt at ease letting him be the vice captain of the guard team. Thinking about how his second son had worked hard over the years without causing him any worry, Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. He just didn't like to flatter him or say nice things around him, so he was often neglected. Lin Feng also knew that some of his actions were not right. But human hearts are flesh. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. And it's all about thickness. Although his eldest son had no abilities, he was the best at reading the room. He was the child his wife, and he invested the most energy in. He was also the first to have a grandson, allowing his wife to enjoy the joy of having grandchildren before she passed away. Naturally, the eldest son became his most beloved child. He was clear about the little twists and turns between the brothers, and he thought these were normal. It's hard to balance everything perfectly, but wouldn't he be too excessive? Therefore, Lin Feng was unwilling to believe that his sons and daughters would engage in scheming against each other or harm each other. But now, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. It's been a few days since the incident involving Lin Xingchen. He didn't order a manhunt because he couldn't believe his son would do such a thing. Times have changed. Lin Feng has sent his most trusted subordinate to secretly search for Lin Xingchen. He must see his son alive or find his body. Before he dies, he needs to understand the true character of his sons, so he can confidently pass the position of family head to the most reliable person. Indeed, the family head doesn't necessarily need to be the strongest, but must be the most trustworthy, as they bear the survival of the entire family and the safety base. What did you say? Lin Xingyu frowned. He resembled Lin Feng closely, almost like a clone, which is why Lin Feng and his wife dote on and trust this eldest son so much. Lin Xingchen, on the other hand, is a combination of both Lin Feng and his wife, not favoring either side in looks, but his character and abilities are definitely inherited from his father. Because Lin Xingchen is capable, Lin Xingyu feels a sense of dread towards him. He doesn't feel envious or jealous, as he firmly believes that the position of family head will eventually belong to him or his son. It can only be theirs. His concerns about Lin Xingchen stem purely from the worry that his brother might overshadow him in the future and harbor ulterior motives, possibly even staging a rebellion. To avoid trouble, he decided to strike first. If one attempt fails, then he would try again. Luckily, he succeeded. Lin Xingyu arranged for someone to slander Lin Xingchen, tarnishing his image in their father's eyes. Their father clearly didn't believe it, as his expression changed at that moment, but he didn't take any further action. Lin Xingyu felt uneasy and sent someone to monitor his father's words and actions in secret. However, there were many trusted aides around his father, and it was impossible for him to discover anything they were trying to conceal. Therefore, Lin Xingyu turned his attention elsewhere. He placed many spies near the Lin family and bribed several guards responsible for the family security to help him. He had them keep an eye on the area around the Lin family for any suspicious persons and any unusual behavior from Lin Feng's side. Just now, someone informed him that they had spotted the young lady from the Xiao family in the back garden. Not only that, but she was accompanied by someone who shocked everyone and was hard to believe. Lin Xingchen. This guy is still alive? Perhaps it was due to a guilty conscience or a restless night, but Lin Xingyu felt uneasy. If it weren't for his racing heart, he would have gone to confirm it himself. After much contemplation, Lin Xingyu called his son to join him to visit their father, the old master, to gauge the situation and see if the old man had summoned Lin Xingchen, while also letting his son charm the old man a bit. What Lin Xingyu didn't know was that at that moment, the back garden of the Lin family was on the verge of catching fire. Back garden. A delicate, fair hand gently tapped, and a large hole instantly appeared in the giant stone wall before her, without any sound. Dark magic, it's been a long time. This was all thanks to the hidden task she had just completed. Chapter 51. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. God blocks. Kill God. Just as Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen decided to come to the Lin family, a message popped up in the live broadcast room. Xiao Qi. Considering the actual situation, this live broadcast is paused, which does not affect the host's task progress. Xiao Qi. Due to the popularity reaching a new standard, a hidden task is about to be launched. Faced with this sudden change, Xiao Qingyu showed confusion for the first time. Lin Xingchen, who was beside her, couldn't help but ask what happened. Xiao Qingyu raised her hand, indicating he need not pay attention to her. Seeing her insistence and the serious look on her face as she stared ahead, Lin Xingchen could only suppress his curiosity. to avoid disturbing her. He moved a short distance away to scout the surrounding situation. What is the hidden task? Xiao Qingyu communicated with the live broadcast assistant system, Xiao Qi, through her mind. Xiao Qi. This hidden task is a hero saving a beauty. The host's words and actions will not be recorded in the live broadcast and will not be disturbed by the broadcast. Xiao Qi. This hidden task has a time limit. Please complete it within 40 minutes. Completing it will yield substantial rewards, but if not completed in time, no new hidden tasks will be opened soon. Hero saving a beauty? Xiao Qingyu pondered. A task action that isn't counted in the live broadcast is a first for her. Her intuition told her that, although this task might not relate to the live broadcast tasks, it would have a crucial impact on her future development. Xiao Qi. At the moment the task is announced, a map will appear in the host's mind, showing the location and route of the hidden task. Xiao Qi. The hidden task is about to start. Countdown of 30 seconds. Please prepare, host. As soon as Xiao Qi's electronic voice fell, a map indeed appeared in Xiao Qingyu's mind. The destination was marked in red dots, and the route was indicated by black lines. Seeing that the destination was near the Lin family, Xiao Qingyu's eyes became obscure. She was planning to visit the Lin family. Just like that, was it just right? Xiao Qingyu didn't delay any longer, calling the Zombie King, and with Lin Xingchen. They climbed onto its shoulders and set off for the destination. She left some markings for the Lionhawk beast, instructing it to find her later. The Zombie King was much larger and faster than ordinary zombies, but compared to normal humans, it was still fast, just a bit slower. As they traveled, the assistant Xiao Qi popped up with a reminder. Xiao Qi. Countdown of 30 seconds is over. The hidden task is officially starting. Please complete the hidden task within the specified time. A virtual display screen appeared before them, showing green numbers representing the 40-minute countdown. 2 minutes had already passed. At the Zombie King speed, just getting there would still take at least 15 minutes. Xiao Qingyu didn't hesitate and took out a few black pills she had brewed earlier from her bag. These pills had the effect of enhancing speed, suitable for her non-human subordinates. After making the Zombie King take them all, its speed indeed increased significantly. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the destination. Moreover, the Zombie King didn't feel tired at all. It wouldn't feel tired. Experiencing this miraculous change along the way, Lin Xingchen couldn't help but admire Xiao Qingyu even more. Curious about what kind of legendary woman she was and what other amazing abilities she had. Upon reaching the destination, Lin Xingchen fell silent and quietly clenched his fists. Because this place was very familiar to him, he would never forget it until death. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyu had no time to pay attention to others and instructed the Zombie King to stand at a higher vantage point for better visibility. She was observing the surrounding environment, searching for her target task. Hero saving a beauty. No one specified the hero's gender, nor the beauty's. But Xiao Qingyu's intuition told her that the beauty here must be a woman. It wasn't long before sounds of chaos emerged from the forest beneath them. Listening closely, one could discern the clues. Someone was shouting for help. Let's go. Xiao Qingyu's eyes brightened, and with a wave of her hand, the Zombie King immediately jumped down from the high ground. Its massive body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, affecting everything within a few miles. Not good. It's a smoke bomb. Someone is trying to ambush us. Everyone stay still and report any anomalies immediately. The speaker was unaware that his 3 teammates had already been ambushed and killed, their speed so swift that they didn't even have time to shout before dying. In fact, it wasn't exactly an ambush. When the Zombie King jumped down, it couldn't see anyone directly below due to a blind spot in its vision. So this jump was like a house being thrown down from a height, directly crushing 3 unfortunate souls. Xiao Qingyu thought to herself, those guys were beyond hope. They had been turned into meat patties, even meat paste, with blood splattering everywhere. It was quite dirty. I'll find a pool later to wash my feet properly. Xiao Qingyu spoke coldly. As you command, master. The Zombie King didn't mind the sticky feeling underfoot, but still, it was just a matter of following the master's orders. Who? Who is there? The person who had spoken earlier yelled toward Xiao Qingyu's direction upon hearing the commotion. The next moment, a bone-piercing pain shot through his foot. Looking down closely, he realized it was a small stone that had forcefully pierced through the top of his foot. The strength and accuracy of that throw were simply terrifying. The man nearly fainted from the pain. Fortunately, he had some medication on him and quickly took some to barely stop the pain and bleeding. At this moment, the dust that had been kicked up earlier settled, and everyone finally regained clarity. "Big brother, are you okay?" A lackey beside the man rushed over to check on him. When he saw the blood-soaked foot, he was both shocked and scared, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. "What happened to you, big brother? Is this something a normal person can do?" The man was also curious. Among the people he knew, only one could throw weapons with such precision in the mist. Lin Xingchen, the vice captain of the guard team, who had already been wronged to death. "Who is it? How dare you set such an ambush? Do you know who we are? If you want to live, come out and identify yourself." The man gathered his courage and continued shouting toward the previous direction. He was on a mission, and if he failed to satisfy that esteemed person, his life would be in danger. Therefore, injuring his foot wasn't scary. What was terrifying was what that esteemed person could do if he got angry. Just as the man clenched his fists, ready to force someone to reveal themselves with his weapon, a female voice echoed from the air. "Heh, no matter who you are, those who obstruct me will die, whether it be gods or Buddhas." Chapter 52. Let them die on their own, a woman. The man frowned, instinctively looking toward another spot. It was a cage made of special materials, inside which was a very beautiful woman. She represented his future in life. The woman inside was the one that esteemed person had taken a liking to, and they were ordered to secretly capture her without alerting the old master. That was why they took a detour, heading toward the back garden where the esteemed person would send someone to assist. However, they hadn't expected that at the end, a dragon without a tail, Cheng Yao Jin, would suddenly appear. Not only that, but Cheng Yao Jin was also a woman. The man's brain was racing. The woman in the cage seemed very delicate, and he could guarantee that. Moreover, her background was quite peculiar. She had no family or friends and lived alone in the deep mountains. Such a person was even less likely to have a guard team to protect her like those from wealthy families. When they went to capture her, the man had been curious about how that esteemed person knew of her existence. However, she was indeed beautiful. So he was puzzled as to what kind of woman would take the risk of opposing the Lin family to rescue the woman in the cage. That's right. He was a member of the Lin family. "Who are you? Who sent you? I advise you to think twice before angering that esteemed person from the Lin family. There won't be any good outcome." The man could no longer hold his temper and shouted again. "Oh, I'm quite interested to know what kind of outcome there could be." At this moment, another male voice rang out. Before the man could look in the direction of the voice, a sharp pain struck his throat. Then, his vision was filled with red and black. He had been slit open. The red was the blood gushing from his neck. Without being able to leave behind a final word, he stared wide-eyed as he left this world, unable to close his eyes. He was filled with hatred, still wondering who had killed him. Moreover, he was shocked to realize that the voice sounded very familiar. It was Lin Xingchen, the second young master of the Lin family. But wasn't the second young master already dead? Now the man was dead too, but his confusion would never be answered. You are not." The lackey beside him began to speak but suddenly stopped, because he too had been slit open. In an instant, half of the original 7-member team was dead. The remaining 2 huddled together, trembling. One of them was so scared that he wet his pants. Wet and stinky, filthy. Xiao Qingyu, who had intended to approach and ask questions, frowned and immediately stopped in her tracks, unable to hide her disgust. "It's all yours." After saying this, she walked towards the cage. Hero rescues the beauty, eliminates the bad guys, and should set the beauty free. Completing the whole set was the only way to consider the mission accomplished. Checking the time on the virtual electronic screen, there were still about 20 minutes left. What a bunch of ants. The time spent dealing with them was not much different from the time taken to come here. "Are you here to save me?" The woman in the cage, sensing the presence of someone nearby, mustered her courage to ask. Xiao Qingyu didn't say much, glancing at the cage made of special material, contemplating how to open it. Because of the special material, the people inside couldn't see the outside situation, but those outside could vaguely see inside. She was indeed a very beautiful woman, with hair shining like gold. Half lying at the bottom of the cage, she was not clearly visible, but one could guess she was quite delicate. However, beauty and delicacy were not reasons for evil people to commit wrongdoing. The reason for protecting a flower should not be to prevent it from blooming, nor should it be to destroy it. Moreover, they were originally flower thieves. Xiao Qingyu didn't think further. She knew that Lin Xingqian would definitely find out who wanted to harm the woman in the cage. She first let the shrunk zombie king try to pry open the cage with its bare hands. However, as soon as the zombie king placed its hands on it and exerted force, a massive electric current coursed through its hands, sweeping through its entire body and straight to its skull. Watching the already not-so-white zombie king turn completely black, with white smoke rising from its body. It was fortunate it had no sense of pain. "I'm sorry, master. I can't pry it open." The zombie king, trying hard to ignore the hindrance of the electric current, attempted again, but eventually had to give up, sounding rare and dejected when speaking to Xiao Qingyu. This was the first time it had not completed the master's command. "It's not your fault. Go play over there." Xiao Qingyu wasn't good at comforting people because she had no experience and others didn't have the qualifications. Fortunately, the zombie king didn't care about these things. "Thank you, master." The zombie king moved aside and stood still, quietly waiting for its master to shine. On the other side, Lin Xingqian had tied the two people up with ropes. They looked unfamiliar and should have been picked from the common people or the applicants for the guard team by the Lin family. They didn't recognize him. Otherwise, with their physiques, psychological qualities, and loyalty, Lin Xingqian would definitely be the first to blacklist them and never allow them to apply again. Indeed, these two didn't even need to be questioned. At first, they had wet their pants in fear before even seeing Lin Xingqian and his group, and later, when tied up, they immediately spilled everything as soon as they opened their mouths. "Please don't kill us. We were forced into this. We'll confess everything." One of them cried out. He was the one who had wet his pants out of fear. "Who sent you here?" When Lin Xingqian asked this question, he already had an answer in his heart, but still decided to voice it. Lin family eldest grandson, Lin Yaozong. Surely it is this brat." Lin Xingqian closed his eyes, clenched his fists, making a crisp cracking sound that frightened the two men into trembling again. He then asked how to open the cage. But the two henchmen only knew that the cage was specially made by Lin Yaozong, who had a remote control to operate it. So it seemed no one else could open the cage. After saying this, the two began to plead for mercy again. "You have done bad things. Even if you were forced, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Evil will be met with evil, and you cannot escape it." After saying this, he knocked the two of them unconscious and took them several miles away, throwing them down. "I will return to your master how he treated me." As for Lin Yaozong and his older brother Lin Xingyu behind him, Lin Xingqian vowed that the suffering he and his teammates endured would be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 53. A little fangirl on the way on the road. Lin Xingqian couldn't help but feel grateful to Xiao Qingyu. Without her, going to take revenge on the Lin family alone would be like hitting a stone with an egg. It would be ridiculous and foolish. Speaking of which, Lin Xingqian felt that Xiao Qingyu gave him a very familiar feeling. Even it felt like family. Family. Suddenly, Lin Xingqian stopped in his tracks, his eyes shining with light. He now understood why he was so excited when he first met Xiao Qingyu. His heart was beating so strongly, and there was always a feeling of wanting to be attracted to her, wanting to care for and protect her. At first, Lin Xingqian mistakenly thought he had fallen in love at first sight. Later, he slowly realized that it wasn't love. It was the admiration of a dying person for their savior, the sympathy and empathy for someone who shared the same suffering. Until now, Lin Xingqian had an epiphany. His complex feelings for Xiao Qingyu were mainly because they might share the same blood of the Lin family. He should have realized this when Xiao Jilin mentioned that Xiao Qingyu's mother was the daughter of a prominent family. Lin Xingqian was quite annoyed now that he hadn't asked clearly back then. But it didn't matter now. Regardless of whether Xiao Qingyu was the daughter of his missing older sister, he would protect her well. His older sister and Xiao Qingyu had both suffered so much. The Lin family and the Xiao family should compensate them. Letting her be his master is also fine, because it was agreed from the beginning that before the truth was revealed, she was indeed his lifesaver. Lin Xingqian's heart grew more resolute as he strode towards Xiao Qingyu. Is that so? After learning that only the Lin family's eldest grandson, Lin Yaozong, could open the cage and that it was controlled remotely, Xiao Qingyu abandoned the thought of destroying it. Such a good thing should be reserved for the person who made and used it. If the knife doesn't fall on oneself, how could one know the pain? Lin Xingchen suggested. No one understands the habits and structure of the Lin family better than he does when it comes to doing the hardest and most tiring tasks. He just wasn't good at expressing himself. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand, saying nothing more. She had the zombie king help her make a stove, set up a pot, took some things out of her storage bag, and started to brew black pills. Soon, an unpleasant smell permeated the surroundings. The woman in the cage couldn't see the situation outside, but she could feel a hot current nearby and a foul smell. Is someone cooking? Are they going to boil her and eat her? She had heard that there were many monsters affected by nuclear pollution here. She wondered if those who had eliminated the people who kidnapped her were also monsters. After all, they were so strong. Suddenly, the woman was surrounded by an unknown fear, curling up and silently crying in the corner. Lin Xingchen naturally heard the commotion inside. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her that they came with good intentions to save her and would never kidnap her like the Lin family. But since Xiao Qingyu didn't speak, he couldn't say more, obeying her orders. Do you trust me? After finishing, Xiao Qingyu turned to the woman in the cage and asked, I trust you. Although the woman was very scared just now, hearing Xiao Qingyu's voice seemed to soothe her anxious heart, and her voice became much calmer. Perhaps it was because they were both women, or perhaps for other reasons. In a desperate situation, she decided to take a chance and could only choose to trust the other party. Okay, eat this. Xiao Qingyu used a long pair of tweezers to avoid the cage itself and successfully handed the black pill to the woman. This time, the woman showed no hesitation and took the black pill and swallowed it. No matter what this was, she had no choice. Even if it was poison, dying was also a kind of relief. Just as the woman was about to close her eyes, suddenly her body felt light, as if she was weightless, floating up. In the next second, she found herself out of the cage. Under her legs was a patch of grass that felt a bit prickly, but was very familiar to her. Since being captured, the woman had been locked in the cage, in total darkness, eating and sleeping inside. Every time she was forced to finish a video call with that person, she could get a little food to stave off hunger. That person, though young, was extremely cruel and perverted. Given her special situation, needing to bathe daily, he would specifically choose that time to video call her. If she dared to refuse, he would cut off her water and food supply, leaving her to die of thirst or starvation. Only heaven knows how painful her life has been. With those evil people watching over her, she couldn't even wish for death. Lizzie looked up at the bright sunshine, her heart filled with mixed feelings and immense emotion. She had finally gained her freedom and seen the light of day again. All of this was thanks to this magical and powerful woman. Lizzie straightened her back and sincerely bowed to Xiao Qingyu. Although it was called a bow, it looked more like a head knock since her head was already touching the ground. Xiao Qingyu did not stop her from thanking her. It was normal to be thanked for saving her and giving her freedom and life. However, this woman, though beautiful, seemed a bit stubborn. If she didn't call a stop, it seemed she would keep bowing down. All right. After a couple of minutes, Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but speak up. Everyone loves beauty, and she was no exception. Such a beautiful person, kneeling so devoutly, looking so pitiful with her frail body. Thank you, really. You are amazing, truly grateful. Moreover, she had an accent that sounded somewhat strange yet familiar. Xiao Qingyu remembered. This was the foreign royal accent from the other side of the otherworld era. Taking a closer look, the woman in front of her had not only golden hair, but also a pair of beautiful lake blue eyes. Truly, golden hair and blue eyes. Her features were deep and three-dimensional, just like the noble and elegant princesses in the oil paintings hanging in the castle. Let's introduce ourselves. Xiao Qingyu was somewhat curious about this foreign woman, full of mysteries. Anyway, the mission was complete, and she still had time. The system said that this hidden reward was very generous and would be displayed later. But the woman in front of her seemed to not understand much, blinking her bright eyes and staring at her with admiration. Lin Xingchen couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition for the woman. It seemed his master was about to gain a loyal little fan. Didn't he understand? Xiao Qingyu pointed at Lin Xingchen, indicating that he should communicate with the woman in a foreign language. Chapter 54. The culprit. Lin Xingchen nodded. First, he tried one language, then another, and later another. Lizzie's eyes gradually changed from confusion to determination, because, finally, there was a language she could understand. Can you introduce yourself? She is a citizen of the country and speaks the same language because she loves researching the flora and fauna of her country. She really wants to move here to settle down, even though she knows that her country is adjacent to the cherry blossom country, which is heavily affected by nuclear wastewater and has zombie strongholds in nearby waters. Her passion for research allows her to overcome her fear of these mutated creatures. Therefore, Liz began searching online for a place to settle, hoping to find a relatively safe yet quiet location. It would be even better if she could live in the woods. With her naive mindset, she didn't anticipate that she would be deceived by her fellow countrymen. Half a year ago, someone from her country, claiming to be the head of an animal mutation research base in her country, contacted her, saying that for a certain fee, they could take her to her country for research. With a professional team and a security detail accompanying them, safety and efficiency could be guaranteed. Liz conducted a brief investigation, intending to gather more information before making a decision, but the other party successfully manipulated her by citing time constraints and limited enrollment. Consequently, Liz, in a moment of impulse, paid the fee and went to the agreed location at the specified time. Upon arrival, she was knocked unconscious, and during that time, she had no idea what was happening or how long she had been unconscious. She only knew that when she woke up, her whole body hurt, especially her legs. When Liz tried to check on her legs, she was horrified by the scene before her. It was only then that I realized that the person and the team behind them were not from some animal mutation base, but from a human animal mutation research institute. Hearing this term, Xiao Qingyu and the real-time translator Lin Xingchen were both shocked. In other words, they put you together with mutated animals for research? Lin Xingchen's voice trembled as he spoke. He couldn't imagine how insane such an act was. Liz nodded and continued. They kept me in a fish tank, filming videos to upload on the dark web for those high-ranking individuals with special preferences to enjoy. The person from the Lin family was one of them. He paid a large sum to buy me, and after arriving in my country, I begged a kind person to take me and hide me in the mountains. But I was still found by his people and locked in this cage. After saying this, Liz's expression suddenly became resolute, as if she had made some important decision. She slowly moved aside the fabric on her legs. She was wearing a deep blue long dress that covered her feet. When she moved it aside, her revealed leg was actually a deep blue fishtail, and at her waist, upon closer inspection, there were dense scar-like stitches, perhaps due to the passage of time. The color of the scars had faded significantly. Lin Xingchen closed his eyes, unable to bear to look any longer. It was pitiful. Xiao Qingyu also felt a sense of sorrow. The combination of living humans and mutated fish, creating a superficially glamorous mermaid for people to admire and play with, was truly perverse to the extreme. Back then, when the cherry blossom country discharged nuclear wastewater, it was also supported by those high-ranking individuals from her country. They are the culprits that have led to the current state of the world. Now, they actually dare to conduct such research on living people. It's hard to understand what they intend to do. What kind of crazy and twisted atrocities will they commit next? Lin Xingchen was very angry. He feared that with the Lin family, the Xiao family, and that group of people from her country, not just her country, but the whole earth would soon be destroyed. Humanity might face extinction. Xiao Qingyu's reaction was not so intense, because she, coming from future world, knew very well that while humanity would not be completely extinct, the world would indeed undergo a major cleansing. Very few people would survive, and the era would revert to a more ancient state, with people evolving and changing, no longer being purely human. For instance, she herself was a witch who could wield black magic. There were also centaurs, hunters with extremely fast and agile movements, and dragon people who could fly and breathe fire. It now seemed that the cause of such changes was indeed the work of certain malicious and insane individuals in the present. Given Lin Xingchen's reaction and his hatred for evil, he might be the one to stop these people from destroying the world in the future. Xiao Qingyu's feelings became complex. She didn't like what these people were doing either, but if she interfered, neither the future world nor herself would exist. What should she do? Benefactor, what are your names? I want to remember them well, Liz eagerly asked after introducing herself. I am Xiao Qingyu, this is Lin Xingchen, and the other one could just be called Xiao Wang. Xiao Qingyu briefly introduced. Oh, I almost forgot. You can call it Xiao do a small black snake, about the thickness of a thumb, poked its head out from Xiao Qingyu's sleeve. Perhaps because the weather was getting colder, it would soon hibernate, sometimes sleeping for several days, which is why its appearance rate was low. Currently, Xiao Qingyu had no use for it, so it could sleep. Only by conserving energy could it play a greater role in the future. The little black snake flicked its forked tongue lazily to greet everyone. Lin Xingqian smiled and greeted Liz, telling her not to worry about the Lin family looking for her anymore, because he and his master would turn the Lin family upside down. The nearby zombie king mimicked him, waving its hands at Liz. It didn't understand what greeting or saying hello meant, but since the master and fellow teammates did it, it followed suit. You are truly amazing. Liz's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Qingyu, as if she were seeing the deity most revered in their Western world. At that moment, she was even more determined in her thoughts. The woman in front of her was truly a goddess, rescuing people from fire and water, and even managing to subdue such terrifying zombies and poisonous snakes was incredibly powerful. Do you need a water source now? Xiao Qingyu asked. Liz was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with tears in her eyes. She never expected to be cared for so deeply. Chapter 55. Educating you well. For your parents, Xiao Qingyu felt pity for Liz, who had difficulty moving and often needed plenty of water to nourish the fishtail occupying half of her body. So she temporarily placed her into a storage space bag, allowing her to find a box inside and fill it with fresh water infused with black potion. Fortunately, she had collected a lot of fresh water in the storage space bag before heading to the Xiao family. Xiao Qingyu explained the steps to Liz, instructing her to soak comfortably inside. How does it feel? Xiao Qingyu inquired at the mouth of the bag. The effect of this black potion would be quite intense at first contact, causing some stinging discomfort. It's okay. At first it was a bit uncomfortable, but once I got through that, I found it very comfortable. Liz had taken a black pill before entering the storage space bag, so she could now speak the language of her country and communicate smoothly with Xiao Qingyu. Well, as long as you can handle it. If you endure this phase, the future will be sweet. After completing this, just in time, the lion, tiger, eagle beast came over. Master, it respectfully greeted Xiao Qingyu with utmost sincerity. Xiao Qingyu fed it an enlarged black pill and, along with Lin Xingqian and the shrunk zombie king, sat on it. To save Liz, they had slightly delayed their timing. Before implementing their plan before dark, they needed to hurry to the Lin family. Fortunately, they were very close to the Lin family's back garden. They quickly reached their destination. After assigning tasks to everyone, Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingqian acted together. Are you sure? Will that brat from the Lin family come over? They were unsure if the Lin family would believe it and whether they would be lured out. They will definitely come, whether it's my father, my older brother, or that brat Lin Yaozong. I guarantee at least one of them will come out, because they need to confirm whether they are truly dead. If not dead, they will naturally come rushing over at the first opportunity to completely eliminate me, leaving no future troubles. Lin Xingqian clenches fists. There is no need to think about it, and not a trace of expectation. The people wishing for his death, upon seeing him unharmed, will surely have expressions of shock and ugliness. They will not feel fear at all, nor will they admit their mistakes, and they will absolutely not repent. Only in this way can they rest easy. Keep a calm mindset. Even if they don't come out, a shell blast would make it hard not to be found, unless they die inside the house. Xiao Qingyu patted Lin Xingqian's shoulder, asking him to lead the way. She wanted to find a place to rest, and it would be even better if there was some tea and snacks. Seeing the woman with a smile in her eyes and confidence in her demeanor, Lin Xingqian's heart, which had been a bit uneasy, immediately calmed down. The master was right. He needed to maintain a calm mindset and not be easily swayed by this group of people. From now on, he would focus solely on the master and on revenge. Good. Lin Xingqian immediately led the way for Xiao Qingyu. Were they? Lin Xingyu rushed to the back garden, but found nothing, and couldn't help but vent his anger on the servant who had brought the news. He raised his leg and kicked out. It was a fluid, practiced motion, clearly something he had done often enough to have muscle memory. The kicked servant rolled on the ground 3 times before stopping. Once stabilized, he immediately knelt down, begging Lin Xingyu for mercy. I swear on my life, I really saw the young lady of the Xiao family and the dead second young master Lin. I saw it with my own eyes. I absolutely did not deceive you. Perhaps they knew I was about to run and find someone, so they hid as well? There is some truth to that. The Lin family can now be said to be my and my son's territory. How could these two guys act recklessly? Lin Qingyu snorted disdainfully. Send the order down, seal off all entrances and exits of the Lin family, and send over an elite guard team. We must find them, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Remember, do not alert the old man. Let them know that the Lin family is not a place they can come and go as they please. Understood. The servant didn't dare to delay, immediately turning and running towards the Xiao family guard team with the speed of his life. This was his only way to redeem himself and save his life. He had to take it seriously. Lin Qingyu stayed behind, looking around, his thick brows tightly knitted together. Looking around, the Lin family's back garden was vast, but there were no good hiding spots. They searched around, and indeed, there were no traces of those two. If Lin Xingchen was truly here, then after all this effort to come to the Lin family, where would he go first? So arrogant. He never expected that Lin Xingchen would not hide at all, but would directly find his precious son's residence. Who are you? Don't come closer. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a terrible death. Seeing his resurrected second uncle, Lin Yaozong was filled with terror and even felt a hint of fear being caught for his misdeeds. This momentary change did not escape Lin Xingchen's keen eyes. His expression dimmed. He once thought that the plot to frame him to death was orchestrated solely by his elder brother for profit. But now it seems his once beloved only nephew was also involved? No. Lin Xingchen quickly stabilized his emotions, refusing to dwell on these distracting feelings. One must know that this little brat in front of him was spoiled rotten since childhood. Moreover, like father, like son, Lin Yaozong dared to collude with the country, forcefully buying innocent people as experimental subjects for enjoyment, revealing his vile nature, and there was absolutely no credibility left. I am your ancestor. Xiao Qingyu walked straight forward, conjuring a thorny whip out of thin air, and struck Lin Yaozong's leg, especially hard on his waist. Usually pampered by family, Lin Yaozong had never suffered such humiliation. He immediately rolled on the ground, crying and shouting in agony. Damn it, why are you hitting me? You beast. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for your parents. Chapter 56. Daddy, save me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qingyu brought down another whip. This time the force was clearly much greater, and the thorns on the whip were stained with blood. Lin Yaozong let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, then rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. Lin Xingchen, watching from the side, felt not a shred of pity. He even thought that the brat was truly delicate. It took just 2 hits for him to pass out. Useless little beast. If the son is a little beast, then the father, Lin Qingyu, is a most heartless and black-hearted beast. Lin Xingchen had completely decided to sever ties with the Lin family. He even wanted to replace the Lin family blood flowing through him, even if it meant switching it for pig's blood or dog blood. As long as he could live, it didn't matter. He felt that everything about the Lin family was filthy. To take revenge, one must be ruthless enough. Therefore, all ties must be severed. This brat is the apple of the eye. There should be surveillance in the house, right? Xiao Qingyu said this, but suddenly looked up, accurately finding the camera in the corner of the ceiling. She smirked, a contemptuous smile, pushing the limits of provocation. If she treated the Lin family's precious grandson like this, the Lin family members should not be able to sit still. Xiao Qingyu didn't even regard the Xiao family, let alone the Lin family, which had even more stupid and black-hearted people. If the surveillance points of the Lin family had not changed in the past few days, she remembered them all. Initially, Lin Xingchen had planned to take Xiao Qingyu to a resting room without surveillance to prepare water and food for her. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the Lin family's villa, Xiao Qingyu had him lead the way straight to Lin Yaozong's bedroom. When she heard Lin Yaozong's name, the storage space bag was shaking. It must be Lizzie inside recovering. She was so scared and hated Lin Yaozong, so when she heard that name, she would have a strong reaction. This made both Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen feel even more pity for this poor and unfortunate woman. Although they were not from the same country, and even had conflicts between the two countries, they were both pitiful people used and persecuted by others. They were also compatriots living in the same global village. In front of those who wanted to destroy peace and harm the ecology, They should be allies. Together, they would overcome difficulties, eliminate these evildoers, make them pay the price they deserve, and restore peace and health to the world. Therefore, Lin Xingxin did not hesitate and directly took Xiao Qingyu to Lin Yaozong's bedroom. Then the earlier scene unfolded. Master, what shall we do next? Lin Xingxin looked at the unconscious Lin Yaozong, thinking that it wouldn't be long before Lin Xingyu, seeing the surveillance, might come with people, caught in a trap, waiting for the rabbit. Xiao Qingyu sat down on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Lin Xingxin closed his mouth and stopped asking further questions. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the small kitchen in Lin Yaozong's room to prepare dinner for Xiao Qingyu. The sky outside was almost dark. At this time, Lin Xingyu, after wandering around the Lin family for a long time without finding anyone, finally had a sudden realization and rushed to the monitoring room. It was all because these two guys were too infuriating, making him blinded by anger and forgetting to check the surveillance. Upon reaching the monitoring room, Lin Xingyu saw the person in charge of the surveillance collapsed on the floor. He approached to take a closer look and saw that the person was foaming at the mouth, face blackened, and neck bruised. This was poisoned. His fingers were turning blue. It seemed to have been dead for a while, and there was definitely no saving him. Lin Xingyu frowned tightly. Damn it. This is the Lin family's territory, and yet two stinking guys with no connection to the Lin family actually barged in and caused trouble. Ever since Lin Xingyu harbored the intention to frame Lin Xingxin, he no longer regarded him as family or a member of the Lin family. Especially now, Lin Xingxin dared to use his familiarity with the Lin family to create trouble for them. It was simply unforgivable and a path to self-destruction. Lin Xingyu shook his head, temporarily setting aside his anger to focus on reviewing the surveillance footage. He needed to find out where these two guys were hiding as soon as possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what kind of trouble they would bring upon the Lin family. Lin Xingyu didn't realize that his awareness came too late. By the time he saw the surveillance footage of Lin Yaozong's bedroom, it was already the calm after the storm. Watching his precious son knocked unconscious on the ground, with whip marks all over his body, was unbearable. Not only that, but in reviewing the previous surveillance footage, Lin Xingyu watched helplessly as Lin Yaozong was whipped by Xiao Qingyu. Poor his precious son. When had he ever suffered such hardship? He didn't even have the strength or reaction to scream for help and just lay there, fainted from the pain. This made Lin Xingyu's vision darken, and he almost fainted as well. Fortunately, his subordinate was there to steady him in time. Young master, well done. Once I catch these two guys, there will definitely be a great reward. Lin Xingyu glared at the surveillance, swearing to make them pay. Thank you, young master, the subordinate replied. The moment had come. Xiao Qingyu put down her teacup and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Hearing this, Lin Xingxin immediately stood guard at the door, waiting for the enemy to strike. No need to panic. They hadn't made a move yet. The Xiao family was all foolish. None could hold their own against her. The Lin family could produce capable people like Lin Xingxin and ruthless ones like Lin Xingyu, not to mention the sickly Lin Yaozong. In a sense, it could be considered a hidden talent. Thinking of the opportunity to spar with a group of intelligent and capable villains, Xiao Qingyu felt a bit excited. Of course, she was even more convinced that she would win. Seeing Xiao Qingyu so relaxed and at ease, Lin Xingxin, although aware of her capabilities, still felt somewhat uneasy. Because Lin Xingyu was not just any kind of schemer, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't face sudden harm. When they were renovating Lin Yaozong's bedroom, Lin Xingxin had been sent away for work and rarely came here. Even if he did come, facing his obedient nephew from childhood, he had no other thoughts but to care for him. Therefore, he wasn't very familiar with whether there were any hidden doors or traps here. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, Lin Xingxin sensed something was off. Chapter 57. Dare to act, but not to bear the consequences. Even a bear is stronger than you. In this room, he didn't know when it started, but it was filled with poisonous smoke. Originally, this poison was colorless and tasteless, extremely difficult to detect. However, Lin Xingxin had encountered it before and knew it was one of the Lin family's secret techniques, so he was naturally aware. Not to mention, at this moment, the concentration of the poisonous smoke had reached a certain level, so he could certainly feel it. As expected, in the next second, they would be poisoned and fainted. Then, blood would flow from their 7 orifices, and they would die suddenly. Master, Lin Xingchen was about to warn, but regretted at the moment he opened his mouth, because speaking would allow the poison to enter deeper and more. In that instant, Lin Xingchen felt dizzy, his body swaying unsteadily. What's wrong with you? Xiao Qingyu walked over, completely oblivious to Lin Xingchen's desperate gestures. Or perhaps she noticed but chose to ignore it. Such a reaction and behavior made Lin Xingchen puzzled. Why do this? There was no prior discussion. Don't. Open your mouth. After thinking it over, Lin Xingchen decided to play along. He trusted Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu acted brilliantly, pretending to have inhaled a lot of poison, showing regret that it was too late. Then, she fell forward. In a moment close to Lin Xingchen, she stuffed something into his mouth. Lin Xingchen didn't hesitate at all, swallowing it whole, and then began to act. Master, no. He extended his hand, showing a look of regret and pain, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth as he fell to the ground. If there were an Oscar in the apocalypse, they would definitely have a spot on the list. In the surveillance room, Lin Xingyu saw the scene of the two being poisoned as he wished, revealing a smug, confident, and excited smile. See, everything was under his control. 2 young punks dared to cause trouble in the Lin family, right under his nose. They didn't even consider how much courage they had, how many lives they had. Hurry, we can't let these 2 die so easily. The concentration of the poisonous smoke was intentionally lowered by Lin Xingyu when it was released to avoid accidentally hurting his precious son. He only wanted those 2 to think they were dying, but in reality, it was just a feigned death. If they were to capture them, they should be alive. First, tie them up, torture them well to avenge Lin Yaozong's beating. Then, properly interrogate them about some questions. Lin Xingyu's eyes darkened. He thought this wretch could not be allowed to leave the Lin family alive. If the old man found out, he and Yaozong would definitely be affected. As for that girl from the Xiao family, she was quite beautiful, and her personality was fierce. She seemed to be the type Yaozong would like. Age didn't matter. A woman older by 3 years is worth gold. If Xiao Qingyu refused to submit, she would just have to be beaten daily. If worse comes to worst, they could capture her and negotiate with the Xiao family. Recently, the Xiao family had been in turmoil. The Xiao family's most treasured second lady had been taken away by the least favored eldest lady, nearly plundering the Xiao family. Not to mention, there were rumors that the Xiao family's eldest lady had an unusual relationship with zombies and mutated beasts. Some even said that the Xiao family's eldest lady had turned into a giant zombie, immensely strong and unstoppable. Meanwhile, the Xiao family was recruiting mercenaries everywhere, offering a high bounty for Xiao Qingyu. In short, no matter how he dealt with Xiao Qingyu, he could maximize his benefits and control the Xiao family. By then, the Lin family would become the strongest base in Huagua. Thinking of this, a greedy glimmer reflected in Lin Xingyu's eyes. His pace quickened as if the later he went, the fat duck would fly away. Dad, save me. Lin Xingyu had just fed the antidote to Lin Yaozong. The first thing the child said was this. Looking at his son's tearful eyes and the whip marks on his arm, Lin Xingyu felt a pain in his heart. Good son, I'm here. Lin Xingyu said, don't be afraid. Just as Lin Xingyu was about to help his son up and then deal with Lin Xingchen and the others, suddenly, Lin Yaozong's eyes widened, and he fainted again. It was as if he was scared unconscious by something behind him. Who? Dare to play tricks in the Lin family? Lin Xingyu had killed countless people and wouldn't believe in such things, so he naturally wasn't afraid. He turned around directly, wanting to pin down the person behind him. However, before he could react, a cold, sharp object pressed against his neck. Was it a knife? It felt very sharp and thin, probably not. Protecting his life was paramount. Lin Xingyu didn't dare to act rashly and swallowed hard, to avoid attracting the old man's attention, and because it was inside the Lin family. He had only brought 3 people from the Jingwei team this time. Truly useless eaters. Aside from wasting their resources, they couldn't even accomplish anything. No wonder the Lin family hadn't been able to dominate Huagua for so long and still had to compete with the Xiao family. Why you are? Who sent you? Lin Xingyu suspected that the person behind him was brought by Lin Xingchen and Xiao Qingyu. First, they hid in the dark, waiting for me to come and then ambush. Damn it, I was careless and fell for these 2 guys' trick. What's making that sound? Lin Xingyu felt a growing chill around his neck And not only that, there was an unusual sensation of being gradually bound. "What is it? Old man, why don't you look down?" A disdainful whisper came from his neck. "Wait, neck." Lin Xingyu immediately looked down and almost fainted from shock. It was a snake completely pitch black, not to mention whether it was poisonous. Who has ever seen a snake that can speak human language? Who's playing tricks? You dare to make trouble, but lack the courage to confront me face to face. Huh? Ha. It seems you're not so capable after all, you cowardly turtle. A useless child. Lin Xingyu suddenly raised his voice, trying to provoke the person behind the snake. "Ha! How could the master be slandered by someone like you?" The angry little poison opened its mouth and aimed for Lin Xingyu's neck. With such a foul mouth, "Let me give you a taste of some venom." In one moment, Lin Xingyu felt like he was bitten, and in the next moment, he realized he couldn't speak, and his limbs were stiff and immovable. "Did I get poisoned? Little poison. Why did you use poison on him without permission? It would be no fun if he dies directly." Xiao Qingyu came before the two. Her crimson lips now looked terrifying, as if stained with blood. Lin Xingyu struggled, wanting to ask her, "Why treat the Lin family this way? They have no grievances with you. Dare to do, but not dare to face it. Even a bear is stronger than you." Chapter 58. There is no true empathy in this world. What does that mean? He really hadn't targeted that stinky girl from the Xiao family at all? Lin Xingyu was a bit confused at first, but the next second, the appearance of Lin Xingchen made him understand instantly. This guy told the girl everything. They came together for revenge. Woo. Lin Xingyu was furious, but he couldn't move or speak. He could only twist his features desperately to express his inner dissatisfaction. Even in this situation, you still want to curse? Be careful. If I give you another dose of poison, old man, you'll turn into a mute. Good. Just keep sleeping. She didn't want to bother with this foolish murderer of siblings. With a glance, Lin Xingchen stepped in. "Big brother, it's clear that you haven't changed at all. You're still the same as before, doing heinous things without a change of expression. Not even realizing you're in the wrong." Lin Xingyu added, thinking carefully indeed. Some people have been bad their whole lives and have never truly repented or turned back even when facing death. Not to mention I've been framed by my big brother for only about a week. Look at that, such small talk. The little poison couldn't help but want to pop out and give him a thumbs up. Woo. Seeing Lin Xingchen, Lin Xingyu's eyes became increasingly terrifying, blood red. But still, he could only feel anxious and angry, unable to do anything. "Dead pig, wake up." Xiao Qingyu stepped on Lin Yaozong's thigh. She was wearing high heels, and the sharp heel pierced straight into the boy's thigh. Lin Xingyu and Lin Xingchen couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. It must hurt. Woo. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xingyu panicked. Now, staying alive is the priority. He could pretend to repent to let Lin Xingchen spare him. Even if this guy really was that heartless and wouldn't forgive him, at least he had to protect his precious son. After all, this was his only lifeline. Lin Xingyu's bloodline and great ambition to dominate the earth depended on Yaozong's inheritance. Seeing Lin Xingchen looking back at him, Lin Xingyu immediately put on a repentant expression. He also conveyed with his eyes to Lin Xingchen, "Good brother, this is your only biological nephew, no matter how much you hate me. You can't torture your own nephew, who has been with you since childhood." Haha, still trying to play the emotional card. No matter what Lin Xingchen thought, he would never go against his conscience or his master's orders. Moreover, this tactic was of no use to Xiao Qingyu, so she increased the pressure of her foot. Just as the heel was about to stab into the flesh, blood began to seep from the pants, and Lin Yaozong finally woke up. Not bad, pretty resilient. Lin Yaozong woke up, his eyes were dark circles, his lips pale, and sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. Anyone who didn't know would think he had suffered a lot. Xiao Qingyu looked disdainfully at the injuries on the boy's body. There were whip marks and high heel punctures. Other than that, there was nothing else. No wonder he was raised in luxury. He couldn't even bear a little suffering. Who are you? I have no grievances with you, Wu. Why do you treat me this way?" Seeing Xiao Qingyu still hadn't left, and glancing quickly at his poisoned father and the few subordinates who were dead from the poison, Lin Yaozong was terrified to the point of wanting to die. If I commit suicide, at least I can leave a whole corpse, dying with some dignity. If it falls into the hands of this terrifying woman, the consequences are unimaginable. Watching Lin Yaozong cry like a grandson, Xiao Qingyu could feel the joy of Lizzie in the storage space bag. How delightful. I heard you really like mermaids? Or rather, those that are hybrids of humans and mutated fish, right? Xiao Qingyu smiled faintly. Her bright red lips shone particularly brightly under the cold white light in the room, like a judge about to announce a sentence more terrifying than death. More like an ancient and mysterious beast, rubbing its fists and feet, waiting to strike, to deliver a fatal blow. Terrified, Lin Yaozong slumped to the ground, not daring to move. I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear? I don't know. Dare to lie. Very good, quite courageous. Xiao Qingyu lightly tapped her heel on the ground, making a clattering sound. Hearing this sound, Lin Yaozong felt that the next second the heel would stab into his skin, piercing through his flesh. Instantly, his thinking returned to normal. Mermaid, mermaid. I remembered. Sister, sister, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. To show respect and to get closer, Lin Yaozong proactively called Xiao Qingyu sister. He had heard about the eldest lady of the Xiao family. She was of the same generation as him, from a big family, but her biological mother was a mystery. Sometimes her treatment in the Xiao family was even worse than that of the second Mrs. Maid. There were partners speculating that Xiao Qingyu's mother might be someone from a big family who ran away for love, ending up with nothing. Because Lin Yaozong was more than 2 years younger than Xiao Qingyu, that aunt had left home before he was born, and the Lin family kept it very well. So he was thinking, thank goodness she wasn't T from the Lin family. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment. Don't. I can't bear your calling me sister. You're a bit better than your father. At least you know what filthy things you've done. Xiao Qingyu looked disdainful. She gently placed the storage space bag on the ground. The next moment, a mermaid with blue eyes and golden hair, a slender upper body, but with a deep blue fishtail below the waist appeared before everyone. From Lin Xingyu's surprised expression, it was clear that it was his first time seeing such a half-human, half-fish experiment. It seemed he was completely unaware of what his son had done, but that didn't prove his innocence. As the saying goes, a spoiled child is like a killing child. If Lin Yaozong wanted to mobilize the Lin family's subordinates to do things for him, Lin Xingyu's approval must have been needed in between. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Lizzie sneered upon hearing that. In this world, there is no true empathy. Chapter 59. Selling him a favor, there are always some insincere people who foolishly think that with just a simple I'm sorry, they can erase the harm they've caused to others. How could such an unfair and easy thing possibly exist? Lizzie's eyes were red, and she spoke with her back straight. Although she could no longer walk upright, at this moment, her courage and anger made her seem taller than anyone else. I was wrong. Despite having 1,000 words to say, Lin Yaozong was smart enough to know that he had no choice but to apologize and plead for mercy. But if asked whether he truly felt remorse, that would definitely be a lie. From childhood to adulthood, he had everything he wanted and had never suffered. The whole family had to pamper and indulge him. Only his grandfather, that old stubborn man, would sometimes be a bit strict with him. But Lin Yaozong had never truly suffered. Moreover, he was extremely adept at reading people's expressions, sweet-talking, acting one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Just like his father. This allowed him to easily deceive everyone in the Lin family about his twisted preferences. Lizzie, you just said that there is no true empathy in the world. Wrong. Xiao Qingyu, who had been quietly observing everything, spoke up at the right moment. Under the puzzled gazes of Lizzie and Lin Yaozong, she conjured a sharp knife out of thin air. She cut off his legs and sewed on his favorite fishtail, making him experience life in a way that he could only swim and survive in water, being secretly sold by others, living a life that satisfied his disgusting preferences. How could that not count as empathy? After hearing her words, Lizzie and Lin Xingchen were surprised, but then showed expressions of complete agreement, as if they had suddenly realized something. However, Lin Yaozong and Lin Xingyu's expressions were different. They were terrified and fearful, especially Lin Xingyu, whose pants were soaked with fear. The room was instantly filled with the smell of urine. Now, Lin Yaozong couldn't care about anything else. He immediately lunged at Xiao Qingyu, unsure whether he was seeking mercy or was simply enraged. But he was blocked by Lin Xingchen, who had appeared just in time. Stay calm. It seems you don't like being half alive in this world, so that's easy to fix. There's another option. Just die. It's better. No suffering. Xiao Qingyu waved the knife in her hand, her smile cold and cruel, looking more like a merciless executioner. Woo-woo. Lin Qingyu was extremely worried that his precious son, the lifeblood of the Lin family, would die at Xiao Qingyu's hands, and he was frantic. He tried to open his mouth to speak, but all that came out were the sounds of his bones creaking. There were even traces of blood on his lips, evidence of his desperate struggles. What a fatherly love. Lin Xingchen, with a harmless smile, gently placed his hand on the left leg of his big brother, applying slight pressure. Crack, crack. The sound of bones being forcibly broken echoed. You know what? It sounds pretty crisp, quite nice. No wonder some perverts find joy in it. Indeed, it's hard for regular people to understand and accept. Woo-woo. Lin Xingyu's tears were forced out by the pain. He never expected Lin Xingchen to hold such a grudge. Why was he specifically targeting his left leg? Back then, when Lin Xingchen was about 8 or 9 years old, Lin Xingyu was already an adult. As the older brother, Lin Xingyu was under a lot of scrutiny and had a heavy burden, although he had some strength. Seeing his younger brother's extraordinary abilities ignited a fire of jealousy and anger within him. Having been the center of attention, with all the hopes and future of their parents resting on him, Lin Xingyu would absolutely not allow his siblings to steal his thunder, even though he was already an adult and his younger siblings were still young, with only his sister who was often away from home to worry about. The fire of jealousy could be ignited with just a spark. Lin Xingyu never considered these thoughts. He only knew that if his father saw his younger brother's abilities, if he saw him looking more like his father in his youth, would he not favor the younger brother even more? Would he even pass the position of head of the Lin family to him? It wasn't entirely Lin Xingyu's fault for thinking too much, because he was already an adult and his father was getting older, yet he had never been considered for the position of the young family head. At that time, Lin Xingyu thought that perhaps his father knew that with his abilities, he wasn't qualified to become the young family head or the family head. So this trial was secretly a selection. Lin Xingyu was unwilling, angry, and resentful, but he didn't dare blame his father and could only vent all his anger on the innocent and outstanding younger brother. Only if the younger brother Lin Xingchen failed the trial and got injured, giving the impression that his abilities were not outstanding, could he secure his own position and improve his image in his father's eyes. Thus, Lin Xingyu devised a plan that led Lin Xingchen into a trap while trying to save him, almost breaking his leg. And at that time, Lin Xingchen just happened to injure his left leg. It took almost 6 months for him to recover fully. When Lin Xingyu saw the injured Lin Xingchen, he only felt a moment of heartache, but no regret. More than that, he was delighted, happy that his plan had succeeded, because during the trial, only he had the heaviest workload, and he completed it the fastest. His father even gave him the position of captain of the guard, which made him incredibly happy. The position of young family head was within reach. TSK, this guy actually holds such a grudge. If I had known it would come to this, I should have been harsher back then and directly crippled his leg. That way, there wouldn't have been any bloodshed, and everyone could continue pretending to be harmonious brothers without interfering with each other. That would be great. Lin Xingchen saw the changes in Lin Xingyu's expression and immediately guessed his older brother's thoughts. He knew that his brother's heart was always cruel and unfeeling. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste time and should just be decisive. Thinking this, Lin Xingchen increased his grip, no longer torturing Lin Xingyu slowly, but preparing to directly break his left leg and give him a quick end. Xiao Qingyu also approached Lin Yaozong with the knife raised. Suddenly, the door opened. "Stop!" A strong male voice resonated throughout the room. Lin Xingchen froze upon hearing this. It was Lin Feng, leaning on a cane as he walked in, not even giving Lin Xingchen a glance, but instead looking at Xiao Qingyu with a serious expression. "Miss, please do me a favor and spare their lives, will you?" Chapter 60. Disharmony among children. Mostly due to incompetent elders, Xiao Qingyu remained unmoved. An old man who showed favoritism had nothing to do with her, so why should she do him any favors? As the saying goes, disharmony among siblings and children is often due to incompetent and biased elders, and the Lin family and Xiao family are the best examples of this. Head of the Lin family, I advise you to give up. Don't let two disasters ruin the entire Lin family. If you insist on this, I will not be merciful. I hope the head of the Lin family will think carefully. Lin Xingqian stepped forward. From the moment he decided to take revenge, he had no relation to the Lin family anymore, even his biological father. The reason he still retained the Lin surname, Lin Xingqian thought, was that his mind was already made up. The heart of the Lin family had already died. It no longer mattered whether he was surnamed Lin or not. It was just a code name. Moreover, his mother also had the surname Lin, so he considered it as following his mother's surname, which was the last bit of connection he had to this family. Lin Feng did not expect Lin Xingqian's reaction, but he could understand, though he was reluctant to accept it. After all, he was his biological son. How could he bear to see his siblings harm each other? How could he bear to hear his son speak such words of severing ties? What a title, head of the Lin family. If this title were spoken by someone else, it would be his self-respect. But in the mouth of his own son, it sounded so harsh. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but feel a chill, yet he was powerless to change it. Deep down, he knew that his second son, Lin Xingqian, was the one who resembled him the most in his youth, particularly in personality. Although quiet and reticent, he preferred to let his actions speak for themselves, was very responsible. A tough guy with a tender heart, but also somewhat stubborn. Once he spoke, his promises and decisions would not be easily changed. If someone were to ask him why he didn't treat his second son better, Lin Feng himself couldn't articulate the exact reason. Perhaps that's just how people are, inexplicably so. As the saying goes, the palm and the back of the hand are both flesh, but when the palm gets hurt, it hurts more. The back of the hand is meant to shield the palm from the wind and rain. Hearts are all on the right side, making it difficult to be truly impartial. In the end, it all comes down to one word: favoritism. Seeing Lin Feng's expression change multiple times, Lin Xingqian could easily guess that his father's feelings towards him were a mix of emotions, more shock and disappointment than anything else. After all, the act of turning against one's own kin is only possible when one is dealing with a second son they care little about, versus a first son they cherish, trust, and care for deeply. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Xingqian's mouth, revealing a sense of relief tinged with mockery. It was all right. He didn't care anymore. Grandpa, help. Seeing Lin Feng silent and taking no further action, Lin Yaozong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He feared that the woman before him would join forces with the traitor of the Lin family, severing his legs and turning him into a mermaid like Lizzie. No, that was too terrifying and painful. He was the Lin family's treasured jewel, the future heir who would bring glory to the family. Absolutely not. Did you let him speak? A glance from Xiao Qingyu made Lin Yaozong tremble in fear. Shrinking into the corner and no longer daring to muster the courage to utter a word, this spoiled child, raised with too much pampering, was completely unaware of the possibility of being wrong. Even if you were truly wrong, it would be someone else's fault, someone else's glory. His psychological state and worldview had long been twisted into a convoluted mess. The head of the Lin family, our patience is limited, and time is precious. After saying this cold remark, Lin Xingqian raised his hand, revealing a sharp blade, just as he was about to strike down and cripple Lin Yaozong's legs. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and a small, nearly imperceptible marble appeared and knocked Lin Xingqian's blade away. After all, having survived in the apocalypse for so many years, the head of the family possessed exceptional courage and skill. Lin Xingqian had anticipated that Lin Feng would intervene. Therefore, he hadn't planned to use too much force. For the sake of mutual force, the more force he exerted, the greater the backlash he would face from Lin Feng, which could very likely harm himself. Hence, it was a loss that he wouldn't allow to happen. At the same time, his already cold heart grew even colder. Then the Lin family's culprits, who had blood on their hands from countless innocent lives, should suffer even more. Shinner, you need to listen to me first. Yaozong, you cannot kill him, because he is actually your sister's child. Lin Feng's words stunned everyone present, including Xiao Qingyu. She was aware of some of the complex relationships within the Lin family, which were already a bit chaotic and chilling. However, she did not expect it to be this complicated, with this layer added. No, Grandpa, why are you lying? I am clearly the only son of Dad and Mom. The first to break was Lin Yaozong, having been spoiled since childhood and with a distorted worldview. The deep-seated belief that only sons could carry on the family line was not surprising for him. Lin Yaozong refused to accept being called his aunt's son, firmly insisting that he was the son of his father, the first son of the Lin family, and it wasn't all about deep father-son affection. After all, he was even more broken in worldview than his father. He had to protect his identity as the only grandson of the Lin family. He couldn't be an outsider. He had to be a true grandson. Otherwise, the vast assets of the Lin family would have nothing to do with him. Shut your mouth. What a brainless little brat. Spoiled rotten. Lin Feng shot him a fierce glare, thinking that this child had been ruined by pampering. If he weren't his only biological grandson, he wouldn't bother at all. Yes, Lin Feng was lying. No matter how he twisted and turned, he was determined to protect the life and intact body of his only grandson. After all, the future heir of the Lin family could not be a disabled person. Grandpa. At this moment, Lin Yaozong couldn't hear anything else. His mind was filled with thoughts of what to do if he were not the only grandson of the Lin family in the future. In a moment of panic, he couldn't consider anything else, only wanting to clarify and secure his identity. Clarify it. Lin Xingqian fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, wanting clarity as well. Why was Lin Yaozong the child of his eldest sister? His eldest sister held just as much importance to him as his mother. Therefore, when Lin Feng uttered those words, he admitted that his rationality had momentarily shattered. Chapter 61, Can Let Go But 222, come. There's a no-prize guessing game. Guess if this old man is lying to protect his brain-dead grandson. 333, the one above, I guess so. 444, the one above that. I also guess so. Besides Lin Xingqian and his deceased sister, it feels like there's no normal person in the Lin family. 555, I'm joining in too. I feel like he's not lying. One is his daughter's son, the other is his son's son. Why would he lie about something he's hidden for over a decade? I really can't understand. 666, everyone stop shouting. Let us calm down and watch the show. We'll understand. 777, exactly, it's affecting our viewing experience. At some point, the live broadcast room, which had quietly reopened, was now filled with a heated atmosphere fueled by the Lin family's affairs. Xiao Qingyu took the opportunity to call the live broadcast system, Xiao Qi, with her mind. When did you open the live broadcast room? Not even a reminder. Xiao Qi, sorry host. The live broadcast platform is currently undergoing some issues and repairs, causing you inconvenience. Xiao Qi, to make up for it, the platform compensates you with unlimited usage rights for the treasure book items. Please forgive us. The compensation was sincere enough. So Xiao Qingyu didn't say anything further, accepting the apology. Xiao Qi, since the live broadcast room has reopened, the task related to the wealthy family affairs will proceed as usual, without time or location restrictions. Xiao Qi, the host only needs to meet any one of the audience's expectations, gift values, or popularity values within the live broadcast room to complete the task. Xiao Qi, I need to go fix the platform's loopholes, so I can't stay for long. Good luck, host. As soon as the words fell, this fellow disappeared without a trace. What an unreliable one. Xiao Qingyu sighed helplessly in her heart. Fortunately, she hadn't lost anything. And the Lin family could be considered a wealthy family in the apocalypse, with family disputes no less than those of the Xiao family. In fact, it seemed even more than the Xiao family. I certainly want to lie to you, Xingqian. Do you remember the birthmark on your eldest sister, Lin Xingyun's neck? Lin Feng was truly a seasoned old hand. When he lied, he didn't even blink. I certainly remember. Lin Xingqian's tone was no longer as hard as it was at the beginning. Once the conversation reached this point, Lin Feng didn't continue, and the meaning was self-evident. So, Lin Xingqian reached out to lift the trembling Lin Yaozong, who was still immersed in the mystery of his origins. Grabbing the chubby boy's collar, he pulled it down to examine closely. There was a birthmark. It bore a resemblance to his eldest sister's birthmark, about 70 to 80% similar. Seeing Lin Xingqian's expression change dramatically, Lin Feng let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that he believed about 60 to 70% of it. Although Lin Xingqian had taken care of Lin Yaozong when he was younger, they had been too busy and had little time together. After Lin Yaozong turned 10, the uncle and nephew rarely saw each other for more than half a year. As time passed, Lin Xingqian was very likely to forget whether Lin Yaozong had a birthmark at the beginning. Lin Feng was taking a gamble. Fortunately, he won the bet. Grandpa, Lin Yaozong first looked confused. Then his eyes sparkled as if his confusion had been lifted, eager to speak. Ouch! Grandpa, why did you kick me? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yaozong was kicked hard by Lin Feng. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. His mind was filled with thoughts. The grandfather who had always loved me so much actually altered my identity and even kicked me. The over 100-pound chubby boy felt wronged to the core. You did such a cruel thing. It's simply more inhumane than a beast. How precious are you that you can understand the pain of an innocent person having their legs chopped off to become a mermaid for entertainment? He actually resorted to unscrupulous means and even had dealings with the country over there, with your behavior that could drive the ancestors to their graves. How could you not be kicked? Lin Feng sternly reprimanded Lin Yaozong, making him too afraid to raise his head, looking like a quail. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen stood by, silently watching the drama unfold, just being scolded a few times, and he became this cowardly, truly spoiled. At the same time, they were also wondering what exactly Lin Feng was up to. After all, at the beginning, he hadn't scolded his grandson like this. If he had shown such an attitude earlier, perhaps Lin Yaozong could have suffered a little less. Head of the Lin family, don't waste any more time. You need to be clear that beside your grandson, there's also a poisoned son lying there, waiting for you to perform a miracle and save him. Xiao Qingyu, who disliked people who dawdled in speech and action, found the waiting process torturous. And this also felt like being controlled, because she didn't like it. She became irritable and disgusted. She was always the one controlling others, making them wait. After hearing Xiao Qingyu's words, Lin Feng, who had slightly relaxed, immediately tensed up again. Yes, his eldest son and grandson must be saved. If necessary, if it really comes to that, he would have to seriously consider which one to keep. Miss Xiao, the affairs of the Lin family may not be something you can intervene in. Lin Feng slightly bowed to express his apology. His attitude was still relatively satisfactory. However, if he could treat the grandchildren who had made mistakes fairly and without favoritism earlier, things might not have escalated to such a tense situation today. Unfortunately, there are no if in this world. There is no regret medicine either. Many times, one can only choose once, and whether the result is good or bad, they must bear the consequences themselves. Xiao Qingyu was lucky. Moreover, because her past life had almost no opportunities for choice. The rare opportunities also came from the deliberate actions of certain people. So, she could start over. Miss Xiao, Lizzie looked at Xiao Qingyu helplessly and unwillingly. To be honest, she was a bit worried. After all, Lin Xingchen had a blood relationship and a deep emotional foundation with the Lin family. If Lin Feng continued to work hard, perhaps Lin Xingchen would really forgive Lin Yaozong and grant him mercy. Don't worry. Xiao Qingyu gently patted Lizzie's hand. Then she gave Lin Xingchen a look. I believe in you. It could also be seen as a test of his loyalty. Xiao Qingyu took Lizzie outside the door, and of course, she wouldn't obediently wait. Instead, she went to do something else. After hearing Lin Feng's next words, Lin Xingchen's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. I can let him go, but his legs must not be spared. The first half of the sentence made him feel a bit relieved and comforted, thinking of his second son, Lin Feng, who hadn't completely turned cold. At this moment, he was petrified. After all this effort, putting aside his dignity to tell a huge lie, he still couldn't save his grandson's legs. And the one who was fixated on crippling his grandson was still his second son, the grandson's own uncle. If this got out, wouldn't others laugh at the Lin family's big tooth? But for the greater good, Lin Feng suppressed his inner anger and tried to maintain a calm tone and expression while looking at Lin Xingchen. Xingchen, let me ask you one last time. Your sister only has this one child left in the world. Do you really want to cripple his legs? When they reunite in the underworld in the future, can your sister's soul rest in peace? Lin Xingchen's mother passed away early. It is said that an elder sister is like a mother. And Lin Xingyun was the best example. She was several years older than her younger siblings, understanding and caring from a young age, taking good care of the family inside and out. Among them, Lin Xingchen had the best relationship with her. Lin Xingyun could see that, as the middle child, Lin Xingchen received less attention, and his personality made it so he wouldn't sweet-talk to win favor. They say the crying child gets the candy. So Lin Xingqian was the child who didn't get candy, and even if he did, it would be taken away by his brothers. Only Lin Xingyun took good care of Lin Xingqian, allowing him to feel a long-lost sense of fair treatment and even favoritism in the Lin family. What Lin Xingqian found most unforgettable was an accident. If Lin Xingyun hadn't sacrificed herself to save him, he might have long since lost his life to a tiger and turned into a wisp of a soul on the vast yellow earth. And it was because of this perilous experience that Lin Xingyun encountered the man who ruined her later life. For that man, the sister broke off from the Lin family, leaving for many years, during which not a single message was sent. In the end, only one sentence remained. Since then, Lin Xingqian had always attributed Lin Xingyun's death and her tragic fate in the later years to himself. He felt extremely guilty. Therefore, if Lin Yaozong really was the only child left by his elder sister, his life must be preserved to comfort his sister's spirit in heaven. But this was his private matter. He couldn't let Xiao Qingyu and Miss Lizzie feel cold-hearted. Lin Yaozong's worthless life could be saved, but those legs must be crippled. If such a morally corrupt person didn't receive a lesson and didn't suffer a bit, then many more people would suffer in the future. Besides Lin Yaozong, those demons from the so-called research institute in the country must not be spared either. 100 years later, I will personally apologize to my elder sister. So there's no need for the head of the Lin family to worry about this. Lin Xingqian said no more, quickly acted, and stuffed something into Lin Yaozong's mouth. Then he quickly pressed a few points at the base of his legs. The speed was so fast that Lin Feng and the others were all shocked. "Grandpa, Dad, it hurts. Save me quickly, am I going to die?" Woo-woo. In the next second, Lin Yaozong covered his legs and began to cry loudly. Perhaps it was too painful. He couldn't control his brain and actually chose to bang his head against the wall, try to alleviate the discomfort in his legs by transferring the pain. Are you really this ruthless? Seeing Lin Yaozong like this, Lin Feng felt heartbroken. This statement would be better directed at Lin Xingyu and Lin Yaozong. When they were plotting against me and purchasing mermaids for humiliation, they were so ruthless that even the tyrants of ancient times would feel ashamed. Then, he turned to look at the shocked Lin Xingyu. "Big brother, your son. Oh no. Our good nephew is using his legs and his elder sister's kindness to save a life. So what about you?" Before Lin Xingyu could speak, Lin Xingqian hit him with a harsh truth. "I almost forgot. You're currently poisoned, and without an antidote, you're just waiting to die. You can't speak or move, so naturally, you won't be able to give a response." Woo-woo. Lin Xingyu was terrified, desperately signaling to his father Lin Feng, hoping that he could save him. He was only around 40 years old, had not yet taken the position of the head of the Lin family, and had not enjoyed enough of it yet. When Lin Xingyu first heard that Lin Yaozong was not his own son, but the flesh and blood of the eldest daughter who was expelled from the Lin family, he was devastated and in despair, because he had a weakness, a condition that made it difficult for him to have children. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yaozong was the only bloodline he could leave behind. Fortunately, later he realized, it wasn't that he understood, but that he saw through it. He saw that his father was lying, using Lin Xingqian's feelings for Lin Xingyun to protect his grandson's life. As a result, Lin Xingyu and Lin Feng vented their anger on the subordinates who were taking care of Lin Yaozong at that time. "Xingqian, don't call my name." Lin Xingqian thought to interrupt Lin Feng's emotional manipulation. "Head of the Lin family, if you don't properly educate your remaining descendants in the future, beware of dying alone in your old age. This is my last piece of advice for you and the Lin family." After saying this, Lin Xingqian left without looking back. Lin Xingyu was poisoned by a snake, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled for life, in a state similar to that of a vegetable. However, he still felt pain, and the toxins would gradually invade and corrode his internal organs. Ultimately, he would slowly die in agony. The most important thing was that Lin Yaozong was now exposed as not being his son. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lin Xingyu, who valued his precious son and family heritage the most. Such psychological torment was enough for him to suffer for the rest of his life. After Lin Xingqian left, Lin Yaozong was still a bit unwilling and shouted that he wanted someone to tear him apart. But before he could shout 2 more times, Lin Feng struck his head hard with his hand. "Say less. Are you complaining that having only 2 legs crippled is too little? And you want to cripple your arms and voice too? Originally furious, Lin Yaozong instantly wilted. But Grandpa, I can't swallow this anger. Can you really bear to see me and Dad become useless people at the mercy of others? Lin Feng obviously couldn't bear it. But this father and son were both foolish and wicked, just as Xingqian said. When they acted against their relatives and innocent people, did they ever consider the consequences or retribution? If someone wanted revenge, they certainly wouldn't hold back. Let me think of another way. Where's this? Xiao Qingyu struggled to open her eyes. It was pitch black in front of her, and just as she was about to move, a sharp pain shot through her head. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in, and a familiar voice followed. Lin, I'm here. I'm here to save you. It was Xinhe. Xiao Qingyu instantly came to her senses. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she was captured by Xiao Qingyu's monster, she thought she would perish and never see her father and beloved fiancé. Xinhe again. Fortunately, she was still alive, and Xinhe had come to find her. Xiao Qingyu was so excited that she wanted to stand up and give Lin Xinhe a heartfelt hug. It hurts. Lin, don't move yet. Let me check the situation. Don't worry, since I can come, I will definitely be able to safely rescue you. Lin Xinhe's firm yet gentle voice successfully eased Xiao Qingyu's anxious and fearful heart. The bright light grew larger as he had silently adjusted it. Fixing the lighting tool, Lin Xinhe saw that the thing shackling Xiao Qingyu was actually a thick iron chain around her wrist. Because of Xiao Qingyu's earlier movements, the chain had already rubbed her ankles raw, and there was even a bit of bleeding. No wonder it hurts so much. Xiao Qingyu pouted and then looked at Lin Xinhe with pitiful eyes. Xinhe, my sister is really too much, treating me like this. She must still resent me for taking you away, so she is determined to keep me locked up here, suffering torment, and then separate me from you. I've respected her as my sister since I was a child and have never hit or scolded her. I never expected she would associate with monsters and zombies. Treating me this way, besides the physical pain, what hurts me the most is my heart. Lin Xinhe hurriedly hugged her and comforted her softly. This isn't your fault. I voluntarily sought your affection. If there's a fault, it's all Xiao Qingyu's. That boring, ruthless person. I only regret not leaving sooner. Don't get angry over someone unworthy. It's you who ends up hurt and suffering. Xiao Qingyu treats you and the Xiao family like this, and you still regard her as a sister. Silly girl. You are just too soft-hearted and kind. If there were any informed people witnessing this young couple, they would surely scoff. They really knew how to twist black and white. No wonder they were a naturally foolish pair. Xinhe, where exactly is this? How did you find your way here? What about my father? How is he? Overcome with emotion, Xiao Qingyu finally remembered to ask the important questions. Those are all secondary. Don't rush. The most important thing now is to rescue you. We can talk about everything else once we are safely out of here, right? Lin Xinhe's expression was somewhat evasive. Fortunately, his excuse was trusted by Xiao Qingyu, easily brushing past it. He could find this place and confidently say he would safely rescue her because he had made a deal with a monster. That monster had no appearance, and its voice had no distinctive features. It was just very frightening. Calling it a demon would not be an exaggeration. All right. Seeing Lin Xinhe about to help her break the iron chain, Xiao Qingyu felt a mix of anticipation, worry, and gratitude. She knew Xinhe was the most reliable. Such a good man. She was glad she had taken him away. That unloved person, Xiao Qingyu, did not deserve to have Xinhe. Just as she was thinking this, there was a click at her ankle. Lin Xinhe had really managed to unlock the heavy shackles. Finally free, Xiao Qingyu was overwhelmed with joy and immediately jumped up to hug Lin Xinhe, even playfully kissing him on the cheek. The overwhelming happiness left Xiao Qingyu with no time or thought to notice the subtle changes in Lin Xinhe's expression. As Lin Xinhe easily opened the shackles, a strange dark purple glimmer flashed in his eyes, followed by surprise and delight. It seemed his choice was not wrong. What if the outcome of trading with a demon was not good? As long as he had enough power while alive to make others believe in him, worship him, and obtain everything he wanted, that was enough. Life is short, only a few decades. Who doesn't want to live a little more indulgently, a little more satisfactorily? Suffering is endless. One should enjoy life while they can. Lin, let us go. With you by my side, Xinhe, I believe we can quickly revive the Xiao family and make Xiao Qingyu get the retribution she deserves. Achoo! At that moment, Xiao Qingyu, who was doing something else, suddenly felt something was off. Did she forget something? Xiao Qingyu spoke bluntly, and the beast of the lion, tiger, and eagle was not one to ponder deeply. Moreover, this was its respected master, so it did not take it to heart, nodding to show it understood before spreading its wings and flying into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. So envious. Huh? Xiao Qingyu looked at Lizzie. She envied it for having wings that could take her to all corners of the world, flying freely. Noticing the gaze of the person beside her, Lizzie smiled shyly and then explained, "Losing my legs means I can never stand or walk again in this life. Being trapped in water or in a wheelchair for a lifetime. How can there be talk of freedom? If you want, you can certainly take her to see the broader sky and experience the beauty of freedom." Xiao Qingyu would never make empty promises. Because she had the ability to realize them, she had no intention or need to deceive others. Really? Lizzie was initially surprised, but she quickly returned to normal. She trusted Xiao Qingyu's abilities. Moreover, in this apocalypse, there were all kinds of monsters and demons. Human-on-human slaughter could even create mermaids. It's not surprising for humans to grow wings. I've never lied to anyone. With that, Xiao Qingyu took out the treasure book and transplanted the wings inside onto Liz's back. A pair of pure white wings, as if they were born with her, almost blended seamlessly with Liz's smooth, fair back, making it hard to see any awkwardness. At a glance, Liz looked like an angel descending from the heavens. Focus and give it a try. Looking into Xiao Qingyu's encouraging eyes, Liz gathered her courage and tried to adapt to the wings. She imagined them as her own hands, slowly lifting and gently flapping them, gradually increasing the strength layer by layer. At first, as her tail left the water surface, a sense of weightlessness made Liz feel a bit uncomfortable and timid. But gradually, she overcame this psychological fear. After all, she had personally experienced life and death. Liz, open your eyes and take a look. Chapter 64. The Lin family treasure vault. Hearing Xiao Qingyu's words, Liz slowly opened her eyes that had been shut due to fear. At this moment, she had already risen about 5 or 6 meters above the water surface. Her whole body was suspended in the air, surrounded by warm currents. Liz blinked and realized it wasn't as bad as she had imagined. In fact, it felt quite comfortable. There was a sense of exhilaration in breaking free from shackles. This is freedom, isn't it? How wonderful. In her lifetime, she could still feel the taste of freedom. How is it? Xiao Qingyu slightly raised her head, smiling as she looked at Liz, who was curiously observing her surroundings like a child. Very, very good. Being so free and unrestrained in the air is exactly the feeling I wanted the most, Liz said as she controlled her wings, successfully landing smoothly. Speaking of which, it was her love for nature and freedom that led her to care about those conservation bases for plants and animals, which ultimately made her a victim of those with ulterior motives who took advantage of her good heart and interests. But now she understood. The wrongdoers were always those evil demons with malicious intentions, not the victim's kindness, weakness, or lack of awareness. What she could do was strive to become cheerful and strong. She aimed to one day bring these bad people to justice and rescue more innocent lives. Thank you, Qingyu. Liz looked at Xiao Qingyu with gratitude. Without her, she wouldn't be the happy person she was now. You should also thank yourself. After leaving Lin Yaozong's room, she brought Liz here. There were no people along the way to stop them. Most were either dealt with by the zombie king guarding outside or too frightened to come out. The reason for coming to this pool was, firstly, to let Liz soak in the water, and secondly, she needed to find something. Before departing from the Lin family, Lin Xingqian told Xiao Qingyu that the Lin family had a secret treasure vault. The vault contained the Lin family's greatest wealth. There were arms supplies, and seemingly some kind of scarce energy source. It was precisely because of these riches that the Lin family could be the most powerful family before and after the apocalypse. Of course, Lin Xingqian did not know about the relationship between Xiao Leitang and Lin Xingyu. He only knew that the Lin family's wealth was immense. However, Lin Xingqian did not know where this wealth was hidden because Lin Xingyu would not tell him. But he could guess. Liz, can you help me with something? Seeing that Liz wanted to try flying higher, Xiao Qingyu felt reluctant to break her good mood. She just didn't want to stay in such a murky place as the Lin family for long. Of course. Qingyu, what can I do to help you? Liz was extremely happy to be able to help Xiao Qingyu, even a bit excited. Ever since she became a mermaid, she had lost her freedom. She could only be a toy for others to play with, and even if she were rescued one day, she would only be a burden that dragged her benefactor down. She never expected she could also help her benefactor. Help me scout the way, Xiao Qingyu said in a calming tone. I believe in you. You can do it. Everything we have can be the best weapon and tool. Liz felt a slight stir in her heart. Previously, she had despised her fishtail. After all, what use was a beautiful tail that didn't belong to her? It felt disgusting to look at. Upon reflection, it was the same principle. So it was better to reconcile with her current self and this fishtail, to coexist peacefully and make good use of this advantage. Why should she be affected by her fishtail and feel gloomy? If it should be utilized, then it must be utilized well. Otherwise, the only one who loses is herself. Moreover, if she regarded herself as an outcast and viewed others' goodwill as ulterior motives or pity, that would be too sad and despicable. After realizing all this, Liz's state became clearer and more vibrant than before. With that, Liz jumped into the pool, splashing a small wave. She flicked her fishtail and quickly disappeared. This was her first time swimming freely in a large body of water. Previously, she had been confined in a small vessel. Liz shook her head, focusing on finding the entrance to the treasure vault that Xiao Qingyu mentioned. She didn't want to think about the past. She wanted to look forward. By the pool's edge, Xiao Qingyu opened her electronic device and watched the live underwater scene from the monitoring equipment on Liz. Actually, she could have gone into the water to search herself. After all, she had received a pearl when helping the fish people before. That pearl was still worn closely, allowing her to breathe and move freely underwater, just as she would on land. Liz resembled the mermaid she had once tamed and raised, but unfortunately, that person had a high spirit and left not long after. She didn't want Liz to be like that, appearing cheerful on the surface while still being fragile and dark inside. This was a perfect opportunity for her to see if the changed Liz was worth a rescue. Qingyu, it seems like there's an end ahead. Is there still a path? Through the device, Liz pointed at the bottom of the water in front of her, asking Xiao Qingyu what to do next. For now, let's circle the bottom to understand the situation. Oh, okay. Liz obediently complied. This was the pool in the Lin family's backyard, not very large an area. Freshwater sources were scarce here. It was rare to find a drink anywhere else, let alone to have so much just for surface display while secretly hiding treasures. Liz quickly swam around the bottom of the pool. Wait, did you find something? Qingyu. Is there a few stones to your left? Get a bit closer and point the camera at that area. Now Xiao Qingyu could see clearly. However, 3 of the most crucial positions were still missing. Xiao Qingyu immediately directed Liz to find matching stones and then arrange them. Once everything was set up, changes began to occur at the bottom of the water. Chapter 65. I see you're really hungry. Is the ground shaking, Qingyu? Feeling the violent movement at the bottom of the water, Liz couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Find a safe and stable place to wait for a moment. I'll be right there, Xiao Qingyu said as she walked into the pool. Before departing, she specifically instructed the zombie king to guard this place and not let any idle people disturb them. Idle people, of course, did not include Lin Xingxin and others who were also her subordinates. With the pearl's enhancement, she wasn't wet at all from the water, as if walking on flat ground, and quickly found Liz to join her. Wow, how amazing! Although she knew Xiao Qingyu had extraordinary skills, Liz was still amazed by her once again. A phrase suddenly came to her mind. What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Stay close. Don't get lost. Xiao Qingyu said little and continued walking to the spot where Liz had just arranged the stones. The once ordinary underwater scene has now transformed dramatically. The surface soil has parted to reveal a surprising hidden secret, an iron door made of special materials. Xiao Qingyu noticed an electronic keypad lock beside the door. She had long guessed that the Lin family's treasure vault couldn't be easily accessed. Qingyu, do you know the password? What if we enter it wrong? Will something bad happen? Lizzie behind her asked with some concern. Don't worry, I know the password, Xiao Qingyu replied. It was Lin Xinhai who told her. Without hesitation, she entered the password. Although she hadn't known Lin Xinhai for long, she found him trustworthy. 3 seconds later, the iron door opened, revealing a secret passage inside. Lin Xinhai was right. The vault's password was not the birthdays of Lin Feng, Lin Xingyu, or Lin Yaozong, but the day Lin Xingyun left home and distanced herself from the Lin family. Of course, this didn't indicate that the Lin family felt any guilt or longing for Lin Xingyun, but rather that they feared someone might exploit the identities of several key figures in the Lin family, which could be detrimental to the vault in the future. Moreover, aside from Lin Feng, Lin Xingyu, and Lin Xingchen, almost no one knew about Lin Xingyun's situation. Thus, it effectively prevented internal betrayal within the family. Now that Lin Xingchen had distanced himself from the Lin family, there was naturally no need to worry about exposure. It is often said that the royal family is the most ruthless, and ordinary families are no exception. Hurry in, or the water in the pool will flood us. Okay. Xiao Qingyu and Lizzie successfully entered the secret passage. Being underwater, it was very dark, and there were hidden energy sources, so there could be no lights. It's so dark, Lizzie murmured. Stay close, Xiao Qingyu said, taking out a pearl to provide a soft glow for illumination. Thus, they safely made their way deeper into the passage and discovered many treasures: gold, silver, jewels, rare herbs, and small weapons. Xiao Qingyu had seen many of these in the Xiao family, and many were of no use to her. Seeing Lizzie's eyes sparkling, she smiled gently. Take whatever you like. Then I won't be polite. Lizzie picked several beautiful gems and pearls, deciding to make them into handicrafts to wear. She wanted to please herself and look beautiful. Additionally, they could be sold to support genuine eco-friendly bases. She hoped that one day, the apocalypse would restore the beautiful world her grandmother spoke of, full of green waters and mountains, clear winds, and bright moons. Let's keep going. Xiao Qingyu was not interested in these treasures. She knew that further ahead lay the biggest secret of the Lin family's vault, the energy that supported the Lin family in standing firm during the apocalypse. Lizzie nodded, not daring to waste time, and hurriedly swam along, keeping pace with Xiao Qingyu. After a while, Xiao Qingyu stopped. In front of them, there was no path. The Lin family is really clever. How much difficulty must one go through to find a treasure? Lizzie complained. It's precisely because it's rare that it can be called a treasure. Xiao Qingyu sighed lightly. Patience is key. Since this is an unfamiliar area, it's better to wait for Lin Xingchen to discuss and explore together. A few days had passed, and she was unsure how things were going with the Xiao family in her cave. Brother Xinhai, can you tell me how things are with my father now? Xiao Jilin had been successfully rescued by Lin Xinhai. They had safely left a high and terrifying cliff, which had taken considerable effort. Without Lin Xinhai's support during the journey, Xiao Jilin could have easily fallen and turned into mush. Thus, she was now entirely focused on Lin Xinhai. In the eyes of a lover, even a pig looks like a beauty, and she found him increasingly good. However, Xiao Jilin had grown up pampered by her parents, so she wouldn't be easily fooled by small favors into becoming a lovesick brain. Her father's situation had always been a concern for Xiao Jilin, and now that they were on safe ground, she finally had the chance to ask, Lin, your father is safe in the base with the Wang family. Before I set off to find you, I only succeeded in contacting your father once, and I haven't been able to reach him since. No contact. Xiao Jilin's vision darkened, and she almost fainted. Lin Xinhai quickly hugged her, softly comforting her. Hey, we didn't mention these things when we first met because we didn't want you to worry. Don't worry too much, Lin. We should trust your father. He is the renowned master of the Xiao family. How could he suffer at the hands of a small family like the Wangs? With Lin Xinhai's encouraging words, Xiao Jilin instantly felt revitalized. That's right, the Wang family head, Wang Fangxiang, is weak and shouldn't pose a threat to my father. Then, they supported each other as they walked through the cold, snowy mountains. Lin Xinhai mentioned that this was the northernmost part of Huagua, with extremely harsh weather, high altitude, and scarce food. It was difficult for anyone unprepared to survive here. The only advantage was that there were no zombies, and so far, no mutated monsters had appeared. Because the environment was so inhospitable, even zombies were unwilling to step foot here. They were about to find a sheltered place to eat something before continuing their journey, when suddenly they heard a whisper. I see you're really hungry. You can eat anything. What is it? Lin Xinhai immediately became alert. He recalled the rumors he had heard in childhood. Chapter 66. The Monkey Becomes King. It was said that in such a bitter cold place, there were actually monsters. They not only killed and ate people, but also devoured your 7 souls and 6 spirits, driving you mad as you ran wildly in the snow, ultimately freezing or exhausting to death, suffering from both mental and physical torment. They could speak human language but rarely showed themselves, creating immense psychological pressure on people until they went crazy, lost their minds, and fell into their trap, becoming delicious food on their table. If they truly set their sights on you, you could forget about leaving behind a whole corpse. Not even bones would remain. Thinking of this, Lin Xinhai couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Don't think too much. These are just rumors. Tales parents tell to keep children from straying too far from home and into the dangerous north. None of it is real. Moreover, he had made a deal with a demon, so even if he did encounter such monsters, there was no need to be afraid. Lin Xinhai was trying hard to comfort himself when suddenly someone patted his shoulder and a woman's gentle voice called out, "Brother Xinhai?" When someone is focused on something or feeling scared or ashamed, they're easily startled. Lin Xinhai was the latter. He was like a lost soul, his lips pale, and his whole body trembling. He was completely different from the brave figure who had rescued him at the cliff. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but frown. Was she some kind of monster to scare him so badly? Seeing Xiao Qingyu's change in expression, Lin Xinhai cleared his throat and returned to normal. Maybe it's too cold. I had a bit of a hallucination, thinking there was danger behind you, haha. Lin Xinhai wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Xiao Qingyu's expression turned serious. She didn't know how long she had been locked up, but it had to be at least 2 or 3 days. Even after Lin Xinhai brought her from the cliff to solid ground, Xiao Qingyu had been holding her breath the entire time. During that time, Lin Xinhai had made some explanations. He said he had come to the north with a small team. However, the place where Xiao Qingyu was held was very secretive and narrow, unable to accommodate many people to come for a rescue. The north is cold, and the members of those teams are somewhat cowardly, finding many excuses to avoid going deeper, only verbally agreeing to wait near the outskirts of the snow. Since this team was temporarily hired by Lin Xin for a small amount of money, they couldn't guarantee that those people wouldn't abandon them and run away. At first, Xiao was indeed moved. Some love-struck feelings overwhelmed her, and for a moment fatigue, pain, and hunger all vanished. But now, she could finally take a break and eat something, drink some water. Besides the couple of sips of water Lin Xin fed her and a small piece of candy when she was just rescued. She hadn't eaten anything for days. How could Xiao endure such suffering and humiliation? "Xin, my stomach hurts. I'm dizzy. I can't walk." "Have you changed? Don't you care about me at all? I've been so tired and hungry for a long time. I'm afraid I might faint any moment now." Seeing Xiao refusing to continue, Lin Xin felt helpless, a bit angry and disgusted. What a spoiled young lady, unable to endure such a little hardship. In this desolate wilderness, in the freezing cold, does she really want to waste time and energy here, waiting to be targeted and devoured by an unknown monster? And she speaks as if I feast on delicacies every day. Since the Xiao family experienced a huge upheaval, the safe base has been like a headless chicken, and anyone with a bit of status wants to come and meddle. They think they can take the opportunity to gamble a bit and perhaps become the base leader. Lin Xin originally wanted to run away, but the Lin family no longer had a place for him, and although he always felt a bit constrained living with the Xiao family, there were still opportunities to solidify the Xiao family's position in the base. Lin Xin had to manage external threats and internal stability while also trying to find Xiao and Xiao. His days were like walking on thin ice, sometimes going a whole day without eating anything. Now he also had to endure the spoiled temper of the young lady. But for his future and plans, Lin Xin clenched his fists and thought, "I can endure. I've already put up with so much. I can withstand this a little bit longer. Good Lin. It's not that I don't care about you, but the environment here is really not good." Hearing this, Xiao's temper did indeed subside quite a bit. Yes, she hadn't seen her father for a long time. Although she was suffering here, she was at least unconscious and didn't truly feel much. Moreover, she still had her beloved Xin accompanying her, but her father was alone and miserable in another place. She didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Phew. Phew, her father was wise and capable, with skills and strategies. He definitely wouldn't be bullied by that little Wang Fong at the safe base. Xiao felt that she was still quite sensible. Unlike that Xiao Qingyu, who was truly a disaster, the Xiao family had treated her well enough. For someone who wasn't blood-related, being given food and clothes to maintain her basic needs was already a great blessing. Who would have thought that Xiao Qingyu not only didn't show gratitude, but also repaid kindness with enmity? Wasn't she just sending her to the zombies as a sacrifice? As for causing the Xiao family to be destroyed, what a disgrace to make her embarrass herself in front of so many people. A trace of ruthlessness ignited in Xiao's eyes. All right, Xiao Qingyu, just you wait. I want you to understand one thing. You lived under my feet before, and you will continue to do so in the future. Lin Xin let out a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with various emotions. The two people with ulterior motives walked together for an unknown amount of time until they finally joined the team Lin Xin mentioned. Xiao keenly noticed that the leader inside was actually the lowest-ranking member of the Xiao family. Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkeys take over as king. A useless person who could only do chores could now become the captain of a guard team in the market. However, Xiao's gaze darkened. How would he break free from the Xiao family's control and establish his own faction? Chapter 67. See the Great-Grandma. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This was a disrespect and disdain, an insult to the Xiao family, to her father, and to herself. Did they think the Xiao family had no one? Just as Xiao was about to explode, Lin Xin beside her quickly tugged at her sleeve as a reminder. Lin, the priority is to get home safely as soon as possible. Everything else can wait until we restore the Xiao family. Xiao sighed helplessly. They say the tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Now she truly felt it. Thank you all for your hard work. Shall we set off now? Once we reach a safe destination, I will give everyone another sum of money and treat you all to a good meal. Lin Xin smiled broadly, looking quite flattering. In the apocalypse, danger was everywhere. Therefore, having a guard team when out, especially in the north, was essential. Unfortunately, they had fallen on hard times and could only find such wild guard teams outside the family to take on jobs for money. These people were mostly ill-tempered and unruly due to the lack of discipline. If they were really left here unattended or harmed, it was hard to say what would happen. Lin Xin couldn't help but worry. But it's better to be safe than sorry. And he was indeed quite used to using the abilities gifted to him by the demon. Most importantly, he had to keep his strength hidden, not letting Xiao and Xiao discover it. Right now, he felt like that Gojian who endured hardships. All the grievances suffered, and the roles played were for the sake of a grand plan. If he was going to do it, he had to be the strongest and the one with the highest status. Lin Yaozong let out a scream that nearly deafened Lin Feng's ears. Songya, bear with it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to use silver needles to puncture the acupoints on Lin Yaozong's leg. Ancient records state that this can stimulate the nerves and help restore normal function to the legs. However, it requires a great deal of skill from the person administering the needles, as well as a bit of luck. After all, his skills weren't particularly high, and it was hard to find a reliable and skilled old Chinese doctor, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Since you can feel pain, it means your legs aren't completely useless. If you hadn't been dealing in inappropriate trades with that country, then your thoughts could be a bit purer and more normal. Would there be so much trouble now? Lin Feng felt both angry and helpless towards his only grandson, who was constantly crying out in pain. To be honest, what Lin Yaozong did was indeed heinous and intolerable. As for the incident with Lizi, although he wasn't a mastermind, there would be no harm without trade. So he was an accomplice. But what made Lin Feng the angriest was that Lin Yaozong actually laid hands on Lin Xingchen. They were blood relatives. Lin Feng didn't understand why Lin Qingyu and Lin Yaozong couldn't tolerate Lin Xingchen, their closest kin. After all, he hadn't treated this marginalized second son particularly well. But things had happened, and in the end, Lin Xingchen was the one they wronged. Now, Lin Feng felt helpless because Lin Yaozong committed many wrongs. Logically speaking, even if the emperor breaks the law, he should be punished equally with commoners. He should be disappointed in Lin Qingyu and Lin Yaozong and impose severe punishments, even expelling them from the Lin family. But what could he do? Lin Feng was already at an age where half of his body was in the ground. His hair gradually turning gray, and his body no longer as strong as it once was. Among the descendants, there was only Lin Yaozong as a grandson. He could not protect him. But Grandpa, I really can't stand the pain anymore. I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to serve you before my legs heal. I might just die from the pain first. At this moment, Lin Yaozong was quite sweet-tongued. Having experienced life and death, he now fully understood the power of strength. A strong fist is the hard truth. Since he had no strength, he could only cling to his grandpa's thigh. Survive first, then talk. Lin Feng saw Lin Yaozong's pale face, drenched in sweat, with no blood on his lips, and he didn't look like he was lying. Thinking about it, this kid had never endured such suffering. He sighed helplessly. All right, you take a break first, and I will come back later to give the acupuncture. Lin Feng made Lin Yaozong drink a dose of traditional Chinese medicine and then got up to leave. He still needed to check on how his eldest son was doing at the moment. Lin Qingyu was placed in a room next to Lin Yaozong. At this moment, Lin Qingyu was no different from a useless person. Not only could he not speak, but he also could not move like a living dead. Compared to Lin Yaozong, Lin Qingyu's sins were even greater. It is often said that a son's unfilial behavior is due to the father's strictness in teaching, and a father has a son that resembles him. Lin Yaozong's plot against Lin Xingchen was learned from Lin Qingyu. But Lin Feng could not bear to completely ignore Lin Qingyu. He had already lost his capable second son, and if he lost his eldest son as well, the male line of the Lin family would truly be at an end. Moreover, Lin Xingyu's current state was also a fault of his as a father. Failing to resolve the grievances between his sons in a timely manner had led to this grave mistake today. If the audience in the live broadcast room could see Lin Feng's inner thoughts at this moment, it would surely incite another wave of condemnation. How could this culprit of favoritism have the face to think like this? Not only did he not punish his favored son and grandson, but he also found so many grandiose excuses. He wouldn't be afraid of making people laugh to death when he said it out loud. Lin Qingyu heard the noise and knew that his father had come. But in his current state and with the disgraceful things he had done, he really had no face to see anyone. Qingyu, don't give up on yourself. You will get better. After all the words, Lin Feng finally managed to utter this one sentence. Lin Qingyu opened his mouth, but still couldn't say anything. A tear squeezed out from the corner of his eye. This was definitely not tears of regret. Rather, it was an unwillingness. Asking why the hero of a lifetime had become such a useless person. It was all Lin Xingchen's fault, and that girl from the Xiao family. These two were simply the harbingers of disaster. One almost wiped out the powerful Xiao family, while the other, a dissolute descendant of the Lin family, also wanted to bring an end to the Lin family. Were they thinking of eliminating them all to reign supreme in the apocalypse? Trampling them underfoot to make them work like cattle and horses? No, Lin Qingyu shook his head frantically in his heart. He absolutely could not let the schemes of these two succeed. Lin Feng saw all the changes in Lin Qingyu's expression. A father knows his son best. He was old and truly could not bear the turmoil. He really did not want to see his sons turn against each other. Just as he was about to advise, someone suddenly reported, "Someone has broken into the secret room." What? Lin Feng's eyes blurred, and he felt as if he had fleetingly seen his great-grandmother. Chapter 68, Reunion. Lin Feng himself took a moment to calm down, leaning on his cane to stand firm. He thought he could not fall, otherwise the Lin family would really be finished. The one who came to report was not exactly a person, but a robot. Because of the Lin family's treasury, aside from Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu, who was the heir's father, no one else could know about it. Such valuable things were better kept known to fewer people. Do you need to check who has broken into the secret room? The robot respectfully inquired. No need, Lin Feng sighed heavily. He had already guessed who it was. With such ability and a motive for revenge, there was no one else but Xingchen. Now Lin Feng was conflicted about whether to intervene. After all, he owed the child too much. But if the secrets of the Lin family were discovered, the world would probably erupt in a bloody storm again. He just hoped they would not be so clever and lucky. Lin Feng was still quite confident in the password he had set up initially. That was a password even he could not guarantee he could open at will. At this moment, after walking for a while, how could they still not find out what the so-called energy was? The head of the Lin family, Could it be a deception? To bolster their authority? So that other bases and families wouldn't dare to act rashly? Lizzie expressed her doubts and opinions. Lin Xingqian had already severed ties with the Lin family, so she said these things without needing to consider the other party's feelings. No, I assure you, there's such a mysterious energy, Lin Xingqian said with a firm gaze. Xiao Qingyu also trusted him, but Lin Feng was cunning and must have hidden that energy extremely secretly. We have been here for over an hour. Lin Feng should have noticed long ago, but they still haven't sent anyone to stop us, which suggests they know we cannot easily find that energy. So, they need not waste effort. Perhaps they are currently watching the surveillance, amused by how we are sweating profusely in our search. Xiao Qingyu glanced at the time. No ruse. Not finding it now doesn't mean we won't later. She could first handle some other matters. For example, dealing with some foolish people who were unaware of the danger and were preparing to strike at her again. Let's go. We'll come back next time. Xiao Qingyu spoke casually, as if treating this path like a market that could be visited at any time. Lin Xingqian thought that once they left, the next time they came would definitely not be as smooth and easy as today. Moreover, they had come all this way, just a step away from leaving. It would surely feel somewhat regretful. However, he could not go against Xiao Qingyu's orders, and he also believed in her, trusted himself. This time, they could enter the treasury, and next time, they would surely be able to as well. All right. Not long after they left the treasury, Lin Feng appeared here. He easily arrived at the hiding place of the energy right next to the entrance. This kind of deception will be hard to come up with without decades of cunning experience. After placing the prepared items, Lin Feng easily entered. The password to enter here was the items he had prepared. After thoroughly checking the energy inside and confirming there were no losses, he felt relieved to leave. Xingqian, even if you know about this place and the password, you still won't be able to enter smoothly. I hope next time, you won't have your eyes set on this place again. Lin Feng sighed heavily. Cave. Xiao Qingyu sat on a natural stone chair covered with a blanket, with Lizzie massaging her back. Lin Xingqian brought over freshly prepared spring water. It was incredibly comfortable. The little poisonous snake in her sleeve seemed to sense the warmth of home and finally came out to stretch its muscles. Little poison, you slept too deeply and missed a lot of exciting content. The Lizzie now was very different from when they first met. She had become confident, sunny, bright, and cheerful, showing a strong curiosity and joy towards everything. Or perhaps she was always such a person. Hiss! The little poisonous snake shook its tail, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction and regret. Unfortunately, it could not escape the rule that snakes must hibernate in winter. Otherwise, it really wanted to fight alongside its master. The little poisonous snake ran to Xiao Qingyu and whimpered. There will be plenty of opportunities later, be good. Xiao Qingyu was in a good mood at the moment and patiently comforted it. Master, regarding Xiao Jilin, the lion, tiger, eagle, beast really couldn't bear to break this beautiful scene of maternal love. But Xiao Jilin ran away, and it was truly restless. You should know that Xiao Jilin is the master's #1 enemy. A lot of effort was spent to catch that girl. As a result, she managed to escape. For this, the lion, tiger, eagle, beast felt quite ashamed and came specifically to apologize because of its inadequate supervision. But it was also very curious about the person who came to rescue Xiao Jilin, what kind of person they were. It remembered that the person seemed to be called Lin Xinhe and should be Xiao Jilin's fiancé, a son-in-law of the Xiao family. Logically speaking, he should be very weak. So how could he easily knock himself out? It's really too suspicious and infuriating. They won't last long. However, I'm also quite curious about how Lin Xinhe went from being a coward who relied on women to gain power to being able to single-handedly knock you out and rescue Xiao Jilin. Xiao Qingyu smiled slightly. She wasn't worried at all. It's interesting when the opponent is strong. 111. I wish I had a good mindset like the streamer sister. Absolutely no internal strife. Absolute strength and confidence. 222. That's right, although we haven't seen the struggles of the wealthy yet, the revenge drama is also very exciting. 333. Go. Streamer sister. Don't let them bounce around for too long. Seeing their true colors is really infuriating. It's making my breasts ache. Thank you all for your support. Don't worry. I will protect your breasts and won't let you suffer. The comment section was filled with laughter. After recharging, A large team set off towards the Xiao family. Xiao family. Before Xiao Qingyu could take a proper hot bath, she was anxiously interrupted by Lin Xinhe. But Lin Xinhe didn't have time to explain when a nightmarish voice rang out. We meet again. Chapter 69. I am Nugula Lin Xinhe, my dear sister. At this moment, it was dark, and Xiao Qingyu faced the moonlight, her lips red and teeth white, like a soul-devouring specter. Xiao Qingyu was extremely terrified. A sharp scream shattered the sky. Lin Xinhe was also startled, but then he thought, wait, I'm not that coward anymore. Why should I be afraid of her? Now, I'm a formidable Nugula Lin Xinhe. His back straightened instantly. Yes, he shouldn't be afraid. Nor does he need to be afraid. Perhaps this time, and in the future, the one who should be afraid is Xiao Qingyu. The more Lin Xinhe thought about it, the more confident he became, and his back stood even straighter. To Xiao Qingyu, his actions undoubtedly looked like a clown's performance. Ridiculous. Yu. Xiao Qingyu was still immersed in the fear from her birthday party, unable to say 2 words for a long time. What's wrong with me? My complexion looks better, right? Xiao Qingyu stepped down from the back of the lion, tiger, and eagle beast, smiling as she approached. I also feel my complexion has improved a lot, and it's all thanks to you. This left Xiao Qingyu dumbfounded. Why? How is it thanks to us? If you hadn't been living so miserably, I wouldn't be so happy, and my complexion wouldn't have improved, Xiao Qingyu explained kindly. The comment section of the live stream was instantly flooded with laughter, perhaps influenced by the audience in the live stream, or perhaps inspired by Lizi's cheerful demeanor. Xiao Qingyu was no longer as silent as before. She could occasionally joke around. Yu. Xiao Qingyu was infuriated by this remark, pointing her finger but still unable to say the second word after a long pause. She thought to herself, Xiao Qingyu is truly from the Xiao family, my nemesis. Every time I finally manage to feel a little better, this woman can easily ruin my good mood. No, she couldn't remain so passive. Xiao Qingyu immediately looked at Lin Xinhe, hoping he could help her take revenge. But she couldn't find him. When did he disappear? Xinhe, he didn't just leave me behind and run away, did he? Xiao Qingyu clenched her teeth in disbelief. Her mind went blank. It can't be, it can't be. Xinhe is definitely not that kind of person. Who are you looking for? Just say it. We'll help you look. Lizi said sincerely, as if she really wanted to help Xiao Qingyu find something. It was then that Xiao Qingyu noticed the woman who had just been behind Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xinhe. Not realizing it before, she was shocked. You actually have a fishtail on your lower half. But this time, Xiao Qingyu was only surprised for a few seconds before returning to normal. After all, in this apocalyptic world with zombies around, what couldn't exist? Moreover, since Xiao Qingyu was so powerful, she could gather all sorts of strange beings as her subordinates. They were just ordinary-looking mermaids. Maybe they would be unable to move soon due to lack of water. It wasn't a big deal at all. Despite Xiao Qingyu trying to encourage herself, Lin Xinhe was not there, and there were currently no guards at home to help. She was just a delicate girl who usually didn't do much. How could she possibly fight against these monstrous wolves, jackals, and tigers? Just as Xiao Qingyu was at a loss, Lin Xinhe finally appeared. Xinhe! She excitedly wanted to rush over and hide behind him, but before she could move, something seemed to hit her neck. The next second, Xiao Qingyu collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Xiao Qingyu looked playfully at the fallen Xiao Qingyu, then at the culprit, Lin Xinhe. She guessed that Lin Xinhe must have done this to prevent Xiao Qingyu from seeing or hearing his actions later on. TSK, truly a scum among scum. After finally becoming a bit stronger through some unknown means, he still had to go to great lengths to hide it from his future wife, even using a stone to knock her out. It seemed Lin Xinhe didn't really care much about Xiao Qingyu. Suddenly, Xiao Qingyu realized something. She almost forgot that Lin Xinhe was also from the Lin family. Although a side branch, he was more like a direct descendant of the main line. His selfishness and scheming nature were indeed deep. Only in her past life, and with someone as foolish as Xiao Qingyu, could they treat someone like him as a treasure. Xiao Qingyu looked down on him. Someone like Lin Xinhe wasn't even worthy of being her shoe shiner. Huh, I didn't expect that the once pitiful worm could now look at people with such eyes. It seems you've forgotten that what I, Lin Xinhe, hate the most is this kind of gaze. Lin Xinhe angrily said. Oh, Xiao Qingyu only used one word to make Lin Xinhe's eyes turn red with anger. on the verge of collapse. But since she was so kind, how could she let Lin Xinhe linger on the edge? So, Xiao Qingyu pressed on, targeting Lin Xinhe's sore spots. I almost forgot. Indeed, it's a different time now. I thought you were talking about yourself. After all, no matter how bad it was in the past, I was still the young lady of the Xiao family. And you, just a piece of trash in the Lin family who couldn't even speak up, could be treated like a dog by anyone from the main line, regardless of gender or age. If it weren't for you trying so hard to please me, trying to take advantage of me, using me as a springboard to enter the Xiao family's doors, then you would have set your sights on Xiao Zhiling, seducing her to become a good son-in-law before Xiao Leitang, slowly establishing a foothold in the Xiao family. 111. Ta-ha-ha. 222. I'm laughing so hard. The streamer sister's eloquence is becoming more and more excellent. 333. Well said, very clever. 444. Is the streamer sister starting a class? I would kneel to listen. 555. This pretty boy is definitely going to be infuriated, right? Ha ha. It feels like smoke is coming out of his head. Xiao Qingyu deliberately took a look. Indeed. Smoke was coming out. It seems he's very angry. In that case, let's quickly see all your skills. Damn it. Xiao Qingyu, you shameless person. What qualifications do you have to say that about me, and even call me a dog? Lin Xinhe was already furious, his veins bulging. Xiao Qingyu remained unconcerned. If I'm a shameless person, then what about you, who initially worked so hard to please me, trying to gain benefits from me? A universe-level fool. Isn't that a shameless person? Chapter 70. Spotting the clue at a glance. Xiao Qingyu slightly raised her tone. A sense of oppressive anger without actual rage emanated from Lin Xinhe. His momentum was suppressed for a few seconds, but soon sparks ignited again. He stared directly at Xiao Qingyu, secretly vowing that today she must not leave the Xiao family alive. Even if he couldn't kill her, he at least had to take half her life as compensation for his dignity. Xiao Qingyu, this is all your own doing. Lin Xinhe shouted loudly. This was the prelude to a villain's transformation in a drama. Although Xiao Qingyu had never watched such dramas, the viewers in the live stream couldn't be wrong. They all said that villains die from talking too much. The simplest way to defeat magic is to solve the problem at its source. In other words, directly interrupt the spell. Lin Xinhe suddenly knelt down, wishing everyone a happy new year. But the next second, he deflated like a deflated balloon, instantly losing his vigor. What on earth happened? TCH, still so useless. She had overestimated Lin Xinhe. This guy was still unworthy of being her opponent. Master, let me finish him off. The lion, tiger, eagle, beast had been itching to act for a long time. Notrus. Xiao Qingyu felt that Lin Xinhe must have something big brewing. It wasn't yet time for him to fully unleash it. Moreover, the dark magic she had just used could easily kill an ordinary person. But Lin Xinhe was merely temporarily drained of strength, completely unharmed. This indicated that Lin Xinhe had some kind of magic protecting him, assisting him. She couldn't let the lion, tiger, eagle, beast take risks. After regaining his strength, Lin Xinhe immediately approached Xiao Zhiling, mumbling incessantly, seemingly chanting some kind of spell. The next second, Lin Xinhe was enveloped in black mist. You all, not a single one of you will escape. His voice became hoarse and heavy, exuding a sense of a dark lord's emergence. When the black mist dissipated, Lin Xinhe appeared with a smoky makeup look, his suit transformed into a dark, gilded robe. 111. That dark god from Gunalala, is he transforming? 222. Things are getting more interesting. 333. Setting up my little chair to watch the show. 444. Go for it, streamer. We all believe in you. Defeat all dark forces. Xiao Qingyu, you are the dog, despised and trampled underfoot. Being used by me is purely your own stupidity. It is your honor. As Lin Xinhe spoke more and louder, the black mist around him grew higher. At this moment, the system, Xiao Qi, popped up. Xiao Qi, dear host, this world has detected foreign interference that may greatly impact your mission and personal safety. Xiao Qingyu finally reacted a bit. Unexpectedly, the system appeared at a critical moment and could help her clarify things. What exactly is the entity within Lin Xinhe? Xiao Qi, do you remember the hydra monster from the deep sea? Xiao Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly at the mention. Is it? Xiao Qi, Yes and no. Because it is the main body of the Hydra monster, the leader among the 9 heads. Xiao Qi. Its abilities are incredibly powerful. The host must not underestimate it. She could tell. Xiao Qingyu glanced at the little snake in her sleeve. It was also one of the Hydra's avatars, but had now been tamed by her. The blackened Lin Xinho, controlled by the Hydra monster, raised a hand, and a dark blue fireball was hurled towards Xiao Qingyu. However, she easily dodged it. Be careful, master. The lion tiger eagle beast carried Xiao Qingyu on its back and soared into the vast sky. No joke, it certainly wasn't trying to escape. Instead, it was heading to a broader space more suited for battle. Staying in that tiny room in the Xiao family was too stifling. It felt like its wings couldn't breathe. You're the only one who will die. Lin Xingqian's eyes were fierce as he quickly flashed behind Lin Xinho, drawing out a long knife to strike fiercely. Unfortunately, what was inside Lin Xinho was the Hydra monster. Even if one avatar was lost, there were still 8 heads remaining. Its reflexes, speed, vision, and strength were beyond ordinary comparison. Thus, that strike naturally missed. The darkened Lin Xinho smirked wickedly, looking both proud and deserving of a beating. You dare to shout and fantasize about hurting me? Hurry up and die in your dreams. Lin Xinho spread his arms, and the back of his clothes was torn open by 7 snake heads. These snake heads had clear divisions of labor, some attacking Lin Xingqian, some dealing with Li Zi, and others with the zombie king. The remaining few all charged towards Xiao Qingyu. It looked a bit creepy. Xiao Qingyu's eyes darkened slightly. She thought to herself, no wonder the system was experiencing interference. This ultimate mutated beast must have been sleeping in the sea for who knows how long. Its cultivation and strength were formidable. It truly couldn't be underestimated. This system was really unreliable. It only reminded her to be careful and provided no solutions or tools. Just talking is something anyone can do. Xiao Qingyu sighed inwardly. Forget it. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. This principle was something she had always believed in and practiced. Everyone be careful. While reminding everyone, Xiao Qingyu ordered the lion tiger eagle beast to swiftly weave through the clouds, dodging the pursuit of the snake heads. Eat this. The lion tiger eagle beast immediately swallowed the black pill that Xiao Qingyu tossed. The next second, it felt a tearing sensation in its body. But soon, it returned to normal. Seeing several identical versions of itself appear beside it, the lion tiger eagle beast was a bit confused. Those were avatar pills. It thought it could act recklessly due to having more heads, but of course, they couldn't let it have its way. So that's how it is. The lion tiger eagle beast nodded and then followed Xiao Qingyu's instructions, using its mind to command the avatars to act separately. Some went to rescue Lin Xingqian and the others, while others stayed with it, weaving through the clouds and distracting the snake heads. On the ground, the Hydra monster within Lin Xinho gradually felt fatigued. At the same time, it clearly sensed that the amount of black energy it currently possessed was insufficient. So it set its sights on Xiao Qingyu. It was time to replenish its black energy. Chapter 71. Truly deep affection and loyalty. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyu also noticed Lin Xinho's abnormality and focused her gaze on the still unconscious Xiao Qingyu. Remembering that before Lin Xinho blackened, he had also been mumbling a few spells beside Xiao Qingyu before transforming. Therefore, if he wanted to become stronger, he would likely need Xiao Qingyu. Little tiger, at your command, master. The lion tiger eagle beast commanded the closest avatar to rush over. It snatched Xiao Qingyu away before Lin Xinho could and flew towards Xiao Qingyu to regroup. No, damn it. It hated that it didn't have wings and couldn't fly over personally to eliminate that girl who kept ruining its plans. Originally, it had been sleeping well in the sea when suddenly, a bunch of hateful humans began dumping nuclear waste, causing much of its food and toys to die or mutate. It had no way to eat, becoming exceedingly bored. Later, a strange tunnel appeared in the sea. Inside were many treasures and other monsters similar to itself. The Hydra gradually adapted to living in the tunnel, until one day, while it was sleeping, someone came and even took one of its avatars. Although that avatar was the smallest and the youngest in cultivation, it had many kinds of magical toxins that were the best at relieving its boredom. The Hydra monster's strength was greatly diminished, and its mood was extremely poor, but it couldn't easily leave the seabed. It had to rely on a container full of dark energy. After great effort, it finally found one. Unexpectedly, many people around Lin Xinhai had strong dark energy. At the moment of the transaction, it thought to itself that it had made the right bet. However, after finally entering Lin Xinhai's body, it was limited everywhere due to insufficient dark energy and couldn't reveal itself. Now that it finally had a chance, it was ruined by Xiao Qingyu. It was really angry, but it could only seethe with helpless rage. The Hydra monster clearly felt its power gradually diminishing. It seemed that it needed to temporarily hibernate to regain its strength. It wanted that ignorant girl and those detestable humans to know that it was definitely not to be trifled with. Lin Xinhai's consciousness gradually took over, but he couldn't feel happy because he understood what this change represented. The most important thing was that Xiao Jilin had been taken away by Xiao Qingyu. At that time, whether she lived or died was uncertain. Of course, Lin Xinhai wasn't worried about Xiao Jilin out of deep feelings. How much is friendship worth? He needed Xiao Jilin to be his shield and also as a way to obtain dark energy. This was the condition agreed upon when he made a deal with that demon. He would help the demon acquire enough dark energy, and in return, the demon would possess him, giving him power and helping him obtain everything he wanted. Although Lin Xinhai didn't know what dark energy was, the Hydra monster didn't explain it either. But according to his understanding, it should be something like resentment from people. In any case, Lin Xinhai was very anxious right now, because the only person he had found who had so much dark energy to utilize was Xiao Jilin. If Xiao Jilin was taken away just like that, Lin Xinhai gritted his teeth and immediately went to activate the aircraft in the Xiao family's warehouse to chase after Xiao Qingyu. Let her go. Xiao Qingyu didn't want to pay attention to this guy at all. No matter how fast the aircraft ran, it couldn't reach the speed and altitude of the lion, tiger, eagle beast. Good master. Lin Xinhai had to dodge the avatars of the lion, tiger, eagle beast while maintaining stability in the air. By the time he finally escaped, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before realizing that Xiao Qingyu and the others had long disappeared. It's over. What should I do now? Lin Xinhai was extremely angry and worried at the same time. After this experience, it was clear that he had completely declared war on Xiao Qingyu and the others. He had suffered losses and was at a disadvantage, and for a while, he couldn't find a suitable person to obtain dark energy. But Xiao Qingyu and the others had the advantage of numbers and could come after him at any time. Although he had the Hydra monster protecting him, he should be safe from dying. But Lin Xinhai was afraid that the Hydra monster would find him useless and leave his body. Then he would become that defenseless, ordinary person again. He wouldn't even know how he died. The only thing he could be sure of was that his death would definitely be particularly tragic. Lin Xinhai quickly shook his head. He wouldn't allow himself to die so tragically before achieving his goal of becoming superior. I also need to find someone to find help. He couldn't believe that besides Xiao Jilin, he couldn't find anyone else with so much dark energy. That's right. A figure appeared in Lin Xinhai's mind. The safe base. Wang Fangzheng was enjoying tea when suddenly his subordinate informed him that a team was approaching the base's protective wall. Looking at the visitors, they didn't seem friendly. Oh, do you know who is leading them and where they come from? Wang Fang put down his teacup, his mind racing. He had always had a low profile among several safe bases. The area was small, and the military strength was weak. He had always kept his distance from other safe bases and families, neither making enemies nor forming friendships. It was difficult to figure out who was coming to his doorstep to make a fuss. It seemed to be someone named Lin Xinhai. As soon as his subordinate finished speaking, Wang stood up and strode outside. Outside the city wall, Lin Xinhai wore a proud expression. His team had grown significantly, not only consisting of those he had bought, but also many who had been coerced or lured. The numbers were considerable. Plus, with the demon's assistance, he was undoubtedly confident. Mr. Lin, my family head has ordered me to invite you into the city. Soon, the gates of the city wall opened wide. Lin Xinhai smiled smugly, as he had anticipated this attitude and result. It was said that Wang Fang was very cautious, with outstanding strength, and didn't like to make enemies with any forces. Now he had seen this for himself. Lin Xinhai arrogantly led his large troop into the safe base. One of Wang Fang's trusted aides, Lu Ma, came to greet him and took him to the Wang family's villa. "Do you have any news about my future father-in-law?" As soon as Lin Xinhai saw Wang Fong, he got straight to the point and stated his purpose for coming. His tone wasn't very pleasant. Wang Fong appeared to smile, but inside he was very disdainful. Chapter 72. Time is running out. Sure enough, he came for this topic. Although Wang Fong felt dissatisfied, he still had to maintain a smile and keep up the appearance of peace. The effort had to be made. "Mr. Lin, about that, I can't be sure where the head of the Xiao family is right now." "What?" Lin Xinhai frowned, clearly showing a look of distrust. Seeing this, Wang Fong sighed. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before explaining. "It was indeed my mistake for not being able to keep a close watch on the head of the Xiao family. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. That day, the head of the Xiao family visited and requested my assistance in searching for his beloved daughter. As a parent myself, I certainly understood his urgency. Therefore, I provided him with a team and supplies, thinking I would accompany him to help with the search. But the safe base still needed me to oversee the overall situation, so I could only let the head of the Xiao family go alone." After saying this, Wang Fong sighed again, looking quite remorseful. Lin Xinhai maintained a half-believing attitude towards his words. But at this moment, he still needed to find Xiao Leitang as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Of course, whether Wang Fong was lying or not, he had to bring this person under his control for his own use. "So that's how it is. I thank the head of the Wang family for your support." Lin Xinhai stood up and respectfully bowed to Wang Fong. "It was just a misunderstanding. I was a bit impulsive because my lover, the young lady of the Xiao family, missed her father too much. I hope the head of the Wang family can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. A junior." Wang Fong smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Seeing that he wasn't angry or disgusted, Lin Xinhai began to spin a tale, try to win him over to cooperate against Xiao Qingyu. The more people he could utilize, the more power he would have for his revenge. "Head of the Wang family, you may not know, I had a conflict with that Xiao family demon girl yesterday. Not only did I suffer heavy losses, but the young lady of the Xiao family was also captured again." Wang Fong's expression changed upon hearing this. The original young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Qingyu, really allied with the monster to this extent? Lin Xinhai nodded heavily. "Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious. So I want to request the head of the Wang family to assist me. Relying solely on myself and the current Xiao family is far from enough to deal with that demon girl." Sure enough, he was still requesting support. Wang Fong's eyes turned, thinking about how to politely refuse. He didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Maintaining neutrality in the safe base and living a relatively peaceful life was much better. He couldn't lift a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Lin Xinhai noticed Wang Fong's reluctance. This attitude was expected, but it didn't matter. Those who insist on remaining neutral and do not want to provoke trouble will ultimately be unable to resist standing up and getting agitated when it comes to their own interests. "Head of the Wang family, you may not know, but our efforts to defeat that wicked girl, Xiao Qingyu, are not solely due to family disputes or simply to clean up the house. It is because that wicked girl holds the rare freshwater resources that are hard to find across the entire land. She even attempts to control the entrance to Energy Mountain, preventing us from accessing energy. She intends to drive us to our deaths, to infuriate us." Lin Xinhai spoke passionately, and Wang Fong indeed listened. After all, freshwater resources are extremely scarce. Even the leader of the country can hardly use much freshwater throughout the year. Wang Fong also missed the taste and quality of freshwater. Since the apocalypse began, the water everyone uses has been contaminated to varying degrees. Even after treatment, there are still certain harmful substances, and the water looks bad and smells a bit. Not to mention using such water for drinking or cooking. As for Energy Mountain, it is even more incredible. Originally, everyone needed a special gemstone key to enter, which is very rare, and one must bring out as much energy as possible at once to supply the entire safe base. If Xiao Qingyu really intends to control Energy Mountain for her own exclusive use, then as Lin Xinhai said, we might as well wait to die. However, Wang Fong still had some distrust towards Lin Xinhai. First, there is no evidence. Lin Xinhai has a grudge against Xiao Qingyu and can certainly throw dirt at her. If he ends up being used as a pawn, he would be creating a strong enemy. Secondly, Wang Feng had heard about Lin Xinhai's past. He was once the most inconspicuous branch of the Lin family, later maneuvering between the two young ladies of the Xiao family. This shows his character is not trustworthy. In short, Wang Feng did not want to take risks. Lin Xinhai naturally noticed this. He felt anxious and angry inside, dissatisfied with how cautious this guy was. After clearing his throat a few times, Lin Xinhai launched a new wave of psychological attack. He placed an electronic device in front of Wang Feng and played a video. The content of the video showed Xiao Qingyu entering Energy Mountain, behaving strangely and taking away a large amount of energy. It was half true and half false, difficult to discern unless one was present. Does the head of the Wang family still remember how Energy Mountain was fine before, but suddenly indicated that the energy was temporarily depleted and that the passage would need to be closed for a long time before reopening? Wang Feng's eyes widened. You mean? Exactly. Seeing Wang Feng's expression soften, Lin Xinhai immediately added fuel to the fire and pressed on. Moreover, head of the Wang family, I advise you for your own safety. Although I also want to avoid this trouble and focus on myself, once you're in, it's hard to escape easily. Wang Feng was already quite moved, but he just needed that final push. Because the head of the Xiao family came to seek your support. Xiao Qingyu is also aware of it. Therefore, you may have already been on her hunting list. The reason she hasn't acted against you yet is that we haven't died as tragically as she wishes. But there's no guarantee she won't change her plan and strike at you first. This, Wang Feng was stunned. He had unknowingly created an enemy so early. If he had known, he would never have agreed to support Xiao Leitang. Head of the Wang family, please consider what I've said carefully. The time left for us is truly limited. Chapter 73. The villain team grows stronger after Lin Xinhai finished speaking. He left with a heavy and helpless expression. Of course, it wasn't he that he really intended to leave, but rather to create a show and further break down Wang Feng's psychological defenses. Fortunately, under the dual stimulation of impulsiveness and fear, Wang Feng agreed to cooperate with him to deal with Xiao Qingyu. And the outcome did not disappoint Lin Xinhai. Mr. Lin, please wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinhai smiled confidently and proudly. Look, everything is under his control. Head of the Wang family. Lin Xinhai, turn around. You can still call me Uncle Wang. We will be on the same team from now on. Besides, I have a good relationship with the head of the Xiao family. Once you marry Jilin, you will indeed have to call me uncle. Wang Feng said with a smile. Starting to get close so quickly. Lin Xinhai also chuckled, and the two shook hands. The alliance was thus established. At this moment, the Hydra monster inside began to stir again. It told Lin Xinhai that he could take a tour around the safe base and might encounter people with dark energy, regardless of their identity or location. There are always those who are dissatisfied with their lives, who harbor grievances against everything. And these people exude dark energy, which is abundant and will continue to emerge. Once it absorbs enough dark energy, just like absorbing nuclear wastewater from the ocean, it will grow stronger and be capable of destroying all humanity. The Hydra monster firmly believes that as long as the two-legged beasts who commit evil are eliminated, the ocean will return to its original state. It can then, like before, sleep soundly at the bottom of the sea without being disturbed by any creatures. Lin Xinhai, of course, was unaware of the Hydra monster's thoughts. Naturally, he could not know that he was still immersed in his grand dream of unifying the land. Eagerly, he agreed. Immediately, he discussed with Wang Feng about going outside to scout for more troops in advance to prevent future troubles. Wang Feng, completely unaware of Lin Xinhai and the Hydra monster's plans, nodded and agreed like a fool. At the same time, they also needed to send someone to look for the whereabouts of Xiao Jilin and Xiao Leitang. Finding Xiao Leitang would provide them with a capable ally, and finding Xiao Jilin would give them a chance to locate Xiao Qingyu's lair. They were determined to eliminate the monsters led by Xiao Qingyu. On the other side, Xiao Qingyu had trapped Xiao Jilin in a small cave next to her own cave. There was a mutated spider there, also one of her subordinates. The silk produced by the mutated spider could be both extremely sticky and soft, or sharp and lethal. Xiao Qingyu ordered it to wrap Xiao Jilin in silk, leaving only her nose exposed for breathing, ensuring she wouldn't die immediately. The reason for not killing her was to explore the reasons behind Lin Xinhai's dark transformation. Capturing Xiao Qingyu would definitely yield greater benefits than killing her. I guess Lin Xinhai must be looking for someone to deal with us, Lizzie said while soaking in water, her fish tail splashing against the surface intermittently. That's certain. Lin Xingchen knows Lin Xinhai's character well. Being expelled from the Lin family was purely his own doing. He has always been self-important without real skills, but his verbal skills are impressive. He appears gentle and refined on the surface, but is quite treacherous behind the scenes. Just from his previous maneuvering between the Xiao family members, one can see how strong his abilities are in this regard. But we don't need to be afraid. Evil will be punished, and they will never have it easy. Lizzie said firmly. Yes, we must believe in ourselves, but we cannot let our guard down. Just then, the lionhawk beast that had gone out to patrol flew back. It informed everyone that since they left the Xiao family, Lin Xinhai had gone to recruit troops before heading to the safe base. Without a doubt, he was looking for help. Their group of villains was about to grow stronger. Xiao Qingyu paused her work. She had newly developed several other types of black pills for various uses, which she stored in her treasure bag for later use. At the same time, she needed to plan how to fight the upcoming battles. Since the opponent wanted to rely on numbers to win, they couldn't show weakness either. The Taiji is both black and white, and people have both good and bad. There will always be those who can be used for one's own purposes. On the way back, Xiao Qingyu understood a principle. In the past, she had always been used to fighting alone, even after her rebirth. She only wanted to take revenge for her former self. One could say it was selfishness, but now she understood what companionship and unity truly meant. The apocalypse and the resulting scarcity of humanity demonstrated the importance of the environment. And the environment cannot improve in a single day, nor can it deteriorate in a single day. It is a crucial existence that concerns all living beings. The ambitions and behaviors of Lin Xinhai and his group are no different from those of the guys from the country of Sakura. They are selfish and self-serving, completely disregarding the feelings of other countries and nature. They are the enemies of all humanity. From now on, Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath. She not only had a family feud, but also a hatred for humanity against anti-humanity. The great revenge ahead needs to be accomplished by all those who are willing and desperately hope for the restoration of the natural environment. Xingchen, come with me to a place. You guys stay nearby, and don't let Lin Xinhai and his group find us here. After giving her instructions, Xiao Qingyu took Lin Xingchen and left. The remaining subordinates gathered together and divided their tasks. I will guard the cave with Xiao Du and Xiao Ying. You occasionally fly outside to patrol for any abnormalities or intruders. Xiao Wang, you also guard outside with Xiao Ying, one on the ground and one in the sky. One nearby and one a bit further away. Lizzie suggested. All right, no objections. The Zombie King and others agreed, since they were all Xiao Qingyu's subordinates. After taking the black pills, they could understand each other's words. Once the division of labor was clear, everyone immediately began to act, each taking their positions. As for that mutated spider, Xiao Qingyu still named it according to their form, which was Xiaoji. It continued to be responsible for watching and monitoring Xiao Qingyu, ensuring she wouldn't easily die. Leaving the cave, Xiao Qingyu took Lin Xingchen and boarded the flying vehicle obtained from the Baibao book, preparing to go to several places. The first stop was the nearest Taoyuan village. It had been several months since their last meeting. Although she was going this time for a purpose and intended to use the situation, it was also a mutual aid. After all, if Lin Xinhai succeeded, the first target would be those scattered places that did not submit to the safety base. Upon arriving at Taoyuan village, Xiao Qingyu was shocked. In her memory, the entrance to Taoyuan village was very hidden, and there were the strongest men guarding it. How had it become the ruined site before her? Thinking of something, Xiao Qingyu's face turned terrifyingly dark. Lin Xingchen also guessed the reason, his tone filled with anger. I didn't expect them to act so quickly, to find this place and destroy it so thoroughly. Although he had never been to Taoyuan village, from the name, the surrounding environment, and the fact that the village had managed to survive for so long away from the world, it was clear. This village must have had a simple and united folk, self-sufficient and striving to maintain the beauty of the pre-apocalypse. Now it had actually been destroyed by someone like Lin Xinhai, which was indeed despicable and regrettable. It might not necessarily be Lin Xinhao. After carefully observing the village entrance, Xiao Qingyu said. He had only just arrived at the safety base that morning, which was at least several hundred kilometers away. Under the circumstances of a large army, it was impossible to find this place and destroy it to this extent so quickly. Hearing this, Lin Xingchen also stepped forward to observe carefully. Yes, from the degree of destruction and debris, it looked like it had been at least 2 months. So long. It seemed that someone from certain base had discovered this place, and conflicts had arisen over whether it belonged to the base. After all, a village is still a village. It cannot compare to a base with an army and weapons, and ultimately, it lost. Thinking of those warm-hearted and kind villagers, Xiao Qingyu felt heavy-hearted. She did not want any innocent person to die, especially not kind people. The live stream couldn't last too long. There were daily or even weekly time limits. This was a break time, and Xiao Qingyu wanted to do something she needed to do now. A glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Master, there are living people inside, and quite a few of them. How many approximately? Xiao Qingyu remembered that Taoyuan village had about 20 families with a total population of around 70. There were about 50 people, but they were divided into 2 groups. One group, with fewer people, wore matching military uniforms and carried weapons, while the other group was in tattered clothes and all wore shackles. They must have been captured and enslaved by that base's team. The remaining villagers might have been locked up or sent elsewhere to do hard labor. Her subordinate was worried that staying too long would lead to discovery, so they came out to report. As for the leaders of that team, I'm afraid my subordinate is incompetent and did not see them. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand, indicating it was no problem. She just asked if there was anything special about the soldiers' uniforms. From these, one could determine which safety base they belonged to. They are people from the safety base. Then the ones who destroyed Taoyuan village were undoubtedly Xiao Leitang. Xiao Qingyu stated affirmatively. Before Xiao Leitang went missing, he had sought support from the safety base. And then there was no news of him. Calculating the time, it was about a month or so, isolated from the world. Xiao Leitang probably wanted to use the troops from the safety base to establish another base here, to strengthen his own power and make a comeback. Truly, Xiao Leitang was consistent in his penchant for using others to achieve his goals, completely indifferent to others' lives and deaths. Both Xiao Leitang and Xiao Zhilin were equally selfish and despicable. It seemed that the Xiao family's teachings had always been this way. Of course, the Lin family was even worse. So what should we do now? Lin Xingchen actually had an idea in his heart. Years of training troops for frontline combat were not wasted. He was just a rough man who preferred to solve problems with his fists. The situation in Taoyuan village was different, and Lin Xingchen was worried that the wrong approach would lead to the injury or death of innocent villagers. It was better to be cautious. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qingyu used dark magic to make the 2 of them invisible. Lin Xingchen was somewhat surprised. Master, you can use such secret techniques. Invisibility is something that only appears in legends. I know a lot of things. Xiao Qingyu smiled lightly and waved to remind him to hurry. They entered the village using the invisibility technique, looking at the wreckage along the way, feeling very angry. Arriving at the place where the soldiers guarding the villagers were gathered, Xiao Qingyu gave a glance. Lin Xingchen found a spot to throw a stone down, which indeed caught the attention of a few soldiers. They muttered a few words and finally sent 2 people over to check the situation. Usually when going out to scout, it was 2 people. Just right. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen knocked out these 2 and stuffed them into the small dark room in the storage space. Then they changed into their clothes and disguised themselves, altering their voices to sound like the soldiers, successfully infiltrating the enemy's ranks without being discovered. You 2 are really slow. Are you trying to slack off? One of the leaders said disdainfully. It seemed that the 2 they had tricked were the scapegoats of the team. No worries. Scapegoats are good. Many tedious tasks need to be assigned to them, making it convenient to get things done. Listening to their conversation, it was indeed true that the villagers were divided. Some were farming, some were mining, and a portion of young men were forced to join their army. Of course, Xiao Leitang would not leave such rookies in the village. Otherwise, it would be waiting for a rebellion. What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Really? Do you 2 want to wait to get beaten? Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen turned and left. Just then, those villagers responsible for providing food for the soldiers were not far away. Xiao Qingyu immediately spotted a familiar face, Uncle Lu, who had previously stayed here. After experiencing so many changes, Uncle Lu, who was still considered young at over 40, now had gray hair and looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. Sigh. The weather isn't warming up, and the grain harvest is poor. We're definitely going to be tormented again, a man next to Uncle Lu complained in a low voice. There's no way around it. This bunch of scoundrels is too overbearing. Stop talking. They have people supervising us, Uncle Lu replied, glancing at someone approaching, immediately signaling to work harder. The man beside him quickly shut his mouth and focused on his work. It seemed they had been bullied often. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen took a round, and they had a rough idea of the situation. The people left here were mostly middle-aged and elderly villagers, all skilled in farming, about 21 of them, evenly divided between men and women. Cough, cough. Hearing the sound, Uncle Lu became very anxious and immediately bowed to the soldier disguised as Xiao Qingyu. And no, what instructions do you have, my lord? While speaking, he didn't dare to stop his work, clearly having suffered a lot in the past. It's nothing serious. I just want to understand the situation. Come over and talk. Xiao Qingyu called Uncle Lu aside. First, she raised her voice to reprimand him, ensuring that a few idle soldiers not far away would believe her and stop looking this way. Then she lowered her voice and spoke about the matter known only to Xiao Qingyu, Uncle Lu, and Aunt May. Do you remember the color of the treasure we dug out from home that day? Uncle Lu was shocked, and after checking that no one was paying attention, he immediately raised his head. It shouldn't be. The person in front of me is clearly one of those guys. How would they know about this? Xiao Qingyu smiled, canceled her disguise, and returned to her original voice, whispering, "It's me, Uncle Lu." Miss Xiao, how did you get here? It's really dangerous. You shouldn't have come." Uncle Lu lowered his voice, but his concern and urgency were evident. "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Just tell me where Aunt May and the others are, and if there have been any casualties in the village. Don't worry about anything else. We don't have much time, so please be quick and tell the truth." Uncle Lu was deeply moved. His wife and others had been taken to a place behind the village to work as laborers, digging for mines. Nearly 10 people had died in the village, and the entire family of the village chief was wiped out. It's a pity that the village chief's family had argued fiercely, and the leader of those scoundrels executed the village chief and his wife on the spot to set an example. The village chief's son, Dali, strong and young, was taken to be a soldier. But how could he swallow this anger? How could he serve the enemy who killed his parents? Dali also acted out of rebellion, pretending to comply and causing trouble, resulting in the loss of 4 men for the villains, but he was eventually shot as well. To survive and seek revenge, everyone had to endure, and this group of scoundrels became more vigilant, managing us more strictly, yet they wouldn't let us die because they still needed us to eat and drink. It's truly outrageous. The more Uncle Lu spoke, the angrier he became, causing his whole body to shake. His outburst attracted the attention of other soldiers, and the man who had scolded Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen stood up, preparing to come over and watch the excitement. Lin Xingchen noticed him and quickly coughed twice to remind Xiao Qingyu. "Uncle Lu, I'm sorry." Xiao Qingyu took a deep breath. Changing her voice, she kicked Uncle Lu's calf lightly. She controlled her strength, trying to make it not too painful. "You gossiping fool, hurry up and get back to work. Don't drag me into getting scolded." Uncle Lu quickly understood and knelt down, crying out in pain. I was wrong. I'll get to work right now." With that, he limped away, just missing the man who had come to watch the commotion. Fortunately, the man didn't make things difficult for him. He just glared at Uncle Lu and turned away. After all, the excitement was gone, and it wasn't interesting anymore. At that moment, there was a commotion at the door. The people who had been lazily gathered together immediately stood up and walked toward the entrance. Lin Xingchen asked, "They didn't call us," indicating that those 2 unfortunate souls are quite inconspicuous. "No rush. When Xiao Leitang comes in, we'll just greet him from a distance." Putting on a show, Lin Xingchen nodded. Xiao Leitang returned with the remaining troops, but his expression was not good. It was unclear where he had suffered a loss, but judging by his temper, he was likely to fly into a rage and start tormenting his subordinates to relieve his mood and pressure. The man who had previously made things difficult for Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen rushed to the front, smiling and trying to curry favor. "This way." His failure would appear as a joke in the eyes of others, regardless of what others thought, even if it was just to please him, and Xiao Leitang sighs. As long as you weren't someone he cared about, crying or laughing was a sin. Sure enough, Xiao Leitang glared, exploding in anger. The man seemed stunned, standing still. It was still the man next to Xiao Leitang who quickly went over and pulled him away. A closer look would reveal that the two looked quite similar, likely brothers. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such risks. Boss, after a long journey, you must be tired. Hurry up and prepare hot water and delicious food. Xiao Leitang said nothing further and walked straight away. His resting place was the house of the deceased village chief, the largest house in the village. Huh, what a life of luxury. Xiao Qingyu sneered inwardly. She would make Xiao Leitang and these bullies pay for the villagers of Taoyuan village who had died. You shall see. Get moving and serve. The man ordered the soldier disguised as Xiao Qingyu again. All right, I'm on it. Xiao Qingyu walked ahead, signaling to Lin Xingchen to blend in and act according to the situation. Sigh, little brother, I wish I had your luck. Look at this Xiao family head. He doesn't give me a chance to show off at all. The man who had been rebuffed, Su Lu, sighed. Big brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you should assess the situation before sticking your neck out. But don't lose heart. If this time doesn't work, there will be another chance. Su Lu's younger brother, Su Qi, quickly comforted him. Hey, do you think he is so angry because he still hasn't found his daughter? Su Lu looked around and whispered. Su Qi sighed and nodded. It's been so long. If you ask me, that young lady is probably dead. At the village chief's house, Xiao Qingyu set the food on the table. It had been arranged by Xiao Leitang, using quite a few electronic devices, with surveillance being a must. But it was useless to her. Everything that needed to be done had been done. When Xiao Leitang finished washing up and came out to eat, he seemed to know that no one dared to poison him, so he had no defenses at all. Suddenly, he felt a bit uncomfortable in his nose. Why does it smell so terrible in here all of a sudden? Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 76, Blast You, Old Man. Quick, open the door and check what the problem is. Why does it smell so bad? Xiao Leitang endured the stench, instructing the people in the room to do something. Besides Xiao Qingyu, there were two others. One ran to open the windows for ventilation, while the other went to check around. Xiao Qingyu then had the opportunity to approach Xiao Leitang. Xiao Leitang coughed twice more. Unable to tolerate the stench, he nodded and left with Xiao Qingyu's support. Boss, why are you out here? Su Qi and other soldiers guarding outside saw Xiao Leitang come out and immediately stepped forward. There is a problem inside being dealt with. Since we're not doing anything, let's go check the mine. Just as Xiao Leitang was about to leave, he caught sight of the soldiers behind him. They didn't seem to have much impression of him, but they were still quite sharp. You come along too. Xiao Qingyu smiled slightly. The foolish fish is hooked. Thank you, boss. After they all left, Su Qi picked a few people, took weapons, and followed. Looking at the soldier's back, played by Xiao Qingyu, Su Qi couldn't help but feel confused. He remembered that this guy was called Xiao Si, usually very inconspicuous, often bullied by his companions, and clumsy. Only a person named Cheng Mu was his friend, who also didn't talk much, so they were bullied together. Su Qi was puzzled. How did Xiao Si suddenly become so clever and earn the boss's appreciation? Luckily, the big brother wasn't nearby. Otherwise, he would definitely be angry upon seeing this. Sometimes, it just came down to a bit of luck. Su Qi sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to think too much or waste time and hurried to catch up with Xiao Leitang's steps. The journey wasn't far. Xiao Qingyu contacted Lin Xingchen through dark magic, deciding to implement the plan to rescue people and take revenge. Soon, they arrived at the mine. This place was as hidden as Taoyuan village. The materials produced here could be used for construction, and there was a chance to dig out gems that could enter the energy mountain. Inside, men and women were mostly in their 30s or 40s, with some older but strong villagers. Every person's clothes had no good spots. The exposed skin from the rips mostly had injuries. It was heartbreaking to see. Of course, Xiao Leitang and the others were not human. So slow, what do we keep you for? Not even a single gem has been dug out. Xiao Leitang checked today's battle situation. He was already angry and now had every reason to vent the accumulated resentment. He casually grabbed a villager, not considering that the person was carrying a heavy stone on his back. and directly kicked him in the stomach. The unfortunate villager, whom Xiao Qingyu knew, lived next to Uncle Lu and was a nice and warm-hearted person. He was originally a robust figure, but had clearly been poorly fed and tortured. Now almost a bag of bones. With this kick, the villager's stomach turned blue, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The worst part was that when he fell backward, the stone on his back pierced the basket and scraped his back. It was bloody and truly terrifying. Xiao Leitang and the others appeared completely normal. Such things must happen often. Xiao Qingyu coldly stared from the back, adding another point of hatred towards Xiao Leitang. A bunch of lazy bones. Work overtime tonight. If you can't dig out gems, don't expect to eat or sleep. Xiao Leitang angrily kicked over 2 baskets placed on the ground. Stones spilled everywhere, and the villagers immediately knelt down to pick them up. After venting, Xiao Leitang turned away with his hands behind his back. There had to be soldiers guarding the mine. Although there weren't many, they all had weapons and looked quite intimidating. As he passed by Xiao Qingyu, Xiao Leitang didn't know why, but he felt inexplicably close to this kid and wanted to reuse him. It was as if he had fallen into a trap. You, stay here and watch. Don't let them slack off, do you hear me? Xiao Qingyu immediately bowed to thank him. Su Qi passed by, his confusion deepening. After they all left, Xiao Qingyu retracted his smile and turned to enter the mine. He wanted to go deeper, but was stopped by a few other soldiers. Xiao Si, what do you think you are? Don't you know that the deeper you go, the more treasures there are? You actually want to go in? Say, do you have bad intentions? Just as Xiao Qingyu was about to explain, another person came out to advise. Oh, don't argue, old Wu, can't you see? This kid has struck it lucky and is about to become the boss's favorite. If you want to go in, let him go. He can help us keep an eye on things. There are many treasures inside, but the danger is also high. I'm just afraid he has the guts to steal, but not the life to take it out. Why bother getting angry and wasting breath with him? Hearing this, old Wu waved his hand, allowing Xiao Qingyu to go inside. Indeed, the deeper they went, the thinner the air became, and the situation worsened. There were almost no guards left, only about 10 villagers working hard. Xiao Qingyu looked around and found his acquaintance, Aunt May, using the same trick. He called Aunt May over, and the two met. Good child, you've really worked hard. Aunt May's eyes were red, and tears couldn't stop falling. Life here was too bitter, with constant life-threatening dangers. She had always dreamed of someone punishing Xiao Leitang and the others. She never expected that the person who would save them from water and fire would finally come. And it was someone she knew. Ever since Xiao Qingyu helped them a lot, Aunt May believed this child was not an ordinary person. As it turned out, he was someone with such great abilities. Meeting her was truly the biggest blessing for the couple and Taoyuan village. Aunt May, follow my plan later, don't panic, trust me, and trust yourself. It's getting late. Xiao Qingyu should go out and play dumb with those soldiers to make them let their guard down. Aunt May nodded. Hiding the things Xiao Qingyu gave her in her sleeve. After Xiao Qingyu left, she came in front of the others, coughed a few times to gather everyone slightly, and then whispered a few instructions. One of the younger girls, who often got beaten and scolded, gritted her teeth and said they should blow those beasts up, especially that old bastard. Everyone knew that the girl Xiaohua, who was beautiful, was one of the few young, unmarried girls in the village. After those beasts occupied the village, they even wanted to take the village girls. Xiaohua was targeted, but she refused to comply, and several people had already died in the village. Xiao Leitang didn't want to lose more, so he made such a young child go dig in the mine. Don't worry, Flower. They will definitely face retribution. The plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Xiao Qingyu estimated the time was up and raised his voice to give a hint. Several brothers are truly wise and extraordinary, with an extraordinary temperament. The few people were pleased with the flattery when suddenly there was a commotion deep in the mine. Great joy, great joy. Chapter 77. A disaster that lasts for thousands of years. Aunt May ran over joyfully holding a shiny object. A soldier, who had just looked impatient, blinked a few times to see what the object was, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is the gem the boss wants. Aunt May smiled and nodded. Yes, officer, we finally found it. And there are many more inside. I just don't know if the other gems are what you officers need. The soldier shook his head. There are many types of gems that can enter the energy mountain. They have low presence in the base, which is why they were assigned to the head of the Xiao family. Since there is an opportunity to make a name for themselves and switch to a more promising master, they naturally had no objections. However, they indeed hadn't had a chance to see various gems in their daily lives. Why don't we go ask the boss? It's a good opportunity to ask for a reward. Another soldier said. Sure, let's go right now. The soldier smiled and glanced at Xiao Qingyu, who was playing Xiao Si. We can't let this guy steal the spotlight in front of the boss again. Hey, Xiao Si, you stay here with old Chun and keep an eye on things. Don't let the people below cheat. We'll be back soon. Xiao Qingyu pretended to be obedient. Once they left, Xiao Qingyu also found an excuse to follow Ant made back to the depths of the mine. I'll put down something that can create illusions here. If you take the antidote in advance, you won't be knocked out inside. In a while, we need to work together and try to stay calm. Don't get nervous and make mistakes. The villagers nodded with tears in their eyes. After waiting so long, they finally saw hope. Xiao Qingyu patted their hands for encouragement and comfort. Before long, Xiao Leitang brought a few people over to check. Did you really find a lot of gems? The tone clearly had both questioning and warning implications. If he found out it was a lie, none of these guys would have it easy. The soldier who went to deliver the news swallowed hard. They thought to themselves that the villagers must be more afraid of punishment than they were, so they wouldn't lie. We would stake our lives to guarantee that we won't deceive you. Xiao Leitang waved his hand, asking Xiao Qingyu and Su Qi to go inside to check the situation. After saying that, Xiao Leitang's expression improved somewhat. After so long, he finally encountered something pleasant. He waved his hand generously, rewarding them. Then he led the group inside to see if these gems were what he needed. If so, he would have more hands to carry them all away. Originally, they were supposed to leave some people to guard the entrance, but everyone wanted to share in the good fortune and gain some credit, so they all rushed inside. Xiao Leitang and the others entered the carefully arranged trap, and under the influence of the illusion magic, they truly believed that there were gems everywhere. In reality, they were just ordinary stones. Xiao Leitang casually picked one up and smiled. Sure enough, very good, there are rewards. The soldiers immediately cheered. Meanwhile, the villagers kept their heads down, secretly communicating with their eyes, without causing a ruckus. Immersed in their joy, they did not notice the villagers' abnormal behavior. Xiao Qingyu silently recited the incantation for the dark magic. The strength of the illusion magic gradually intensified, and its dazing effect also began to take effect. As Xiao Leitang and the others were laughing, they started to feel dizzy and weak. However, after all, it was a calamity that had lasted for 1,000 years. Even though the soldiers fainted, Xiao Leitang was still struggling to hold on, and surprisingly did not fall. At this point, even a fool should have understood that something was wrong. He pinched his acupoint, forcing himself to regain some clarity. Who are you? He immediately spotted the most suspicious figure in the crowd, Xiao Si. His intuition told him that Xiao Si must be gone. The person before him should be Xiao Qingyu. Only she would know such demonic and monstrous things. Whoever you are, you old fool, go die along with your beastly subordinates. Xiao Hua raised a stone and gritted her teeth, aiming to smash it onto Xiao Leitang's head. Although she missed, Xiao Leitang had already stumbled, and even if he raised his pistol, he probably wouldn't have the strength to aim properly, let alone ensure he could hit. Seeing this, the villagers also picked up stones to throw at Xiao Leitang. There is strength in numbers. Xiao Leitang, who prided himself as a great hero, was thus knocked down by a group of the most incompetent villagers with stones. Blood blurred his face, and just before his consciousness faded, he finally recognized Xiao Si's appearance. It was indeed her, Xiao Qingyu. If only such an outstanding daughter were his own, then there wouldn't be so many troubles afterward. Lin Qingyun, you owe me. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go in the underworld. Ha! Your good daughter with that scoundrel. Watching Xiao Leitang's head droop, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone bold went up to check for signs of life and confirmed he had no breath left. He had been crushed to death. Everyone was doing this for the first time, and some of the more timid ones sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. But this time, they were not afraid. Instead, they felt the relief of avenging a great grievance. Someone like Xiao Leitang was not worth lamenting. His death was a relief for the people. Let's hurry and leave. The explosives will go off soon. Xiao Qingyu had no emotional fluctuations. Because she was sure that Xiao Leitang was going to die, this was a very ordinary thing. He was a thing more beastly than a beast, unworthy of living, let alone having a complete corpse. Aunt May led everyone away first, while Xiao Qingyu stayed behind to clean up. She told Aunt May to find a man named Lin Xingqian. He was her partner. According to the plan, the soldiers in the village should also be dealt with by now. After they all left, Xiao Qingyu searched the mine and indeed found a few gems, which she stored in her spatial bag. After finishing this, she counted the beasts inside. Including Xiao Leitang, there were 7. Each one was guilty. Taking out an adequate number and power of explosives from the treasure book, she tossed them casually. Boom! In the village, the recently rescued people heard the explosion from behind and were all terrified and shocked. Uncle Lu was especially startled. Old Lu, are you hallucinating? Why does it seem like I heard my wife's voice? Oh dear, Old Lu, what's wrong with your ears? Aunt May suddenly appeared and twisted her husband's ear. These beasts should also be sent to the mine to be blown up. Chapter 78. Your father is gone. Lin Xingqian utilized his cooking skills as a disguised soldier to prepare lunch for the remaining guys. He added poison, and the soldiers, unlike Xiao Leitang, were not cautious and ate happily. After the toxin took effect, they suffered greatly, experiencing hallucinations that turned their comrades into zombies, leading to mutual slaughter. Some of those who were not completely dead were beaten to death by the resentful villagers and those forced into the army using farming tools and firearms. Counting to see if anyone had escaped, Lin Xingqian and the young villagers who knew how many soldiers there were looked around, feeling heavy in their hearts. One person was missing. It should be Su Lu. He usually liked to slack off and was probably hiding somewhere, enjoying himself. The young villager said, No wonder. During lunch earlier, I saw him holding a bowl and walking to the side, but there were too many people at the time, and I couldn't see where he went. Lin Xingqian felt very regretful. Do you know where he usually likes to hang out? As long as it's not too far, it should be near the village. Let's split up and search. If anyone finds him, notify us at the village entrance. Xiao Qingyu said, We must see people alive and corpses dead. We cannot leave any living beings to give these beasts a chance. If Su Lu is still alive, he will definitely know that changes have occurred here and will run to the base to report to his former masters. She and Lin Xingqian were naturally not afraid. But Taoyuan village could not withstand a second disaster. All right, let's hurry and search. I'll go east. Wife, you, and Aunt go check behind the village. The villagers split into several groups and quickly dispersed to search for people. Xiao Qingyu told Lin Xingqian to head towards the safe base while she stayed in the village to handle things. After searching for a long time, the sun was about to set, and most villagers returned empty-handed. Xiao Qingyu thought for a moment and immediately used dark magic to teleport herself to the mine. The mine had collapsed, with stones piled densely everywhere. It would be difficult to pry open and enter without tools. Given Su Lu's cowardly nature, he probably didn't have the guts to come here to try to rescue Xiao Leitang. Moreover, Xiao Qingyu took something out of her spatial bag. This was Xiao Leitang's little finger. She had cast dark magic on it. As long as the main body had any abnormalities, it would immediately change. I was overthinking things and overestimating them. Xiao Qingyu put away this ominous item and turned to leave. Now, there were 17 households and 69 villagers left. However, since Xiao Leitang could find and occupy this place, others from the base could also have the same possibility. Xiao Qingyu could help them temporarily, but not for a lifetime. The most prudent method was to have them move to another safe and livable place. However, starting over would be difficult. This was a place where they had lived for a long time, and they would definitely feel reluctant. In the end, Xiao Qingyu decided to respect everyone's opinions and ask them what they planned to do in the future. The former village chief, who used to manage and organize everyone, was gone, and everyone looked at each other, still not having any plans after just emerging from the joy of being rescued. At this moment, Old Lu took a deep breath and stood up. Thank you and Mr. Lin for today's events. We can't repay you. If you ever need us in the future, just let us know, even if it costs our lives. As long as it can be valuable, take it. With that, he directly knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. Seeing this, the other villagers also echoed and knelt down to bow. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingqian quickly helped them up. Uncle Lu, you are the elder. Doing this really embarrasses us. I have received so much care from you in the past, and if the village is in great trouble, I will definitely help. It's just that I don't know what your plans are for the future. Old Lu forced a smile and said, after thinking it over, I wouldn't leave. After all, without Taoyuan village, I wouldn't have this life. Even if someone comes to attack in the future, I'm not afraid. I'll fight. If I can pull someone along to share the burden, I will. I'm just a guy close to the grave, having experienced life and death. Why should I fear them? The village will return to its original state, and we will get better and better. Of course, this is just my opinion. Everyone should think carefully before deciding. Aunt May patted his shoulder, expressing her willingness to stand together with him. After a moment of silence, others gradually began to support Old Lu, and soon most wanted to stay. Xiao Qingyu guessed that this would be the outcome, so he didn't push them. Old Lu was right. We shouldn't be afraid of them. I will leave some weapons for everyone. And Lin Xingchen will be responsible for teaching them to ensure that everyone has the ability to protect themselves. We need to let those guys know that we are not to be trifled with. As soon as the words fell, everyone responded enthusiastically, clapping and cheering. After dealing with these matters, it was already late. To celebrate today, the villagers slaughtered pigs and dug vegetables, preparing a large table of food. Although it didn't look very good, it smelled delicious and felt warm to eat. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, the villagers proposed that Old Lu become the new village chief because he was brave, resourceful, and willing to take responsibility. There was no one more suitable than him. At first, Old Lu declined several times, but later agreed, as long as he could do good for the village. It didn't matter whether he was the village chief or not, but someone had to take on the role. It was his fortune that everyone could trust Old Lu. After a hearty meal, Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen rested at Old Lu's house. Old Lu, however, couldn't sleep and went to the back of the village's mass grave to dig out the ashes of the villagers who had died unjustly, placing them in the former village chief's home. He carefully arranged them and offered incense. In the future, this would be the village's ancestral hall. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen bid farewell to everyone. Time was tight, and they had other matters to handle. Old Lu and the others expressed their gratitude again and personally saw them off. After they left, Old Lu instructed the village to ensure that each household had enough weapons to guard the village and to continue searching for Su Lu's whereabouts. At the same time, they needed to protect the environment and expand the beauty of Taoyuan village. Master, where are we going next? Let's go to Energy Mountain. After waking up, Xiao Jilin felt anxious. Everything was pitch black before her. She could breathe, but couldn't do anything else. Her intuition told her that she had been captured again by that scoundrel Xiao Qingyu. After struggling for a moment, a cold voice came from beside her. Your father is dead, and you still don't know how to calm down? Chapter 79. You are a burden in a green hat. What? Xiao Jilin couldn't believe her ears. How could her father, a man of great reputation, be dead? Who was the speaker, and how did he know her father was dead? Who killed him? Sobi. Xiao Jilin struggled desperately. But the thing binding her was very strange. It was both soft and sharp. The more she struggled, the tighter it locked. The thing cut into her skin, causing great pain, and it seemed she was bleeding. Xiao Jilin had never suffered such humiliation, and tears streamed down her face immediately. Ever since she encountered the crazed and powerful Xiao Qingyu, her life had been miserable. Now that her brother Zinni's fate was uncertain and her only father was gone, she was left to suffer at the hands of a demon. She might as well die. Yes, in the past, Xiao Jilin always felt unwilling, thinking she still had her father and fiancé and could make a comeback. That's why she had the confidence to maintain her pride as a wealthy young lady. But now, with her dearest father gone, what hope did she have left? Now, Xiao Qingyu was just keeping her trapped without killing her, which meant she must be of some use. Xiao Jilin gritted her teeth, thinking, if she died, perhaps she could overthrow Xiao Qingyu's plan. If Zinhi was still alive, he would definitely help her take revenge. Moreover, she was filled with resentment now. After death, she would surely become a vengeful spirit to find Xiao Qingyu and make this scoundrel taste the pain of being unable to live or die. With this thought, Xiao Jilin gathered her courage to bite her tongue and end her life. Just as she was about to bite down hard, a thread bound her chin, preventing her from closing her mouth. I told you to be a little more docile, Little Spider said disdainfully. The master ordered it to watch this woman. so she couldn't die. Sobi, Sobi, Sobi. Now, even dying was impossible for her. Xiao Qingyu was filled with anger, frustration, and despair, her eyes blinking as tears flowed. She hoped and prayed for her brother Xinhe to appear again and save her from this fire and water. Just as she was about to leave, several eyes flickered. They discovered something incredible. Why was there a familiar demonic aura around this woman? Moreover, the fine white threads were slowly turning black at a slow pace. Little Spider was startled and thought it was bad. It needed to inform the master quickly. Little Spider immediately used one of its legs to operate the communication device left by Xiao Qingyu. But no one answered. No way. Did something happen to the master? Just when Little Spider was at a loss, a tall figure appeared at the cave entrance. What is going on? It was the master. Little Spider ran over with all 8 legs and explained the situation. The threads are turning black with demonic energy. Xiao Qingyu approached Xiao Qingyu, carefully observing the changes. After pondering for a while, she reached a conclusion. The 9-headed snake monster inside Lin Xinhe might rely on this kind of malicious intent with strong resentment and arrogance to provide some kind of energy to sustain its strength and demonic power. And Xiao Qingyu, being of the same ilk as Lin Xinhe, could indeed provide powerful energy to the 9-headed snake monster. No wonder when she ordered the lion-tiger-eagle-beast to take Xiao Qingyu away, Lin Xinhe, who was under the control of the 9-headed snake monster, was so anxious. The mystery was solved. In that case, there was no need to waste manpower and resources keeping her alive. Look, now you have one more reason to die. Xiao Qingyu gave a glance, and Little Spider understood. Tightening the threads, binding Xiao Qingyu. The fine threads slowly cut into her skin, and blood began to flow continuously. At that moment, Xiao Qingyu felt the approach of death. Suddenly, she didn't want to die so easily. She was still so young, and Xinhe was still waiting for her. How could she die so easily at the hands of this scoundrel, Xiao Qingyu? She wouldn't accept it. She definitely wouldn't accept it. Xiao Qingyu gritted her heart and forcefully broke free from the threads binding her chin. It hurt, feeling like her chin was about to be severed. But compared to the hatred in her heart, this little pain was nothing. Ha, go ahead, kill me. If you kill me, you'll never find out who your biological parents are. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu paused, her brows furrowing. She indeed didn't know who her mother was in her previous life, but her father was none other than that beast Xiao Leitang. You evil scoundrel. Your mother died after giving birth to you for not upholding her marital duties, and your father raised you with great care. He didn't even resent you for being a burden in a green hat, and you dared to betray him. Xiao Qingyu, you are a disaster. Aren't you afraid of him going to hell, with your father's vengeful spirit coming after you? The more Xiao Qingyu cursed, the more frenzied she became. Blood flowing from her body and chin, dyeing the white chrysalis red. She looked completely deranged and frightening. This troublesome girl, Little Spider, quickly added more threads, binding Xiao Qingyu's mouth so she couldn't escape. Sobi, Sobi, Sobi. Xiao Qingyu was filled with hatred. Those who have died can't even curse back properly? 111. Finally, I can watch the live stream of a young lady's family revenge. I've been holding it in all day. It's driving me crazy. 222. If the streamer can keep updating without a break, I can't believe how happy I would be as a little girl. 333. Let me see quickly. How far has it developed? Wow. Xiao Qingyu has been caught again, all wrapped up like this. TSK. Self-inflicted misery. Cannot live. 444. What big news is there? Has the tragic past of the streamer had a twist? So it turns out Xiao Leitang and Xiao Qingyu are the victims. 555. Upstairs. You can go report that to a certain department. 666. Streamer, don't be fooled by her words. There must be other hidden truths behind it. Xiao Leitang and Xiao Qingyu, this father-daughter pair, have always liked to shift the blame onto others, as if they're the ones destined by fate. Who knows if they are just making up stories to instill a sense of guilt in the streamer. At worst, it can stir up emotions to buy them some more time. 777. Brother upstairs, I agree with your viewpoint. Streamer, you must not show any mercy. Even if the previous generation made mistakes, what Xiao Leitang and Xiao Qingyu did is enough for them to die several times over. Xiao Qingyu quietly watched the audience in the live stream, advising her. In fact, she came from a future with scarce resources and had no sense of morality. Even if her mother was indeed such a person, it wouldn't stop her from killing now. She felt no ripple in her heart at what Xiao Zhilin said. In consideration of your filial piety, Xiao Leitang's fingers will be left for you to take on your journey. Xiao Qingyu said in a tone of great compassion. You? What did you say? Fingers? Whose? Chapter 80. It's on fire. Xiao Zhilin completely went mad. She never expected that Xiao Qingyu was no longer human, doing things so ruthlessly and facing her accusations without any emotion, even with a hint of pride. But Xiao Zhilin never thought that she used to be like this, refusing to admit her mistakes, just thinking she was right and that others were born to serve her. Xiao Qingyu had long endured bitter days under Xiao Zhilin and knew her character well. No longer wasting words, she directly stuffed the tiny, severed pinky of Xiao Leitang into Xiao Zhilin's mouth. It wasn't tea that she intended to gross people out, but the silk thread wrapped around it was too tight, only revealing Xiao Zhilin's bloody mouth. It had to be placed here. After all, wasn't Xiao Zhilin always talking about how her father was like this and that? This also fulfilled her deep filial piety. Xiao Qingyu clapped her hands as if she had just thrown away an annoying piece of trash. It could indeed be considered trash. 111. The streamer is so cool. A single arrow piercing the clouds to meet thousands of troops. 222. Well done, my milk ducts are flowing like never before. 333. This is how it should be done. Doesn't Xiao Zhilin love to talk about her beastly father? Now it's good. Her dad will be right there with her, taking the subway together. 444. I just remembered. Xiao Zhilin also liked to mention her good new brother. Should we also cut off that scumbag's hand and hang it on Xiao Zhilin's mouth? 555. Everyone really is in sync with the drama. All wanted to join in. The livestream room became lively again. Xiao Qingyu saw the arrow among the gifts and smiled, interacting with the live stream to express her thanks. This high-tech can be used in future battles. Speaking of which, she still wanted to find System Xiao Qi for a good inquiry. Of course, she couldn't expect that useless guy to solve problems. She just wanted to confirm her guesses so she could proceed boldly. She didn't want to do things without confidence, wasting time and energy. Xiao Qingyu. Are you crazy? I'm going to go mad. It's all your fault. You forced me. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Xiao Zhilin spoke with the severed finger in her mouth, her words barely intelligible. She screamed almost madly, not knowing if it was from anger or the silk thread choking her. Her throat was strained, each shout soaked in blood. Gradually, there was no sound inside. Xiao Qingyu waited for a while before letting Little Spider loosen the silk thread. Little Spider climbed onto the chrysalis, absorbed the blood on the silk thread cleanly before dismantling it. While sucking blood, it complained. It's really terrible. The silk thread was opened, but it was empty inside. Little Spider was bewildered. It shouldn't be. Clearly there was something inside just now. Xiao Qingyu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Master, I clearly saw it. It's not your fault. Xiao Qingyu speculated that given Xiao Zhilin's state earlier and the amount of blood lost, she definitely wouldn't survive. After all, it had survived for so long in the sea, and its demon power must be strong. Moreover, in a day or two, Lin Zhenhe would have surely scavenged many energy-providing people for it. TSK. This is really troublesome. This was the first time she encountered such a strong enemy. The audience in the live stream also saw Xiao Qingyu show a hint of difficulty for the first time, indicating the seriousness of this battle. So they comforted her, telling her not to worry, that they were all her solid support. 111. That Hydra must have at least millions of years of cultivation, unless the streamer is a deity. It's hard to kill it in one strike. 222. Everyone, think of ways to help the streamer. 333. Brothers, do you remember the Lin family's treasure vault? Generally, the most mysterious and rare things are the key to winning wars. 444. That makes sense. Everyone quickly bump this message up so the streamer can see it. Xiao Qingyu saw it, as she wished. She expressed her thanks to everyone again and stated that she would set off immediately. 555. The streamer's impulsive nature of saying go and going is just too cool. 666. Wow, it's on fire. I'm really looking forward to it. 777. I hope the streamer has a smooth journey, wishes come true, and stays safe. 888. Not very capable and not good at speaking. Sending a couple more rockets to cheer things up. The live stream room was instantly flooded with gifts. Calling on Lin Xingchen. Let us go take care of some matters. Little Spider, you and Lizzie will guard this place well. Inform me in time if anything happens. Little Spider nodded in agreement. By the time they reached the Lin family, it was already evening. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen went straight to the point and found Lin Feng's room. They broke in through the window. Upon seeing them, Lin Feng was not very surprised, as if he had known they would come back and had prepared in advance. At this time, a guard's voice came from outside. Master, what happened? We heard movement inside. Can you hear us? Lin Feng coughed a few times. It's nothing, you can leave. It's late at night. Don't disturb us if there's nothing going on. The old master had such authority. Needing no explanation, his subordinates immediately left as ordered. The room fell silent inside and out. Lin Feng leaned on his cane and walked to the coffee table, pointing to the sofa, indicating for Xiao Qingyu and the others to sit down and talk. We want the energy from the treasure vault. Xiao Qingyu and the two didn't bother with pleasantries. They walked over, sat down, had a cup of tea, and then stated their purpose. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He could guess that these two kids came for the treasure they couldn't obtain before. But he didn't expect them to be so direct. Lin Feng couldn't help but be amused by his anger. You really have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of angering me? At worst, if we die, you will never get the secret energy from the treasure vault in your lifetime. Facing the threat, Xiao Qingyu remained calm. Of course, I believe that. However, I also believe that the head of the Lin family wouldn't let his precious children die one after another, right? Sure enough, when Lin Feng mentioned Lin Xingyu and Lin Yaozong, his expression instantly became heavy. These past few days, he had been busy flipping through ancient books, trying various acupuncture techniques and concocting medicine, all to no avail. He could only temporarily keep Lin Xingyu hanging on by a thread, occasionally checking his breath, which was quite exhausting. As for Lin Yaozong, ever since he had lost the use of his legs, he had been complaining all day long, and his temper was worse than before. Once, while he was helping with acupuncture for recovery, he accidentally caused some pain. This rascal actually dared to call him an old man. Chapter 81. It's her world. Is there any grandfather, especially one who is the head of a powerful family, who would allow his grandson to insult him like this? It's simply unfilial. It infuriates him. But no matter how angry he was, Lin Feng couldn't just ignore Lin Yaozong. Miss Zhao's intention was that Lin Feng ultimately soften a bit. It's simple. Let's make a fair and reasonable deal. Xiao Qingyu smiled gently. You give me the key to the treasure house, and I will give you a bottle of antidote. I wonder if that can resolve our urgent issues together. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stood up. I can't fully hand the key over to you, because it's difficult to make and the materials are rare. However, I can personally take you there to get what you want. How about that? Xiao Qingyu's expression darkened a bit. Lin Xingchen noticed this and offered his opinion to Lin Feng. The head of the family isn't sincere. We don't want things from the treasure house purely for selfish reasons. The deeds of Lin Xinhai should have been heard by various bases in the past 2 days, right? Or should I say, the head of the family wants to keep himself safe, but if you keep such great wealth without heirs, it will eventually fall into the hands of treacherous people like Lin Xinhai, causing harm everywhere. After saying this, he stood up and reached out to Xiao Qingyu. Pretending to leave, Lin Feng helplessly stopped them. He wasn't unaware of the stakes. He just hadn't lied. Xingchen, do you know that one of the materials for making the key is the blood of the nebula? Are you still going to blame me for not being sincere? Lin Feng's words surprised both Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen. It's actually made from the blood of the deceased. How did he manage to do that? Or did he madly find a corpse? Before your second sister left home, she personally gave it to me. Lin Feng quickly explained, dispelling their suspicions. At that time, she said that it was unfilial to sever ties with her family for a man. She apologized to her parents who gave her life and blood. This child was really ruthless. She even got me a small bag of blood, saying it was heart blood, as a way to atone. Naturally, I was unwilling to accept it, but if I didn't the blood of the nebula would be wasted. Since I couldn't keep this child, I could only hope that the separation was peaceful and left some memories for each other. With that, Lin Feng sighed deeply. Lin Xingqian then noticed that he had gained a lot more white hair. Age was one reason, and the recent events had brought too many blows. He certainly wouldn't feel sorry for him, nor would he be able to forgive Lin Feng. One reaps what one sows. The consequences of favoritism should be borne by him alone. Heart blood is originally scarce, and now there is hardly any left, so naturally, I can't give you all of it. That's why I offer to take you there in person. It's already my greatest sincerity. As you said, if I am unwilling to trade, I will still suffer losses. Lin Feng's tone was sincere, and his attitude was fairly genuine. After careful thought, Xiao Qingyu nodded, indicating her acceptance of such a deal. Good, there is no time to waste. I will take you there now. Lin Feng went to the bookshelf, quickly performed an action, and took out 2 small vials of blood. One was the heart blood of the nebula, and the other was the placental blood of the nebula. I have kept the placental blood of you brothers and your grandchildren as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingqian's previously quiet heart stirred a bit. Let us go. He now only hoped that they wouldn't develop into particularly bitter enemies. As long as they could still cooperate and communicate peacefully like this, it would be good enough. Lin Feng thought that in this life, he owed Lin Xingqian, and he could only repay this child in the next life. After all, the self in this life had already become old and inflexible, beyond saving. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingqian followed Lin Feng to the entrance of the treasure house. They were all shocked by Lin Feng's precise design for a few seconds. If he hadn't personally brought them, an ordinary person might spend a lifetime looking for the entrance without success. The next step was to make the key. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them learning how to do it. Without heart blood, everything would be in vain. The process of making the key was also quite simple. Prepare a mold made of special materials, put Lin Xingqian's heart blood and placental blood inside, and then add powdered pearls from the water to make a sealing layer. Once it's solidified, just take it out. Such a key is one-time use, which is why heart blood is scarce. Lin Feng wouldn't come here easily unless necessary. Come in. The 3 of them passed through a narrow, closed glass tube and arrived at the location of the secret energy source. It turned out to be a small square block emitting green light. What surprised Xiao Qingyu the most was that the place they were in now was the underwater tunnel she had visited before. This world is truly a large theater, with stages everywhere, performing a grand play every day. The energy you want is right here. Whatever you need, however much you need, feel free to ask. At this moment, Lin Feng was quite generous. Aren't you afraid that we might take this thing away completely? Xiao Qingyu said provocatively. She did have that ability. Miss Xiao can certainly give it a try. Lin Feng smiled openly, without a hint of mockery. Thus, Xiao Qingyu stopped deliberately provoking him and focused on studying the small block in front of her. Only by looking closely could one discover its mysteries. It turned out that inside this small block was a miniature land, and it was from the time after the apocalypse where Xiao Qingyu came from with lush green trees. Renewable energy, no zombies, and no pollution. The natural world was peaceful. Xiao Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words. This world is truly amazing. Moreover, she discovered that ever since she arrived at the Lin family, the live broadcast room had been closed. It was as if this place couldn't let anyone else know. Just as Xiao Qingyu was deep in thought, Lin Xingqian noticed a very inconspicuous green next to the block. He leaned in closer and squinted his eyes to see its true appearance. It turned out that there was a seed inside. Can you see what's inside? Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Lin Xingqian steadied himself and replied truthfully, it's a seed. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything more. In fact, he didn't know what was inside, as his eyesight had deteriorated with age. Lin Xingqian was young and had the best eyesight in the family. Upon learning that the thing was a seed, and in connection with the natural world inside the block, Lin Feng understood. Heaven was giving those with abilities a chance to make amends. Green mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds. I have already taken what I need. Miss Xiao, please wait a moment. Chapter 82. The ultimate choice between 2 options. Lin Feng pointed to the green dot. Please take this thing with you as well. The fire element will be very useful in the future. He was old and easily confused, and he couldn't take care of family matters. The great task of saving the world should be left to these responsible, capable, and promising young people. What he could do was to try not to hold them back and help when he could. It was not in vain for heaven to bestow the Lin family this treasure house. Since the head of the family is generous, I want to be polite. Xiao Qingyu immediately put the green dot into her storage space bag. Lin Feng knew that Xiao Qingyu had many magical treasures and could perform spells, so he was already accustomed to her ability to make things disappear without doing anything. To show his sincerity, Lin Feng let them leave peacefully and did not rush her for the antidote. When they reached the back door of the Lin family, it signaled that they could go. Xiao Qingyu kept her promise and gave Lin Feng a bottle containing the antidote. Before leaving, she left behind a meaningful statement. She forgot to mention that the little poison was good at creating toxins, but very difficult to neutralize, as it required its own blood. Therefore, this bottle could only completely neutralize the poison of one person, and it was up to the family master to consider who to save. He must not bet on the wrong person and let the Lin family be buried by this individual. After saying this, they vanished mysteriously, just as they had come. Lin Feng tightly held the antidote, his heart in turmoil. Should he save his son Lin Qingyu or his grandson Lin Yaozong? Looking up at the sky, he sighed deeply. After staying in place for a while, Lin Feng stood up and went to a certain place. It was the Lin family's cemetery, where his wife was buried in the center. He knelt down and spoke to the tombstone for a long time, finally taking out a coin. According to the old tradition, the head side was for the one he wanted to save, and the tail side was for the one she wanted to save. They would compare and see who could win, and then save that person. Lin Feng smiled as he tossed the coin. The coin stood upright on the ground, leaning towards the tail side, but suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the coin fell, revealing the tail side. Lin Feng was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled lightly. It's still you who knows me best. I want to save both, but one cannot be too greedy. Nor can one ruin more people for the sake of one with a bad heart. Especially the Lin family that you and I have worked so hard to build must be the one to implement the decision. Grandpa, Lin Yaozong, who had been resting, was woken up. He was about to scold someone out of habit, but upon seeing Lin Feng, he held back. These past few days, Grandpa had put in a lot of effort to heal his legs. Now, his father was no different from being dead, aside from Grandpa. No one in the Lin family could or would treat him this well, preserving his life and wealth. Therefore, Lin Yaozong knew he could not provoke Lin Feng anymore. But he just couldn't control himself. He felt that his current situation was absolutely tied to his grandfather. If it weren't for Grandpa insisting on giving birth to the ruthless traitor of the Lin family, his father and He Wun Ti have suffered misfortunes one after another. Lin Yaozong prided himself on being the only heir of the Lin family, believing that everything in the future of the Lin family should be inherited by him. So Grandpa must cure him. Sorry to disturb your rest. Lin Feng noticed the changing expressions on his grandson's face, and his mood began to shift. It's so late. Still need acupuncture? It hurts so much and hasn't worked. Can't we skip the acupuncture? Lin Yaozong was somewhat impatient, but held back from exploding. Persistence is victory. Lin Feng patted Lin Yaozong's shoulder to comfort him. I came to tell you that I found an ancient book that records a certain acupuncture method that can stimulate the nerves, allowing dying people to be revived and even restoring necrotic limbs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaozong's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Grandpa, have you found a way to cure me? Although he mentioned two possibilities, this child only focused on himself. Spoiled children can only think of themselves. Forever selfish and terrible. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He, along with his sons, was the main culprit in spoiling Lin Yaozong and sending him to the slaughterhouse. What's wrong, Grandpa? You aren't just saying that to make me happy, are you? His attitude was as bad as it could be. Indeed, there is such a method, but it is somewhat difficult to implement. It can only be used once in a short term. Otherwise, it would be taxing and my old bones can't take it. Lin Feng made a final probe. Grandpa, Lin Yaozong panicked. I'm your only grandson. If you work a little harder and cure me, I can serve you well and take care of my health, right? But what about your father? His condition is worse. If he isn't treated soon. Lin Yaozong shook his head repeatedly. Grandpa, I think you're really getting old and confused. It's precisely because my father's condition is worse that you need to exert great effort. But I'm different. Like I said, if I get better, I can serve you and then save my father. Every word was urgent and ruthless. That makes sense, Lin Feng said with a forced smile, his inner disappointment and anger reaching a boiling point. Then please prepare quickly, Grandpa. Don't worry. No matter how painful it is this time, I can endure it, Lin Yaozong urged hurriedly, showing no sign of being able to hide his eagerness. He was desperate to stand up again and continue to dominate. All right, I'll go, Lin Feng said as he walked away. I was still worried about you, thinking this method would be extremely painful and might even pose a life risk, which is why I advised you to let your father try it first. It seems you're a dutiful child, and I can rest easy now. Wait. As expected, Lin Yaozong called him back. Grandpa, you said that method is life-threatening. Although he had broken his leg, he was still alive. But if he lost his life because of treating his leg, becoming a guinea pig for his father and grandpa, wouldn't that be too frustrating and infuriating? Yes, but don't worry, Grandpa will try his best to keep you alive. No, Grandpa. I thought about it and decided to let my father come first. You are right, his condition is worse. And, as a son, I can't just think of myself. Lin Yaozong smiled obsequiously, and this disgusting demeanor made Lin Feng wish he could kill him right on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng nodded and left. After exiting, he picked up the antidote bottle and headed straight for Lin Xingyu's bedroom. Anan, your choice is correct. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyu received a piece of news. Chapter 83. A bunch of smelly fish and shrimp gathered together. Are you saying you saw Lin Xinhai and Wang Feng's group crossing the sea towards the country? On the way back, Xiao Qingyu received a call from the Shaoing beast. She equipped each of her subordinates with electronic devices for locating and communication. Yes, master. Their group has about 200 people. Lizzie said that Lin Xinhai might go to that harmful organization in the country to discuss cooperation and expand his power. There is indeed this possibility. That organization is filled with heartless beasts, and their resentment is abundant enough to provide a continuous source of energy for the Hydra monster. It's really a gathering of stinky fish and shrimp. This is hard to manage. Xiao Qingyu frowned. How about trying that one? Lin Xingchen suggested. Are you talking about the thing in the green dot? Yes. Xiao Qingyu took out the seeds from the green dot and examined them carefully. This was just an ordinary seed. After returning to the cave, she planted the seeds in the ground near the spring. The soil here was fertile. The water source was abundant and of good quality, and it received plenty of sunlight, making it ideal for planting. I hope it can bring a touch of green and hope to this world. Qingyu, look. Lizzie just came over and pointed in surprise at the spot where the seeds were buried. Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xingchen looked down and were astonished. Just after planting and watering for a few minutes, roots and green leaves had actually already sprouted. The most important thing was that it hadn't even been exposed to the sun. The speed of growth is incredible. The power of life is not to be underestimated. Lizzie remarked, yes, its power will definitely support us in defeating those beasts. Lin Xingchen said firmly. Xiao Qingyu's gaze brightened a little. Indeed, resentment is not something everyone possesses. It is often linked to strong desires, but there are also many selfless people who burn themselves to contribute to society. The desire for life is something that all living things possess. Its power can be described as infinite and unending. He seeks help, and so can we, Lilith. When dawn breaks, accompany me on a journey. Lilith nodded cheerfully, showing great excitement about going on a business trip. She is someone who cannot stay idle and enjoys going out to explore. Although she has lost her legs now, she has gained a pair of wings that can take her anywhere. The next day, Xiao Qingyu took Lilith to a body of water. She summoned a fisherman monster to chat in the underwater world. I didn't expect the great benefactor to visit. Is there something you need me to do? The fisherman monster. Now the leader of the fisherman tribe was no longer timid as when they first met. It had become mature and composed, and its way of speaking had changed. However, its respect and gratitude towards Xiao Qingyu remained unchanged and could not change. Xiao Qingyu did not beat around the bush with the fisherman monster. She directly stated that in a few days, she would be in conflict with a monster and needed the help of the fisherman tribe for a fierce battle. If it weren't for your assistance back then, our fisherman tribe would have perished at the hands of the saber-toothed sharks. So whatever you need us to do, we will do it wholeheartedly, the fisherman monster said firmly. Xiao Qingyu felt gratified that they did not forget their benefactor. She took out several seeds and handed them to the fisherman monster. Yesterday, I obtained a magical seed. In just a few minutes, after watering it without sunlight, it grew into a half-meter tall seedling, and many new seeds scattered around. The fisherman monster couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was very magical. Although it lived in the underwater world, it had seen many plants both underwater and on land. This kind of miraculous plant was something it had never heard of before. What I need you to do is simple. Plant these seeds both in water and on land, and take good care of them. And one more thing, you must unite and protect the current environment, punishing any creatures that destroy seeds and the environment in your territory. After saying this, Xiao Qingyu provided the fisherman monster with some self-defense methods and weapons. She remembered a saying that used to be popular. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Unfortunately, those who know how to protect it will do so even without promotion, while those who lack awareness won't heed it even if they shout from the rooftops. Worse still, those with dark hearts may destroy the environment for profit. When things reach an extreme, they will turn against themselves. And the current world overrun by zombie monsters is a prime example. Even now, there are still many unscrupulous creatures who show no remorse, colluding with monsters for mutual benefit. Improving the environment is not something that can be achieved overnight or by just one or two people. Xiao Qingyu still had many things to do. However, this time, she wasn't as confident as usual. It is much harder to make a person good than to make them bad. The more energy the Hydra monster absorbs, the more powerful it becomes, and the worse her own situation gets. Xiao Qingyu was worried that her actions wouldn't keep pace with the Hydra monster's aggressive resurgence. But despite this, she still needed to act quickly. Let's not waste any more time. We need to go to the next place. You two just take good care of these seeds and the environment. The fisherman monster responded while seeing them off. By the way, if one day a monster with 9 heads appears and threatens the surroundings, you must also pay attention to protecting yourselves and these seeds. Before leaving, Xiao Qingyu reminded them again. Rest assured, my benefactor, I will definitely protect them. At the Lin family, after getting a belly full of anger from Lin Yaozong, Lin Feng went directly to his eldest son, Lin Xingyu's bedroom. Looking at his son lying quietly on the bed, eyes tightly closed, with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips, he felt a deep ache in his heart. Most importantly, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice he was breathing, as the rise and fall of his chest was extremely low. He looked almost like a corpse. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and straightforwardly took out the antidote, gently feeding it to Lin Xingyu. He stayed by the bedside, watching over him until dawn. Lin Feng wasn't worried that Xiao Qingyu would play tricks on him. He trusted that child and also trusted Lin Xingchen. Perhaps he was weary, as Lin Feng fell asleep at the bedside in the middle of the night. He didn't know when Lin Xingyu woke up. When dawn broke, Lin Feng slowly straightened up and found a blanket draped over his shoulders. Xingyu, are you awake? Lin Feng looked up at the young man in bed, feeling very excited. Yes, father, Lin Xingyu replied with a smile, nodding. Although he still looked somewhat weak, he could move and speak. He was alive. Good, very good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Lowering his head, a tear fell onto the blanket. Chapter 84. The furious Lin Yaozong seeing his old father working so hard for him. Lin Xingyu felt a deep sense of guilt. His eyes were filled with tears. He no longer clung to the position of heir of the Lin family and had grown indifferent to power and money. After all, no matter how much power or wealth one has, if one doesn't have life, what is the point? Father, in this life, the people I owe the most are you, mother, and Xingchen. Xingchen must hate me to the core. I have no face to see him again. Lin Xingyu said with deep remorse. We have all wronged Xingchen. We cannot make up for it in this life. Only in the next, Lin Feng sighed. At the same time, he felt somewhat comforted because Lin Xingyu's attitude was very sincere. It was clear that he truly understood his mistakes. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. No matter what, it was much better than Lin Yaozong, who was hopeless. Xingyu, you need to get better soon to help me manage the Lin family, so that you can assist Xingchen in the future. Lin Feng's words carried significant weight, and Lin Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. He knew that although he was the favored eldest son, his aptitude was mediocre, and his father did not have high hopes of passing the Lin family to him. He only had the opportunity to inherit the Lin family because of Lin Yaozong, the only grandson of the Lin family. But now, Lin Qingyu shook his head repeatedly. Father, I can help. But the Lin family should still be handed over to someone responsible and capable. If Xingchen is willing, I certainly have no objections. Lin Feng was very pleased with Lin Xingyu's response, but his expression also fell into melancholy. Let's not talk about that. Father, you just mentioned helping Xingchen in the future. Did something happen? Lin Xingyu changed the subject to avoid making his father sad. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure. He only knew that Lin Xinhai seemed like a different person now, even going to the country, seemingly to collaborate with them against Xiao Qingyu. And Lin Xingchen was currently serving under Xiao Qingyu, naturally making him an enemy of Lin Xinhai. He heard that Lin Xinhai had gathered many people and was very powerful. So Lin Xingchen and Xiao Qingyu were definitely in a precarious situation. After all, they could find people from their side to discuss cooperation. Lin Feng did not hide anything and directly told Lin Xingyu about what happened yesterday with Lin Xingchen and Xiao Qingyu, including the treasures. After listening, Lin Xingyu did not show much expression. If it were the old him, he would surely be dissatisfied because he felt that those were things meant for his future. How could he let others take them away? But now, the situation had changed, and his mindset was different. Lin Xingyu not only felt that life was more important than power, but he also understood a principle. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. What belongs to you will not slip away, and what does not belong to you will not stay no matter how cunningly you try to seize it. Moreover, Lin Xingyu now acknowledged that Lin Xingchen was stronger than him and could effectively take on the role of head of the family. The items in the treasure trove should naturally be kept by Lin Xingchen, so taking anything and want to take it is only right. I hope those items can help them, Lin Xingyu said sincerely. Lin Feng was very pleased with his eldest son's change. The father and son chatted for a while and talked about Xiao Qingyu. The father didn't think that Miss Xiao looked very much like the eldest sister, did he? Lin Xingyu said cautiously. He was afraid of touching his father's sore spot, as the eldest sister, Lin Xingyun, had always been a taboo topic at home. Sure enough, Lin Feng's expression grew heavy, but he nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a resemblance of about 50 to 60%. Speaking of which, Miss Xiao looked nothing like the head of the Xiao family. She should resemble her biological mother more. Lin Xingyu nodded. Yes, Miss Xiao's mother also seemed to be a mystery, and after the eldest sister left home, she also went missing. If we calculate the time, it really is a coincidence. If only there were childhood photos of Miss Xiao, we could compare them with Xingyun. Lin Feng's expression changed repeatedly. A bold idea kept surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Xiao Qingyu is Xingyun's child? Along with the surprise came a deep sense of helplessness, sarcasm, and a return to calm. There was no evidence now, and Xiao Qingyu's attitude towards them was not good. After all, Lin Xingchen was his own biological son, and their current strained relationship was already a mess. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ahem, father, I really appreciate your effort in saving me. However, I'm also a father now. You usually take care of Yaozong. I wonder if there is any antidote to heal Yaozong's legs? Finally, they got to this topic. Looking at his son's expectant and pleading expression, Lin Feng really couldn't bear to tell him that he only had one bottle of antidote. And even if he had 2 bottles, he didn't intend to heal Lin Yaozong, because that child had gone bad, was ungrateful, and had a strong sense of revenge and antisocial tendencies. Now that he was crippled and unable to move around, at least at home, he could still watch over him. If he were healed, who knows what trouble he would cause, making enemies everywhere? How long could an old man like him manage to control him, saving him time and again? Would the large Lin family be able to survive? Lin Feng couldn't take that risk. Ahem, you don't need to worry about this. You just need to recover your health quickly. Yaozong is young, and his body recovers quickly. He will definitely be able to heal. Lin Xingyu nodded, looking relieved and grateful. They were here, enjoying a father-son moment, unaware that Lin Yaozong was in turmoil. Because his legs were crippled, he could only lie in bed, waiting for the servant to bring him tea, water, meals, and change his clothes. Like a useless person, the proud Lin Yaozong hated being looked at with pity or schadenfreude by those lowly people. Therefore, he had the group of people leave the items on the machine and not easily enter his room. When bored, Lin Yaozong would go online to find entertainment. He would check videos sent from the country through channels, satisfying his perverse psychology. Now Lin Yaozong's mind was even more twisted, and he craved watching other tragic videos to relieve his emotions. At this moment, someone contacted him online, saying they wanted to show him something good. Lin Yaozong opened the link without suspicion and was stunned. Why was it his father's bedroom? And his grandfather was there too, chatting with him. Wait, how did father come back to life? Before he could hear the content of their conversation, an enraged Lin Yaozong smashed the computer to pieces. Chapter 85. The dark energy tycoon Lin Yaozong racked his brain but couldn't understand. The grandfather who usually favored him had actually deceived him and given the antidote to his father, completely disregarding his feelings. Clearly, he was the one suffering the most because of his legs, while his father only needed to lie quietly, free from ridicule. Why? Why did they treat him this way? Although the computer screen was shattered, sound could still be heard. He clearly heard his grandfather say he was not capable enough to take the position of the head of the Lin family. He also heard his father's proud voice, saying he would strictly discipline him and no longer let him cause trouble. How despicable! Lin Yaozong was indignant. How did he cause trouble? Why couldn't he inherit the Lin family? He was the only grandson. In his rage, Lin Yaozong didn't think about whether the audio was real, as there were no visuals, making it easy to fake. But even if he knew it was fake, he would treat it as real, because his father had truly woken up and his grandfather had truly deceived him. He was really going to become a discarded waste. Lin Yaozong was unwilling to accept this. He was extremely angry, even having thoughts of murder and arson. Why should he alone bear such pain? Since they were family, shouldn't they share the suffering together? A terrifying thought kept growing in his mind. Lin Yaozong didn't even notice that a black aura was surrounding him, continuously devouring him. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the other side of the screen. So much dark energy. If only I had met you, the dark energy tycoon, earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer at that girl's hands. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yaozong's dark energy intensified, completely enveloping him. Good boy, be angry. Be furious. Be resentful. Come with me. I will grant your wishes and make those who bullied you die without a burial place. As the voice faded, the dark energy dissipated. There was actually no one on the bed. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Young master, lunch is here. I placed it down. Although someone had told her to leave the items on the machine and leave directly, her professional ethics told her that she couldn't leave so easily. What if the employer had other instructions? What if she wasn't thorough enough and got complained about? The Lin family offered the best treatment among all the bases. She had worked hard to get in and couldn't afford to be fired. After waiting for a long time with no response, the girl recalled what her predecessor had said, that the person inside often yelled and screamed, never at peace, making it very difficult to serve them. That was why they often spent a lot of money hiring people. But it had been nearly half an hour, and there was no movement inside at all. This was too abnormal. After thinking for a while, the girl decided to push the door open to take a look. Even if she got scolded, what if something really happened to the master? Wouldn't that be her fault? Gathering her courage, she pushed the door open, and it was very quiet inside. She frowned and searched the room carefully, only to be stunned, until she saw the smashed computer and the obviously messy bedding. Not good. Young Master Lin is missing. Lin Feng and Lin Qingyu rushed over upon hearing the news and found Lin Yaozong's room empty. They immediately checked the surveillance footage, but the screen was pitch black. Lin Feng was puzzled. This child had crippled legs and could not have left home on his own. But who could silently take a living person away? Could it be Xiao Qingyu? Lin Qingyu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Lin Feng immediately shook his head in denial. I believe in that child's character. It wouldn't be her. Right now, there was only one possibility left. Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to repair the computer Lin Yaozong had used and check his browsing history and websites. They found that Lin Yaozong was still in contact with the organization that provided many half-human, half-beast videos from that country. It seems a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Lin Feng cursed angrily, and Lin Qingyu next to him didn't dare to refute. He felt his father's scolding was justified. That child was indeed hopeless, truly heartbreaking. It was most likely Lin Xinhao's doing. Lin Feng concluded. Even if he went to the country and colluded with these organizations, it's not like he has supernatural abilities to just take people away out of thin air, right? Or is it that Lin Xinhai also possesses those artifacts of Miss Xiao? Lin Xingyu became dazed and collapsed as he spoke. What kind of situation is this? At this point, we can only seek help from Miss Xiao. Only she can contend with the monster inside Lin Xinhai. Experience still counts. Lin Feng guessed that Lin Xinhai was definitely not the original Lin Xinhai after just a slight turn of thought. He shared similarities with Lin Yaozong, such as being vain and irritable. Moreover, they now have a common enemy, Xiao Qingyu and Lin Xinhai. Such people are the easiest to attract monsters with ulterior motives, and they can be exploited by them. So should we go find someone now? No matter how disappointed, Lin Yaozong is still his only son. Can he live safely after falling into the hands of monsters? I want to, but Miss Xiao has been untraceable, and we don't even know where she lives. It's faster and more convenient to go directly to the country than to look for her. Lin Feng said helplessly. Then it has to be that way. Let us set off now. Lin Xingyu clenched his fists, his face full of anger. He has always looked down on the country and Sakura Country. If it weren't for them, how could land and sea have turned into this mess? If they continue to act recklessly, do they want to destroy humanity? Let them have their delusions. Lin Feng was also very angry. This group of beasts is truly too much. It's true, they are too much. They always think that the lion's slumber is permanent and believe they are the phoenix in the sky, unafraid of anyone. Little do they know, they're just a bunch of rats in the gutter. Xingyu, come with me to talk to the heads of major safety bases. If the country doesn't want peace, fine, then let us fight. It's the end of the world. At worst, it's just a fight to the death, and no one will have it easy. The father and son became more and more energized as they spoke, immediately gathering their troops and heading west. On the other side, Lin Xinhai. No, to be precise, he has almost been replaced by the Hydra monster. After days of recruiting, the power of the Hydra monster has become immensely strong. This country is truly the right place to be. Chapter 86. Living too comfortably, the people in this institution harbor more resentment than ghosts, and their minds are more twisted than a labyrinth. They can provide it with more and stronger dark energy. There came numerous howls and the sound of crashing against the railings from behind. It turned out to be a series of adjacent rooms. Each room could accommodate only one person, with no beds, just a small basin and a large basin for eating, drinking, and relieving themselves. The rooms were surrounded by railings, looking very oppressive and eerie. It didn't resemble a prison at all. It looked more like a pigsty. The creatures locked inside only eat and scream. Aren't they just a bunch of fat pigs waiting to be fattened and harvested? However, the Hydra monster does not eat their flesh. It only needs the dark energy from their bodies. After living for so many years, it no longer cares about gluttony. It only needs to absorb dark energy and the essence of the sun and moon to live endlessly. The Hydra monster wore a calm expression, already accustomed to this situation. Quiet down. You're all so noisy. The noise behind immediately stopped. It wasn't because they were obedient, but because the Hydra monster used magic to force them to close their mouths. The ears instantly became quiet. The Hydra monster smiled in satisfaction. The biological research institution of the country has been completely taken over by it, and it has now become its base for raising dark energy. Nearly 1,000 people are locked inside. Besides the institution's personnel, there are Xiao Jilin and the newly arrived Lin Yaozong, along with Wang Feng and a group of ordinary citizens and soldiers gathered from everywhere. Despite this, the Hydra monster was still not satisfied. It thought that if it wanted to grow its power, it needed to be the strongest. After all, that girl, Xiao Qingyu, isn't stupid. She must also be looking for help everywhere. Although it wasn't afraid, after living for so many years, how could it possibly lose to a girl? The Hydra monster just felt that it should scrape together all the dark energy it could use at once to eliminate future troubles. Then no one would be able to disturb it anymore. I heard there are quite a few psychologically twisted and resentful nutrients in Sakura Country too. The Hydra monster smiled ominously. Suddenly, the hall was empty. After a while, the surrounding pigsties started to howl again. Each room had an invisible dark energy constantly pouring out, gathering in the middle of the room. In Sakura Country, a short and chubby man with a tuft of black beard was leaning against the back of a chair, holding a cup of fine wine, swaying as he admired the pitch-black sea in the distance. Years ago, this place was blue, with rippling waves, and incredibly beautiful. It was a renowned scenic spot both domestically and internationally. But since the discharge of nuclear wastewater, it has been completely ruined. However, the man did not feel it was a pity, not to mention that he was also forced to discharge it. He did indeed benefit from the country's allowance. As the main culprit and one of the accomplices, they were prepared in advance. They could also inflict heavy damage on other countries, then take the opportunity to start a war, feigning apologies to promote a ceasefire and peace. Since then, Sakura Country has gained enough resources, and its strength has greatly increased. In this world, the country is number 1, and Sakura Country is number 2. What a glory this is! How impressive! The people from Huagua always mock themselves for living a small life. Living a small life very well. They must be jealous. The man smiled, swaying his wine glass just as he was about to take a sip when suddenly there was a violent commotion around him. It was like an earthquake. The man was startled and immediately jumped off the chair, looking around cautiously. What happened? Where did everyone go? Upon discovering that the ground had not cracked, the man's panic and suspicion did not dissipate. He now felt that he might be targeted by someone. Otherwise, why would not a single guard be seen around? REBORN, the Prime Minister of Sakura Country. Long time no see, huh? A strange voice rang out. REBORN panicked and clumsily reached for his handgun at his waist, but in his nervousness, he accidentally dropped it on the ground. What a spectacle! Ha! You're still as foolish as before. The voice came with malice, full of mockery and contempt. As the leader of a country ranked number 2 in the world, how could REBORN swallow this anger? Hearing that the person spoke in Huayu, he immediately cleared his throat and shouted arrogantly in a thick accent of Mandarin. What are you doing here? Who sent you? I advise you to be sensible, be a good person, don't confront me head on, and don't play tricks here. Come out. I'll be magnanimous and spare your life. After speaking, the voice did not continue. REBORN couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems the other party is just as cowardly as their country. He smiled smugly and prepared to pick up his handgun. Suddenly, a scene before him frightened him greatly. He saw the handgun on the ground, actually floating in midair, and the barrel was aimed right at him. This is truly unbelievable, unprecedented, impossible, absolutely impossible. Who on earth are you? Just now I spoke rudely. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. REBORN's eyes widened as he watched the gun barrel get closer to him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, filled with fear. Now you know fear? Back when you discharged wastewater into the sea, even with so many people trying to stop you, you still implemented it aggressively. Serving your good master. Weren't you quite arrogant then? The Hydra monster sneered. It had been lying at the bottom of the sea for over 10,000 years. Feeling the unpleasant aura around it, unable to bear it anymore, it thought about going out to investigate. However, before it could leave the sea area, it discovered that its living environment was already terrible. Furthermore, there was a man standing on the shore, arrogantly commanding machines to conduct a second round of sewage discharge. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, and this guy had turned into an old man, yet his annoying demeanor remained unchanged. Who are you? REBORN was about to cry from fright. He didn't know who the owner of the voice was or what their intentions were. After all, there were quite a few people who supported sewage discharge. The Hydra monster smiled wickedly, its eyes flashing with a strange green light. You tell me. Avez-vous swallowed nervously? Do you want to replace the nation and become the strongest in the world? The Hydra monster's words shocked REBORN. He had only dared to think about it before, and now, being bluntly pointed out, made his face feel hot. One word, do you want or not? The Hydra monster was a bit impatient. It couldn't stand humanity's hypocritical nature. After doing all the bad things, would they still fear divine retribution for lying? What was the point of pretending to be reserved? I want. In the face of unknown power, REBORN dared not lie. Very well. Then you will come with me. I believe this journey will be greatly beneficial to you. As soon as the Hydra monster's voice fell, REBORN lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a huge house, surrounded by terrifying human screams. This reminded REBORN of his predecessors, who were subjected to inhumane experiments on Chinese people. Those unfortunate souls were also imprisoned like this for live experiments. But there were no machines around. Just as REBORN was confused about what the owner of the voice had brought him here for, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Wasn't this Mr. Smith from the nation? He immediately ran to the door of the room where the man was imprisoned, carefully checking and confirming the identity. It was indeed Smith, the head of a national biological research institution. On the surface, this person was the head of a black organization, but behind the scenes, he was also a leader involved in national environmental protection, with significant power and status. He was someone to whom one would have to show respect. How come now he was locked up like a pig in a room? Moreover, he seemed crazy, completely devoid of human consciousness and thought. Is it nice? This gift. That voice rang out again. REBORN immediately understood that everything before him was orchestrated by this mysterious person. He had to obey this person, or he would also be imprisoned and treated like a thoughtless pig. Yes, it's nice. Didn't he know where the voice came from? So he could only bow to every side, not daring to leave anyone out for fear of angering them. Who exactly are you? Please, let me have a way out. Seeing him like this, the Hydra monster chuckled mockingly. It was exactly the response it had anticipated. Things could become even more interesting. It wanted humanity to taste the flavor of despair and reap the consequences of their actions. Don't be so scared. You are a rare talent. I won't turn you into one of them. Not for now. Upon hearing this, REBORN was overwhelmed with joy and began bowing and thanking profusely. As long as he could keep his life, he didn't want to or dare to hope for anything else. Do you remember the question I asked when we were in Sakura Country? The Hydra monster began its persuasive tactics. Of course I remember. However, he didn't have the courage to fantasize about being number one in the world now. With a mysterious person like this around, what did he, a mere puppet, have to do with it? The title of number one could only belong to this mysterious big shot. I can give you that number one position, but you must agree to one condition. The Hydra monster's tone was calm, yet it carried a sense of pressure. Originally, REBORN thought he wouldn't dare to aspire to be number one. As long as the other party wanted to be number one, he would definitely support and congratulate them wholeheartedly. But now the other party was saying to let him be number one, and with that sense of pressure, it was clearly informing him rather than asking. Therefore, he had no right to refuse. You say, even if there are 100 conditions, I will agree. Faced with the need to save his life, REBORN could only accept. What did it matter? In this life, he probably only had the fate of being a puppet. After all, isn't it all about making a living under someone's thumb? At least holding the title of number one could bring him some glory. Very good, this is what a wise person does. The Hydra monster smiled with satisfaction. I appreciate your character, so I hope that when you become the highest ruler, you could develop everyone into people like you. REBORN was a bit dazed. He prided himself on his proficiency in Chinese, so how could he understand every word separately, but not the meaning when combined? I am foolish, please enlighten me. The Hydra monster couldn't help but roll its eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this person's mentality was quite perverse and could help it torment more people, unleashing everyone's grievances, it would have long since thrown this foolish pig from Sakura Country into the sea to drown. If he still didn't understand after this point, it would really consider kicking him into the water. REBORN's eyes turned, and he immediately knelt down, indicating that he understood and would do as instructed. I look forward to your performance. Don't let me down. The Hydra monster smiled ominously. Amidst the screams of the surrounding people, it was extremely creepy. Wow, what a big tree. Returning to their residence, it was already 3 days later. What astonished Lizzie was that the tree, which had only been half a meter tall before leaving, had now grown into a towering tree dozens of meters high. So large that more than 10 people would need to stretch their arms to hug its trunk. Good thing we chose the largest open space. Otherwise, this tree wouldn't have enough room to grow. Lizzie sighed again. It has also produced many new seeds. Xiao Qingyu bent down and casually picked up a few seeds. There were blue, green, and red ones. Remembering that the first seeds were in a green light, she suddenly had a realization. Lizzie, you and the little eagle go do something. Xiao Qingyu briefly explained. Lizzie and the lionhawk beast both had wings, making it convenient to spread these seeds in more places. Let the world have as many places as possible to grow green, representing vitality and hope. Thinking of something, Xiao Qingyu took out a flying device from her treasure book. After putting it on, she ascended along the tall trunk. Sure enough, at the highest point on the thickest branch, she found a ball of platinum light. Xiao Qingyu steadied herself on the branch and slowly approached the golden light. She carefully reached out to touch it, only to be burned by the suddenly intense golden light. A layer of skin instantly peeled off her finger. Chapter 88. The Great War is about to begin. TSK. Nothing has ever hurt her to this extent. Xiao Qingyu couldn't help but frown. However, she wasn't angry. This meant that there was definitely a powerful force within the golden light. With it, there was no need to worry about being at a disadvantage when confronting the Hydra monster. It was just that she couldn't control it now. It seemed she would have to go to the Lin family's treasury to search for more. Just as she was thinking, the virtual image of System Xiao Qi appeared in front of her. You finally decided to come out. Xiao Qingyu smiled calmly. Little 7, I'm very sorry, host. Because of the repairs needed in this world, it took some time and caused you inconvenience. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand. Now is not the time to listen to apologies. Solving the problem is the key. So, has the problem been solved? How should we deal with the Hydra monster? Little 7, the Hydra monster is a product of this world, but it was activated by your unintentional actions. I don't blame you. It's just that this problem is indeed tricky. Little 7, after discussions at a higher level, there is a solution which is divided into 2 steps. You need to work hard on it, and I will secretly help you complete it. Xiao Qingyu remembered the encounter with the Hydra monster in her underwater tunnel before. It turned out to be the curse they forged back then. At this point, it's meaningless to entangle over whose fault it was. It's better to think about how to solve the problem. She nodded, signaling Little 7 to continue. This name, at first glance, indicates a high difficulty level. Little 7, you can obtain information to defeat the Hydra monster through interaction in the live broadcast room. And the more viewers you have, when certain requirements are met, the seeds can automatically plant more places. The gifts received can be used to accelerate growth and deal with enemy forces. Xiao Qingyu nodded. The first step is easy. It all depends on the second step. Just recently, the Family Battle Live broadcast task was marked as completed, rewarding her with access to a crucial piece of information. However, the effective time hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming soon today. At the same time, completing this task also indicates one thing. Lin Zhenhe is most likely no longer in this world. Because of family revenge, the most important individuals involved are Lin Zhenhe, Xiao Zhiling, and Xiao Leitang. Xiao Leitang is already dead. Xiao Zhiling's blood is almost drained, and she's been captured by the Hydra monster as food for the living dead, while Lin Zhenhe is the Hydra monster's human vessel. As the Hydra monster's power continues to grow, Lin Zhenhe's physical body surely cannot support it any longer, and his consciousness will ultimately be replaced. Deservedly so. With the death of these 3 individuals, the family's troubles will naturally end. The second step, Little 7. The second step is to protect the Tree of Life. Utilizing its characteristics can also deal with the Hydra monster. You must not let this tree fall. Xiao Qingyu nodded. Without needing to say it, she is also aware of the tree's importance. After saying so much, what kind of help can you provide? If this world is destroyed, it will surely impact the world's live broadcast system as well. Little 7, we will promote your live broadcast across major world platforms, giving you enough exposure and increasing your audience. Little 7, additionally, we will provide a time pause service when you encounter major dangers. Little 7, we hope that through our joint efforts, we can perfectly resolve this. Thank you for your understanding and support. System Little 7 is temporarily offline. Wow, it really runs fast. Xiao Qingyu's expression darkened. She wanted to ask if this world regains vitality and humans and nature can coexist harmoniously, then there won't be any sparsely populated other worlds in the future. Then her future self would cease to exist. What a pity. She cannot catch this unreliable system herself. It always slips away at critical moments. Xiao Qingyu shook her head, not thinking too much. She needs to concentrate on the present. The phone rang in her ear. Xiao Qingyu took out her phone and found it was a call from the Zombie King. The purpose is to obtain real-time updates on the Hydra monster's developments so that they can prepare in advance. It seems there is new progress. Yesterday morning, the Zombie King informed Xiao Qingyu that Lin Zhenhe had taken down the biological research institution that harmed the country and captured many high-ranking officials. These beasts have been polluting water and committing heinous acts against countries like Huagua. Their greed and insatiable selfishness must have brought about a lot of resentment. No wonder they were targeted by the Hydra monster. It must be said that its speed is incredibly fast. In just a few days, it has taken down a lot of beasts. This also means its power is quite formidable, making it even trickier to deal with. Xiao Qingyu's expression turned serious as she answered the call. Unlike Xiao Leitang and the others, who are powerful but easily angered, the Zombie King is both brave and wise. After all, he has lived for so many years. He must be thinking similarly. When the time is ripe, he will strike to defeat the enemy. The Zombie King's words also confirmed her thoughts. Master, my subordinates heard Lin Zhenhe's voice at the residence of the Prime Minister in the Sakura Country seaside villa, and after talking to Lin Zhenhe, the Prime Minister mysteriously disappeared. Then, the little brothers guarding near the National Biological Research Base discovered that both Lin Zhenhe and the Prime Minister appeared together. He wanted to continue listening, but was discovered by Lin Zhenhe, got his head smashed, and lost contact with us. Oh, what a pity. All right, Master. She needs to visit the Lin family treasury again. Xingchen, you and Xiaoji must guard this tree well. There can be no mistakes. Lin Xingchen nodded seriously. They are reliable subordinates and also partners in battle. After giving instructions, Xiao Qingyu immediately set off for the Lin family. What she doesn't know is that at this moment, a new situation has arisen somewhere else. Whether it is a blessing or a curse. Taoyuan village. A person, looking weak, leaned against the blasted mountain and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 89. The One Who Comes Back to Life. Where is this? Xiao Leitang took a while to accept the fact that he was still alive. Just lifting his hand, he found his fingers were intact and noticeably smaller and younger than before, with fewer calluses. Xiao Leitang still remembers that when he was killed by Xiao Qingyu, his consciousness had not completely faded. He felt the pain of his little finger being severed. What happened next? He doesn't need to think to know. Xiao Qingyu must have blown up the mountain, burying them all. He frowned and looked around, seeing a lake not far away, and hurried over. The water quality in Taoyuan village is quite good, so the lake is relatively clean and can serve as a mirror. Although his face is very dirty now. Xiao Leitang immediately noticed the clues. This Su Lu's face? Xiao Leitang was very shocked. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in his mind. It's likely that Su Lu is also dead, but he hid away and no one found him, and his body was preserved well, allowing his wandering soul to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Leitang's expression turned heavy. But thinking again, with an example like Xiao Qingyu, what else can exist? Back then, he shouldn't have been soft-hearted and spared this scourge. Remembering the insults he suffered, Xiao Leitang angrily punched the ground. The reason he hates and despises Xiao Qingyu so much began from the moment she was born. Every time he saw her face, which didn't resemble his at all, Xiao Leitang felt as if his face was being crazily spat upon and beaten. Various unpleasant voices echoed in his ears. Xiao Leitang, oh Xiao Leitang, as the head of the Xiao family, you are really generous, raising a bastard. Ah, truly good temperament. We are ashamed to be compared with you. Isn't that right? The head of the Xiao family is so generous. Why not bring that one over too? After all, he is the biological father of the bastard, providing bloodline. They must be allowed to recognize each other as father and daughter, right? You all stop talking if this goes on. Even the bastard's biological grandfather should be dug out to pay respects. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Enough. Enough. The more Xiao Leitang thought about it, the angrier he became. A surge of rage filling his chest, ready to burst out at any moment. He wants revenge. He wants to kill the scourge that brought him humiliation. He wants to kill that woman even more. They were in love, and Xiao Leitang genuinely wanted to work hard to earn respect from the woman's family and give her a good future. However, not long after, he discovered that the woman was pregnant, and according to the timing, that night she was definitely not with him. Feeling frustrated, he was easily manipulated and got drunk by Xiao Jiling's mother. Afterwards, Xiao Leitang deliberately used Xiao Jiling's mother to provoke the woman. as a way to take revenge on her infidelity. But deep down, he truly loved her, and he promised the woman that he would keep the child. Yet, life is unpredictable. Who could have imagined that the woman would die during childbirth? When she died, she was still struggling, wanting to see Xiao Leitang for the last time. But he refused, lost in his own world of comfort. Only Xiao Leitang knew that he had actually been standing outside the door that day. He had lied. He couldn't bear to part with the woman, but he was also filled with resentment. After all, no matter how he rationalized it, he couldn't be that magnanimous. Couldn't tolerate his wife carrying another man's child, and couldn't accept that his wife died because of that bastard. If he wanted revenge, it would be directed towards the woman in the future. When would it be the turn of the bastard and the irresponsible lover to take the woman's life? At that moment, Xiao Leitang wanted to throw the still infant Xiao Qingyu to his death. But then he saw a video of the woman before she died. She was looking at the ceiling, her eyes filled with pain, reaching out as if trying to grasp something. Her mouth kept murmuring, saying something. Xiao Leitang fell silent for a few seconds, quietly turned up the volume, wanting to hear what this woman who had betrayed him would say before her death. Perhaps there would be news about that lover. However, the woman's words surprised him, leaving him frozen in place, unable to calm his emotions for a long time. Leitang, I did not betray you. Please, be kind to our child. I'm sorry for our child. As soon as the words fell, the woman's arm dropped, and her neck tilted to the side, losing her breath. Xiao Leitang didn't even realize that his eyes were stinging. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Just then, Xiao Qingyu smiled at him, looking very much like the woman. Our child? Xiao Leitang sneered. Of course, he didn't believe it. Yet, by some strange twist of fate, he decided to spare the child's life. Xiao Zhiling's mother had said to keep the child company, even if it meant being a servant. That gave him an excuse to let it be. In the following time, with the company of Xiao Zhiling and her mother, Xiao Leitang gradually forgot about the woman. He even began to ignore the nominal daughter, Xiao Qingyu. In fact, whether she was his biological daughter or not could be determined by a paternity test. But Xiao Leitang didn't dare. He was afraid to see the result. If she truly was his daughter, then he owed the woman and the daughter too much. If not, he feared he would lose control and be so enraged that he would kick Xiao Qingyu to death on the spot. After all, Xiao Leitang was still selfish, still cowardly, unwilling to accept his mistakes. As the memories faded, the water surface also returned to calm. Xiao Leitang then realized that he had treated the water surface like a revolving lantern. Was it warning him not to repeat his mistakes? But he was the head of the Xiao family. How could he possibly make mistakes? The more Xiao Leitang thought about it, the more irritated he became. Just as he prepared to leave, he accidentally fell into the lake. It was indeed bizarre. With his skills, how could he be foolish enough to fall into the lake? Even if he had been transported into someone else's body, and he couldn't climb back out, Xiao Leitang exerted all his strength and finally managed to get ashore. He felt dizzy and quickly lay down to rest. Before he could catch his breath, he heard footsteps and voices not far away. It seemed to be the villagers from Taoyuan village. He was weak and outnumbered, so he couldn't confront them head-on. Xiao Leitang immediately turned over and hid in the grass. Sure enough, it was that group of villagers. They came to fetch water from the lake, talking about planting seeds and mentioning a bad premonition, urging everyone to unite. Before long, they left, leaving Xiao Leitang in confusion. What seeds? What major event was about to happen? Despite his doubts, he understood he couldn't stay here for long. So he stood up and walked in a direction. He still wanted revenge. No matter who could deal with Xiao Qingyu, even if it was a monster. He was willing to support it. That girl had made him lose too much. If it weren't for her, so many things wouldn't have happened. As Xiao Leitang thought and walked, another accident occurred. Chapter 90. What he cared about the most, Xiao Leitang was completely stunned. What kind of misfortune did Su Lu, the person he had entered into, have? One moment he fell into the lake, and the next he was injured by a trap. How unlucky could he be? After great effort, Xiao Leitang finally managed to toss the trap aside. But his ankle hurt badly, and blood was flowing profusely. The worst part was that he had nothing to bandage or disinfect the wound. This body hadn't eaten for several days, and his strength was severely depleted. Xiao Leitang thought he would soon lose his life again. He didn't understand. Was it to deliberately give him hope only to torture him? What had he done wrong? Xiao Leitang couldn't complain for too long because his wound became infected, he lost too much blood, and combined with his exhaustion, his consciousness began to fade. His eyelids felt heavy, as if pressed down by something weighing thousands of pounds, unable to lift them. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before Xiao Leitang's eyes. Who was it? Was it Xiao Qingyu? Did she know he was still alive? So she had been silently watching him, trying to trip him up, deliberately making him think he was falling into despair and dying again. With her abilities, she could definitely do that. Xiao Leitang was furious. No matter how poorly he treated Xiao Qingyu, at least he had left her alive and allowed her to live comfortably for over a decade as the young lady of the Xiao family. Although there were no bonds of birth, there was at least the bond of raising her, right? This ungrateful person not only brought about her own death, but now wanted to use sorcery to make him suffer repeatedly. Was there no justice left? The more Xiao Leitang thought about it, the angrier he became, but at the same time, he noticed something miraculous. He was still alive. His consciousness had not disappeared. In fact, he was becoming increasingly clear-headed. However, the white light before him was strange. It seemed to show him what he had been thinking about before dying. In truth, he already knew without looking. It was simply that he had not been able to take revenge and that his beloved daughter, Xiao Zhiling, had not been found. Thinking of Xiao Zhiling, Xiao Leitang felt immense pain. This child was very well-behaved, considerate, and even knew how to act cute, much more likable than the gentle Xiao Qingyu. She could compensate for the pain that the woman and Xiao Qingyu had brought him. Therefore, even though Xiao Leitang knew that Xiao Zhiling was quite arrogant behind the scenes and loved to bully Xiao Qingyu, he accepted it. It was just children's petty quarrels. Until later, when the Xiao family had to send one of their daughters to sacrifice to the zombie to calm the people's anger. At that time, everyone said that Xiao Zhiling was his most beloved daughter, and sending her for the sacrifice would be the most convincing. Xiao Leitang felt conflicted. He didn't want anyone to go. Later, when Xiao Zhiling brought out a paternity test, claiming that Xiao Qingyu was not his biological daughter, in an instant, Xiao Leitang lost his reason, and the cover he had maintained for years was torn away. He lost all his face. Thus, he chose to let Xiao Qingyu go for the sacrifice. From then on, he felt nothing but disgust for this ungrateful child, and his resentment towards that woman increased. Xiao Leitang sneered. However, the scene before him shocked him. This time, he was truly about to die. Yet he was still thinking about the woman who had betrayed him and brought him endless humiliation. Xiao Leitang, how low can you go? The next moment, Xiao Leitang was stunned, because in front of him was the scene of that accident from 20 years ago. At that time, he had no power, working hard outside while the woman managed the household at home. Suddenly, a former subordinate barged in, attempting to make a move on the woman, but she threatened him with death. Unable to succeed, the subordinate fled. Upon returning home, he noticed a small amount of blood on the woman and saw her disheveled, slumped on the bed. He never considered that his wife had gone through a struggle and was exhausted, rather than exhibiting signs of infidelity. All he felt was blame and anger. Now, looking back, Xiao Leitang felt he was utterly worthless. Why couldn't he have had a bit more trust? So, is Xiao Qingyu really his daughter? Had he treated his daughter like this all these years? Xiao Leitang felt his mind was about to explode. This information was too sudden. He couldn't know what was true or false. Or perhaps it was just the scene he most hoped to see in his heart. Yes, it must be imagination. It can't be real. But Xiao Leitang was even more confused. Why did he wish to see this scene instead of reuniting with Xiao Zhiling? Could it be that, deep down, he truly hoped to see such a scene? The bloodline of the woman and Xiao Qingyu was ultimately his deepest obsession. Xiao Leitang suddenly felt a great pain. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared again. Surrounding them was a white light, like a kind-hearted angel, coming down to enlighten and save him. Leitang, I am so disappointed in you. It was her voice. Xiao Leitang changed his previously proud demeanor, kneeling on the ground with a face full of guilt and despair. He felt he must have died, completely dead. Otherwise, how could he see this woman? Xiao Leitang blinked and tentatively called out the woman's name. Yin'er Lin family. Xiao Qingyu skillfully arrived at the bedroom of Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family, only to find him absent. If he wasn't there, so be it. Her coming here meant she had notified them. And it wasn't like she had gone to the treasury without saying a word. She still had her moral bottom line. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Qingyu caught sight of Lin Feng's bookshelf out of the corner of her eye. She remembered the last time the old man had performed an operation here, extracting Lin Xingyun's placental blood and heart blood. After thinking it over, Xiao Qingyu decided to break her bottom line just this once. What she needed to do was very important. It could be seen as the old man accumulating blessings for himself and atoning for the troublesome descendants like Lin Yaozong. Xiao Qingyu approached the bookshelf, intending to destroy it directly, using the simplest method to break the mechanism and obtain what she wanted. However, she found a note on the nearby table. Picking it up, she saw it was written by Lin Feng, left for her. To Miss Xiao, I suspect you will visit again soon, and I welcome your arrival, including your access to the treasury. However, it was not intentional. Before I set off, I accidentally broke the heart blood of Xingyun, making it impossible to create the key. The placental blood is still here, so you'll have to find a way yourself. Chapter 91. The truth about her identity. How could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Qingyu didn't believe it, but the facts proved it to be true. Inside the secret door, there was only placental blood left. The heart blood was reduced to mere remnants in the bottle and dried bloodstains. Lin Feng had cherished that bottle of heart blood, and now it was a pity. Perhaps it was heaven's arrangement. A hint that dealing with the Hydra monster was not that simple. She took a deep breath and bowed to the 2 bottles of blood. After all, it was also a pitiful person, deserving of respect. After doing this, Xiao Qingyu carefully placed the placental blood into her storage bag and walked toward the pond in the Lin family's backyard. On the way, she casually grabbed a servant to inquire. Xiao Qingyu learned that many changes had occurred in the Lin family in recent days, and there were very few servants and guards left to watch over the place, with people secretly fleeing every day. They feared that a significant change would happen in the Lin family, so they wanted to leave early for a safer place. It turned out that Lin Yaozong had gone missing without reason, and Lin Feng and Lin Xingyu believed it was the work of the country, immediately gathering people to go there. This departure had no return date, leaving the Lin family mostly empty. The most capable people had left, and naturally, some frightened servants had also run away. Although they had resources and strength, they were facing a powerful creature like the Hydra monster, a case of eggs hitting stones. What she needed to do now was to become even stronger. All the way, Xiao Qingyu moved unobstructed. The layers of mechanisms and passwords that she originally had to pass through had already been unlocked by someone in advance. It must have been Lin Feng's handiwork. After all, if they couldn't reach the last layer without the key, no magic or weapon could break through. Soon, Xiao Qingyu stood in front of the last password door. The tools to make the key were laid out before her. She remembered the steps, but she was missing the most crucial material. Xiao Qingyu thought of something, the important information mentioned by System Xiao Qi. Since the time had not yet come, she couldn't check it for now. It seemed like a telepathic connection, and an electronic screen appeared before her. You have an important message to check. Xiao Qingyu did not hesitate and clicked to view it. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new identity, Lin Xingyun's daughter. What? Xiao Qingyu was somewhat shocked and a bit confused. She knew in her heart that the system could not be lying. However, that woman who left home for love and died for love, whom she had once looked down upon, was actually her biological mother. All this time, Xiao Jilin's claims about her identity were finally revealed. But Xiao Qingyu's feelings were complicated. She hadn't cared much about this mother, even feeling a bit of disdain. Love-struck, foolish, leaving her daughter to suffer in the world. Yet, Xiao Qingyu also understood that Lin Xingyun was also a victim. She had died in childbirth because of her. There was no point in pursuing right or wrong in these matters. The root of the problem was only one: the irresponsible Xiao Leitang. Mother, you have suffered. Xiao Qingyu tightened her grip on the bottle containing Lin Xingyun's placental blood. At that moment, it seemed like the mother and daughter recognized and communicated through their blood. After all, didn't some of her mother's blood flow through her veins? Wait, Xiao Qingyu discovered a blind spot. Perhaps her heart blood could also be used to make the key? She closed her eyes, pressing her mother's placental blood close to her heart. Mother, can I do this? Of course, do what you want to do. I will always support you and protect you, dear daughter. It was gentle and soft, giving a feeling of infinite warmth and strength. Was this the legendary maternal love? Xiao Qingyu opened her eyes and took a small knife from her pocket. Extracting heart blood was very dangerous and painful, but Xiao Qingyu was unafraid. Her mother had done the same back then. She wasn't afraid, and neither did she need to be. Moreover, there were so many people and such a vast, beautiful future waiting for her. In the next second, the sharp blade pierced her chest. Xiao Qingyu quickly grabbed another bottle, using magic to extract the heart blood and stop the bleeding from the wound. Her lips turned quite pale. After a brief rest, she recovered. Xiao Qingyu didn't want to waste time. She quickly mixed her mother's placental blood with her own heart blood to create the key to open the last door. Successfully entering, that glowing green object was still there. She walked over, sincerely praying, hoping that heaven could point her in a clear direction. Then, a miracle happened. The green light shone brighter, projecting a miniature green world into the air. Xiao Qingyu clearly saw that at the center of this world, there was a very tall tree with dense branches and leaves. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the tree of life that she had planted with her own hands? Then, the image kept shrinking, almost freezing on the tree. It clearly showed a white light in the middle of the tree's trunk. After some effort, she figured it out. The white light contained a seed that was slowly growing into a fruit, and then it stopped changing, and the projection disappeared. Xiao Qingyu seemed to understand something. She must protect the tree of life and allow it to bear fruit that could save everything. However, she also noticed something else. During the growth of the fruit, many golden dots floated in from around and gathered on it, enabling it to continue growing. This meant that she had to find a way to produce these golden dots. Xiao Qingyu wanted to ask again, but the green light dimmed, seemingly unwilling to let her gain without effort. After some thought, she opened her mouth. Respected one, I will do my utmost to make more people cherish the environment, to let more people hold gratitude and respect for nature, and to be filled with hope for the future. Please give me strength and support. As soon as she finished speaking, the green light flickered a few times and then brightened. Xiao Qingyu smiled with relief. It seemed her guess was correct. Like the Hydra monster, the life fruit also needed nourishment and energy. In contrast, the Hydra monster liked to absorb human grievances, unyielding resentment, vanity, and other extremely negative emotions. But what the life fruit needed was human kindness, an uplifting spirit, and the power of hope. It was positive. Chapter 92. The Hydra monster strikes again since ancient times. There has been a saying, evil cannot suppress righteousness. People must move forward, and all things will always grow towards the sun. Long-term immersion in grievances and willingly sinking into darkness will ultimately lead to losses and a short life. After receiving a response, Xiao Qingyu bowed in thanks to the green light. Next, there was work to be done. She decided to name this mountain Dongshan. It is located in the east, and also because Huagua is a major country in the east, and they wanted to rise again from Dongshan. Dongshan. Lin Xingqian came forward to welcome her. Looking at the man in front of her, Xiao Qingyu felt a tightness in her chest. She now understood why she felt pity for this person during their first meeting. She was not someone with a particularly kind heart who meddled in others' affairs. Initially, she did good deeds merely to complete her tasks. Only after going through so much and encountering many people did her cold heart gradually melt. But Lin Xingqian was a variable. Now she had found the answer. It turned out he was her uncle. What's wrong, master? Seeing Xiao Qingyu's unusual state, Lin Xingqian couldn't help but ask with concern. Nothing, maybe just a bit tired from the journey. Xiao Qingyu shook her head. She did not intend to tell Lin Xingqian about this matter right now. She would wait until the Hydra monster was dealt with, and everything settled, and the world was at peace before discussing it. Finding family was a double joy. Xiao Qingyu could see that Lin Xingqian had a good relationship with her mother. Lin Xingyu. Otherwise, her mother wouldn't have secretly guided her to notice her uncle and save him. Okay, I'll prepare food and hot water for you, Lin Xingqian said and went off to prepare. Xiao Qingyu didn't stop him but couldn't help saying, from now on, don't call me master. Just call me by my name. This is an order, don't ask why. Looking at the woman's back, Lin Xingqian was extremely confused. Why not let me call you master anymore? Forget it. Women's thoughts are hard to predict. Whatever she says, just do it. After a brief rest, Xiao Qingyu shared her plan. She intended to establish a new safe base, expand her influence in a short time, and gather more people to protect the environment. Additionally, these people needed to have kind intentions and start with small daily tasks to contribute energy and nourishment for the life fruit. It was a mutually beneficial endeavor. The Hydra monster was too powerful. If no one could stop it, it would destroy the land and humanity. At that time, it wouldn't just be ordinary innocent people. Even those bad people who provided it with grievance nourishment would also lose their lives. Lin Xinhe was a good example. He initially hoped to use the Hydra monster's power to become stronger and secure the #1 position in the world. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Losing consciousness, his body was occupied by the Hydra monster, and he completely disappeared from this world. This world is vast. Every country has many safe bases and small strongholds established by ordinary people. However, even so, many people's lives and safety are not guaranteed. Therefore, Xiao Qingyu prepared to gather these people first, and then gradually expand the range of her safe base. She decided to choose Taoyuan Village as the starting point for the safe base because it currently has the best environment in the country, a large area, and the potential for development. Moreover, the villagers of Taoyuan Village have good character, and they can surely encourage newcomers to live positively and engage in the great cause of building a better world for the future. Without delay, Xiao Qingyu immediately went to Taoyuan Village. As she expected, the villagers fully supported her decision. Although they were somewhat reluctant, the world and the environment belonged to everyone. They could not remain stagnant and gamble their fate on this piece of land. Miss Xiao, you are our benefactor. We have carefully considered your decision, and it is indeed for the best of all of us. Therefore, we all support you. You say how to do it, and we will do our utmost. Xiao Qingyu felt very gratified and happy. She told everyone to send some people out to bring in those without fixed safe bases and teach them the few small tasks she had assigned. The more people there are, the greater the power, just like cells proliferating. One person can develop 10, and then continue to develop 100, 1,000, or even tens of thousands. Many hands make light work, and moreover, sowing seeds, cherishing every blade of grass and tree, and treating animals kindly are all small things that can be done daily. When many small things accumulate, they can gather like droplets of water into a vast ocean. The power is immense. Only when more and more people have hope and determination for the future can this world have hope for improvement. 1 day, 2 days, 3 or 4 days. In just a week, Xiao Qingyu's future safe base had expanded to 100 times the original Taoyuan village. Just as she thought, there are still many good people in this world, even if they are not good people in the traditional sense. Many ordinary people do not want to suffer the pain of the apocalypse and fear death. They want to live ordinary and safe lives. In any case, as long as they have a heart towards the sun, they need not worry about their future. Xiao Qingyu was also busy. She used magic to travel abroad, establishing many safe bases overseas and gathering those who also yearned for freedom and hope. And she learned of the Hydra monster's plans. It had controlled the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Abe Yoshifumi, making him use his strengths to torment people as much as possible, attempting to turn those people into creators of grievance nourishment. And the facts proved that the Hydra monster did not bet on the wrong horse. First, it targeted its own citizens, and then it reached out to surrounding countries. While Xiao Qingyu was establishing various safe bases, it had already harmed thousands of people. Xiao Qingyu clearly remembered that when she first established a safe base in her country, many people from Sakura Country came to seek refuge. They said they were suffering and could barely survive. Under the control of the Hydra monster, Abe Bun is considered a more terrifying existence than zombies in their hearts. Days have passed, and the strength of the Hydra monster has undoubtedly increased. It will soon make a comeback. Xiao Qingyu looked at the life fruits on the tree of life, her expression somewhat heavy. Chapter 93 Major violations. The seeds within the light points are growing at a rate that cannot keep up with the seeds in other places growing into trees. It is still just a green seedling, and she doesn't know when it will bloom and bear fruit. Patience is required. Xiao Qingyu cannot force it. Perhaps it is Heaven's way of reminding her that protecting the environment cannot be accomplished overnight. It requires accumulation over time to show their sincerity to the heavens. Qingyu. A voice came from under the tree. It was Lin Xingchen. What's wrong? It's a telegram from Sakura Country. Lin Xingqian handed the device to Xiao Qingyu. Their wording is crude, and they mean no good. It seems they are declaring war. I suspected as much. Xiao Qingyu replied calmly. Her future safe base has already grown strong and is spread across many countries, even if some countries have not yet established bases. The influence of her base has already extended far and wide. It can be said that her safe base symbolizes the ordinary and the good, becoming a significant part of the world's power. The other major force is REBORN under the control of the Hydra monster. These people were mostly leaders from previously powerful factions, driven by a distorted mindset of not wanting others to live well if they cannot. They are jealous and resentful that Xiao Qingyu's side is not under their control and has abundant resources and strong power. So they want to declare war to gain supreme status. There is no need to be afraid. Xiao Qingyu is confident in her strength and that of everyone in the base. I also believe we will win, Lin Xingqian said firmly. Qingyu, brother Xingqian. Lizzie flapped her large wings and hurriedly flew down from the sky. What happened? Xiao Qingyu asked. Not good. I saw many strange creatures I've never seen before appearing at the bottom of the sea. They must be mutated sea creatures affected by nuclear wastewater. They're all heading towards Sakura Country. And yes, one of them seems very familiar to me. It could be considered a specialty of Sakura Country. Lin Xingqian couldn't help but be curious. What is it? Lizzie wore a mysterious expression. Oh, it's Godzilla. Oh, great. Xiao Qingyu smiled helplessly. She should know where these monsters came from. Besides that underwater tunnel, there shouldn't be any other place, right? What is more shocking and worrying is that the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, what is his name, REBORN, can actually command these monsters, which means those monsters are coming to support him. Damn, now they have more helpers to deal with us. This indeed sounded infuriating and tricky. Don't be afraid. They can find helpers, and so can we. Xiao Qingyu appeared very confident. Lizzie believed in her, but the strength of the Hydra monster was too strong, and they had also brought other bizarre creatures. While they each had their strengths, if they were honest, only Xiao Qingyu could fight against the Hydra monster. She worried that without help from a monster like Godzilla, Xiao Qingyu would struggle. Believe in her and believe in us. Lin Xingqian patted Lizzie's shoulder. The two looked at Xiao Qingyu and saw she was deep in thought, so they quietly left, not wanting to disturb her. It's not easy for this guy to show up. Xiao Qingyu threw all her questions out at once. First, about whether she would disappear after the world returned to green. Xiao Qi, dear host, you will not disappear after completing the ultimate task. The specifics will be revealed in due time. The voice of the system, Xiao Qi, suddenly lowered. Xiao Qingyu nodded expressionlessly. In reality, she couldn't help but complain internally. She wanted to share this, but someone had to know about your live broadcast system, right? Xiao Qi, the host can make appropriate adjustments to the task based on their suggestions. Gifts sent in the live room can also be exchanged for physical items and placed in your storage bag. Xiao Qi. Second, this live broadcast is not time-limited, and it will continue indefinitely except during the host's rest periods. Xiao Qi. Third, during this live broadcast, world managers will periodically come in to watch and issue some small hidden tasks. If the host completes them perfectly, rewards can be obtained, which will help with the completion of the ultimate task. Xiao Qi. Fourth, this live broadcast will receive special attention from the World Live Broadcast System. Due to its high difficulty, you will be given certain traffic support and assistance. This has been previously communicated to you. Xiao Qi. Following up on the previous point, the World Live Broadcast System will pay special attention. If you engage in major violations during the live broadcast, it will terminate the broadcast and impose certain penalties. What? Xiao Qingyu's expression finally changed. After all, she had never heard of such a rule before. It seemed that the sudden silence made the system Xiao Qi feel something was off, so it immediately softened its tone to explain. Xiao Qi, sorry host. Since your previous task completion was very high and audience feedback was good, it was privately determined that you need not worry about these precautions. However, given the high attention on this ultimate task, it must be emphasized. Xiao Qingyu understood. It was truly unexpected. She never thought that performing too well before would lead to such a problem. What are the major violations? Tell me. Xiao Qi. Common ones include cannot exhibit rebellious or just behaviors, cannot employ child labor, cannot use excessive profanity, etc. Since the content of the live broadcast is related to revenge and conflict, killing and bloodshed are normal occurrences, so the host need not worry about that. Xiao Qi, the less common one, which is also the point that the host needs to be most cautious about. Xiao Qingyu immediately focused, not wanting to miss it. Xiao Qi, you absolutely cannot accidentally kill innocent people. If the innocent are children, it will be cumulative, a very serious violation. Chapter 94, A Terrifying and Respectable Opponent, Xiao Qi. You will face very severe penalties, which will seriously affect the progress of the ultimate live broadcast task. The consequences were so serious. Xiao Qingyu furrowed her brows, firmly determined to be cautious. Xiao Qi, I believe with the hostess abilities and character. As long as you adhere to the usual task standards, these problems will not arise. As the saying goes, one should not speak too soon. Although Xiao Qingyu was confident in herself, what she feared most was the sudden change right at the critical moment. Okay, I will do my best. Xiao Qi, go for it, host. After explaining all this, the system quickly slipped away. Xiao Qingyu looked up at the sky, moved her eyes and limbs. Taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily, this battle for survival will undoubtedly be very difficult. Miss Xiao, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind her. Xiao Qingyu's expression immediately turned cold, and upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of impatience. The visitor was Lin Xingyu. The old man has fought more battles than the young have had meals. His sharp eyes could tell at once that a major battle was about to commence. And with his and the Lin family's capabilities, they could not contend against it. Thus, he lowered his stance and handed over the large force brought by the Lin family to Xiao Qingyu for her management and use. He would become Xiao Qingyu's capable assistant. Since Lin Feng had come, Lin Xingchen naturally had to follow. Originally, considering that Lin Feng had helped her a lot, and also due to the fact that he was her grandfather, Xiao Qingyu didn't want to hold any grudges. But Lin Xingchen was different. He harmed his own siblings, cut off all contact after his mother left home, and constantly slandered her. Xiao Qingyu knew in her heart that she could not forgive this uncle, who could hardly be called a relative, on behalf of her mother. She had no right to do so, and she did not want to forgive him herself. Lin Xingchen would definitely not forgive him either. For now, they were just temporarily ignoring each other and coexisting peacefully, waiting to resolve internal conflicts after defeating the enemy together. Cough, Miss Xiao. I have completed the tasks you assigned me. Is there anything else you need me to do? Feel free to ask. Unlike his previous arrogance, Lin Xingyu now looked like a wilted eggplant, lacking the once formidable fire. He had become more subdued and seemed somewhat human-like. Perhaps it was due to his guilty conscience or maybe fear of himself. After all, the person who almost killed Lin Xingyu back then was her. Currently, there's nothing particularly needed. Just stay with your father and manage the base well. Xiao Qingyu casually dismissed him. Lin Xingyu could certainly tell that the other party's attitude was not very good, but he understood why. So he did not waste time with unnecessary talk and quickly turned to leave. He came here only to tell Xiao Qingyu that he would change and was already in the process of changing. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he would do his best to accomplish what needed to be done. He would not be a burden if he couldn't help. After Lin Xingyu left, Xiao Qingyu pinched the bridge of her nose and called for Lin Xingchen. Setting aside the fact that he was a relative she had just learned about, he was her most trusted and capable assistant. Therefore, she needed to assign him a few tasks. Tell everyone that there will be actions from Sakura Country soon, and they must not let their guard down or become disorganized. Just focus on doing their own jobs well, and it shouldn't be too deliberate. The main thing is sincerity and developing habits. Additionally, gather the elderly, women, and children who are physically weak, as well as the injured men, into a separate area, and send more troops to protect them, trying to keep them away from the front lines. This is the most primitive method. Currently, they must not be given the chance to run around, which can to some extent avoid mistakenly killing them with their own hands. Lin Xingchen nodded, thinking that these were common tactics in warfare, so he did not think much of it. However, he unexpectedly ran into the last person he wanted to see. Xingchen. Lin Xingyu smiled somewhat ingratiatingly. Lin Xingchen didn't want to pay him any attention, his fists clenched and hanging by his sides. To be honest, he really wanted to kill Lin Xingyu. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be hanging by a thread and wouldn't have been forced to leave home. But Lin Xingyu also made him see the ugly face of the Lin family, prompting him to abandon the darkness and seek the light. Lin Xingchen never expected that fate would be so cruel, that he wasn't the only one who had abandoned the dark. Lin Xingyu had transformed into his companion. He didn't want to admit it, but for now, that was the case. Xingchen, what are you going to do? Is there anything I can help with? Don't worry. Whatever it is, I'll do my best. Lin Xingyu saw Lin Xingchen's expression darken and knew he couldn't force a reunion and waste time, so he hurriedly stated his purpose. He wanted to help. If possible, I just want to kill Lin Xinhai, and then after Abe and the others, I'll kill you. Kill you. Lin Xingyu was somewhat shocked and at a loss. He clearly did not expect that after these few days, Lin Xingchen's attitude towards him would still be so hostile, offering no goodwill as an ally. When he stood there unsure of what to do, Lin Xingchen had already left with a cold expression. Sigh, I should have known. If hatred could be easily dispelled, this world would have been peaceful and beautiful long ago. Lin Xingyu realized how foolish and cruel he used to be. Today's experience was all retribution for his actions, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing his younger brother would harbor less hatred towards him, even if it was just a lukewarm attitude like that towards their father. This way, both of them might feel much better inside, not being affected by guilt or hatred. Lin Xingyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. He took a deep breath, quickly rallied his spirits, and hurriedly followed the direction Lin Xingchen had left. Wanted to see what Lin Xingchen was going to do and to help as much as he could. Of course, he had to help in secret and avoid being around him to prevent annoyance. Sakura Country. That dead girl from Huagua actually dared to ignore my declaration of war? I see she doesn't want to die quickly and insists on suffering a bit first. Abe Xiongwen cursed angrily. Hey, you can't underestimate this girl. She is a formidable and respectable opponent. Chapter 95. Beware of eavesdroppers. A man's light laughter came from the side. In this day and age, it is rare to encounter a worthy opponent to take seriously and fight with all your might. Naturally, Abe Xiongwen did not dare to contradict the one backing him, who had helped him become the apparent world's #1 boss. Realizing he had misspoken, he hurriedly nodded and flattered Xiao Qingyu. Yes. Miss Xiao is indeed a rare talent. At such a young age, she has achieved so much and established the second largest base besides ours. Truly impressive. What a pity. She can't be used by us, insisting on standing against you. I believe that no matter how capable she is, she will ultimately be defeated by you. The Hydra monster chuckled coldly. Everyone could see that Abe Xiongwen was just flattering himself. However, who doesn't like to hear sweet words? Just that overly belittling the opponent would make oneself seem less powerful and quite foolish as well. Otherwise, how could they be held back by someone so weak? Fortunately, Abe Xiongwen had some brains. How have you handled the matters I assigned you? The Hydra monster casually picked up a figurine from the battle map model, lightly tracing its surface with his finger. You can be sure that I will put in my utmost effort to accomplish what you assigned. Abe Xiongwen had a look of pride. I believe in your abilities. However, there is something even more important now. Do you remember Lin Yaozong? Abe Xiongwen thought for a moment and nodded vigorously like a garlic masher. Of course I remember. That kid is full of resentment, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Like a poorly trained wolf dog, barking and biting at everyone, giving me a headache. When he first met Lin Yaozong, he found him different from other captured pigs. Most of those were half dead, lacking consciousness, like machines providing dark energy to the Hydra monster. But Lin Yaozong still managed to retain a bit of his awareness. He often complained, "Why did you abandon me? I am the only grandson of the Lin family. I am the future heir of the Lin family. You all should die." Although it sounded like a compliment, it felt strange and made one itch, as if they wanted to sneeze. Find a way to send this guy over to Xiao Qingyu's side to gather some information. The Hydra monster issued the task lightly, seemingly considering it simple and easy. Sure, it could be accomplished. After he left, Abe Xiongwen wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, sending a spy over to the opposing force. Especially to Xiao Qingyu's side? Isn't that overestimating myself? Abe Xiongwen recalled that he had indeed thought about placing his own spies there in the past. The chosen method was to let the spies pretend to be refugees, following the main force to the future base established by Xiao Qingyu. However, everyone under Xiao Qingyu was exceptionally sharp, always able to accurately identify and drive away the spies he sent from various angles, even from the most cunning perspectives. In order for Lin Yaozong to evade the investigation and blend in with Xiao Qingyu to obtain useful information, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Abe Hirabumi's mind was racing, and suddenly he had a bright idea. It is said that Chinese culture is profound and extensive, and there's a book called The 36 Stratagems, one of which is called the feigning injury stratagem, right? And another one, isn't it called eavesdropping on the wall? He remembered that there were still people from the Lin family on Xiao Qingyu's side. He believed they would not neglect the only grandson of the Lin family. Abe Hirabumi smiled smugly. He immediately instructed his subordinates to deal with Lin Yaozong properly and throw him on the route that leads to China from abroad. Miss Xiao, get ready to receive the grand gift we are sending over. Ha ha ha. At the future safe base, the coastal sub-base, Lizzie was skilled in water activities and often busied herself at the coastal sub-base, joining the crowd at the base. One day, while managing as usual, she noticed something different. What is this thing you brought? Noticing something was amiss, Lizzie hurriedly stepped forward to stop and inquire. The ones being stopped were two compatriots. They chattered away, gesturing as they spoke, during which they pointed to the dark object they had brought. Fortunately, Lizzie was fluent in multiple languages. Otherwise, she wouldn't have understood them at all. The two compatriots said they found it on their way to China. Initially, they thought it was an abandoned item, but when they touched it and found it warm, they quickly checked and discovered it was a living person. However, this person was particularly unfortunate. Their facial features were burned beyond recognition, and their legs were disabled and bound in a strange position, resembling a turtle with its limbs pulled into its shell. They were filthy and pitiful to look at. Since they were all refugees seeking shelter, seeing this person in such a state, and noting that they had the unique black hair of the Chinese, they kindly brought the person along. This also demonstrated their sincere intention to join the base and be friendly towards China. After hearing their explanation, Lizzie also found the person in front of her very pitiful, especially the disabled legs, which reminded her of herself. However, she had to be cautious because this was a critical moment, and it was hard to guarantee that it wasn't a deliberate ploy by the Hydra monster to discuss them. You go to the base first. I'll handle things here. After sending the two kind compatriots away, Lizzie began to examine the injured person. His legs were forcibly folded against his waist. His face was covered in scars. He couldn't speak and seemed deaf as well. He resembled a terrifying form of ancient torture known as human pig. Just a glance gave Lizzie goosebumps. It was indeed a pitiful sight. Surviving to this point was not easy at all. After confirming there was no danger, Lizzie had him sent to the sub-base managed by Lin Xingchen. This place was located in a relatively remote area of China, mostly housing weak and problematic individuals of all ages, with children being the majority. Lin Xingchen then conducted a full-body examination on the man, ensuring he had no tracking devices or dangerous items before allowing him to stay. He then briefed those nearby and left, completely unaware that this person was his own nephew. Chapter 96. He comes to surrender. This indicated that Lin Yaozong had been thoroughly destroyed. Even close relatives would find it difficult to recognize his true identity. Abe Hirabumi felt very clever and proud of himself. He was exploiting the fact that most people who could go to the future safe base were psychologically normal and compassionate. Moreover, in their eyes, Lin Yaozong was mute and deaf, like a useless person, and they would not deliberately avoid or guard against him if he said or did something. TSK, TSK, TSK. Miss Xiao, no matter how capable you are, you ultimately cannot manage every single person in the base. You're still too kind. To ensure these people won't betray you, you must oppress and exploit them to the end. After all, how could the living dead betray you? At this moment, Abe Hirabumi, through the magical mirror given to him by the Hydra monster, was spying on the surroundings of Lin Yaozong and listening to the sounds around him. Lin Yaozong was indeed blinded and deafened, but others would not suspect that his eyes and ears were merely borrowed by the Hydra monster for Abe Hirabumi's temporary use. This meant that Abe Hirabumi could use Lin Yaozong as a human surveillance device to gather information firsthand. The big shot truly is a big shot. Abe Hirabumi sighed. With Lin Yaozong as a human surveillance camera, he immediately learned that Xiao Qingyu had isolated a group of weak individuals for special protection and specifically instructed them not to wander around. She must be worried that these people would be affected by the war and would not have a chance to survive later. TSK, isn't that a bit too saintly? Over the years, in any war, how could there be no bloodshed? Moreover, once the war started, those fighting at the front would surely die, while the old, weak, sick, and disabled could hide behind and enjoy the spoils. Isn't this treatment a bit unfair? If she were really that kind-hearted, would she be willing to let those who fought alongside her live and die go to their deaths? Abe Hirobumi always felt that Xiao Qingyu's arrangements had ulterior motives. However, with his intellect and understanding of Xiao Qingyu, he certainly couldn't figure it out. Better report to the big shot quickly. Abe Hirobumi didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran to find Lin Xinhe. It seemed he had mentioned that he disliked the air here. Indeed, Sakura Country is surrounded by the sea, and it was the one that initially promoted the discharge of nuclear wastewater, so the water quality and surrounding air were not great. Abe Hirobumi didn't think too much about it. He was only responsible for exploiting the common people and providing the big shot with something called black gas as nourishment. Yes, they didn't recognize him and even placed him among a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the subbase. Right, I saw it. There are a lot of children. It seems that Lin Xingchen specifically instructed them not to run to the front, saying it was dangerous and that mistakes must not happen. Abe Hirobumi's throat was nearly smoking as he tried to relay everything he saw and heard, not daring to forget even a little detail. Until he stopped to catch his breath, the other side finally allowed themselves to give him a line. Truly cold and heartless. Although Abe Hirobumi felt frustrated and helpless, he still smiled ingratiatingly and then left in a dejected manner. He didn't know how much of a chance Lin Xinhe had, but he was completely unruffled. Whatever. In the end, everyone dies. At least he could enjoy a brief moment of glory now, being number one in the world, once he reaches the afterlife. His ancestors would surely praise his talents. Abe Hirobumi shook his head and stopped thinking further. Lin Yaozong had been at the future safe base for 3 days, and no one noticed anything unusual. The reason he could disguise himself was largely that few people familiar with him came here, especially Lin Xingchen and others. They were important subordinates of Xiao Qingyu and were to remain at the main base center. Each subbase was guarded and managed by other relatively trustworthy individuals. His situation was not over yet. Another person suddenly appeared on Xiao Qingyu's side, claiming to surrender. Isn't that Su Lu? The base center is located between Taiyuan Village and Dongshan. Therefore, the old Lu here recognized that the person surrendering was Su Lu and couldn't help but shout in surprise. Besides being shocked that this person was still alive, he also harbored deep hatred for those who invaded Taiyuan Village. Old Lu's shout attracted others, who gathered around to examine closely. Sure enough, it was that damn Su Lu. Although this guy usually stayed in the village, slacking off, he particularly enjoyed using his authority to bully and exploit the villagers. Therefore, everyone's impression of him was extremely poor. Being a subordinate of the deceased Xiao Leitang, he certainly couldn't be given a good ending. The villagers were clamoring to execute Su Lu. Amid the noise, Xiao Qingyu finally appeared. Upon seeing her, Su Lu, who had the soul of Xiao Leitang within him, immediately straightened his back. Just now, he had faced the crowd's insults with complete calmness and indifference, because he had far too many souls under his command. As the head of the family, dealing with disputes and establishing a base, how could he not have a few lives on his hands? Regardless of whether the dead were innocent or not, he would inevitably be stained with blood. Therefore, he felt no guilt or fear. However, when facing Xiao Qingyu, he felt a sense of debt. Xiao Leitang never expected that Xiao Qingyu would actually turn out to be the daughter of him and Lin Xingyun. Su Lu, are you actively seeking death by coming here? Xiao Qingyu mocked. Back when she, Lin Xingchen, and the entire village of Taoyuan practiced their skills, they annihilated Xiao Leitang and his subordinates in 2 waves. As a result, Su Lu escaped that disaster, and for so many days, no one found him, and now he appeared before everyone unscathed. Wasn't that just asking for death? I came sincerely to surrender, and I hope Miss Xiao can give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Su Lu, under the soul of Xiao Leitang, exuded an air of confidence and authority. This was not the Su Lu that everyone remembered. It was more like two completely different people, entirely unrelated. Surrender? Chapter 97. Stirring up public anger, Xiao Qingyu then focused her gaze and scrutinized Sulu. He indeed looked different than before. Perhaps having survived a brush with death and spent over 10 days in the wilderness had transformed him and made him more insightful. Lizzie was indignant beside her. The other villagers nodded in agreement, fully supporting her words. Xiao Qingyu did not speak, but her silence represented a form of tacit approval. Anyone who genuinely wanted to move forward, who felt guilt and reverence, who harbored no convoluted thoughts, regardless of their past deeds or whether their hands were stained with blood, Xiao Qingyu would allow them to join. After all, in the realm of biodiversity, not everyone could be good and kind, having never taken a life. Those who survived in the apocalypse, especially the strong and robust, must have some burdens on their shoulders. However, someone like Sulu, who had committed numerous wrongdoings in the past and had witnessed his companions and leader being killed in explosions or poisoned, would undoubtedly have complex emotions. Xiao Qingyu did not forget that among those who died with Xiao Leitang in the mine was a man named Su Qi, who was Xiao Leitang's capable assistant and Su Lu's younger brother. Therefore, whether it was fear, hatred, or resentment, it could easily evolve into grievances, which could be exploited by the Hydra monster, using him as a spy. She was not foolish enough to keep a ticking time bomb by her side. The others were even less kind-hearted, wanting to eliminate Su Lu, this malignant tumor, to prevent future troubles. Su Lu was a problem, not too big, yet not too small. If not handled properly, it could stir up public anger. Even if the villagers of Taoyuan did not speak up, their hearts would still feel cold, leading to resentment that could accumulate over time. If such conflicts arose within their base, the Hydra monster would surely find an opportunity to catch them off guard. As Xiao Qingyu thought about this, her gaze gradually darkened. Su Lu, under the soul of Xiao Leitang, immediately understood his daughter's concerns and worries. If he wanted to stay, he needed to demonstrate his sincerity and prove he was useful, not harmful. He promptly knelt on one knee, took something from his pocket, and pretended to present it to Xiao Qingyu. What is this? Lizzie stood in front of Xiao Qingyu, fearing Su Lu would be disrespectful, and even more afraid he could cause harm. The other villagers also clustered together, ready to draw their weapons and confront Su Lu. Lin Xingxian remained calm. He observed the surroundings around Su Lu, confirmed there was no danger, and then approached to take the item from Su Lu's hand. Xiao Qingyu received it from Lin Xingxian and examined it closely. This thing felt familiar. A voice came from among the villagers. It was an older man who, having been physically strong in the past and served in the military, remained at the base center to contribute his strength. Uncle Chun, do you know what this is? Is it dangerous? Old Lu inquired. The man called Uncle Chun gathered his courage and approached Xiao Qingyu, scrutinizing it closely. Isn't this just the transformation device from those old TV shows? There used to be plenty of these toys around, but they stopped production later. You, thinking Miss Xiao is too young to have seen those old shows, dare to use this to fool people? As soon as this was said, everyone began to stir. Some villagers who had previously suffered at Su Lu's hands could no longer contain themselves and raised their weapons, ready to kill him. Xiao Qingyu was also puzzled about Su Lu bringing a child's toy to surrender. She did not understand whether Su Lu was truly clever or if he was a spy sent by the Hydra monster. But one thing was clear to her. If Su Lu was genuinely here to surrender and had brains, he wouldn't just stand there waiting for the furious crowd to kill him without any explanation. Just as Xiao Qingyu predicted, Su Lu indeed took action. He stood up, neither humble nor arrogant, raised the transformation device in his hand, and pressed the button. Suddenly, many beams of light gathered from all directions, converging in the red gem at the center of the device, and then refracted into a thick beam of light that shone towards the tree of life. This peculiar scene made the villagers halt their movements in confusion. They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. This thing isn't a toy. It really works? It's just a modified magnifying glass. The principle is about the same. What's so special about it? In an instant, everyone began to chatter, but unsure what to think. They decided to hold their actions for now and spare Su Lu's life. After seeing this, Xiao Qingyu summoned a virtual electronic screen that only she could see with her mind. It displayed the growth data of the tree of life and its fruits. She was astonished to find that with that beam of light, the tree of life had grown taller, and many new green sprouts of life, hope fruit had emerged. How amazing! Where did you get this? As soon as Xiao Qingyu spoke, it indicated that the item he brought was indeed useful. Only then did the villagers start to show Su Lu some goodwill. They were inherently kind and friendly. If it weren't for the oppression from Xiao Leitang and Su Lu, they wouldn't harbor such hatred and thoughts of violence. They combined old grievances with new ones. Miss Xiao, whether you believe it or not, I found this underwater. A woman in a white dress told me to give it to you, saying it would definitely be useful. Xiao Leitang recited the prearranged words. Underwater, a woman in a white dress? Upon hearing this, disbelief was written all over the villagers' faces. Who do you think you're fooling? Old Lu mocked disdainfully. But Xiao Leitang paid no mind to the others. He only wanted Xiao Qingyu to trust him, so he could stay and help. He had previously thought he was going to die, and the light he saw informed him that the current Lin Xinhai was possessed by the underwater monster Hydra, possessing tremendous power and intent on destroying the world and humanity. Its number one enemy was Xiao Qingyu. The light revealed to Xiao Leitang that the purpose of giving him a new life was to help Xiao Qingyu deal with the Hydra monster. Not for any other reason. Just because Xiao Qingyu was its daughter. Xiao Leitang was then petrified on the spot. Chapter 98. Fear brings what you dread its daughter. Wait, then it is Lin Xingyun. Xiao Leitang was very excited, but more so, he felt guilt. He did not know how to face the woman he had suspected, hated, slandered, and abandoned. He had never acknowledged his other mistakes. But Lin Xingyun and Xiao Qingyu, he really feels sorry for the two of them. The initial mistreatment of Xiao Qingyu was entirely due to Xiao Leitang's revenge on Lin Xingyun. He couldn't swallow the thought of possibly being cuckolded, and the woman he once loved died because of that burden. However, if he were truly such a despicable person, he wouldn't have spared Xiao Qingyu's life or given her the status of a young lady. In the apocalypse, he provided her with a place that could ensure her basic needs and safety. Xiao Leitang knew that these actions were actually just attempts to make amends for himself, to ease his conscience. But the dead cannot be compensated for. The living must do their utmost to make up for it. Therefore, regardless of whether Xiao Qingyu was willing to believe in him or let him stay, he would help his child to the end and achieve victory. At the very least, he couldn't let the Hydra succeed and destroy the Lin and Xiao families and ruin the world. Xiao Qingyu waved her hand, signaling Lin Xinchen to take Su Lu down for examination and placement. This meant that she intended to keep him. Lin Xinchen walked over to Su Lu expressionlessly and took him away. Xiao Leitang looked at Lin Xinchen and then at Xiao Qingyu, feeling much relieved. Having a maternal uncle by the child's side was certainly better than having this unreliable father. After Xiao Leitang left, old Lu was still a bit worried and approached Xiao Qingyu to inquire. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, trust me. Xiao Qingyu smiled and reassured him. For some reason, the current Su Lu felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Especially that gaze, full of spirit and charisma, was completely different from the lewd and incompetent man she had seen before. It made one wonder if this Su Lu had become a different person. Like Lin Xinhao, did someone else's soul occupy his body? Upon careful consideration, there was indeed a possibility. So who could the soul occupying Su Lu's body be? Why did it surrender to her and give off such a familiar feeling? Regardless, at least for now, this person wouldn't be a threat to her. Even so, Xiao Qingyu knew she couldn't let her guard down. She didn't know how long it would take to complete this. During this time, the Hydra could launch a war at any moment, and her chances of winning were not particularly high. She couldn't take risks that would jeopardize the entire world and humanity. A few days passed. With the help of the transformation device provided by Xiao Leitang and the fact that for over half a month, the people in the base had developed the habit of caring for the environment and all living things. However, Xiao Qingyu couldn't be happy for too long because Anbei Xiongwen had already begun to send troops to the coastal bases and the parts of the base connecting with the Bear Country to the west of Huagua. He wants to attack from both sides and catch them off guard. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Lin Xinchen had long anticipated their sudden attack. So many strong people were sent to guard and defend the borders of Huagua. Among them were quite a few undying zombies, significantly enhancing their military strength. Additionally, there was the transformation device sent by Su Lu. The sunlight it gathered and refracted could actually repel the underwater monsters sent by the Hydra. It made sense, as they usually lived in the dark depths of the sea and naturally couldn't withstand such powerful sunlight. Unfortunately, the Hydra had existed for a long time, and its strength was not something these ordinary mutated monsters could compare to. Moreover, it hadn't made a move yet, which meant that the transformation device was currently ineffective against it. Xiao Qingyu fought alongside others, and at the same time, the ultimate live broadcast mission of the survival battle was launched. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were her old fans. 111. I feel like I might have been a Huagua person in the past. This battle makes my blood boil and surges. It seems like that kind of anti-Sakura sentiment deep in my bones has erupted. Otherworldly fan. 222. I agree with the above. Seeing these Sakura Country folks makes me angry. Do they really think they're so impressive? They're just someone's lapdogs. They won't be able to bark for long. Alien fan. 333. If possible. All of our people want to jump into the live broadcast room to help the host sister. Watching the lion, tiger, eagle, beast fight in the air. One wing for one small plane. How cool is that? Beast World fan. Today's live broadcast room was exceptionally lively, with over 1 billion viewers. The real-time popularity ranking remained first, and gifts were frequently flooding the screen without interruption. The people in the live broadcast room were also dissatisfied about this. 444. Can you all calm down for a moment, big brothers and sisters? This is the exciting moment, and your gift effects are blocking the screen. Can't you wait a bit to send them? Unfortunately, these voices were ignored, and the gifts continued to flood in. Xiao Qingyu was busy fighting, with almost no time to check the comments in the audience area, only managing to express her gratitude to everyone amidst the chaos. At this moment, in Sakura Country, Anbei Xiongwen was furious, smashing a corner of the table with his palm. The entire army was wiped out? You really have brought me shame. I raised you, and this is how you perform. A subordinate who barely escaped was kneeling on the ground, trembling and afraid to retort. But he couldn't help but curse inside, surrounded by waves of dark energy. He was unwilling and furious. Far away in the country, the Hydra was monitoring everything, revealing a playful smile. I told you, didn't I? Resentment will continuously arise. Xiao Qingyu, you are destined to be unable to save those foolish humans. Improving the environment sounds easy, but soon you will realize that your efforts and good intentions are all in vain in front of these eternally insatiable fools. Your kindness, your painstaking efforts to make amends, will merely become a stepping stone for the fools to gain power, status, and wealth. The Hydra snorted disdainfully, then activated magic, controlling Lin Yaozong to begin moving. At the same time, it was also going to formally battle Xiao Qingyu. Let's see how powerful its opponent has become after all these days. Not good. Qingyu, a child has gone missing in the subbase. Just as one fears something, it comes. Xiao Qingyu frowned and instructed Lin Xingqian to send more people to search. Chapter 99. Someone always has to sacrifice. Just now, the Hydra appeared at the coastal subbase. It no longer needed the false identity of Lin Xinhao to avoid detection. Perhaps being very confident in its strength, believing it could destroy the Earth in one fell swoop. So it directly revealed its true form. Emerging from the depths of the sea, originally having 9 heads, it now only had 8 due to the betrayal of a small toxin. Its body was enormous, like a giant aircraft carrier. Ordinary shells hitting it felt like toy marbles bouncing off a person, merely tickling it, with no lethality whatsoever. Even the Zombie King, known for its size, was small in comparison to the Hydra. For a moment, the advantages of the future safe base diminished greatly. Previously, they had heard about the mythical beasts of Huagua, which were powerful and often fought 1 against 100. Today, they witnessed it. This was no mere 1 against 100. Such a large creature could easily annihilate a country. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim, "We cannot aid the enemy's arrogance and diminish our own prestige. We must not give up until the last moment." The lion, tiger, eagle, beast encouraged everyone. Xiao Qingyu focused her mind and concentrated on dealing with the Hydra. Fortunately, with the help of the live broadcast room and the live broadcast system, Her black magic power had increased significantly, and she had many usable weapons. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The Hydra, however, was unfazed in its response, making people feel tense and also admire it. It surely had other methods waiting to deliver a fatal blow. Lilith frowned and said, "You all focus on the battle. Be careful not to harm innocent people." Using the communication technique, Xiao Qingyu instructed Lin Xingchen to find the missing child at all costs and prevent any more issues within the subbase. She added, "Send someone over to use a painful strategy to stay at the base, taking the opportunity to gather internal information. If we can't find any weaknesses, at least they can become a tumor, causing conflicts and contradictions within the base. Over time, this will lead to grievances, and the base will become a place that provides resentment for the Hydra monster, which will also affect the blooming and fruiting of the life hope fruit. Moreover, the Hydra monster is very intelligent, even cunning. It not only deduced its weaknesses from the elderly and sickly individuals it had isolated in the subbase, but also directly took away the child it feared might cause problems as a hostage. Regardless of its purpose, it ultimately affects itself. If it touches the red line in the live broadcast, it would be a serious violation." Xiao Qingyu's face darkened with fear as she contemplated countermeasures, knowing that the Hydra monster could also use magic and might suddenly teleport that child to its side, leading to her accidentally injuring the child herself. Just then, she received a transmission from Lin Xingchen. "Qingyu, the severely injured person who lost his sight, hearing, and voice is actually a spy sent by the Hydra monster. He went missing with the child, and I just found him with Lin Xingyu, but he is already dead. The Hydra monster must have decided he was no longer useful." "Lin Xingyu?" "Yes." Lin Xingyu said this person is Lin Yaozong, his most beloved son, and he would never mistake him. "I'm sorry, Qingyu, the child is still missing. He must have been hidden away by the Hydra monster using magic." Upon hearing this news, Xiao Qingyu's pupils dilated slightly. Partly because the news was indeed shocking, she hadn't expected Lin Yaozong to appear and disappear in such a manner, revealing the Hydra monster's ruthlessness, willing to squeeze someone to death before letting go. Secondly, it was because of her momentary carelessness. She had fallen into a trap. The black magic she had just unleashed was originally meant to strike the claws of the Hydra monster, but it was now about to hit the suddenly appeared child. The comment section was filled with exclamations, with viewers praying for no accidents. At the same time, red exclamation marks began to pop up in the live broadcast as a warning. If the black magic hit that innocent child, her broadcast would be suspended, and she would face punishment, bearing the consequences of the failure of the survival battle, leading to the destruction of the world and humanity. Just as Xiao Qingyu prepared to use teleportation magic to take the hit herself, an unexpected person suddenly appeared. "How is it you?" Xiao Qingyu frowned. Not to mention why Su Lu would risk his life to help her save the child. What intrigued her the most was how he managed to block the black magic in front of the child at such high speed. Could it be that the person possessing Su Lu could also use black magic? Damn it, this is troublesome. Seeing that the plan had failed, the Hydra monster snorted unhappily and then split its body, sending its clones to initiate a new round of battle. Xiao Qingyu should have responded promptly, but when she saw wisps of white smoke emerging from Su Lu's body, she couldn't help but feel shocked. Why was it so familiar? Although she couldn't see his true appearance clearly. "Child, quickly go guard the tree of life. I can't accompany you to the end of this battle. Don't feel sorry for my death. Someone always has to sacrifice. But if you know my true identity, you would only think I deserve to die. Yes, being able to help you in this world. Isn't that dying for a worthy cause?" Xiao Leitang smiled, closed his eyes, and felt his consciousness dissipating. This time he really had to leave. "Yinner, can you forgive me a little?" At this moment, there was no need to consider anything else. She had to guard the fruit and ensure it successfully bore fruit. Only then would there be hope for the world and humanity. 111. Go, streamer. We'll accompany you to the last moment. 222. The string of red exclamation marks in a live broadcast almost scared me to death, fearing it would close down. Luckily, the live broadcast sister must have good fortune after great danger. This time, she will definitely defeat the Hydra monster. 333. The number of viewers has soared to 1 billion. This is the most crowded live broadcast room I've ever seen. Unfortunately, with low culture. I can only express my shock and admiration with a string of 666. 444. Stop spamming. Look, the Hydra monster is about to unleash a big move. Chapter 100. We will never lose. 8 snake monster clones came from all directions, each one blocking the light absorbed by the tree of life and the life fruit. It set this up to halt the critical step of the life fruit bearing fruit. Damn! Xiao Qingyu immediately used black magic to repel these clones one by one. At the same time, she placed the transformation device at the highest point of the tree of life, surrounded by magical protection to prevent it from being easily knocked down or taken away. With the transformation device, the life fruit began to absorb light energy again, continuing to grow at a turtle's pace. The Hydra monster, seeing Xiao Qingyu's quick response and increased strength, couldn't help but smile with amusement. Good. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent who can exchange so many moves with me. Although this opponent is just a mortal, a young woman. I know Xiao Qingyu is definitely not from this world. However, regardless of who Xiao Qingyu truly was, it would not easily lose. It had to win. The Hydra monster had had enough of being disturbed by foolish humans while it lived in the sea, even if it meant mutual destruction. It wanted to destroy all of humanity. With a roar, the Hydra monster howled to the sky, shaking the ground and causing everyone on it to tremble. Even the sea began to surge violently. It was nighttime, with wind and rain, lightning and thunder. A bolt of lightning struck down directly at the Hydra monster, but it was completely unaffected. Instead, the lightning made its ferocious appearance stand out even more. Many ordinary people were too frightened to move. Many fell into panic, believing that this time it was truly the end of the world. This fear and worry would easily lead to negative emotions, providing energy for the Hydra monster. Ha ha ha. Fools! You are destined to disappear from this world. Only when you are gone can the world regain its vitality. You are all useless fools. As the Hydra monster's arrogant voice grew louder, the ocean outside the land began to churn, triggering tsunamis, typhoons, and other natural disasters. In the face of such calamities, even the strongest could not resist. In an instant, countless people were swept away by the raging winds and waters, going missing or suffering heavy casualties. From various sub-bases came cries of anger, helplessness, and fear. Wisps of black gas floated from the people, continuously gathering on the Hydra monster's body. This was a vicious cycle. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had originally been slightly relaxed, became worried upon seeing this. They wished they could jump in and help Xiao Qingyu defeat her opponent. Unfortunately, they couldn't, only able to anxiously pace around on the other side of the broadcast. Xiao Qingyu used all her strength to gather the remaining people in one place, using black magic to create a barrier to protect them. This battle lasted from day to night, with hardly a moment's rest. Her black magic was not infinite, so the prolonged casting began to wear her out. Sweat beads started to form on her forehead. The most distressing thing is that it is now night, and the transformation device can no longer convert sunlight into the energy rays needed for the fruit of life and hope. Has nature really given up on them? Is it really going to force them into such a desperate situation to bring about the extinction of all humanity? Qingyu, a loud voice, pulled Xiao Qingyu out of her negative emotions. It was then that Xiao Qingyu noticed that dark energy was starting to emanate from her body, much darker than that of an ordinary person. She couldn't imagine how powerful and terrifying the energy provided to the Hydra monster would be if she also fell into self-blame and rage. How devastating would the situation be then? Li shouted decisively. Her eyes, clear and blue, sparkled like a beautiful and bright sapphire in the night, shining with the light of hope. Xiao Qingyu's gaze flickered, and her heart was once again filled with infinite power. Yes, we will not fail. Lise, can you shout it again? At that moment, the Hydra monster sneered disdainfully, telling them not to waste their efforts and to resign themselves to death. Lise ignored it and smiled at Xiao Qingyu, repeating what she had just said. This time, she shouted even louder with more passion, filled with hope for the future and affirmation of herself. After shouting, Lise felt that her whole body was filled with positive energy. Qingyu? Thank you, Lise. Xiao Qingyu smiled. Just now, she had used dark magic to amplify Lise's voice several times. So, the people on land could almost hear Lisa's energetic speech. Often, the most ordinary words can be the most uplifting. Language is also an invisible and powerful weapon. Lisa's words awakened those who were immersed in fear and anger. They began to regain hope for themselves, for others, and for this world. Soon, rays of light representing hope came from all directions, converging once again on the fruit of life and hope. The growth speed of the fruit began to accelerate. A beam of morning sunlight also pierced through the dark clouds, shining on the tree of life. Everything welcomed a turning point again. The plants that Xiao Qingyu had planted earlier had now grown into towering trees, lush and green. Some animals that had gone extinct due to the apocalypse miraculously revived and were active in the forest and on the grass. The Hydra monster let out a scream. It turned out that an astonishing scene had appeared. Continuous streams of black gas were escaping from the Hydra monster, turning into air, and its body was shrinking as well. Xiao Qingyu smiled. It was a good opportunity to strike. There is good in this world, and there will also be bad, but we all believe that righteousness will prevail. And there are more good people. As long as there is hope, we will not perish. With that, Xiao Qingyu unleashed her strongest dark magic, aimed at the center of the Hydra monster's forehead. At the same time, a pitch-black creature sprang out and landed on the Hydra monster's head along with the dark magic. It was the little poison snake. Chapter 101. Racing towards a beautiful future, and sorry, master. The little poison snake did not intend to betray Xiao Qingyu at the last moment. Instead, it wanted to help its master before the end of its life. Because if the Hydra monster died, it would not survive either. After all, it was also a part of the Hydra monster. So it was better to maximize its abilities before dying. The little poison snake jumped onto the Hydra monster's head and bit down hard on its temple. It returned all the toxins in its body to the Hydra monster. Very good. Surprisingly, the Hydra monster did not react with shock or anger. Instead, it felt a sense of relief, as if it had expected this outcome. The Hydra monster spoke casually, as if it was quite willing to accept the fact of its defeat. It looked down at Xiao Qingyu on the tree of life and saw the light shimmering from her body. It was the light of hope. It seems that humanity has not yet sunk to the level of being beyond redemption. May the world retain some beauty as you wish. Little girl, remember, I did not lose to you. I simply grew tired and found it meaningless. Humanity, take care of yourselves and cherish the present. As the words fell, the sun slowly rose from the east, and the earth was gradually covered in green. Even the sea became clear. The Hydra monster's body grew smaller and gradually became transparent. The little poison snake had merged with its main body. Before losing its consciousness, it desperately waved goodbye to Xiao Qingyu, hoping that its master would remember it. This departure would mean they would never meet again. Fortunately, the master saw it and waved goodbye in return. When the sun fully rose, night turned to day. The Hydra monster had disappeared from the surface of the sea. Everything returned to calm. The fruit of life and hope absorbed the first ray of sunlight of the morning and finally bore the long-awaited fruit. A plump apple, glowing golden all over. Xiao Qingyu carefully picked it, feeling the energy it released. Incredibly powerful. The next second, the fruit soared into the air, suddenly bursting open, and countless golden lights erupted. It was like a wide-ranging rain falling into everyone's palms, merging with them. After a moment of daze, smiles of happiness and joy appeared on everyone's faces. What a beautiful day it is today. This year's harvest will surely be good, and we won't have to worry about food. Old Lu and his wife laughed as they walked towards the fields. Mom, I want to go climbing and pick fruits. The child, who had gone missing and was rescued, snuggled in his mother's arms, acting spoiled. It's been a long time since we had a picnic. The river water is so clear, perfect for fishing, and we can catch a rabbit to taste. A few men laughed and said, 111. Wow, this scene of trivial little things truly shows the beauty of ordinary, peaceful life. 122. Who understands? I really want to cry, feeling a sense of confusion and loss after binge-watching a series to its conclusion, not knowing what to watch next. Just to emphasize, I am not disappointed at all with this happy ending. 333. I understand you. 444. Congratulations to the host for defeating the villain. 555. I hope humanity will live well in the future and cherish the beautiful nature. Xiao Qingyu smiled and thanked everyone in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Lise also exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, Qingyu, look!" It turned out that her fishtail had disappeared, replaced by her originally lost legs. What wonderful news! Xiao Qingyu felt genuinely happy for Lise. So sudden? After all, they were comrades in arms, and Lise was very reluctant to part. They would have to leave sooner or later. Leaving now, they could say goodbye properly, but one could never guarantee what would happen in the future. "Master, thank you. It is our honor to meet you." The Zombie King and the Griffin spoke sincerely. Many people sacrificed in this survival battle, and the zombies were almost completely wiped out. Without subordinates, the Zombie King felt very lonely. The Griffin prepared to soar around the world, living as long as it could. At this point, it was truly time to say goodbye. Xiao Qingyu and Lise waved goodbye to them. It was indeed hard to part. It feels as if the world has become much quieter with their departure. Lise couldn't help but sigh. It is quite sad, but after experiencing more separations, the passage of time will ultimately help one get used to it. The world may become quiet, but the ears will not. Lise looked at Xiao Qingyu with some confusion. "Because you are still here." Xiao Qingyu rarely made a joke this time, understanding that this was about her talking too much. Lise's little face flushed, and she playfully pretended to slap Xiao Qingyu. A strange scene occurred. As Lise raised her hand, the upward curve at the corner of her mouth suddenly froze along with her entire person. The surroundings fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Xiao Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly, surprised by this change, but it seemed she had guessed something. A ghostly electronic figure appeared before her. "System Xiao Qi, congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate live broadcast mission. Your live broadcast journey has come to a successful end. System Xiao Qi, you have an ultimate reward. Please check it." Xiao Qingyu knew in her heart that once she claimed this reward, the system and the live broadcast room would never appear again. Without hesitation, she immediately clicked to claim the reward. People must move forward. Ultimate reward. Embrace a beautiful future. May all your wishes come true. A string of large characters appeared before her and then vanished. Xiao Qingyu felt a strong power and a robust mindset emerge within her, capable of supporting her to go further and better. Her soul remained in this gradually improving world along with her body. Everything would get better. "Lise, what's wrong?" "Qingyu?" Lise was admiring her long-lost legs. Xiao Qingyu smiled and, after just a few steps, bumped into Lin Xingchen. It was time to tell him the truth. "What's wrong?" the oblivious Lin Xingchen asked with concern. Xiao Qingyu lightly finished speaking and continued walking forward, leaving Lin Xingchen looking puzzled, then surprised and joyful. He quickly ran over, staring at Xiao Qingyu in disbelief. "You really are?" Lin Xingyun is my mother," Xiao Qingyu said with a smile. After receiving a confirmed answer, 3 people were stunned. One was Lin Xingchen, one was Lise, and the other was Lin Feng. "Child, you really are." The old man's face was filled with excitement and sadness, his eyes red. In that war, his descendants suffered heavy casualties, leaving only his not-so-healthy younger son and granddaughter. His eldest son, Lin Xingyu, died on the spot while blocking an attack to save Lin Xingchen. He looked peaceful when he died. He said he could finally let Xingchen take revenge successfully. The remaining one was the second son, Lin Xingchen, who had severed ties with the Lin family. Unexpectedly, another granddaughter had appeared now. Moreover, she was a descendant of Xingyun. Lin Feng now understood that regardless of gender, as long as it was Lin family blood, the Lin family would not die out. The heir is tested by character and ability, not by gender. "Qingyu, we will definitely get better and better." It was unclear who said it. Xiao Qingyu looked up at the golden sunlight, with the sound of the wind and the growth of all things in her ears.